Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 106. Don't be so nervous. The hotel owner tore off the disguise on his body, revealing a charming face. Kuroso was angry when he saw this face. What else are you doing here? Hurry up and watch the door for us. You don't want others to see people from the black organization getting entangled with Li Wenqian, right? Don't worry, the two of us will speed up. If it's fast, 3 hours will be fine. One thing down, one thing. Kuroso thundered off Suzuki Sanako, but she had nothing to do with Bell Mode. Kuroso left the room regretting that he hadn't stabbed Bell Mode to death just now. Bell Mode sat on the edge of the bed with his legs crossed. Amazing, my hero. The Yasukuni shrine has existed for hundreds of years, during which there was an incident of arson, but it dared to be blown up and flattened. She would like to call Li Wenqian the #1 gangster in the island country. There is no one before, and no one to come after. Tell me, what is the purpose of coming to see me today? Li Wenqian didn't believe that Bell Mode came here to meet him today just for this compliment. I don't even think that this woman came here today to solve her physical needs. 29. It's not because you bombed the Yasukuni shrine that the entire city of Tokyo has fallen into militarized management. The gentleman in the organization has temporarily decided to shut down all the industries operated outside the organization, to avoid the edge and temporarily avoid this period of time. Black organizations can't afford it. Li Wenqian is an outlaw, but the black organization is not. It is impossible for them to take the foundation of the black organization for decades and die with Li Wenqian. In view of the fact that the police in the island country are already paying attention to the underworld that has merged with Li Wenqian, the organization has to fold its wings. And he was going to put this pot on the head of the Mud Party. To be honest, the black organization already regretted being against Li Wenqian from the beginning, and this regret came before Rum's death. What about my chance? Bell Mode smiled. On May 20th. Now the whole of Tokyo has entered a state of high tension under military control, and the scope of activities of black organizations has been extremely compressed. If the gentleman from the organization still called me to meet Jin on this day, then the place must be in Gunma County. This is the purpose of Bell Mode coming here to meet Li Wenqian today. May 20th. It has not been a month, and that day will be the day when her silver bullet can destroy the black tissue. Bell Mode gave Li Wenqian a signal tracker. This is a tracking device with a strong signal that allows you to find my location within 10 kilometers. Li Wenqian didn't ask Bell Mode how to carry the signal source, but he knew that this woman must have a way. 10 kilometers. This is the maximum distance he can destroy the black organization. Ah! There was a scream. Bell Mode smiled and said, "Your little beauty is probably injured, why don't you just take a look?" Li Wenqian didn't know if she was in a hurry, but she wasn't in a hurry anyway. After Li Wenqian left the room, Bell Mode sat on the edge of the bed and lit a cigarette leisurely. The other side. Li Wenqian recognized that it was Suzuki Sanako's cry, and when he arrived, Kuroso had already appeared one step ahead, and there was a young man lying at the woman's feet, who probably passed out because of the heavy hand. This should be the serial murderer. Intuition from a professional killer. Mom, I'm scared to death. Li Wenqian, I almost died, do you know that? Suzuki Sanako seeks a loving hug in Li Wenqian's arms. After Suzuki Sanako recovered, he walked to Kuroso's side and stretched out his little hand. My name is Suzuki Sanako. Yes. She completely forgave Kuroso this time. However, Kuroso ignored Suzuki Sanako and left the room alone. Idiot. Enemy for her life. The enemy of her life. Forget it, Sanako, Miss Kuroso just saved your life. Next time when she encounters danger, Miss Ben will be the first to rush forward to return her favor. But it is absolutely impossible for the two of them to be friends from today onwards. 10 minutes later, the police contacted by Kisaki Eri rushed to the scene of the crime, and the leader was curly-hair Hengagu. According to the investigation by police officer Hengagu, the young man who attacked Sanako was a serial murderer who has been rampant in this area recently. The reason why he attacked Sanako was not because he was beautiful, but because the gangster thought that Suzuki Sanako had secretly filmed the whole process of his murder, and Suzuki Sanako said that he was very confused. All she photographed was Xiao Ran's butt, just to secretly show it to Li Wenqian. In the end, the gangster was taken away by the Huanggu police. You must have been frightened. It's not peaceful here recently. You should leave as soon as possible tomorrow morning. Really frightened? The gangster killed a few little baga before he was caught by the police. Logically speaking, the murderer Li Wenqian must have been slaughtered like a pig, but he certainly couldn't commit murder under the watchful eyes of everyone. But it doesn't matter. The police station is already the end of this gangster's life. According to the laws of the island country, this little baga must die. When Li Wenqian returned to the room, Bell 790 mode had already left. Maybe he continued to pretend to be an innkeeper, or maybe he really left, leaving behind only a super signal tracker. Suzuki Sanako hurried in hugging his quilt. She is going to sleep with Li Wenqian today. Suzuki Sanako casts an extremely provocative look towards Kuroso. Who is afraid of who? Compete in the same bed if you have the ability. But tonight Li Wenqian doesn't have any of them. He took the map of Gunma County and studied it all night. The name Gunma Prefecture sounds like a county on the surface, but there are 12 urban areas under Tama, including Maebashi City and Takasaki City, covering an area of more than 6,000 square kilometers, which is basically equivalent to an ordinary prefecture-level city. For the first time, Li Wenqian felt that this small country is not as small as imagined. Finding a person in such a large area is not as easy as imagined. If only he had a mushroom bomb in his hand, it would be fine, and he would directly raise the entire Gunma County to the ground, and let Xiao Baga enjoy decades of nuclear radiation. But now this idea is undoubtedly a dream. Li Wenqian made a mistake. An invincible body is far from enough to eradicate the black organization, but amazing wisdom is also needed. Chapter 107. The trip of 3 days and 2 nights is coming to an end soon. Li Wenqian not only sighed that the leisure time is so short, but then he will base his happiness on the pain of Xiao Baga. Back at the villa, Li Wenqian took the initiative to contact Suzuki Tomoko. This was the first contact they had after they got drunk that day, but Suzuki Tomoko still came. He likes this attitude of being on call and at his mercy. What do you want me to do? Suzuki Tomoko's face was cold, and she couldn't see any emotional changes, and the fiery heart seemed to have been extinguished. I need to go to see. Suzuki Tomoko raised his face slightly. What's none of my business? Only the Suzuki Foundation can help me now, and only you to be precise. Tokyo is currently in a state of military control, and even the wharf of Tama has self-defense forces stationed there. The last 3-day and 2-night trip I had to rely on Kisaki Eri to go through the formalities, but no matter how powerful Kisaki Eri was, there was no way for him to go to sea. But Suzuki Tomoko can. Why should I help you? This woman has changed, so that Li Wenqian can only see the mouth of the knife, but not the heart of tofu. Because I'm your man. Li Wenqian pushed Suzuki Tomoko against the wall, and he didn't call Suzuki Tomoko here today to discuss. He is bound to win. What do you want to do? Believe it or not, I'm calling now. If you could bark, you wouldn't come to see me today. Li Wenqian's sharp words were like a dagger piercing Suzuki's camouflage on the surface. This woman still wants it. Once the needle is inserted, it becomes honest in an instant. In the joyful in-depth communication, Suzuki Tomoko happily agreed to Li Wenqian's request. Half an hour later. You will go to sea as an advisor to the Suzuki Foundation, and I will ask Sanako to send you the documents in the afternoon. Although Tokyo is in a state of military control, there are no substantial restrictions on the Suzuki Consortium. The Suzuki Consortium is the largest consortium in Tokyo. If their economy suffers losses, it will not only be a matter of military control, but even a small-scale financial crisis will break out like last time. I'm waiting for your good news. It's delicious. It can be said that Li Wenqian experienced the taste of Suzuki Tomoko for the first time. Like a bottle of vintage wine. Time did not make Suzuki Tomoko lose the charm of a woman, but made her more refined and more fragrant. Li Wenqian watched Suzuki's figure leaving from the window on the second floor of the villa, and couldn't help but think about another question. High-end hunters often appear as prey. Who is the hunter and who is the prey, he and Tomoko Suzuki? After sending off Suzuki Tomoko, the second thing Li Wenqian did was to choose a large boat that could withstand the wind and waves at the pier of the Suzuki Consortium. In fact, he can buy it. But that would have to go through cumbersome procedures, and he didn't have that much time to wait. He was afraid that as time went on, the island nation, Little Baga, would have come out of the grief of the Yasukuni shrine being bombed. Of course he can grab it too. But at present, Tokyo has entered a tense state of military control. It is stupid and unwise to act as a good citizen now, and it will also affect his subsequent series of plans. What are we going to do? Kuroso was very surprised that Li Wenqian took the initiative to ask her out, but he also knew that Li Wenqian asked her to come out for a trip. Sail travel, get out and relax. Kuroso's eyes lit up, really? As a professional killer, Kuroso is not an emotionless killing machine. She also longs for love and friendship, and once expected to go to school and travel like other girls. But with the killings again and again, the blood splashed on her face gradually turned cold. These cruel facts pushed her into the abyss step by step, and she had to close the hopeful seed. Only after meeting Li Wenqian did the seed of hope buried deep in my heart come to life. Fake. Kuroso instantly felt a basin of cold water poured from head to tail. Heart is cool, heart is flying. She knows it when she rides a horse. I will never get the same care from Suzuki Sanako here at Li Wenqian. She is heartbroken. What do you think of this ship? Li Wenqian has no research on boats, so he chose the one that looks the best. Okay. Kuroso still doesn't know what Li Wenqian is going to do, but she guesses that it must have something to do with dealing with the Black Organization, and it is closely related to Belmode's appearance the night before yesterday. Point. Until the early morning of the next day, the two drove the boat to Kojima, a nearby island country. There is no human habitation here, and there is no human breath at all. Can you fly a plane? Kuroso has begun to look around for the shadow of the plane. Li Wenqian could tell that this woman had never been RD or beaten. It can be said that it is a novice with zero foundation for airplanes. It's okay, I'll teach you. Next second, a civilian helicopter has appeared in front of the two of them. This helicopter has the logo of the Suzuki Foundation on it, and it was he who lent it from Suzuki Tomoko. What alone? Even Tomoko Suzuki has no right to give someone a civilian helicopter without permission. After all, the huge consortium is not what she says. Kuroso is gone. Can't help but said, brother, you really know magic. How could such a huge monster be created by a magician? Even the top magician in the world couldn't do it. Come up. That day, Li Wenqian thought about it all night in the hotel on Izu Beach, and it really made him come up with a brilliant plan. But there needs to be someone to cooperate with him in this plan. First of all, Belmode is definitely not good. This woman has a more important task that day. Miyano Shiho's body is getting smaller, Miyano Akimi's ability is limited. It doesn't get any better than Kuroso. This is the start button of the plane, this is. Li Wenqian is also learning and selling now. After all, the A-129 gunship he drove before was a fool's operation panel. Kuroso learns very seriously. After a day of talking on paper, I can already fly a helicopter in the sky. Feze. Kuroso looked at Li Wenqian who was on the side, and mustered up his courage to sigh. She swore that she had never been so afraid of killing someone for the first time as she is now. What is my mission for the day? Curacao hastily changed the subject. Even if Li Wenqian doesn't say it, the Curacao Bama season has already been guessed. Asking her to learn how to fly a helicopter is for the operation against black organizations on May 20th. Fly the helicopter to search for the signal of bell mode in Gunma Prefecture. This is Li Wenqian's method. If you drive a vehicle in Gunma County to find the signal source on bell mode, it is undoubtedly a dream, but if you drive a helicopter at a speed of 250 km per hour to search for a signal source covering a range of 10 km, it becomes much easier. As long as it's not enough to memorize, it's just a matter of time to find out. But the Gunma Prefectural Police will definitely notice. Curacao is not afraid. It's just that once the police in the island country notice that there is an armed helicopter flying blindly in the sky, they will definitely take measures, and Li Wenqian's chance will be shattered at that time. Don't worry, I have a solution. There is a way in the island country to make the planes of the Suzuki Consortium fly in the sky. That is the 1v1 real man battle between Suzuki Jiraiya and Kaito Kid. Strong. Chapter 108. After the plane trip to the deserted island came to an end, Li Wenqian inquired from Kisaki area about a recent large island auction in Osaka Prefecture. This day, Li Wenqian brought Curacao to the auction site. Are you going to auction off the Bloody Rose? Curacao guessed Li Wenqian's intention. If Suzuki Jiraiya and Kaito Kid can have a real man-to-man fight, then helicopter scouting will be used as before. But it takes a spark to get these two into another cat and mouse drama. That's right. The Scarlet Rose is a large ruby. Just the right flint and steel for the sparks between Suzuki Jiro and Kaito Kid. Li Wenqian has no interest in gemstones, nor has he studied them before. He didn't know how much this ruby was worth, but the 2.9 trillion yen on his body should be enough. After entering the auction site, the service staff gave them a sign that said 66. A very silky number. This is their auction card today. As long as they intend to bid a price, they can raise the card. Li Wenqian entrusted this glorious but arduous task to Curacao beside him. All his attention is on an auction roster, which records in detail the items that will be auctioned tonight, and the starting price of each item must be above 100 million yen. 823 Li Wenqian was deeply attracted by a Buddha head on the second page of the auction roster. Isn't this thing little Bagas? It must be this group of little Baga who were smuggled back to the island country from the battlefield during World War II. It must be so. Li Wenqian's introduction under the photo of the Buddha's head confirmed his guess very well. That's how it is on horseback. The big Buddha's head was taken down by the little day. You like this thing? There was a hint of surprise in Curaçao's eyes. In her mind, Li Wenqian was a murderous guy, not like a master who believed in Buddhism. It's okay, I just want to. Real. Li Wenqian didn't feel much about Buddha, but he felt a spontaneous emotion after seeing the Buddha's head. The starting price is 500 million yen, which is not cheap. Curaçao just took a look. The starting price of the Bloody Rose just now was 2 billion yen, but it was a ruby after all, and it was just a stone. Who said I'm going to be auctioned off? My things were taken away by others, and now I have to give money if I want to get them back. What's the point of riding a horse? Curaçao instantly read Li Wenqian's inner thoughts. Fortunately, she had the foresight to put a gun in the trunk of the car today. The auction is coming as scheduled. The second piece to be put on the auction block is the Buddha head. The Buddha head does not look big, that is, 50 centimeters in height, but the starting price of 500 million yen has proved its value. Look no further than stones. The enthusiasm of this group of little Baga for the auction was instantly ignited, and the fight was broken. Li Wenqian seems to have heard the call in their hearts. I die. Let me die. I'm in a hurry to reincarnate, so don't grab anyone who rides a horse. The head of the Buddha was finally successfully auctioned by a middle-aged man with a mustache at a price of 1.8 billion yen. This man's name is Sakaki Ichiro, and he is the second head of the Mud Association. If my guess is correct, since the death of Kishima Kiriko, the Nippon Society should now be in charge of Ichiro Sakaki. Miserable meeting? Are these bastards still dead? He even thought about auctioning the Buddha's head here. Li Wenqian's killing intent was instantly aroused. Whether it's the head of the Buddha or the dog of the Mud Gang, he will be determined today. I heard that Sakaki Ichiro liked Buddhist culture very much when I was in the Black Organization, and now it seems to be true. Kuroso knew there was something to do tonight. The auction of the Buddha's head ended quickly, and one precious thing after another was put on the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, today is our grand finale, the Ruby Blood Rose. The main show has finally begun. Li Wenqian instantly felt that the people around him put all their energy on this gem that was only as big as a thumb. It can be seen that there are quite a few people who came here for Ruby today. But he couldn't put on a mask to reveal the ruby, otherwise the origin of the ruby would not be revealed to the public. Now all distinguished guests can bid. The Bloody Rose with an initial price of 2 billion yen soared to 5 billion yen in a blink of an eye, and reached 8 billion yen in a blink of an eye after a pause, at 6 billion yen. We pay 10 billion yen. Kuroso was surprised at first, and then raised the number 66 plate in his hand. Li Wenqian has no choice. This is not because Sakaki Ichiro of the Mud Club is about to leave, he must end this auction as soon as possible. Not only did he get the head of the Buddha, but he also got the Bloody Rose. 10 billion times. 10 billion times. 10 billion times. Make a deal. The sudden surge of 2 billion, even these little baga, who claim to be rich in the island country, can't bear it. Li Wenqian successfully got the ruby. The next step is to pay the money directly, and the daily school goods link. Li Wenqian gave Kuroso 10 billion to stay in charge of the transaction with the auction, while he went to wait for Ichiro Sakaki. Brother, this stone is good. Is the miserable society still not miserable enough? The eldest sister, Tongza Bushima, was beaten to death by the gangster Tiga, and many of the Mud Gang's subordinates were also burned to death by the gangster Tiga. The Black Organization still makes them take the blame from time to time. Those who also stepped on the horse did not see the Buddha bless them. You know shit. Now he is the boss of the Mud Party, and he can do whatever he wants. It is because Kiriko Bujima shrinks from doing things that others have been shitting on her head all the time. The voice just fell. A panzer fell from the sky and rushed towards the black BMW that Ichiro Sakaki was riding on. The driver couldn't dodge and was directly pushed against the wall by the big tank. The bodyguards on the left and right of Sakaki Ichiro and the driver in the driving seat died on the spot. Sakaki Ichiro was also unable to move because of the deformation of the car, and his whole face was in pain. At this time, a person came down from the tank, a guy with a Tiga mask. When Sakaki Ichiro saw this mask representing terror and killing, his heart was already cold. Li Wenqian took out the Buddha's head from the trunk of the BMW and inspected it. Fine. This big Buddha head, which has gone through countless wars and changed hands countless times, was not damaged in this violent collision. Sakaki Ichiro, right. Li Wenqian pulled out a flamethrower that he didn't use often. Hey! The dragon-like flame instantly engulfed the BMW, followed by screams like killing a pig. In this silent night, it is particularly harsh and exaggerated. What grade? You're still riding on a horse to buy a Buddha's head. Li Wenqian put the Buddha head in the system space, and then took out 10 TNT bombs from the space and put them in the tank. Detonation. Li Wenqian did not take away the tanker this time, and of course he did not leave it to Xiao Baga. He just wanted to let the police in the island country know that the gangster Tiga can check in not only in Tokyo, but also in Osaka Prefecture, anywhere in the island country. In terms of strategy, this trick is called, encircle Wei and save Xiao. in order to ease the high tension of Tokyo's militarization. On the way back, Li Wenqian is holding a bloody rose. It's just a red stone, why is it so expensive? Li Wenqian can't figure it out. It can only show that he is not an elegant person. In contrast, he thinks it is not as culturally valuable as the giant Buddha head on a horse. But this big Buddha head can't be shown off like a bloody rose. I'm afraid there will be no chance in this life. Chapter 109. Scarlet Rose. When Suzuki saw this thumb-sized ruby, he couldn't calm down at all. Where did you get it? As an old fritter who has been in the gemstone circle for many years, how could Suzuki Jiraiya have never mentioned the name of Urse Rose? There were blood-clot rubies at the auction in Osaka Prefecture a few days ago. Suzuki's blood pressure soars. Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me? If he knew the news, it would be absolutely impossible for usse Megui to fall into Li Wenqian's hands. Brother, how much did you pay for this bloody rose? Suzuki doesn't hide why he wants to buy it. 10 billion yen. Li Wenqian did not play tricks on the price. It is not difficult to find out the auction price that night with Suzuki Jiraiya's contacts. 10 billion. To be honest, the price is already expensive. But then Suzuki Jiraiya turned and said, how about 12 billion to me? The transfer fee of 2 billion yen can be said to be full of sincerity. Not for sale. 13 billion. Not for sale. Suzuki Jiraiya did not let Li Wenqian make a move up to 15 billion yen. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable it becomes. When did he not get what Suzuki Jiraiya was looking for? In the end, he had the cheek to beg Sanako, a good niece who was watching idol dramas on the sofa. Seeing Suzuki Sanako's face, Li Wenqian decided to earn 6 billion yen with tears and blood, but there was an additional condition. You want me to use this bloody rose to have another man-to-man fight with Kaito Kid? Ha ha ha. Suzuki let out a hearty laugh. Even if you don't say it, I will use the bloody rose to lure that clown Kaito Kid out. Suzuki's life goal now is to beat Kaito Kid once. As for the gangster Dijia who grabbed his headlines, he dared not challenge the horse. The two happily decided that Wenqian would resell it to Suzuki Jiraiya at a price of 1.6 trillion pa. After deliberation, they decided to have a real man's battle with Kaito Kid in Gunma Prefecture on May 20th. Li Wenqian was happy, and Suzuki was even happier. Gems are priceless. Although it cost more than 6 billion yen, it made Suzuki Jiraiya happy to buy it. The other side. The death of Sakaki Ichiro caught the attention of the Osaka Prefecture Police. Osaka Prefectural Police Chief Hattori Hizu and his subordinate Tayama Jinshur have arrived at the scene of the crime. The reason is that a large tank appeared inexplicably on the streets of Osaka Prefecture. This has never happened in the history of Osaka. What's the situation at the scene? Asked Hattori Hizu, head of the Osaka Prefectural Police Headquarters. A total of 4 people are all dead. After identification by the forensics department, the driver and the people on the left and right sides of the back row were hit and squeezed to death, and the other person was roasted to death. Shocking! Even the old criminal policeman who has been around for many years can't help but feel throbbing in his heart when he sees such a horrific scene. What is the identity of the deceased? Hattori Hizu continued to ask. According to the license plate number of the BMW, we can be sure that NI can trust the old Osaka Kichiro's car. We have already contacted the Mud Tragedy Society, and according to their confession, Ichiro Sakaki came to participate in the auction in Osaka Prefecture last night. Just in time. We also found out that the Mud Kanghui had several fights with Dijia, the most ferocious bandit in the island country recently. The T-34-85 medium tank that has been blown up belongs to the same model as the one that destroyed the Yasukuni shrine. Even if Tayama Jinshur didn't say it, Hattori Hizu had guessed it. Bandit Tiga has come to Osaka. Is the auction going to investigate? Who are the people who participated in the auction that night? It cannot be ruled out that the bandit Dijia was at the auction site at that time, and the possibility of this is very high. Our officers have been contacted. In order to protect the privacy of the guests, the auction will not ask about their identities, which is also a kind of protection for the guests at their auction. We don't know anything except that Sakaki Ichiro is auctioning off a Buddha head. No matter how good Hattori Hizu's reasoning ability is, it is impossible to deduce the identity of the gangster Tiga with just such a little clue. And now, the scene of the crime did not leave any useful clues because of a big explosion. Hattori Hizu's fox eyes narrowed, and Osaka may not be flat next. Damn it! This guy dares to come to Osaka, let's see how I, Hattori Heiji, find you out this time. Not only the Osaka Prefectural Police came to the scene of the crime, Hattori Heiji, who thought he was invincible, also came with him. Heiji, stop being brave. 0. Asking for flowers. Your father and my father's family together don't have any clues, so it's up to you? Tayama Kazuha admits that Hattori Heiji's reasoning ability in school is unmatched, but he is still a rookie in front of his parents. You woman is annoying. Tayama Kazuha's scalp was numb from the spray, and he drove back to his father's car angrily. Kazuha, I warn you now, stay away from Hattori Heiji in the future. Tayama Jinshire's expression had never been more serious. He really had no objection to Tayama Kazuha playing with Hattori Heiji before, and even thought that Hattori Heiji might be his son-in-law. But now he thinks otherwise. Why? Tayama Kazuha was extremely surprised, never expecting his father to say such words so seriously. That's not at all like her father. If I say no, I won't do it, and I will handle the transfer procedures for you after a while. Tiga is here. This is a murderous demon. Tayama Jinshire doesn't think Tayama Kazuha is in any danger at Keifang Academy in Osaka, but it is clear that Hattori Heiji must be in danger. This kid will definitely investigate the matter about the bandit Digia, even Hattori Hizu can't stop this stubborn donkey. He couldn't just let this stubborn donkey lead her daughter into a dangerous situation. Tayama Kazuha doesn't want to transfer schools, but she has no ability to resist in front of the absolutely strict tutor. So, what school are you going to send me to? With new friends and a new learning environment, Tayama Kazuha suddenly felt a lot of strangeness in his heart. Tayama Jinshire thought. Just go to Jonggushin High School. Nakamori Ginza from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department and I are college alumni and good friends on the baseball team. Let me say hello to him, and you can stay at his home when the time comes. Although Jonggushin High School is geographically located in Tokyo, it has not been affected by gangsters. Belongs to the world. Although Tokyo has always been the activity site of the gangster Tiga, after entering the state of military control, it is safer than Osaka, which has already been set foot by the gangster Tiga. You can rest assured that there is a girl of the same age as you in Officer Nakamori's house, and you lived together for a while when you were young. You two must have a great time together. Tayama Jinshire was worried about his daughter's fear, so he gave her a reassurance. Chapter 110. May 17th, Light Rain. A piece of news made the headlines on the front page of the Tokyo Daily this day. Suzuki Foundation advisor Jiro Yoshitaka sent a gauntlet to Kaito Kid with a ruby blood rose. Venue, Gunma Prefectural Museum. Suzuki Jiragi specially donated 100 million yen to let the museum cooperate with his performance. Really cry to death. Jonggushin High School. Kingzi, have you heard that our class seems to be getting a transfer student in a few days? I know. You know? How do you know? This girl followed her father to my home yesterday, and she will stay at my home in the future. It's a girl who wants to stay at your house? What's her name? The students of Class B in the second grade of high school surrounded Nakamori Ayako and asked for first-hand information. Especially when it was heard that it was a girl, it attracted the attention of all the male students in the class. Her name is Tayama Kazuha, and she is from Osaka. Because her father and my father are college alumni, she is staying at my house temporarily. 380. To be honest, she still has a good impression of Tayama Kazuha, a girl who seems to be easy to get along with. Is Tayama Kazuha-san pretty? Beautiful. Nakamori Ayako seemed to be the focus of the whole Class B of the second grade. During the whole process, Kaito Kuroba was the only one sitting in his seat and staring at the Tokyo Daily this morning. Scarlet Rose. Is this the Pandora in his mind? Kuroba Kaito kept staring at the red gemstone on the front page of the newspaper, and was fascinated for a moment. No matter whether this gem is the Pandora he wants to find or not, he can't let go of this opportunity. Bloody Rose, here I come. Black Organization. The Black Order has been in a state of depression since the deaths of Korn and Calvados. Who else is currently available to the Black Organization? Gin, vodka, and Belmode. Everyone else is dead on horseback. If these three people are gone, Karasumarinai can only charge forward with a machine gun. At this time, the Tokyo Daily on September 17 was placed on the table in front of Jin. There is nothing wrong with Suzuki Jiraiya and Kaito Kid, but the time and place they choose is very problematic. May 20, Gunma Prefecture. This had to make Jin feel like an invisible gun had been pressed against his forehead. At this moment, Jin suddenly took out a handful of browning fingers and pointed it at Belmode's head. You told me when and where we met that gentleman. Jin, are you crazy? Belmode sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He seemed to be calm, but he was already panicking inside, and the calmness on his face was supported by the cigarette in his mouth. If you think I leaked the secrets of the organization, then you should shoot as soon as possible. At this moment, Jin turned his gun on Vodka who was eating melons. Jin has become a frightened bird now, he can't trust anyone, even for a moment he thinks there is something wrong with the boss. Big brother, not me. I've always been by your side. Vodka was so frightened that cold sweat oozes from his forehead, raising his hands can be said to be full of desire to survive. Jin looked at the two people in front of him, and finally put the gun back. He can't kill anyone now. At present, there are only these two people who can be used by his side. If they are killed, they will be ordered to go. Absinthe, what do you think of this matter? Jin asked. Whatever you look at, it's nothing more than a coincidence. Jin, you have become less and less courageous recently. Jin's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly felt that what Belmode said made sense. He is indeed scared by Li Wenqian now. Even seeing an ordinary Digia clinker mask can make his heart churn. If there is no arrangement, I plan to fly to New York recently, and the city of Tokyo is too boring recently. Jin didn't speak, and the anniversary meeting representing the Black Organization will proceed as scheduled. 3 days later, Gunma Prefecture. The Gunma Prefectural Museum is a dome-shaped building about 50 meters high. The surface is smooth, even if Jackie Chan is here, it may not be able to stand on it. The entire museum is divided into 5 floors. Ruby Blood Rose was placed on the safest top floor by Suzuki Jiraiya. 2 teams on the top floor to prevent Kaito Kid from coming down, that guy is a damn it thief who can use a hang glider. The police of the island country need to target the gangster Tiga, and also arrest the strange thief Kid. Although Nakamori Ginzu is currently a member of the anti-Tiga Special Operations Team, he has to be said to be the most prolific police officer dealing with Kaito Kid. Even if it ends in failure every time. Unit 1, Unit 2, pay attention to cross patrols, and be sure to prevent Kaito Kid from entering the museum from above. Number 3 Unit, Number 4 Unit. Nakamori Ginzu's command was orderly, and under his deliberate arrangement, Kuroso flew a helicopter to search the entire Gunma County. Wenqian-jun, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? Nanny. Your car broke down on the way? Then I'll send a car to pick you up. Okay, it's a shame you won't be able to see Kaito Kid this time. Suzuki Sanako hung up the phone in disappointment. Li Wenqian said that she wanted to see Kaito Kid stealing jewels, and she came here specially today. Li Wenqian was forced to release the pigeon, which made Suzuki Sanako instantly feel that the duel between the uncle and the phantom thief kid tonight was dull. The other side. Li Wenqian's Ferrari is parked on the uphill road of Mount Harana. As soon as the news from Curacao arrives, he can take off directly. For Li Wenqian, every minute and every second is a torment for him. He wants to wipe out the black organization. This idea has been in his head for a long time. A long time passed by every minute and every second. Suddenly, Li Wenqian's cell phone rang. The signal is on Mount Miyagi, and there is a twilight villa inside the mountain. After hanging up the phone, Li Wenqian found the location of Mount Miaoi on the map, but there is no specific location of the twilight villa in this mountain area, but this is extremely important information for Li Wenqian. The name Twilight Villa is not unfamiliar to Li Wenqian. This annex building is the previous address of the black organization boss Rinai Karasuma. It is said that a murder occurred in this annex building 40 or 50 years ago. According to the time, it can be deduced that Karasuma Rinai should have been there when the black organization was established. Live in this annex. Perhaps it was because this Twilight Annex had some kind of connection with the black organization that Rinai Karasuma chose this place as their meeting place. Li Wenqian released the A-129 gunship from the system space. There is no faster means of transportation than helicopters in this winding mountainous area, and today's Gunma Prefecture has a total of 8 helicopters in the Metropolitan Police Department under the deliberate arrangement of Nakamori Ginzu and the Suzuki Consortium. One more of him is not much, one less of him is not much. At dusk, our old Li is here. Black organization, you will surely die this time. Twilight Annex. Belmode came to the annex in Jin's black Porsche 3564.5A, but the boss Mr. Organized hadn't arrived yet. Jin, it seems we came early today. In the past, Karasuma Rinai had appeared in advance every time we met, but this time he didn't. Belmode panicked. If the boss doesn't show up today, how can we talk about eradicating black organizations? Just killing one Jin is not enough. At this moment, a few women came out from the Twilight Villa. Belmode had never seen these women before, but they could feel the fierce killing intent of a professional killer. Jin, what does this mean? Belmode could see that the target of these female killers was her, and Jin's attitude was obviously an insider. For our next pleasant conversation, you'd better cooperate with them obediently. A cold smile appeared on Jin's face. Immediately afterwards, several female killers brought Belmode into one of the rooms, and began to check up and down, inside and out. Chapter 111. In 10 minutes, Li Wenqian has crossed another mountain from one mountain. If he didn't want to observe the situation below, he could do it faster and faster. Far away, Li Wenqian saw Belmode's helicopter hovering in the sky. What's the situation? Li Wenqian established a connection with Curacao using wireless communication equipment. Climb over this mountain, and in front of you is the Twilight Villa. Curacao didn't dare to get too close, after all, helicopters are more exposed to danger than cars in this mountainous area. According to plan, Curacao found a fairly flat place to land the helicopter. When I jumped off the helicopter, I had an AK in my hand and a usse submachine gun on my back. The uniform of the Metropolitan Police Department, which was used for camouflage, was exceptionally capable on this woman, and it also provided convenience for this operation. Burma don't kill. Li Wenqian felt that he had to remind Curacao that this woman couldn't hide the murderous aura in her heart every time she saw Belmode, and Belmode liked to tease Curacao. When entering the melee in the Twilight Annex later, it is difficult to guarantee that Curaçao's gun accidentally fired dozens of rounds on Belmode 02's body. Curaçao's body paused slightly. Got it. Wait a moment. Li Wenqian suddenly noticed that the signal had suddenly disappeared. Could it be that something happened? He and Belmode did not agree on any other signal that the situation has changed, but at this critical moment, is the accident at this critical moment exposed by Bell Mode, who is on the horse, or is he trying to send him some information? Li Wenqian can't figure it out. Twilight Annex. Bell Mode put on her clothes again and stood in the hall of the annex. On her left and right sides stood two female killers. Jin, are you relieved now? Searched. But not found. Bell Mode knew that this was not Jin's idea alone, and it was the boss Rinai Karasuma who actually authorized the female assassin to do so. The group no longer trusted her. In other words, she didn't gain the trust of the black organization from the very beginning. Absinthe, you should understand. These are the toughest times for organizations, and none of us can afford to be careless. Bell Mode snorted coldly, my old lady understands your grandma's legs. Just at this time, there was a gentle sound from upstairs, and the sound of elderly footsteps gradually approaching. Rinai Karasuma is here. Both Bell Mode and Jin could hear the footsteps of the boss. You're all here. Sit down. Rinai Karasuma is an obese and short old man. It is entirely due to the organization to study the effects of drugs, but it seems that Rinai Karasuma can't live long. This is why Karasuma Rinai must create the elixir of life reason. 3. Sit down. No one mentioned the body search of Bell Mode just now. It seems that this incident never happened from the beginning. Boom. The sound of the armed helicopter made the nerves of the already frightened black organization instantly tense. Bell Mode stood up abruptly. Coming. Her dear silver bullet finally appeared. At this moment, Bell Mode had a different feeling in his heart, and all he did was finally rewarded. It's a gunship, let's go. What are you doing in a daze? There is a car we parked there at the back door. Bell Mode is not just Absinthe, the intelligence agent of the organization, she also has another identity as actor Chrissy Wynyard. Under such a situation of extreme fear, neither the boss nor Jin could see any signs of acting at the actor's level, let alone notice the great change in Bell Mode's heart. Go. There is only one thought in Jin's mind right now. Run. He wants to leave this terrible place. Fighting against Li Wenqian over and over again made Jin realize that he was not an opponent. When he thought of the word Thug Tiga, he already felt fear in his heart, and lost a lot in terms of momentum. Boom _ An explosion at the back of the villa can be said to have chilled Jin's heart a lot. The car behind exploded. Not only that, even the back door, the only escape route, has been occupied. If you go out at this time, you will definitely be beaten to death by the killer in ambush at the back door. Da-da-da-da-da. Li Wenqian drove a helicopter gunship to shoot continuously in the sky. What is dimensionality reduction strike? This is FG called a dimensionality reduction strike. But Li Wenqian's strafing was not random. The signal source on Bell Mode's body is very strong, and the minimum error can be locked within a range of 3 meters. Because of this, his strafing can perfectly avoid Bell Mode's body. Chug chug chug. The 12.7 mm machine gun bullets are dense like rain, this thing is much easier to use than Gatling. In a blink of an eye, the outer wall has been smashed, revealing the golden inner body. It is said that the Twilight Villa is made of gold, and now it seems to be true. As far as this villa is concerned, Rinai Karasuma is richer than the Suzuki Consortium. In the Twilight Annex, the killer brought by Rinai Karasuma wanted to resist at first, but the bullet in his hand had already turned into minced meat before the second shot was fired. In a blink of an eye, there were only Rinai Karasuma lying on the ground, Chin 733 who was injured, and Bell Mode hiding in the corner who was ecstatic in his heart. At this moment, Jin called Vodka's mobile phone. Do not move. Put down the phone, or I will kill you now. Bell Mode finally showed his fangs. She would never let Jin make this phone call, and she knew what Jin was going to say to Vodka without guessing. Jin knew that he couldn't survive, so he decided to expose Li Wenqian's identity as the gangster Dijie, so that he could die together. Humph, it's really you, a woman. Jin's mentality exploded. How many undercover agents are there beside him? Put down your phone, or I'll shoot you right now. Belmode can actually shoot now, and she has always wanted to do this, but she also thinks that Li Wenqian might still want to meet the organization's #1 killer. Put it down, okay. Jin raised his right hand high, and then slowly let go to let the phone fall freely. At this moment, Jin turned around suddenly, slapped Belmode's pistol away, and then took out a pistol from his pocket. Chug! Curacao arrived in time and pierced Jin's hand holding the gun with a bullet, and 2 bullets hit Jin's knee, making Jin completely lose the ability to act and fight. Chapter 112. Li Wenqian finally met Rinai Karasuma, the legendary boss of the Black Organization. A short, fat, smelly old man. This image is not too different from what Li Wenqian imagined. At this time, Rinai Karasuma was lying on the ground, with blood flowing out from under his body, and it seemed that he was going to die. It's a pity. He originally wanted to ask Karasuma Rinai something about the organization, but Karasuma Rinai might not have any chance to speak in the current situation. Li Wenqian raised his hand and shot Rinai Karasuma with a single shot. Tiga, we meet again. Jin sneered. When he heard the name of the gangster Dijia for the first time just 2 months ago, he never thought that such a person could destroy the entire Black Organization. Even on the way to the Twilight Annex today, I didn't think about it. This time you won. Winning is too radical. Even at the last critical moment, he did not have the opportunity to reveal the identity of the gangster Tiga to Vodka. I know. Li Wenqian raised his hand and shot again. Jin does know many secrets of the Black Organization, but will this person tell? Most likely not. Perhaps Jin could be made to speak under torture, but Li Wenqian didn't have that time. He understands the truth of Yu Wanggujian. It is impossible for Li Wenqian to give his enemy any chance to stand up, even if this chance only exists in theory. Belmode stared at Li Wenqian, and suddenly rushed up to wrap his arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. It seems to be venting the depression that has been controlled by Black organizations for so many years. Belmode was finally released today. Of course I don't have a problem with you continuing to stand here, it's just that. Belmode's provocation made Curacao suddenly feel an inexplicable killing intent in his heart. He even began to regret the operation of saving Belmode just now. After Curacao left, Belmode closed the door smoothly. Help me. She didn't really want to have an in-depth communication with Li Wenqian, but just now when Karasuma Rinai was being searched by the female killer next to her, she put down the signal source in desperation. Now, can't get it out. Li Wenqian called him a good guy. Belmode is also the first person who can use the signal transmitter as a jumping egg. No wonder he said why the signal was interrupted later. Fortunately, Li Wenqian was skillful, and it only took a few minutes to successfully take out the signal transmitter while Belmode was twitching. Belmode came out of the room, feeling really transparent from top to bottom. Smiling to Curacao who was standing at the door, thank you for the 2 shots just now, do you want me to tell Li Wenqian that I will accept you for filling the house? Curacao pressed Belmode against the wall and put a dagger against Belmode's neck, don't force me to kill you. According to the information provided by Belmode, a document about the development history of the Black Organization was found in the dark room of Li Wenqian's Twilight Villa. It is recorded as follows. The organization was established in 1944. In 1954, the massacre in the Twilight Annex. In 1976, Miyano and his wife joined the Karasuma Group. In 1989 Akai Shuaki joined the Black Organization and received the code name Rai. In 1994, the final trial product of APTX was successfully developed. This article about the history of Black organizations is of no use to Li Wenqian. If you really want to talk about the age of Belmode, this woman's name appeared in this development history in 1974. How old are you this year? Li Wenqian was really curious. A secret makes a woman woman. Don't you know it's rude to ask a woman her age? Belmode's smile added a layer of mystery to her. Immediately afterwards, he said provocatively in Li Wenqian's ear, "You don't think I'm old, do you?" "That's not true. Belmode is actually more like the only real wine of the black organization. Time makes her more and more fragrant." Just at this time, the ground of the Twilight Annex began to tremble violently. Earth, an earthquake. Li Wenqian couldn't be sure, but judging from the current situation, this golden building at dusk was bound to collapse within a minute. Go! Li Wenqian hurriedly left the annex with the two of them. From the helicopter gunship, Li Wenqian witnessed the collapse and damage of the gold pavilion. The black organization was completely wiped out like this annex. What are you going to do next? Belmode already has an idea in her heart, and she will follow Ji Wenqian from now on. Learn from Kyudo Yukiko and stay away from the right and wrong place in the entertainment circle. Take over the black organization. As the saying goes, the centipede is dead but not stiff. Jin is dead, Rinai Karasuma is dead, but the family business of the black organization for decades is still there. Don't be in vain. You want to be the boss of the black organization. All right. She originally thought that after today, she would have nothing to do with the black organization, but she didn't expect that she would still be unable to take off her black body after all. But this time Belmode didn't have the feeling of being suppressed and manipulated before, and even felt that she was in control of the black organization. No, it's you. From today onwards, you are the boss of the black organization. Li Wenqian said. All right. Belmode finally knew where the premonition that he was going to control the black organization just now came from. Is you. It can be said that no one understands the black organization better than Belmode, and no one is more suitable to take over the black organization than Belmode. Li Wenqian's request was very simple. Sort out all the industries, funds, weapons, etc. of the black organization. Disobedient organization members, loyal Jin and Karasuma Rinai's organization members were all wiped out. No break, no stand. He wants to create a brand new underground organization. Little Baga, are you ready to be beaten? I'll take you somewhere. The armed helicopter's speed of 250 km per hour brought the three of them to a very hidden large factory in the Shikung Mountains. In the factory, there are also some black scientific research members in white coats who are working mechanized. Obviously these people don't know about the sudden death of Jin and boss Rinai Karasuma. Here Li Wenqian saw an armed helicopter, although it looked a bit worn out, it did not affect its use. At the same time, there is an Italian cannon, which looks even more worn out. I don't know if it can still be fired. This is the scientific research base of the black organization. After you destroyed Li's last time, Rinai Karasuma built another one here. It can be said that this is the place where black organizations spend the most money. Rinai Karasuma is indeed rich. But with his death, no one knows where the money went, and it is impossible to withdraw it. If you really want to say, the only place where you can realize it is the Golden Annex in Miyagi Mountain. Let's do this for now. Li Wenqian is not sure whether to continue researching this thing, and he is not sure whether it is worth acting. He wants to ask Miyano Shiho's opinion of that little loli. It is too troublesome to clean up the mess of the black organization. Li Wenqian decided to hand it over to Belmode. He's a hands-off shopkeeper. When the black organization reshuffles its cards and becomes a vanguard with combat effectiveness, then it will be the nightmare of the island country Little Baga. Before Li Wenqian left, Belmode asked a question: will the black organization change its name from today? Li Wenqian's answer is, no. Changing the name is not the same as telling others that the black organization has changed its appearance. Chapter 113. Belmode is a very capable woman. A week has allowed her to officially take over the black organization. The only regret is that Vodka, the 10,000-year-old driver in the organization, has escaped. But it doesn't matter. Although Vodka is also a core member with the code name of the winery in the black organization, he doesn't know that the gangster Tiga is Li Wenqian. This man is no longer a threat. During this period of time, Belmode took stock of all the arms, funds, industries, etc. of the black organization. The old man Ke Xue is very righteous. Although the money in the account was not available, he still left him 800 billion yen in liquidity. A research base. A number of guns, ammunition, and other weapons. In addition to these, there are more than 300 members of the organization. In fact, there can be more members of the black organization, but for Belmode, there are only these. Because it has just been formed, Li Wenqian does not intend to use this criminal team of hundreds of people to cause trouble at the most tense moment of the island country. But he gave Belmode an order. Organize people to dig out the Twilight Villa in Miaoai Mountain. For a layman like Li Wenqian, nothing is more valuable than gold. This is also the most valuable thing he thinks Rinai Karasuma left behind. On this day, Li Wenqian made a 120 call to Mayano Akimi, who was far across the ocean. Nani? The black organization is dead now. Mayano Akimi on the phone couldn't hide his surprise. It has only been a long time since they came to Florida, and it has only been more than a month, and the black organization has collapsed so quickly. Mayano Shiho snatched her sister's phone. Li Wenqian, it's me. Have you seen any records about APTX 4869 in the organization? Mayano Shiho has been hiding in the room to study the antidote for a while. But the information she currently has is too little. Even with some of the information provided by Li Wenqian last time and the clue of Baiganjiu, it was only a short-lived antidote for her to research, which unfortunately lasted for a week. I was about to ask you. Akagi Mountain in Gunma County has a scientific research base of a black organization, which is used to study the elixir of life. Is this kind of scientific research base useful? Li Wenqian's idea is relatively simple. If he doesn't use it, he will realize it. Yes, yes, yes. Many of the scientific research materials in it are precious, and they are the product of decades of painstaking efforts of many scientists. You must not explode. Mayano Shiho never seemed so nervous, and never seemed to have so many words at once. Then you have to come back quickly. I can't guarantee that I can stay until tomorrow. Mayano Shiho repeatedly promised that he would fly back to Tokyo immediately, and repeatedly told Li Wenqian not to destroy the base. That's her hope of turning back into Mayano Shiho again. The black organization was wiped out, which made Li Wenqian's heart sore. For him, the only enemy in the world who threatened his identity as the bandit Tiga was gone. Next, he can think about how to check in and become a 9-star good citizen in this tiny island country. Li Wenqian drove a Ferrari and wandered the streets, looking for creative inspiration while relaxing. Make adequate preparations for your road to being a good citizen. Coincidentally, he saw Yukiko coming out of a convenience store on the streets of Tokyo. This woman still kept her middle-aged aunt's dress when she went out. If it wasn't for seeing him before, Li Wenqian wouldn't be able to recognize him. Diddy, get in the car. Yukiko glanced back, and when she saw Li Wenqian, she couldn't help but tighten her and then lowered her head and quickened her pace. Drip 1. Diddy. Diddy. Yukiko was annoyed by the drip, and finally sat down on the passenger seat. What on earth do you want? She was not ready to hold Li Wenqian accountable, but this guy actually came to harass her. As soon as the words fell, Li Wenqian tore off Yukiko's disguise with lightning speed. It looks more comfortable that way. Of course Li Wenqian knows why Yukiko still disguises herself on the streets of Tokyo, not just because she is afraid of being photographed by the paparazzi in her daily life as a celebrity. More importantly, it was because they were afraid of being targeted by people from black organizations. But, now that smile is gone. What on earth do you want? Please go to dinner. Li Wenqian was in a good mood just after the black organization was wiped out, so it wouldn't be too much to invite Yukiko to a dinner party with thunderous means. Actually, you should thank me, and your whole family should thank me. Yukiko was surprised. Thanks for what? Thanks for taking advantage of her drunken night 7 times a night? Thanks for her being separated from Kyudo Isaku now, living alone at Kisaki Ari's home? Or is it thanks to her being hit 7 times by Li Wenqian again in the villa area in Tokyo? For Yukiko's surprise, Li Wenqian didn't explain much. It is the best outcome for them not to say anything about the black organizations. For Yukiko's resistance to the dinner, a command from Li Wenqian did the trick. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Li Wenqian opened a luxury suite with Yukiko's ID at the nearest hotel. Meeting is Ke Xue. The woman who was whipped couldn't stop, begging for mercy again and again. The blurred eyes were like a ball of flame, as if it wanted to swallow and melt Li Wenqian. Although the effect of the instruction has been eliminated, it is completely different from the attitude of refusing to get on the bus during the day. The next day, early morning. When Yukiko woke up, Li Wenqian was already gone. Yukiko felt as if there was a slight loss in her body, and she buckled it carefully. Idiot! Play this trick again. 1, 2, 3, 7. 1 is not much, and the other remains unchanged. If it weren't for these 7 little umbrellas, Yukiko would feel like she would be filled. What caught Yukiko the most was a 1,000 yen bill next to her bed. Idiot! 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 Is this stepping on the old lady as a sale? Yukiko is very angry. But what made her even more angry was to leave only 1,000 yen, which was only enough for a breakfast and a taxi home. Did the BD Li Wenqian call her ABCH? Chapter 114. That afternoon, a piece of gossip made the headlines on the front page of the Tokyo Daily. Famous actress Fujimine Yukiko meets a mysterious man at night. A blurred photo is attached below the caption. The photo happened to be the scene where Li Wenqian helped Yukiko into the Miwa Hotel to open a room. Fortunately, it's just a back view. As soon as this news hit the headlines of the Tokyo Daily, it instantly caused an uproar in the whole of Tokyo. First topic of discussion, is Yukiko back in Tokyo? According to the news about the separation of Yukiko and Kyudo Isaku from Rice Media, it is not possible for Yukiko to return to Tokyo. Second question, who the hell is that man with Yukiko? Some people speculated that it was Yukiko's father, and some people speculated that it was the wild man Yukiko dated outside. But all agree that this is the most immediate reason for Yukiko and Kyudo Isaku's separation. For half a day, the whole of Tokyo knew that Yukiko had gone drinking with a mysterious man. Hey, have you read the news? This is the first time Yukiko took the initiative to contact Li Wenqian. She's numb. From her debut in her teens until now in her 30s, Yukiko never thought that such a scandal would happen to her. Look. When Li Wenqian returned to the villa, he saw the headlines on the front page of the Tokyo Daily. Before the time travel, he was also a person who would occasionally eat melons, but he never thought that he would become a leading actor one day. To be honest, this feeling did not bother Li Wenqian, and even found it very interesting. The media was right. He just f'd Yukiko last night, 7 times. You can still laugh now. What should we do with this matter? Yukiko really doesn't want to contact Li Wenqian, but who else can she discuss this matter with besides Li Wenqian? Now she is so desperate that she doesn't even dare to go back to Kisaki Ari's house. It's already happened, so what can we do? They have no proof that the woman in the photo must be you. Li Wenqian said with a smile. I do not care. You must help me deal with this matter, or I will never see you again in the future. Is this kidding him? Don't see each other in the future. It means that if this incident is over, they still have the opportunity to communicate in depth again. Li Wenqian wondered if he had overinterpreted it. Don't worry, I'll take care of this for you. There are actually many ways to deal with gossip. The first one, ignore it. Within a week, the heat of this matter will fade in the public eye. The second type, anti-customer oriented. I firmly insist that the person in the photo is not me, and anyone who speaks nonsense will be warned by a lawyer. Most people would subconsciously think that Yukiko was right when they saw the person involved being so confident. The third is even simpler, buy headlines. Use a hotter matter to overshadow this matter. Li Wenqian chooses the third method. Simple, direct, and effective. Those who spend money are often the best horses. One more thing. After being silent for a long time, Yukiko said, "What happened to the 1,000 yen on my bed?" Yukiko wanted to know if Li Wenqian really took her for sale. "Eat and take the car, otherwise you can go back." This statement made Yukiko feel better. After she came out of the convenience store that day, she really didn't have much money left on her body. Buy and wait. A blind tone from the phone. Li Wenqian put down his cell phone and picked up a newspaper. Fortunately, the paparazzi only took a picture of his back, otherwise he would show his face like this. Pay attention later. Next time, bring Yukiko to the villa to do it. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Staff Canteen. My Wako, did you read the news? The famous actress Yukiko went to sleep with a mysterious man. A large melon keeps Miyamoto Yumi all you can eat. Yukiko can be regarded as her idol goddess in her student days, and I don't know which mysterious man is so powerful that he can take Yukiko down. Go to sleep. Oh. Satsumi Wako looked uninterested, or she was never interested in this kind of gossip. If firearms and the military can really tease her taste buds. You must not know that this is the man who once played. Miyamoto Yumi took out today's Tokyo Daily, trying to pull my Wako onto the same channel. 0. Ask for flowers. My Wako, do you think this mysterious man looks like my boyfriend? Miyamoto Yumi didn't have this feeling at first, but she suddenly had this awareness at the moment just now. The feeling also became stronger and stronger. Your boyfriend? Li Wenqian. You might as well say that our eldest sister from the finance department took pictures with Kato Taka. Miyamoto Yumi nodded thoughtfully, what he said seemed to make sense. How could Li Wenqian get to know a big star like Yukiko? She must be thinking too much. Yumi, eat here slowly, I still have a lot of things to deal with. Since the Yasukuni shrine was blown up by the gangster Tiga, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's search section has been deprived of its vacation forever. 0. The superiors have issued a death order to them, they will never rest until the gangster Tiga is caught. She hates Tiga. My Wako, haven't you guys finished your busy work lately? Miyamoto Yumijet does not feel the pain of Satsumi Wako, because the traffic division received orders to maintain traffic in Tokyo. If the gangster Tiga reappears in Tokyo, make sure that the special security forces and the self-defense forces can rush to the scene of the crime as soon as possible. Is there a day when work is done? Satsumi Wako is too lazy to explain to Miyamoto Yumi now, that is a topic that 2 caddies of coffee may not finish talking about. Some time ago, a great cleverness gave the Metropolitan Police Department a bad idea. Let them collect all the names of the people who committed the crimes in Digia in these few times, and then Kong arranged to find out the people who were at the scene when Jia committed the crimes. Nice way. The Metropolitan Police Department found out after a month of hard work that no one agreed. My Wako, where are you going now? Osaka. According to the information provided by the Osaka police, there was a horrific murder case not long ago. A total of 4 people in the BMW car were all slaughtered like pigs, and a bombed and scrapped tank was left at the scene of the crime. Whether it is from the criminal method or the model of the tank, it can already be explained that it is the gangster Tiga. At present, even the attention of the self-defense forces has been placed on the territory of Osaka Prefecture. Individual. Chapter 115. The next day. An even more shocking news was recorded on the front page headline of the Tokyo Daily. There was a mysterious person who didn't want to be named to pay 800 billion yen for the life of the gangster Tiga. Once this news was released, it caused an uproar in Tokyo instantly. This means that the 200 billion yen before Li Wenqian's head is now on the shelf has reached trillions. From the 100 billion walking before to 200 billion, now it has become a trillion walking. For a while, the outside world was guessing who this mysterious man was. The first to be guessed is the Suzuki Foundation. It is well known that Suzuki Jiragi, the consultant of the Suzuki Consortium, likes to pretend to be aggressive, but the two real man fights with Kaito Kid were robbed by the gangster Tiga. There is a motive for killing, and it is also in line with the ability to pay 800 billion yen in hidden flowers. After hearing the news, the 950 Mu Consortium held a press conference immediately. There is only one theme of the meeting: don't step on the horse to touch porcelain. Suzuki Jiragi really hates the gangster Tiga, but he doesn't dare to offend him. Can't pretend and can't survive. There is still a clear distinction between the two. After the Suzuki Consortium's conjecture was rejected by the parties concerned, the Dogong Consortium, the Haneda family, etc. conjectures appeared. But everyone made it clear that they had nothing to do with them. Dear Mr. Digia, please don't do it. There are various speculations, and it seems that no one pays attention to Yukiko's dating. So who is this person? It's Li Wenqian. He did this not only to help Yukiko out of the siege, but more importantly, he wanted to know which consortiums in the island country could casually spend 800 billion yen without blinking an eye. Now that he is a man with a complete organization, there will definitely be a lot of places where money will be used in the future. Li Wenqian looked at the already troubled Tokyo city, and his heart was already full of joy. Ding dong! The crisp doorbell caught Li Wenqian's attention, and the two sisters Miyano and Miyano were already seen standing at the door from the surveillance footage. Please come in. Miyano Shiho came to Li Wenqian's house for the first time, and it was completely different from what he imagined. If she didn't know Li Wenqian's real identity, she would definitely think that Li Wenqian is a successful person who looks like a dog. Mr. Wenqian, long time no see. In fact, their original plan was to fly back to Tokyo tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but Sister Shiho couldn't wait. Even if she said that Li Wenqian would not blow up the scientific research base, she could not stop Hoer's anxious sister. Li Wenqian, the scientific research base is still there. That was the first sentence Miyano Shiho said after entering the door. For her, the scientific research base is really too important, almost equivalent to her half-life. The information inside is still there, but the scientific research base will no longer keep it. Li Wenqian has now figured out that the Black Organization is researching the elixir of life. He doesn't believe it. If there is really an elixir of life in this world, it is very likely that the flag of the Qin dynasty is planted in this small island country. Li Wenqian wants to be a pure and good citizen. He will not engage in those messy crooked ways. After the scientific research base was cashed out, it was equipped with guns and ammunition, and then beckoned some younger brothers to attack the police station. This is what a good citizen should do. Okay, I see. The destruction of the scientific research base is indeed a pity for Miyano Shiho, who likes to engage in scientific research, but it is enough for Li Wenqian to leave those materials, and she has no plan to return to the place that made her feel sad. Place? Then where are these materials now? Asked Miyano Shiho. Don't worry, someone will bring it to you tomorrow afternoon at the latest. You two just stay here. Long time no see. Li Wenqian felt that it was necessary to have an in-depth emotional exchange with Miyano Akemi. Spit out the longing for a period of time, and swallow the feelings after meeting. Just at this time, the appearance of Curacao caused a 180-degree change in Miyano Shiho's face. She stood up abruptly. Shiho, what's the matter? Miyano Akemi's face was full of doubts. Her name is Curacao, you should have heard her name. Miyano Shiho has not only heard of it, she has seen it more than once in black organizations. The top killer in the organization, Belly. Even Mayano Akemi is not calm anymore. Zero. She just doesn't know Curacao, and she should know the name of a wine. Hi there. Curacao seems to be in a good mood today. After saying hello to the two Mayano sisters, they turned and went upstairs to their own separate small room. Well, she used to be a member of the Black Organization, and now she has reformed like you. This made the Mayano sisters feel awkward, but they both understood the meaning of Li Wenqian's words. The other side. Kisaki Aries Villa is in trouble. Needless to say, I have nothing to say to him. Shinichi, please tell Mr. Kyudo that the two of us will have no relationship from now on. Yukiko thought it was over. She wants less. For her, this is just the beginning. Her marriage with Kyudo Asako has a huge rift, which has reached the point of no return. Mom, beep beep beep. Kyudo Shinichi's scalp tingled as he listened to the blind voice on the other side of the phone. Father, please persuade Mom, she may have something to hide, or what? What do you know, a little brat? Kyudo Shinichi wanted to help his father weld the green hat on, but Kyudo Asako rejected his son 5.9's filial piety. He didn't take it, he refused. Dad, I'm not young anymore, and I understand the relationship between you. I think you should sit down calmly and have a good chat. Maybe things are not as you imagined, maybe the one in the newspaper is not my mother at all. In fact, Kyudo Shinichi couldn't even convince himself. If the woman in the newspaper wasn't his mother, he would have eaten the Tokyo Daily. Have nothing to say. From today onwards, I will not have any relationship with her. If there is a possibility of meeting, it must be at the divorce scene. Kyudo Shinichi's scalp tingled. Riding on horses. If I had known earlier, he might as well have died in the scientific research base of Mount Harana. Chapter 116. The warm afternoon sun shone into the villa. Belmode sat lazily on the balcony, holding a glass of red wine to taste. The Black Organization is now gradually on the right track. The scientific research base has been uprooted, and all the equipment inside has been realized by Belmode. 100 billion yen in cash is still very fragrant. No break, no stand. The current Black Organization is truly all black, and there is no bottle of fake wine mixed in it. From today onwards, this Black Organization has undergone a complete transformation. It will never engage in such rotten things as the elixir of life. Their slogan is, do things, do things, do things. If the dead Jin knew what the Black Organization has become now, he would probably wake up with a smile. Of course, what made Li Wenqian even more excited was that the Twilight Pavilion had been dug out by members of the Black Organization. According to Belmode's estimate, at least there are 2,000 tons of gold. That's a ton. Li Wenqian calculated 3 times based on 2,000 tons and the current price of gold. Converting it into advanced, it would be more than $70 billion, equivalent to 10 trillion yen. How much is the annual GDP of the island country? Li Wenqian is not too much to say that he is the richest man in Tokyo. Have the documents I asked for been delivered? Mayano Shiho stood at the door, his original moving steps were completely stiff. Because she saw Belmode. If the appearance of Curacao just made 02 feel a little uncomfortable in her heart, then Belmode had already made her feel a wave of nameless anger. It can be seen that Belmode should have been conquered by Li Wenqian just like Curacao. This man is really not simple. Gone. Mayano Shiho took the information and turned to leave. No action is redundant, and there is no redundant nonsense. Although she hates Belmode, what can she say? Li Wenqian saved her life and her sister's life, and this is Ji Wenqian's home. She has no right to ask Li Wenqian to drive this annoying woman out. Why is Sherry here? Belmode scratched his hair. She should have thought of it long ago. How could Li Wenqian, a rough man, ask for such precise information? As long as she thought that Sherry wanted those materials, she let them rot in the scientific research base. Mayano Shiho hates Bell Mode, but Bell Mode hates Mayano Shiho even more. The hatred between the two of them started from the beginning of the previous generation. The drug Mayano Shiho's parents developed in the organization was used on her, and she was controlled by the black organization for decades. Hate the House and the Crow. After Mayano Shiho took over the scientific research of the black organization, Belvid transferred this hatred to Mayano Shiho. There are still some things in the organization, this time I need Kuriso's help. Kuriso wanted to play for a while, but now he has no mood at all. Will never come again from now on. You sure? Li Wenqian worried that if the two women went out together, only one would come back alive. You underestimate me, Bell Mode. She is not a vase for anyone to watch. Black organizations can be completely controlled by her, and she can't hold a Kuriso. Of course, the reason for borrowing Kuriso this time is because the black organization has some tricky things that she can't handle. For example, the absconding vodka and the heretics in the organization who are loyal to Jin. By the way, there is one more thing I need to let you know. We seem to be being targeted by someone. The we mentioned by Bell Mode does not refer to Li Wenqian, but the current black organization. According to the eyeliner report of the black organization, someone drove a pickup truck to MT. I guess this person is likely to be a member of the FBI. Black organizations do things in a secret way. For decades, the Tokyo police don't even know the existence of black organizations. And those who really know the existence of black organizations are the Japanese public security, CIA, and FBI. FBI. One wave is just flat, and another wave rises again. Li Wenqian also realized that his new enemy was coming. Cupido Hotel. The room on the top floor of the hotel is chartered by James, an FBI commander, for many years. At this time, the top floor of the hotel has become the FBI's office area. In the room, James, Jody, Ke Xue, Cameron, and other outstanding FBI elite agents are all there. Look at this. Ke Xue sent everyone a photo. The photo was taken in a mountainous area, and the contents of the photo were so messed up that the other detectives couldn't see any clues. Xue, what is this? Jody asked out the temptation in everyone's mind. No one understands how this photo has anything to do with the subject of the meeting. The FBI agents are sitting here today. Take a closer look at the damaged place under the photo. Ke Xue was not in a hurry. This is... Rows of densely packed holes appeared on the tree trunk in the photo. That's right. This is the trace of being hit by a bullet. I also saw the crater created by the shell explosion and the trace of the grenade explosion in places that were not photographed in the woods. The FBI agents instantly understood. This is the work of the gangster Tiga. It fits perfectly with the theme of their meeting and the purpose of coming to Tokyo this time. But Xue, it seems that this place was not only hit by shells, but also excavated by someone. Jody asked again. You're absolutely right. There used to be a Twilight Annex here, which was the former residence of Karasumarinai, the boss of the black organization, and now this annex has completely disappeared from this world. Based on my guess, this should have happened a week ago, on May 20. As Rai, a former core member of the black organization, Ke Xue also knows the importance of this day. Disappeared. But why did the gangster Tiga do this? It doesn't make sense. It makes no sense at all. Now the FBI knows that the gangster Tiga and the black organization have grievances, but even if they want to take revenge, it will not be so extreme that they will poach the house. 437. I haven't figured this out yet, but now I can be sure that the situation of the black organization must be difficult. Ke Xue once thought of many possibilities to make the black organization miserable, but he never thought that one person could burst out with such a great energy, and what made him even more unimaginable was that this was a gangster who was jointly wanted by the island country and the United States. Xue, you know the black organization best here. Where do you think we should go to find this gangster named Tiga next? Commander James finally spoke at the meeting. Wait. Ke Xue also has no good way. The clues they have so far are not enough to support them to deduce the next criminal plan of the gangster Dijia, and even he guesses that the gangster has no plan at all. It's all about doing things according to your own preferences. Wait. The FBI agent looked at Ke Xue suspiciously. We can only wait for this guy to commit another crime and grab his foxtail. After Ke Xue finished speaking, he turned to look at Agent Jody next to him. How are things on your side now? No leads. The FBI guessed that the gangster Tiga might live in Miwa Town, so they sent Jody to Diden High School. On the one hand, they have a reasonable identity as a cover in the island country. The second point is that Diden High School is located in Miwa Town. Facilitate investigation. But after a while, there is no clue at all, and no crowd that fits Bofiti's characteristics appears. The luxury suite on the top floor of the Kyobito Hotel fell into a dead silence. Chapter 117. Diden High School. Today is the anniversary of the campus, and the school is extremely lively. Li Wenqian came uninvited. This is the first time he really entered Diden High School, so there is nothing to see. Apart from a high school girl in a sailor uniform, there was nothing else that attracted him. Standing in the campus, Li Wenqian suddenly felt two big meatballs hitting him behind him. Riding on horses. This damn pushback. He wants to see which female classmate has such a huge peach. When Li Wenqian turned around, the first thing he saw was a piece of white snow, and two swaying fruits seemed to be beckoning to him. The woman kept bending down to pick up things that fell on the ground, while Li Wenqian kept staring at the blonde woman. Everything was so familiar. Oh no! Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. The moment the woman got up, Li Wenqian saw her exquisite face. Agent Jody from the FBI. To be honest, the reason why Li Wenqian came today uninvited was because of this foreign woman. The FBI has recently been eyeing the black organization, and it is also eyeing him. So Li Wenqian has to find a way to understand the FBI's movements, and the only loophole that allows him to break through is the woman Jody. Oh, are you okay? I accidentally bumped into you just now, I'm really very sorry. Jody bent down to apologize, and presented the huge milky white fruit to Li Wenqian again. Suzuki Sanako is right, this foreign woman is indeed very sexy. Li Wenqian once believed that this English teacher not only wanted to teach, but also wanted to educate people. It's okay, I didn't notice my surroundings just now, and suddenly stopped. Li Wenqian was smiling on the surface. He was already thinking about how to get the FBI's foothold out of his pretentious mouth and take it away. Student, which class are you in? Jody asked. I'm not a student of Diden High School, I'm here today to find someone. Our old Li is also a handsome young man from all over the world. Although he is 23 years old this year, he actually looks like the same age as Suzuki Sanako, Ran Mori, and others. With such a face on the street, no one will believe that he is the gangster Dijia who dominates Tokyo. Oh, you came to participate in the anniversary celebration of Diden High School today, and then you couldn't find your way, right? Come with me. I have to say that Jody's disguise is very good. If he didn't know Jody's identity as an FBI agent in advance, he would really be deceived by this beautiful foreign woman. Okay, thank you teacher. The two walked and chatted all the way, exchanging each other's names during the conversation. But when Li Wenqian offered to invite Jody to dinner, the vigilant foreign woman declined. Li Wenqian is not in a hurry, the future is long. He has a lot of life, and some time and black organizations consume it. Wenqian-jun, you are really here. Suzuki Sanako ran over and took Li Wenqian's arm. She knew that she had an irreplaceable place in Li Wenqian's heart, so she just said something to Li Wenqian, and she really came to participate in the anniversary event planned by her. Oh Sanako, it turns out that the person Mr. Wenqian is looking for is you. Suzuki Sanako was not embarrassed when she saw Jody next to her, and generously introduced her love relationship with Li Wenqian. Wenqian-jun, this is the teacher Jody I mentioned to you before. Suzuki Sanako thought teacher Jody was an extremely coquettish foreign woman before, but she and Xiao Ran changed this view after meeting Yeti in the mall and having a meal together. She thinks that teacher Jody is a very good person, and she is gradually getting used to the teaching methods of foreign English teachers. We already know each other. Li Wenqian stared at Jody darkly and complicatedly. He believes that in the future it will definitely be more than a simple acquaintance, and the next time we meet, be ready to bear his bombardment. Mr. Jody, we have something to do, so we won't talk to you for now. Suzuki Sanako took Li Wenqian around the anniversary celebration and introduced the whole anniversary celebration in detail. The whole event included drama, stage play, magic, and even a boring reasoning drama. Ran Mori, who is recognized by Suzuki High School as being super handsome, also had a short role in this anniversary drama. Did you watch the news today? Suzuki Sanako sat next to Li Wenqian in a high profile, showing off the fact that she has a boyfriend. Just to tell the guy who said she couldn't find a boyfriend that she, Suzuki Sanako, is a powerhouse. What news? Li Wenqian has been very busy recently. Especially after the acquisition of the Black Organization, there is a lot of work to be done every day. If the Black Organization can't give him the return he wants, then the one who is on the horse is cheating. It's Kyudo Shinichi's mother who changed her name. This matter has exploded in our school, and it will even catch up with the enthusiasm of this anniversary celebration. Kyudo Shinichi. What a famous name this name used to be in Didan High School, almost everyone knew it. Because of this, Suzuki Sanako is more disgusted with Kyudo Shinichi. She can't see other people's high-profile pretense. But now that guy is missing, there is no difference between being flat and dead. Oh, forget, you don't know Kyudo Shinichi. Then you must know the big star Fujimine Yukiko, the big beauty who appeared on the Tokyo Daily a few days ago and went to a hotel with others to open a room. Her name was Fujimine Yukiko before, but she changed her name to Kyudo Yukiko after she got married, and now she is going to change it back again. Yukiko's name change this time means that her marriage with Kyudo Asako is completely shattered. The two of them are done. This guy Kyudo Shinichi is going to be a kid from a divorced family. Changed your name to Fujimine Yukiko. Li Wenqian really doesn't know about this matter, but he is sure that it must have happened this morning. Hello Wang Wang, because yesterday he was still reading the Tokyo Daily. Yes. This matter has made headlines in Tokyo Entertainment, and now many people are waiting for the news of Fujimine Yukiko and Kyudo Asako's divorce to break out. Suzuki Sanako is one of them. The reason for everyone's expectation is also very simple. Fujimine Yukiko retired from the entertainment industry after she got married. Now after her divorce, many people expect her to return to the big screen and awaken the memories of that generation. That's kind of interesting. A playful smile appeared on the corner of Li Wenqian's mouth. His 21 bursts of ecstasy did the trick after all, breaking Yukiko and Kyudo Asako's relationship. I believe Yukiko must be on the way to relief now. An idea suddenly popped up in Li Wenqian's mind, ask Yukiko out. How could the two of them not celebrate this memorable day? Chapter 118. 3 days later. A news of Yukiko's divorce hit the front page of the Tokyo Entertainment Daily. Since then, Yukiko has become a free person, restored her original surname, and officially changed her name to Fujimine Yukiko. Li Wenqian was lying on the bed, and Yukiko was lying sprawled on the carpet. I want to move. I'm too tired to move now. Don't think that something will happen between the two of us after divorce now. It's impossible for me and you. This is woman. Before the pants are pulled up, the lines are drawn. As expected of a former sister in the film and television industry, she interpreted the 4 words pull de ruthless vividly. That's exactly what I mean. If Yukiko really sticks to her side all day, Li Wenqian is really not happy about it. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. If Yukiko's heat is transferred to him, it will definitely affect his path to becoming a good citizen. Li Wenqian is a fastidious person, since there is no relationship to talk about, then give money. Roll. Get lost, old lady. Yukiko threw Li Wenqian's clothes and the 10,000 yen on the bed far away. Talking about feelings is a humiliation to her friendship with Kisaki Eri, but giving money and stepping on the horse is destroying her personality. The dragon roared in Yukiko's heart, I'm not here to sell. Don't humiliate him with a low price of 10,000 yen. Pull D to be ruthless. From Li Wenqian's point of view, this is a typical example of getting cheap and selling well. 277. Li Wenqian got off the elevator, and the moment he opened the door, he passed a middle-aged man. This seemingly ordinary life scene suddenly made Li Wenqian feel that something was wrong. He is not a detective. There is no sense of smell and reasoning ability used by detectives, but James of the FBI knows it. The person who entered the elevator just now looked like he was on a horse. Looking at the elevator that has already ascended to the 3rd floor, it is impossible to catch up now. With an idea, Li Wenqian walked to the front desk of the hotel. Beauty, I would like to ask which floor Mr. James who just passed by lives on. At BH at 2, plus. Regardless of whether this person is James or not, the foreigner's face just now must be able to leave a deep impression on the lady at the front desk. Sir, are you? The front desk of the hotel has its own professional ethics, and customer information must not be leaked unless there are special circumstances. I'm Mr. James' partner, and it's his birthday in 2 days, so I want to prepare a present for him. Money can turn ghosts around. Li Wenqian threw 50,000 yen on the front desk's face, which instantly made this beautiful lady completely sink. I don't know if the gentleman you're talking about is James, but he lives on the 20th floor of the hotel, which is the 1st floor. Li Wenqian originally planned to extract the real identity of the foreigner from the front desk lady. Plan failed. Now it's time to find another way to verify that it's FBI Commander James who lives on the top floor. Thanks. We ask you not to leak out our conversation today. Li Wenqian gave another 30,000 yuan of hush money to the front desk lady, and then went to the elevator key on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Why are you back again? I've done my makeup now and I'm leaving soon. Yukiko thought that Li Wenqian was here to fight back, so she resolutely refused to give Li Wenqian any chance. You help me make one too. Yukiko's camouflage is not worse than Bell mode in some aspects. If you really want to say the gap is that Yukiko can't change the voice. Make up. Did you meet your enemies outside? Yukiko, this is no joke. It's normal for a guy like this who sleeps with other people's wives or other people's daughters to have a few enemies outside. She even wondered if Li Wenqian was already on the dark flower list of the Black Club. There are 2 creditors here, I want to go over and confirm. Yukiko didn't ask much, and according to a photo provided by Li Wenqian, she turned into a middle-aged man with a dark complexion. Li Wenqian looked in the mirror, and there were only 4 words, superb technique. Picture. It's really too similar. Li Wenqian now thinks he is the cleaner of the Kupo Hotel. Now even he himself can't imagine his original appearance. Li Wenqian changed into a cleaner's clothes in the hotel's cleaning room, fell asleep and came to the top floor of Linho Hotel. Unusual. As soon as Li Wenqian came to the top floor, a different feeling appeared in his heart. According to the description of the lady at the front desk, the entire 1st floor has been chartered by foreign men for many years. This alone is enough, to make people suspicious. Which one should be their lair? Li Wenqian doesn't care anymore, one room after another starts knocking. What for? At this time, an Asian face came out from the opposite room, and the stern face looked difficult. Clean and hygienic. Li Wenqian glanced into the room while speaking. You can see that there are still a few people in the room, but it is not clear who is inside because the door is too small. There is no need to clean here, please leave. Sir, I haven't reached your room yet. This entire floor has been taken over by us, doesn't your hotel know? At this time a foreign man came out of the hotel room. When Li Wenqian saw this foreign man, he was so excited that he almost drew his gun. James. Laozi knew it was you. Li Wenqian finally held back. Can't be reckless. There are surveillance cameras in the room of the Kyubato Hotel, if he kills here, he can indeed wipe out all these FBI agents. But that will inevitably put him in danger of being exposed. Sorry, I'm leaving now. Please wait a moment. Li Wenqian thinks her acting skills are not bad, could it be that James has noticed the clues? If that's the case, it's no wonder he... Nakamura, what are you doing here? At this time, the lobby manager arrived in time, first reprimanded Nakamura, and then apologized to James and other hotel guests. In the past 2 days, Nakamura asked for leave, did not understand the situation, and other reasons, all moved out, which was considered to resolve the misunderstanding. Li Wenqian also took this opportunity to quietly leave the top floor of the hotel. He should thank the lobby manager for his rescue, but Yukiko should be thanked the most. Without Yukiko's superb makeup skills, how could he have fooled the lobby manager and the FBI agents? Li Wenqian originally thought that he would need to torture Judy to extract a confession in order to know the actions of the FBI, but he did not expect to find the Bai's lair in Tokyo by accident. This is really God taking care of him. Lian Woduan. Be sure to connect the nest end. The short effort to go downstairs has already caused Li Wenqian to start planning the plan to destroy the FBI group in his head. The entire Tokyo has now entered the first level of alert. If he makes another move, the risk must increase exponentially compared to before. But if they already know the FBI's lair and haven't taken action yet, then those who are on the horse don't mean they are just waiting to be beaten passively. This is obviously not his Li Wenqian style. Li Wenqian is not a BD. Even if he lost a few more lives in Tokyo, he must completely eradicate these FI agents. This time he not only wants to get a vote, but also has to get a big vote. Li Wenqian had already made up his mind, and it was hard for him to make a move. It seemed unreasonable if he, old Li, didn't give little Baga a hard blow to his heart. Let these little Baga know that the self-defense forces can't save you. Chapter 119. Sky Tower. That's it. Li Wenqian chose a circle on the map, thinking that there is really no place more suitable than the Ski Tree. First of all, the Ski Tree is the tallest building in Tokyo with a height of 634 meters. There is no taller building in the entire island country than the Ski Tree. The second point is the geographical location of the Ski Tree. The straight line distance from the Ski Tree to the Kyubido Hotel is 5 kilometers, and this distance meets Li Wenqian's basic requirements for destroying the FBI. The third point is Li Wenqian's personal affection, which is of course the most important point. Tokyo Ski Tree is also known as Tokyo Sky Tree, and of course it has a more important name, New Tokyo Tower. Since the Tokyo Tower was bombed, the people of the island country seem to have gradually erased the word new of the New Tokyo Tower, and some even said that this is the Tokyo Tower. Icelanders have transferred their love for Tokyo Tower to Sky Tree. The first prominent building that Li Wenqian blew up after he came to Ke Xue World was the Tokyo Tower. In view of his decision to temporarily move his position after finishing this vote. From the tower to the tower. Tokyo Ski Tree must be blown up. After this time, I will take a short rest for a few days. No 1-to-1, Oshiage 1 Chom, Sumitaku, Tokyo. The 634-meter-high Tokyo Ski Tree stands at this location. Everyone seems to look up at the sky after walking here, looking up at the tallest building in the island country. This is not only the tallest tower in the island country, but also certified as the tallest tower building in the world. So since the Tokyo Tower was bombed, many Icelanders have transferred their love to the Ski Tree. Li Wenqian had already investigated the purpose of the island nation's construction of the Tokyo Skytree when he came again. It was to reduce the barriers to the transmission of the second team's radio waves caused by the high-rise buildings in the center of Tokyo. At the same time, because of the destruction of the Tokyo Tower, the Skytree was used as a wireless TV signal transmitting station. That is to say, if the Skytree is blown up, Tokyo people may have to watch AV again to make ends meet. Excited just thinking about it. I don't know if the collapse of the Skytree can bring a taste stimulus to his system, and reward him with a wave of 9-star good citizens. Li Wenqian looked up at the sky, and the 634-meter Skytree really gave him a feeling that he couldn't see the end at a glance. So here comes the question, when the 634-meter Tokyo Skytree is blown up, which direction will it turn back, and how many people will be killed? Li Wenqian. A familiar voice called to stop Li Wenqian, and at the same time called to stop that killing heart. King Xue. The girl standing behind was none other than Nakamori Ayako, whom he had known for a while. But Li Wenqian paid more attention to the girl next to Nakamori Ayako. This is Tayama Kazuha, right? He remembered that Tayama Kazuha should be from Kansai. Why did he come to Tokyo? Don't tell him. Tokyo has been under military control recently, and only those with brains will come here. Let Li Wenqian and Tayama Kazuha get to know each other officially, and at the same time let him know the real reason why Tayama Kazuha came here. I have to say that Tayama Kazuha's father has something, this old guy successfully predicted him. King Xue, what's your relationship? Tayama Kazuha noticed that something was wrong, mainly because Nakamori Ayako's eyes were wrong. Tayama Kazuha has never seen Nakamori Ayako so lovable in front of a person of the opposite s*x. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. Li Wenqian's answer made Tayama Kazuha uneasy. King Xue, do you have a boyfriend? You can't hide the look in the eyes of the swordsman. Dog thing, didn't you say you were single last time? Tayama Kazuha finally understood that Nakamori Ayako didn't want to take her out to play, but to make an appointment with her. King Xue, you really deserve to die. Kazuha, things are not what you think. She didn't want to hide it deliberately, it was just because the relationship between the two was tough. The last time Li Wenqian didn't let her talk about the Yasukuni shrine, she even hid Li Wenqian. To be honest, since she fell asleep last time, she has been dreaming about Li Wenqian recently. She has been occupied by this man, whether it is psychologically or physically. The most exaggerated thing is her father's recent attitude. Since Li Wenqian went to her house for dinner last time, her father's attitude towards Li Wenqian has changed drastically. He asked her not to marry Li Wenqian, but even asked her to go to sleep with Li Wenqian one day. I really don't know what kind of ecstasy soup Li Wenqian poured into her father to make a father say such stupid words. You guys also came to Skytree to play together. Let's go, my treat. Li Wenqian's visit this time was just to step on the spot, and it seemed more natural after bringing two girls with him. Who would have thought that a sunny boy like him would turn into a criminal who destroyed the Tokyo Skytree next? We've already bought tickets in advance. Nakamori Ayako not only took out her and Tayama Kazuha tickets, but even took out a spare one from the back table. Originally, there was a good girlfriend who was traveling with me, but that girl didn't come. Li Wenqian accepted it with a smile. The extra tickets can not only be used, but also help him hide his whereabouts. Why not do it? Compared with Tokyo Tower, Tokyo Skytree is more powerful. The ticket price of more than 2,000 yen alone is a level higher than that of Tokyo Tower. On the 7th floor of the Skytree, there is an experience of looking up at the starry sky, which means sitting on a special seat and looking at the sky. Li Wenqian has no interest in this. What he cares about is how to let these little baga go to heaven and make himself a good citizen of 9 stars. After staying on the 7th floor for a while, Li Wenqian took the two girls all the way up to the Tembo deck 350 meters away from the Tokyo Skytree. 0. Ask for flowers. The tembo deck is equipped with large glass up to 5 meters in all directions. According to the introduction on the tembo deck, you can see places 70 kilometers away. That is to say, as long as you drive Gatling well, you can shoot wildly in 360 degrees without dead ends. Mr. Wenqian, do we want to go up again? Need. Li Wenqian felt that this should be the penultimate time for him to visit Tokyo Sky Tree, and he had to take a good look at it. More importantly, he had to consider where Gatling would be placed when he came to Tokyo Sky Tree next time. Tokyo Sky Tree Tembo Corridor. A sightseeing spot located 450 meters from Tokyo Sky Tree. At this height, even the Tokyo Tower, which has been bombed, has become a younger brother. It cost him more than 3,000 yen just to climb up. No wonder Ayako Nakamori asked him if he wanted to go up. Li Wenqian stood in the Tianwang corridor. Let me take a picture of you too. This is indeed a good place for taking pictures, but it is not an excellent shooting location for dimensionality reduction strikes. Although it is 100 meters higher than the tembo deck, it is not as good as the tembo deck at 350 meters in terms of field of view and shooting angle. Facts have proved that sometimes being tall is not always an advantage. Would you like to take one for you too? The light bulb Tayama Kazuha is still very competent in a sense, but was rejected by Li Wenqian because he was too ugly. It is impossible for him to leave any clues that can be grasped by the island country police at a key node that is about to be bombed, such as the Tokyo Sky Tree. Wenqian-jun, let's go down. The way down seems much easier than the way up. On the way, Nakamori Kingsa said that next time he had time to watch the night scene together, Li Wenqian readily agreed. But I have already determined the time of action in my heart, it will be tomorrow morning. Those who are late will change, and the night will have many dreams. I don't know how long the FBI agents will stay at the Kashido Hotel. What if they evacuate tonight? Li Wenqian, do you want me to give you my stomach tonight? At the end of the day, the little girl Tayama Kazuha is quite familiar with Li Wenqian, and she doesn't feel that she is still that eye-catching light bulb now. She felt that Nakamori Ayako had found a good boyfriend. Kazuha, Sushi can't keep your mouth shut, you, don't listen to her nonsense. If Li Wenqian wants to force Nakamori Kingsa to stay, he doesn't need anyone's help, the two of them can shake in the car. I know. Li Wenqian could see the disappointment in Nakamori Ayako's eyes when she didn't go to bed tonight. But Li Wenqian couldn't pamper her today. He has more important things to do, no matter how cute the girl is. It is impossible for him to draw the knife. Chapter 120. Sky Tower. Li Wenqian once again stood in front of this huge building with a height of 634 meters. But today his mood is not as dull as yesterday. 3 points nervous, 7 points excited. Today's Li Wenqian has turned into a middle-aged uncle's face with the help of Bell Mode, and his current identity is Kamita Ichiro. To say that Bell Mode's disguise technique is compared to Yukiko's half a catty. The palms and backs of the hands are full of flesh, what can he do? Li Wenqian looked up at the Sky Tree, and secretly made up his mind, after completing this vote, he will leave Tokyo temporarily, and leave this sad city full of desolation. He's not just talking about it for fun. Just last night, he had arranged for sisters Miyano Shiho and Miyano Akimi to go to a newly purchased villa in Osaka Prefecture. In fact, even 190 yesterday, under the arrangement of Suzuki Tomoko, took over as a subsidiary of the Suzuki Foundation as a consultant of the Suzuki Foundation. He teleported back after he shot himself down. Little girl, please let me go. I really don't know if these people are rushing to reincarnate. They are all crowded at the entrance. The girls at the entrance of Sky Tree were extremely dissatisfied with Li Wenqian's forced penetration. Not urgent. I will send all of you to the west in a while. Li Wenqian did not linger, and directly boarded the Tianwang deck of the Sky Tree with his hands in his pockets. Standing at the commanding height of 350 meters again, the familiarity of yesterday reappeared. Where should the bazooka be arranged? which position of the Gatling rack is more conducive to dimensionality reduction strikes, and the incendiary bottle should block the necessary place to climb the tower. Li Wenqian is no longer the 3-star rookie who just entered the rivers and lakes. Just one stop to Tianwang deck, the battle map in his heart has already emerged in his head. Have you finished reading it? You've been standing here for 5 minutes, come down and make room for me. Li Wenqian thought it wasn't what he said, but he was wrong. An old man with a full face was standing behind him angrily, as if he was going to fight if he didn't come down now. The only thing you do is riding a horse. Li Wenqian raised his hand and shot, directly bursting out the old Baga's brains, followed by putting his Tijia mask on his face. Life needs a sense of ritual. Although his appearance has been carefully disguised now, one cannot forget one's roots. How can one get rid of one's own weapon of fame? The moment Tiga's mask appeared, a horrific riot started 350 meters from the Tokyo Sky Tree. The bandit Tiga! It's the bandit Tiga! Run, the bandit Tiga is coming to the Sky Tree. The little Baga originally thought that the bandit Digia would not make trouble again if there were self-defense forces. But they are wrong. The gangster Digia didn't pay attention to the sacred self-defense force at all. Tut-chug! Li Wenqian fired a few shots into the sky to speed up the escape of the little Baga. Li Wenqian wanted to slaughter these tourists like pigs, but he didn't do it. The mountain of corpses on the Tianwang deck is not conducive to his next plan, and it will even become a natural bunker for the special security team. It is impossible for him to create such an offensive environment for the island police. Li Wenqian smashed the glass on the Tianwang deck, and put out a series of weapons such as flamethrowers, Gatling, and rocket launchers. At this time, he was looking at the Cupido Hotel 5 kilometers away. 5,000 meters is the limit distance that any weapon in front of him cannot touch. Don't panic. Li Wenqian took out the Italian artillery seized from the Black Organization from the system space. This Italian gun Li Wenqian has been tested and is fully operational with a maximum range of 8,000 meters. The distance of 5 kilometers is simply a small case for him. Load, aim. Li Wenqian's operation was done in one go, because he knew that as long as he made a move in Tokyo, he would definitely come to the FBI's attention. So he had to make sure that before the news of his appearance at the Sky Tree spread, he would blow up the Cupido Hotel and destroy the FBI's lair. Fire! The entire Sky Tree, which was shaken by the powerful recoil, seemed to tremble slightly. Li Wenqian looked through the binoculars. Oh no! The second time, fire! The result remains the same. After the third loaded shell was fired, Li Wenqian saw through the telescope that the top floor of the Cupido Hotel had begun to collapse and be damaged. Seeing this, Li Wenqian was finally relieved. However, in order to prevent the elite agents of the FBI from dying, Li Wenqian fired 2 consecutive shots from the same angle. Cupido Hotel. At this time, the entire hotel has become a purgatory on Earth. Elevator doesn't work. The residents in the Cupido Hotel can only run down the steps desperately, and some even start rolling and bumping on the steps if they are too slow, which is called a bloody scalp. And at this time, a group of professional killers in black clothes and black trousers went upstream and came to the top floor of the Cupido Hotel to kill anyone they saw. Several elite agents of the FBI who had bloody scalps had just fortunately survived the bombardment of the shells, and before they could figure out what was going on, they died at the gunpoint of the man in black again in a daze. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. What is the situation? Why is there an explosion sound? It's not an ordinary explosion, it's shelling. The entire Metropolitan Police Department is at a loss as to what to do. Which country from riding a horse called in? At this time, Magyar Juzu hastily brought first-hand information. According to the alarm, the gangster Tiga is now at Tokyo Sky Tree, and is attacking our entire island nation indiscriminately. I'm solemnly emphasizing it now, he has a 0.7 Italian gun in his hand. The entire Metropolitan Police Department fell into a deathly silence. Really outrageous. A gangster can actually have a lethal weapon like an Italian cannon that can be devastating to an entire city. How the hell did this guy get there? Not even the shrewdest magician can do it. Bang bang bang. What are you still doing in a daze? Now immediately go to support Ke Xue. After many battles with the gangster Tiga, the entire Metropolitan Police Department searched a class and knew what they were going to do. Stand outside the range of the gangster Tiga to evacuate the crowd and maintain law and order. As for the operation of fighting the gangster Tiga head-on, there are special security forces and self-defense forces in front of them. Chapter 121. Sky Tower. The militarized Tokyo City can be said to be full of combat power. In just a few minutes, Li Wenqian was surrounded by several armed helicopters hovering above the Ke Xue. Call team. Call a team. What's going on inside the Ke Xue? Report. The bandit Tiga appeared on the tembo deck, and he has already used the Italian cannon in his hand to fire 5 rounds in a row in the direction of the Kyobatu Hotel. Why don't you attack? The head of the self-defense forces sternly reprimanded in the intercom. The criminal methods of the gangster Digia are well known, and this kind of anti-social terrorist will not let any islander go. We observed 2 female compatriots in the corner of the tembo deck. Is it a hostage? Well, not counting, the bandit Digia didn't intend to kidnap them. It should be because he was frightened and incontinent, and has lost the ability to move. Self-defense force scalp numb. When is it impossible to urinate, and those who want to step on the horse are scared to urinate on the tembo deck? Below the Sky Tower. Shuaki, our FBI agents are no longer available. The explosion at the Kishido Hotel in 2002 allowed Judy and Akai Shuaki and a few FBI agents to escape unharmed, but the FBI agents including James, the vast majority of agents have lost contact. I see. No need to think about what happened. The FBI is likely to face the largest casualties since its creation. But the current Akai Shuaki did not leave, but stared sharply at the guy wearing the Tiga mask above the Ke Xue. He wished he could snatch a sniper rifle from the island police right now, and finish Bodhi's dog area with one shot. The first team and the second team suppressed the firepower, and the third team rescued people, creating the possibility for snipers to kill with one blow. The self-defense forces are not ordinary police. In the face of an island country's #1 public enemy who poses a serious threat to social security and has even blown up the Yasukuni shrine, their only goal is to kill him. At this time, not to mention the safety of 1 or 2 hostages, it is worth sacrificing the Tokyo Sky Tree. Anyone who has an in-depth understanding of the gangster Tiga knows that even if they don't destroy the Tokyo Sky Tree, the gangster Tiga will press the detonation button at a certain moment. Chug. Ruthless. Too ruthless. For the first time, Li Wenqian had the feeling that he could not hold his head up because of the little baga from the island country. Before he could react, 2 smoke bombs had already covered him. Although his Tiga mask was modified from a gas mask, it couldn't prevent the haze of smoke bombs on his vision when riding a horse. Forget it, destroy it. Li Wenqian knew that it was pointless to procrastinate any longer. A pistol suddenly appeared in his hand, and he pulled the trigger resolutely at his head. Li Wenqian took the initiative to end his sinful life. Report. The gangster Tiga seems to have committed suicide. This gunshot was particularly eye-catching. For members of the self-defense forces, that person could tell that it was a special sound that could only be made after the muzzle of the gun was pressed against the head and the trigger was pulled. Stay vigilant. Someone died in the smoke, but no one can guarantee whether it was the gangster Digia. Whether it is the Metropolitan Police Department, the Special Guard or the Self-Defense Force, it is now clear that unless they see the dead body of the gangster Tiga, he must not be dead. At this time, a Gatling machine gun in the Tianwang corridor 450 meters away from the Ke Xue started firing frantically at the armed helicopter hovering 350 meters away. In an instant, dense bullets hit 2 of the armed helicopters. The self-defense forces were caught off guard, and in a precarious state, 2 armed helicopters fell towards the city below. He's up there. The gangster Tiga is at the Tianwang corridor at 450 meters away. Nanny? The self-defense forces are stunned. In the last second, the gangster Tiga was on the Tianwang deck at 350 meters, and in the next second he appeared in the Tianwang corridor at 450 meters. How did he get up there? Could it be that there is a sky-swapping monkey strapped to his body? Why? Shuaki, what the hell is going on here? Akai Shuaki shook his head in shock. After the Kennedy Space Center, the FBI was once again shocked. Akai Shuaki looked at the gangster Tiga who was killing all directions on the skitree, and felt a powerlessness in his heart that he had never felt before. He felt that he couldn't deal with the gangster Digia, even if he had a sniper rifle in his hand, he might not be able to kill this guy. Kill him. The chief of the self-defense forces gave the final order to the action team. Kill. Regardless of all consequences, he killed the gangster Tiga, and killed this terrorist who caused serious harm to public security. The armed helicopter driven by the self-defense forces circled quickly, and Li Wenqian's superb piloting skills instantly aligned the machine guns on the plane. Destroy. This time it's real. Li Wenqian took out the remote control of the TNT bomb from his pocket, and at the moment when the bullet fell on him, he pressed the button of death together. Boom! The TNT bomb placed on the Tianwang deck in advance exploded instantly, and the skitree was cut off at 350 meters in an instant. The upper part directly hit the nearby shopping mall building, smashing the top 3 floors of the entire building. The 350-meter down part of the skitree was torn apart by the powerful destructive force of the bomb and turned into a 0.70-point appearance. Li Wenqian missed. He put too little dynamite, and didn't level the entire skitree. That's okay, let Xiao Baga keep a thought, so that they can shed tears of happiness every time they come here. Resurrection location, 2,000 meters outside Skitree Tower. Li Wenqian can put the resurrection location in Osaka, anyway, his resurrection location will not be limited by distance. Unknowingly. No one knew that he had returned to Tokyo, nor would anyone know that he had quietly left again. But he didn't do it. It would be a great regret in his life if he didn't observe the masterpieces he created up close. Seeing the little Baga ghosts crying and howling in the island country and the police in the island country who were too busy to find the north, Li Wenqian really became a lot more at ease. Just then, his cell phone rang. Caller alert, sexy woman. Hey, the fish pond has been fixed, but the big fish is not in it. Not happy anymore. Ding, because the host is happy, the host becomes a 6-star good citizen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting 50 billion yen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting. Li Wenqian no longer pays attention to what the 6-star reward is. For him, the FBI Commander James is not dead is the biggest regret. Chapter 122. According to the information provided by Bell Mode, more than 20 men died on the top floor of the Kawato Hotel. Specific unknown. If this number is said to be the small Baga of the island country, it is indeed not too much. When the Yasukuni shrine was bombed last time, thousands of people were killed. But if it is an elite agent of the FBI, it is not a small number. How many people are there in the FBI? How many people were sent to the island country? Thinking about it this way, Li Wenqian suddenly felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. If there were any flaws in this operation, it would be that James was not killed, nor did he become a 9-star good citizen. Li Wenqian called it all, the arrangement of fate. Somehow, it is impossible to let his trip to Tokyo come to a perfect end, which means that the Tokyo chapter will not end. Li Wenqian go and go. Before I knew it, I came to a small bar on the streets of Tokyo. After deciding to have a drink, I left this smoggy city and went to the more vibrant Osaka prefecture. Bigger and stronger, create greater glories. As soon as Li Wenqian entered the small bar, he met an acquaintance who had just met. Waiter, have another drink. Agent Judy was lying on the bar counter, and at this time the whole person was drunk and lost his mind. An idea immediately appeared in Li Wenqian's head: turn around and leave. He is already in Osaka Prefecture on the itinerary. If the FBI agent sees him in Tokyo, he will be in danger of revealing his identity. On second thought, he is now wearing the camouflage mask Bell Mode gave him. He's afraid of ADK. Mr. Judy, why are you here? Li Wenqian sat down next to Judy and asked the waiter for 2 glasses of wine. As the saying goes, speak the truth after drinking. Maybe he can extract information about the FBI from the drunken Judy this time. You, who are you? Judy's drinking has already begun to break down. In this state, it is estimated that she can't even see who is in front of her. Even so, she took a gulp from the glass after touching the bar 3 times. Uncomfortable. Her friends, colleagues, and comrades in arms were still alive and kicking, talking and laughing at this time yesterday, but now they have all turned into cold corpses. I'm Nakata, the physical education teacher at Taidon High School. Li Wenqian made up one. Anyway, when he was in school, he was the most mysterious physical education teacher on horseback. Shenlong sees the head and sees the end, but he is frail and sickly. He hasn't had a serious physical education class in 10 years. Nakata-sensei, so it's you. Li Wenqian doesn't know whether Judy really knows each other or fake. Anyway, the two have established a connection. In the subsequent chat, Li Wenqian intentionally or unintentionally tried to get something out of Judy's mouth, but all failed. Li Wenqian knew very well in his heart that if he continued to ask, there would obviously be no results, and it might arouse Judy's suspicion. Mr. Judy, let me take you back. A tacit consent from the fragmented woman. As soon as Li Wenqian brought Judy out of the bar, he was blocked by several mistresses. Boy, put this babe down. Choking, right? Li Wenqian instantly understood the purpose of these little bastards. He must have been jealous when he saw a big horse picked up by him. Boy, put this foreign girl down now and get out of here immediately. Otherwise you will be beaten all over the place. One of the little Baga took out a shining dagger and waved it in front of Li Wenqian. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. Where is your car? I will send it to you. The little Baga were taken aback for a moment, and then showed lewd smiles. It must be their despicable power that frightened the kid in front of him. Mazda. When Li Wenqian saw the broken car he was driving, he knew it wasn't some high-end gangster. Li Wenqian first put Judy in the back row of the car, and when he turned around, a chainsaw suddenly appeared in his hand. Laozi will kill you guys. When Li Wenqian played the game Grand Theft Auto for a while, he especially liked to saw people with a chainsaw. In an instant, the 2 little Baga fell to the ground in an instant, and blood flowed all over the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other little Baga ran away from the scene. Li Wenqian took out a machete and threw it directly. His extraordinary strength and his superb intermediate fighting skills killed the last little Baga in an instant. By the time the people in the tavern found out, Li Wenqian had already left the murder scene in a Mazda. Judy's apartment. Li Wenqian threw Judy on the bed, perhaps because he used too much force, which caused the big ocean horse to get up from the bed in a drowsy state. Li Wenqian went up and took a lunge. The palm fell on the back of Judy's head. Continue to sleep with Grandpa. After Li Wenqian knocked Judy unconscious, he began to rummage in the room. As an elite agent of the FBI, Judy must have information about the FBI in her room. If she is lucky, she may find out their next plan. As expected, Li Wenqian found a map of Tokyo behind the bathroom mirror. The area of Miwatown on the map is densely marked with different colored pens. It can be seen that the FBI once focused their work on Miwatown. But now he has already moved away from that area, and he is not afraid of the FBI continuing to investigate. In addition to a map of Tokyo, there are many scenes of him being turned into ruins after fighting the black organization on the back of the mirror. This information also needs to be updated. You don't know, right now, the black organization has stepped on the horse with the surname Li. Li Wenqian checked it carefully, and the most useful thing was a list of more than 30 FBI code names. An explosion lost more than 20 agents. It is estimated that the FBI may not even be able to make up a football team this time. After a lap, Li Wenqian didn't get what he really wanted, and adhering to the principle of never leaving empty space, he decided to put the dead dog like big wild horse on the bed. It should be regarded as a farewell ceremony for him to temporarily leave Tokyo, and at the same time wash away the killing spirit on him. Just do it. Li Wenqian carried Jody into the bathroom. Be abused, because of Yanmar. After finishing, Li Wenqian restored everything and erased all traces of his past. Jody is not Yukiko, and there should be no clues such as a small umbrella that might reveal her identity under her. Teacher Jody, we will see you later. After doing all this, Li Wenqian found a quiet place and shot himself. Resurrection location, Osaka. This way of teleportation is simply not too cool for Li Wenqian. The other side. Magyar Juzu and the criminal police from the first search department have already started to deal with the murder in front of the bar. Report to police officer Magyar, there are 3 dead, 2 of them should have been killed by a chainsaw or other weapon, and the other was killed by a machete in the back of the head. Good money. Magyar Juzu asked in surprise, a chainsaw? The first thing he thought of was saw. There are still people killing people with chainsaws these days, why not be so scary? Yes, that's right, a murder weapon like a chainsaw. The forensic department didn't dare to make a judgment at first, but after many identifications, it was confirmed that it was a chainsaw. Takagi, do you think this was done by the gangster Tiga? Takagi Wataru said with a fake smile, how is it possible? The gangster Tiga used guns and cannons, but I have never heard of him killing people with knives. Takagi Wataru felt that the gangster Tiga didn't need to use a knife at all. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to kill him with one shot and smash him to pieces with one cannonball? Chiba, don't scare yourself, okay? The entire Metropolitan Police Department is now afraid of hearing the name of the gangster Tiga. It's really scary. They were not afraid that the gangster Tiga would blow up everything, but they knew that the gangster Tiga was there, so they had to bite the bullet and try to make the most of it. Takagi, Chiba, you two search again, don't leave any useful clues behind. Chapter 123. Judy had already got out of bed at 6 o'clock in the morning, but this was not his own intention, but was woken up by the detective from the Metropolitan Police Department knocking on the door. Oh Mr. Police, it turned out to be you. May I ask if you are here today? I am a very good person. Judy spoke bad Japanese, her head turned wildly, thinking whether she violated the laws of the island country last night. I think should not be. She was overly sad yesterday, so she casually found a small bar and went in for a few more drinks. Other than that, nothing seemed to work. Mr. Judy, did you go to the Rose Bar last night? Judy nodded. Really? This group of police officers was because of what happened at the bar yesterday, but she didn't think she had violated the laws of the island country, let alone exposed the identity of an FBI agent. So do you remember what happened yesterday? Magyar Juzu asked. Matter? What's the matter? Judy knew something must have happened last night, but she couldn't really remember. Do you know these 3 people? Judy still shook her head blankly when she saw the photos of the 3 deceased. The experience of the FBI agent did not know anything except that she knew that there was a homicide. Then how did you come back last night? Judy was even more at a loss. I really don't know how she came back, the last memory is drinking on the bar of the party bar. Officer Sato, I'll leave it to you. 143 After Magyar Juzu and other male detectives left, Sato Miwako's question suddenly became sharp. Ms. Judy, were you sexually assaulted last night? According to the investigation of the No. 1 Search Unit, the person who killed the 3 dead yesterday was a middle-aged man. And this middle-aged man was with teacher Judy last night. Sexual assault. Oh no! How could I be sexually assaulted? Don't make such jokes. I was drunk yesterday, and I went home in a daze, without knowing anything else. Judy has already shown a refusal to cooperate. Ms. Judy, there was a homicide in the bar last night. If you can remember anything, please contact our Metropolitan Police Department as soon as possible. After seeing off the detectives from the Metropolitan Police Department, Judy leaned against the door, her gold-rimmed spectacle lenses reflecting a dazzling cold light at this moment. She was RD. Yes or no? She drank too much in the small bar last night, and now her head is groggy, and she can't feel any abnormality in her body at all. She checked her body carefully. No. I rummaged through the trash can in the room again, but there was no small umbrella she wanted. Finally, I carefully checked her sheets, sofa, carpet, balcony. None of the signs I expected. But Judy still couldn't be sure if she had her legs held high in a drunk state. At this time, she suddenly thought of another, more terrifying possibility. She rushed into the bathroom to look in the mirror for clues about the gangster Tiga's investigation. Luckily, there is no trace of being rummaged here. She was already beginning to wonder if someone had entered her room last night. If not, then how did she come back? At this time Ke Xue turned on the phone. Hey, it's me. 21. What's going on? Are you being watched by the police? Judy ran to the balcony and looked down. She knew that Ke Xue must be downstairs, but she didn't find any trace of Ke Xue. Keep the change, please. Answer my question first. Ke Xue's voice was already very cold, but after the FBI was almost wiped out yesterday, his voice became even colder. No, nothing. I was accidentally involved in a homicide case last night, and the Metropolitan Police Department came to ask about it. Judy didn't tell Ke Xue what happened. The matter has not been fully clarified yet. Does the mysterious man exist? Whether she was really sexually assaulted is completely unknown. Besides, this kind of matter has nothing to do with her mission to the island country this time, it is her own private matter. Come down. I'll wait for you in the underground garage, James wants to see us. Judy said in surprise. James, is he still alive? They have lost contact with James since yesterday, and thought their boss had died in the explosion at the Kawano Hotel. Wait for me, come down immediately. Judy rushed to the bathroom to wash her face, trying to look refreshed without showing signs of drinking yesterday to her colleagues. While brushing her teeth, Judy felt something strange in her throat. Could it be that, this kind of thinking made Judy feel bad? She can now be sure that a mysterious man really came in last night. At this time Judy's cell phone rang again. She collected her mind and kept herself calm. The first priority now was to meet James. She's an excellent FBI agent. What's wrong with you? Ke Xue saw Judy's strangeness with just one glance. It's nothing, I didn't have a good rest last night. The excuse that Judy had thought up in advance did not arouse Ke Xue's suspicion. Yes. The explosion at the Kyoto Hotel was almost devastating to the FBI agents in Tokyo. The dead were asleep, but the living were still suffering. Where is James? Come with me. After about half an hour, Judy met James in the special ward of Miwa General Hospital. Don't be nervous. This is our second point of contact established by the FBI here. From the outside it looks like a special ward, but from the inside it is the office area of FBI agents. At this time, James, Ke Xue, Judy, and Cameron are all here. Besides these 4 core members, there are 3 other FBI agents. The FBI sent a total of 35 outstanding elite agents this time, and they couldn't even get 2 tables of mahjong together with just 1 shot. Xue, tell me. All eyes are on Ke Xue. There is nothing to say. This incident was premeditated against our FBI from the very beginning. Our FBI's whereabouts in the island country are controlled by the gangster Tiga. He apparently blew up the Tokyo Skytree, but in fact he wanted to get rid of our FBI agents who lived on the top floor of the Lindo Hotel. Jody couldn't sit still first. Shuaki, do you have evidence? As an elite agent, I know what Akai Shuaki means. There are nothing more than two possibilities for Digia to grasp the whereabouts of the FBI. The first is that the FBI has the eyeliner of the gangster Tiga, and the second is that they exposed their whereabouts in previous operations. No matter which one it is, it will be fatal to the FBI's future operations in the island country. It is even very likely that the attack like yesterday will be staged again, and the next time the one who dies in a daze may be one or more of them, or even all of them. The 5 shells were all heading towards the Kyobado Hotel. According to reliable sources, many of our agents had marks of bullets on their bodies, rather than being affected by the shells. The FBI agents were speechless. In other words, this was an operation against the FBI from the beginning. Starting today, we will temporarily change the current work progress in Tokyo, and do not contact each other without receiving my order, let alone come here. Let me lay out the next step of our FBI plan. The day James disappeared was not just a day to be happy and happy. As soon as the incident happened, he closed all contact methods with his subordinates and directly confirmed the specific information of the agents around him from the headquarters. Now that all the living people are standing here, it already shows that all of them have no problems. James is very angry. Because this means that one of them was a jerk who exposed his whereabouts to the gangster Tiga at work. Jody, you are responsible for investigating who the shooters who shot and killed our FBI agents are. The whereabouts of the gangster Tiga is elusive, and they don't even know how he left the Skytree. At present, their only clue is to start with the gunmen who are involved with the gangster Tiga. Jody, is there a question? Jody Starling. Oh, no problem. Jody refreshed herself and let herself not think about those messy things for a while. Chapter 124. Osaka. A major city in the west of the island country, and also one of the cities designated by government decree, it is the third most populous city after Tokyo and Yokohama. It is said that its GDP ranks second in Asia and sixth in the world. Good guy. That's a big deal. Li Wenqian would not be able to justify it if he didn't do something here. Li Wenqian brought Miyano Akemi and little lowly Shiho around for a whole day in Osaka. This city is a bit more pleasing to the eye and more livable than Tokyo, which is full of desolation. Can be fried, more places to play. For example, Osaka Bay, Aquarium, Sky Garden Observation Deck, and the Tsutenkaku Tower that makes him laugh when he sees it. Of course, this tiny place is more about various museums, such as Osaka Museum of History, Osaka Museum of Habitat, Osaka Maritime Museum, etc. And they are now at the foot of the castle tower of Osaka Castle. What, want to blow it up again? Miyano Shiho now knows Li Wenqian all too well, in some ways even better than her older sister Miyano Akemi. She analyzed it carefully. This guy does things according to his preferences, a typical antisocial personality. But she was always nice to the people around her, which made her feel that Li Wenqian was not annoying. How are you so smart? Li Wenqian held Miyano Shiho's little face and kneaded it frantically. It really went to the bottom of his heart. Everyone has already come to Osaka. If you don't unlock the achievement of 9-star good citizen, it will become meaningless. He, Li Wenqian, is going to be the dragon who overwhelms the city of Osaka. Of course, he would not be so reckless with the two sisters Miyano, and it was his first time in Osaka, so he was unfamiliar with the place. Be careful, my sister is here. Miyano Shiho broke free from Li Wenqian's grip. Once again, she experienced the pain of getting smaller. If she was an adult, she would definitely not be played by Li Wenqian like this. If your sister is not here, is it okay? Miyano Shiho was speechless and had already started refusing to chat with Li Wenqian. The villa purchased by Li Wenqian is located in the central area of Osaka, geographically close to the city center. Prosperous, convenient transportation, it is more convenient to go anywhere. When Li Wenqian took Miyano and his sisters back to the villa, a black Bentley suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The rear window was rolled down, and the cold face of Suzuki Tomoko appeared. Boarding. Li Wenqian didn't think much about it, first let Miyano and sisters go back to the villa, and then got into the car of Suzuki Tomoko himself. Has the company gone? Li Wenqian was taken aback for a moment, and then realized what Tomoko Suzuki meant. Under the deliberate arrangement of Suzuki Tomoko, he now has another layer of identity. Suzuki Foundation Advisor. The role of this identity is to allow him to leave Tokyo and come to Osaka in an open and honest manner. Since the militarization and management of Tokyo, it is too difficult to go out of the city. After many investigations, those who are still on the horse may not be able to come out. Of course, these regulations are used to restrain the poor little Baga, and the real rich have already left that terrible place. The reason why Li Wenqian wanted such an excuse to leave Tokyo was just to show people like Suzuki Sanako and Miyamoto Yumi. Not yet. To put it bluntly, the consultant of the Suzuki Consortium is an idle job. There is not much without him, and there is not much without him. If a rookie like him who has no experience in business and finance gets involved, he is really worried that the entire Suzuki Consortium will be messed up. I'll take you there now. All right. Li Wenqian did not refuse. It is still necessary to visit the subsidiary of the Suzuki Foundation. If one day the Osaka police ask him what he does, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he can't answer? After driving for less than half an hour, the black Bentley made a sudden turn and went directly into the underground garage of a 20-story commercial building in the business district of Osaka. No need to guess. This should be a subsidiary of the Suzuki Consortium, and the entire building should belong to the Suzuki Consortium. The black Bentley stopped slowly in the underground garage. Nakamura, go to the opposite side and have a cup of coffee, I don't tell you not to come back. The driver named was taken aback for a moment, then understood what Suzuki Tomoko meant, and obediently got out of the car with the 50,000 yen rewarded to him. 0. Ask for flowers. The moment the driver Nakamura left the underground garage, Suzuki's attitude suddenly changed. Turn over and ride on Li Wenqian's body, hold him down. You don't want to be my man, I don't want my man to be a waste. Suzuki Tomoko looks like, as if he hates iron but not steel. Li Wenqian really felt this feeling, and it was very strong. The strong woman goes crazy. The former Suzuki friend only regarded Li Wenqian as a future son-in-law of the Suzuki Consortium, but now that she has gradually taken over her body, she has begun to regard Li Wenqian as her own man. The more this is the case, the less Tomoko Suzuki wants to see Li Wenqian sinking down like a fool. 0. Then what do you want me to do? The voice did not fall. Li Wenqian flipped over to take the initiative, while Suzuki Tomoko held the pink skirt up high. Tomoko Suzuki took the driver Nakamura away, just because he wanted to have an in-depth exchange with him. I want you to run this company, let me see your hard work, let me see the profit of this company. Tomoko Suzuki still wants Li Wenqian to take over the Suzuki Consortium, and this idea has not changed in Tomoko Suzuki's heart. The only thing that has changed is that before taking over the Suzuki Foundation was for Sanako, and now taking over the Suzuki Foundation is for her. If you can double the profit of this company within a year, I will listen to you in the future. Okay, my kitty. Then you will be my pet from now on. Isn't it just doubling the profit? Li Wenqian can't make money, can't he not steal it? If he, Li Wenqian, can't be a good boss of the subsidiary company, can't he also become the biggest customer of the subsidiary company? Can I start now? Suzuki put his arms around Li Wenqian's neck and took the initiative to meet him. Downstairs garage. The black Bentley was only trembling slightly at first, but the back had already started to squeak and start calling the police. Li Wenqian can't wait to poke a hole out of the Bentley's chassis. Chapter 125. Canary. The name of this company is very nice. Is it hinting that Tomoko Suzuki is about to become his caged bird? After Li Wenqian followed Suzuki into the building, he realized that the company was originally engaged in gold trading. This moment lifted Li Wenqian's spirits. Before that, he was still thinking of becoming the largest customer of this subsidiary company, so that Suzuki Tomoko would bow down for the company's performance. This riding horse. He has. Li Wenqian also forgot that last time Belmode said how many tons of gold there are in the Twilight Pavilion. Anyway, it is worth more than $70 billion. Gold is known as the king of metals, and its value preservation is one of its characteristics. But it cannot be said that it is very inconvenient to cut off a piece and give it to others every time you buy something. Li Wenqian's idea of 353 is very simple. That is to use the Suzuki Consortium Gold Trading Company to realize the N+1 tons of gold he holds. In the office. Only Suzuki Tomoko and Li Wenqian. I have already taken a look at the company, and I have also greeted the senior management. From today on, this company can be managed by you. Now tell me about your plans. Li Wenqian was originally just a freelance consultant, and I don't know if Suzuki Tomoko got kicked up in the underground garage, and after entering the building, let him take care of the entire company. Maybe, this was Suzuki's conspiracy from the very beginning. The moment Li Wenqian saw that the company was mainly engaged in gold trading, he would no longer reject Suzuki's decision. Within half a year, I will let you prove it. After seeing the company, Li Wenqian is so confident. He now has 100 ways to make this gold trading company profitable, and it's not just as simple as doubling. Suzuki Tomoko, you bow down. Tell me about your plan. Tomoko Suzuki obviously didn't expect Li Wenqian to be so confident, which is completely different from the Li Wenqian who she thought was just a fool. Unnecessary. Just wait and see the result. You don't need to intervene in any decision-making of this subsidiary within the past 6 months. Everything here is up to me. Li Wenqian wants to convince Suzuki Tomoko to be his canary willingly. Of course, the more important thing is not to let this troublesome woman interfere with his plan to deal with gold. Okay, I'll wait. Tomoko Suzuki picked up her bag and was about to leave. She wanted to see Li Wenqian's extraordinary ability to double a company's profit in half a year. As soon as he walked to the door, Suzuki Tomoko turned around and came back. My daughter Lingzi is currently the director of this company, I warn you, don't sleep with her. Suzuki Ayako? A few days ago, Li Wenqian heard from Sanako that after graduation, his elder sister worked in the subsidiary company to lay the foundation for taking over the work of the consortium in the future. The starting point of the rich second generation is really different, the internship starts from the director. Suzuki Ayako is in the same company as him? It's fate to ride a horse. Don't sleep, don't sleep. He, Li Wenqian, is not the kind of person who jumps in when he sees a hole. The wooden sister Lingzi really couldn't please his taste buds. Central District, Villa. It was already night when Li Wenqian came back. The two Miyano sisters are sitting on the sofa watching a boring TV series. Have fun. Now the people of Tokyo are already living in dire straits. After the ski was bombed, how can they still watch TV without the conditions? Li Wenqian went to the sofa, picked up Miyano Shiho and threw it to the side, then sat in the middle by himself. This move made Miyano Shiho very upset. Even a dog should be handled with care. Before the attack, it was suppressed by Li Wenqian in his arms with a pat on the head. Hey, don't you always bully Shiho? Miyano Akimi thinks that Li Wenqian regards the current Shiho as a 7 or 8-year-old girl. In fact, after a long time, she also subconsciously thinks this way. Only when Miyano Shiho expresses adult opinions will he suddenly realize that Shiho is actually a big girl. I'm the wife of the director of the Suzuki Foundation today, right? The younger sister told her that Li Wenqian and Suzuki Tomoko must have gone to find a place to shoot. She thinks she can't. Yes, Tomoko Suzuki. I also helped you find a job with a good salary in a subsidiary of the Suzuki Consortium today. Start tomorrow as Miyano Akemi. The name Hirota Masami is involved in a tens of billions of robbery, and I am afraid it will no longer be used in the future. Fortunately, he is now the master of the black organization, and the name Miyano Akemi can be seen again. Although Miyano Akemi wears the hat of a robber, the whole of Tokyo is in a mess, and the police in the island country do not have the energy to pay attention to the female suspect in the tens of billions of robbery, Hirota Masami. In addition, since Miyano Akemi followed him later, it was developed to be more feminine. It's not hard to hide in Canary for a while. Work. What kind of work? Miyano Akemi's eyes were full of anticipation. In the past, she thought of living a quiet and comfortable life after leaving the black organization, but it was only during the time she really left the black organization in Florida that she realized the boredom of that life. She is one restless woman. Accountant at Canary Corporation. Miyamoto Yumi was originally a staff member of Miwa Bank, and this kind of work is really handy for her. Miyamoto Yumi made fake accounts in the company, which made Li Wenqian very relieved. Canary. Is that the gold trading company in the city center? This company is very famous in Osaka, and Miyano Akemi noticed it the second day he arrived, but he didn't expect that this big company is actually a company under the Suzuki Consortium. Yes, this is it. From tomorrow onwards, you will be able to take up the post. Of course, there is one more important thing that needs to be entrusted to you. Miyano Akemi raised his eyebrows. Do you want to cash out the gold in your hand through the canary? Smart woman. This horse riding saves Li Wenqian a lot of talking. Okay, I'll go in and check the situation first. Li Wenqian entrusted this honorable and complex task to Miyano Akemi. His own affairs have always been very pure. It is to walk out a broad road of our own on the road of good citizens of the island country. Chapter 126. The next day, Li Wenqian was awakened from his sleep. Miyano Akemi, who had been lying next to him in bed with him, was gone. Should be reporting to Canary. Now at the door is Sister Miyano Shiho, today wearing a pair of casual shorts and a sleeveless shirt, black stockings, and slippers. The main feature is a casual. Put on your clothes, I have something to see you. Li Wenqian thought that after Akemi went to work, Shiho would take her sister's place. He was thinking too much. After a few minutes, Li Wenqian walked from the bedroom on the second floor to a temporary scientific research room set up by Miyano Shiho in the basement. Miyano Shiho first poured a glass of opaque liquid for Li Wenqian. Don't worry, it's water. Drinking a glass of water in the morning boosts metabolism, improves blood circulation, improves absorption, and hydrates your body. What he said made sense, but Li Wenqian still didn't dare to drink it. He knew that little Loli would not harm him, but who could guarantee that this woman would not get dizzy with the research liquid 03 poured from a certain decanter? Li Wenqian is not afraid of death, but it doesn't mean he wants to seek death. What the hell is going on? Miyano Shiho transferred the computer screen in the laboratory to Li Wenqian, because the laboratory was too small and he could only watch it while lying on top of Miyano Shiho. On the computer screen are factual news about the island nation of Tokyo. The ski was bombed, leaving a piece of ruins, and at the same time left a puzzle that cannot be solved for the scholars of the island country. Question: under what circumstances can a person ascend from the Tianbo deck at 350 meters to the Tianbo corridor at 450 meters in 3 seconds? Some people speculated that the gangster Tiga must have used some physical means, and these means were not discovered by the self-defense forces in the chaotic situation at the time. Someone even called Kaito Kid from the air, hoping that Kaito Kid could help give an answer. More people believe that the gangster Tiga can use magic. Miyano Shiho looked at Li Wenqian, so how did it work? She showed Li Wenqian the news just to know the answer. Secret. Miyano Shiho was extremely uncomfortable being caught, but he didn't force him to keep his image. Tokyo has now started population screening, and the whole of Tokyo is currently closed. Unless there are special groups, you cannot leave Tokyo for the time being. Little Baga is really impatient this time. Li Wenqian suddenly felt that his plan to leave Tokyo and come to Osaka was really clever. It would be fine for him, but I don't know if the two sisters of Miyano can pass the population screening smoothly. Let these little Baga go check it out. Even if he checked the sky, he would not have thought that Li Wenqian had moved from Tokyo to Osaka. Come on, I'll take you to the hot spring, the kind of mixed bathing for men and women. It is said that the mixed bathing of men and women in the island country is a major feature, but unfortunately they have never tried it. No. Miyano Shiho resolutely refused. I've already booked the entire hot spring villa, no one will see your delicate body. Miyano Shiho looked surprised. Don't you realize that I don't want you Li Wenqian to see? When Li Wenqian explained that he was just going out for a walk in Osaka Castle, and the two went out to have a simple breakfast, Miyano Shiho put away his resistance. The top floor of the villa is yours, and you can move your things there starting tomorrow. Buy what you need. Li Wenqian gave Miyano Shiho a check of 20 million yen, which he thought should be enough. After bulldozing the scientific research base of the Black Organization and then sending Miyano Shiho to the basement to conduct scientific research, it is indeed a bit bitter for the child. Thank you. I will pay you back the money later. Miyano Shiho's face showed joy after being molested. No need, your sister has already replaced you. She is her, I am me. Miyano Shiho is not a person who likes to take other people's things, especially she owes Li Wenqian enough now. 20 million yen is indeed an unattainable figure for her now. But as long as the original Miyano Shiho is restored, it's only a matter of time before she earns the money with her abilities. It's up to you. Li Wenqian drove a Ferrari to a sushi restaurant in the city center. Let's go to Marseilles, sir. How many people? Me and my daughter. The waiter was slightly taken aback, and said politely, please follow me. Miyano Shiho ordered the most expensive item in the entire sushi restaurant out of revenge. At this time, a father-son building nearby caught Li Wenqian's attention. Shiho, let's switch places. If someone else said that, Miyano Shiho might ask why. But Li Wenqian didn't need her to ask. I warn you one last time, this matter stops immediately from now on. Dad, why? I'm a detective. If I say no, I won't. If you want to investigate, you should investigate the recent bank robbery in Fukushima. I will investigate that matter clearly, but I will not give up the current investigation. Do you know why Kazuha changed schools? What does his woman's transfer to another school have to do with me? I won't try to understand her thoughts. At this time, Miyano Shiho tapped on the table lightly, and wrote 2 words on the table with the drinking water in the quilt, no? Li Wenqian nodded. To be precise, I know who the father and son are, but they have never met, let alone know each other. If it wasn't because Hattori Hizu talked about Kazuha just now, he really didn't know that the 903 father and son had been eyeing him. Hattori Heiji is a high school detective who can be as famous as Kyoto Shinichi, and his reasoning ability cannot be underestimated. I heard that his father, Hattori Hizu, is more DK, and he seems to have a 50-50th split with Isaku. After being targeted by the father and son, Li Wenqian immediately felt that the difficulty of working in Osaka had risen to a new level. No. He absolutely cannot tolerate such a thing happening. Li Wenqian now has a very pure idea in his heart, he wants to kill this dog father and son. The absence of Hattori and his sons in Osaka Prefecture will allow his identity to be more protected. Eat it quickly, the taste will not be as good as it is now. Miyano Shiho's reminder made Li Wenqian realize that Hattori Hizu next to him seemed to have noticed him. Did he miss something? Li Wenqian's desire to kill Hattori Hizu now became stronger. Hattori Hizu looked at him twice before he did anything. If he did something then it would be fine? On the way back, Miyano Shiho told him the answer. It's murderous. You must have been thinking about how to kill the father and son just now. Miyano Shiho didn't know why Li Wenqian, who had just arrived a few days ago, had such an idea, but she was afraid of the murderous aura exposed at that time. Well enough. Chapter 127. Li Wenqian found that Hattori Hizu's life pattern is very simple. It is Metropolitan Police Department and Home 2.1 line. As the head of the Osaka Police Department, he drove his black Chevrolet to the Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka every morning on time at 7 o'clock in the morning. He spent a whole day's work in the office building of the Metropolitan Police Department, and then waited until 8 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Time to drive home from the Metropolitan Police Department. Other than that, there is basically no social activity, except for the occasional drink at home with Taimagen's hero, if anything. It can be said to be very good to kill. But his son Hattori Heiji is different. This kid usually has a lot of social thieves, either running to investigate a certain case, or playing ball with his classmates. Highlight and undecided. Li Wenqian looked at the map of Osaka on the table and decided to start with Hattori Hizu first. The first is of course because this old thing is easier to kill. The second point is that Hattori Hizu is the chief officer of the Osaka Prefectural Police. His death will definitely throw the entire Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka into chaos, which will be beneficial to surprise the citizens of Osaka in the future. The third point is that Hattori Hizu's reasoning ability is stronger. Kill Lao Zi first, then the son will go easily. Kill the son first, Lao Zi may solve it with another level of difficulty. You want to go out? Although Miyano Akimi has gone to work at Canary Company in the past 2 days, this does not affect the relationship between him and Miyano Shiho, and the relationship between the two has become more harmonious in the future. Don't wait for me tonight. I'll tell my sister. Miyano Shiho had already guessed what Li Wenqian, the gangster, was going to do. From the day she ate sushi, she knew that Li Wenqian would definitely kill the father and son. She investigates. Hattori father and son are very famous in Osaka Castle. Lao Zi is the supreme commander of the Osaka Prefectural Police, and the fourth son is a famous high school detective. Just because of their identities, Li Wenqian had a reason to kill them. I said it to you. Go to bed early tonight, don't kick the quilt randomly. Miyano Shiho's face turned red instantly. How did Li Wenqian know that she would kick off the quilt at night? Idiot! There is a perverted voyeur around. 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Wenqian set up an AWM sniper rifle on the rooftop of the Sakura Hotel in Osaka Castle on time. Li Wenqian added an additional condition to his hunt this time. Never reveal the identity of the gangster Tiga. Letting the police in the island country know that the gangster Tiga's appearance in Osaka City would not do him any good at all. So he chose to play an assassination with the AWM sniper rifle. Li Wenqian stuffed a magnum bullet into the barrel of the gun, quietly waiting for the black Chevrolet to appear. A lovely day, super good weather. In order for this sniping to proceed smoothly, Li Wenqian even specially created a fine weather. After the command is input, I can't feel the slightest wind. 10 minutes passed. Li Wenqian was lying on the roof numb. He always likes to charge with Gatling, he is really not used to this way of waiting for the prey to come. He is more suitable for being indifferent to life and death, and he will do it if he refuses to accept it. Li Wenqian secretly swore in his heart that this was his last assassination attempt. 8:30. As soon as the time came, a black Chevrolet appeared in Li Wenqian's 8X mirror. License plate number, Osaka 4621. Driver, Hattori Hizu. After Li Wenqian confirmed this information, he locked the target, confirmed the distance and wind direction and speed, and pulled the trigger. The whole set of operations took only 3 seconds. Li Wenqian only saw the muzzle flash of AWM's rifle, and the next second the black Chevrolet driven by Hattori Hizu had already crashed into the shops on the side of the road. The maximum effective range of the AWM sniper rifle is 1,100 meters. Li Wenqian's sniper kill this time is at least 950 meters after he has advanced gunfighting skills. Although I couldn't hear what Xiao Baga, who was 950 meters away, said, but judging from their expressions, Hattori Hizu should have nowhere to go in his life. Li Wenqian shot himself decisively after cleaning up the scene. Go home. Resurrection location, villa in central Osaka, underground garage. Real men never look back. Li Wenqian only needs to do one thing now, and that is to wait for the Osaka Daily tomorrow morning. After receiving the report, the Osaka Prefecture Police rushed to the scene of the crime. The Criminal Police of Osaka Metropolitan Police Department saw that the person who was shot was their leader Hattori Hizu, and none of the people present could calm down. Boss was shot. The serious nature of this matter has been raised to N+1 levels in an instant. The bullet hit right between the eyebrows. The wallet and mobile phone are all there, and no valuables have been lost. It's been checked, it's 300 Winchester Magnum. The shooter didn't want to make money, he only killed, and he used a sniper rifle. Murder. It must have been a premeditated assassination. Where is the person? Where? After Taimajinshir got the news, he came in a hurry and saw the body of his good brother Hattori Hizu, and he was already a little unsteady. Where's the shooter? Did you catch it? Seeing the detectives around him bowing their heads like trash, Taimajinshir already knew the answer. What are you doing here in a daze? Hurry up and find them. Ballistics, social relations, investigating which criminals sent in by Chief Hattori recently have been released after serving their sentences. The first thing Taimajinshir felt after he calmed down was fear. Today he was supposed to be working on Hattori Hizu's car to go to Sengfan, but because of some minor incidents, he cancelled this small gathering. If he's in the car. Officer Taima, we have identified the location of the gunman's shot through ballistic analysis. It's on the top floor of the Sakura Hotel. Taimajinshir said in shock, Sakura Hotel, Nyohao, are you sure? Taimajinshir visually measured the distance from him to the top floor of the Sakura Hotel, at least 900 yards away. Headshot from 900 yards. When did such powerful criminals appear in the island country? Taimajinshir doesn't believe it. But the little bit of smoke left on the roof of the Sakura Hotel taught him a good lesson. The killer shot Hattori Hizu in the head here, and the only thing left is a little gunpowder reaction on the rooftop, but this is not the key to finding out the murderer. According to Commander Taima, now, do you inform the family of Chief Hattori? Taimajinshir's scalp tingled. The phone is still in my hand and I can't press it down. How should he tell Hattori Heiji and Hattori Shizuka this cruel truth? Taimajinshir stood outside the crime scene and smoked 3 cigarettes in a row before finally making up his mind to call Hattori's home phone number. Chapter 128. Mortuary. When Hattori Heiji saw his father's body, all thoughts were lost. Of course the exuberance of the past is gone. Heiji, Bean. From today on, you will stay at home with your parents and don't go anywhere. I've already said hello to the school. Taimajinshir patted Hattori Heiji on the shoulder, that was all he could do. After Taimajinshir walked out of the morgue, several detectives who were in charge of investigating the case were already waiting here. Did you find it? At present, it can be confirmed that Hattori Hizu was assassinated premeditatedly, and the other party was a top killer. Taking these 2 points as the key to solving the case, Taimajinshir immediately thought of those guys who were sent to prison by Hattori Hizu and recently released after serving their sentences. It has been investigated, and currently only these 3 people are eligible for the crime. Catch them all back. Taimajinshir made a quick decision. Chief Taima, we don't have any evidence yet, so is it appropriate to arrest people directly? What are you afraid of? If something happens, I will bear it alone. The top commander of the Osaka Prefectural Police has died on horseback, so what can we do now? As long as tomorrow's newspapers publish this news, the entire Osaka Prefectural Police will become a joke. The only thing they can do now is solve the case, solve the case, solve the case. You guys wait a minute. Taima Jinshur called several subordinates to him, and said in a low voice, you must not tell Heiji about this matter, otherwise I will not be able to get around you. Don't look at Hattori Heiji looking like he's going to die now. When this kid recovers, he will think about avenging his father. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. With Hattori Heiji's character, maybe something will happen. Is it really going to hit the hands of a killer? The next day, Miyano Shiho threw a newspaper in Li Wenqian's face. As you wish. Miyano Shiho left the room after dropping the newspaper. Because she knows what Li Wenqian and her old sister did last night, this guy may not be dressed yet. Osaka Prefecture Police Headquarters, Police Superintendent Hattori Hizu was shot dead on Osaka Street at 8:30 p.m. last night. Li Wenqian became extremely energetic when he saw this news. One shot to the head. This is the confidence of a man. He knew his shot from 950 yards would have killed Hattori Hizu. Hattori Hizu is dead, and Hattori Heiji is next. After the father and son are dead, his plan in Osaka will save a lot of trouble. Shiho, brother will take you out for a big meal. Li Wenqian is in a good mood and has even started planning his first shot in Osaka Castle. I still have some things to do today. Li Wenqian picked it up and Miyano Shiho left. What is more important to have my brother treat you to dinner? It was only when the Ferrari was driving down the street that Li Wenqian realized how important Hattori Hizu's death was to Osaka Castle. I really answered that sentence. Osaka Castle cannot live without Hattori Hizu, just like the West cannot live without Jerusalem. Look at what you've done. Wherever Li Wenqian goes, the city must be a wild ride. I'll take you to a French dinner. The riots in Osaka Castle were a pleasant surprise for Li Wenqian. Hattori Hizu's death was quite a blast throughout Osaka Castle. Not only because Hattori Hizu is a policeman with excellent reasoning ability. Supreme Operations Commander of the Osaka Prefectural Police, on the way to get off work, assassination, 950 yards away, one-shot kill, AWM sniper rifle. The combination of these factors has made this shooting case look not so simple. When Li Wenqian was eating in a French Western restaurant, people could still hear news about Hattori Hizu's death, which contained a very crucial message. Hattori Hizu will hold a memorial service in 3 days. 3 days. Li Wenqian decided to send Hattori Heiji away together within 3 days out of humanitarianism, so that the father and son would not be alone on the road to Huangchuan. After dinner, Li Wenqian received a call from Belmode in Gunma County. Except for Vodka, who is still on the run, and a few small shrimps, the entire black organization Shenqian has been completely controlled by her. Recruiting. After the destruction, the black organization grew from more than 300 members to more than 500. Of course, these people don't know anything other than knowing that they joined the organization, and they don't know that the black organization has already changed dynasties. Belmode also asked him on the phone if he was going to the military parade. Go. Of course I will. Li Wenqian just took advantage of this opportunity to go to the black organization to receive the gold worth more than 70 billion into the system space. After returning, he can process it through the Canary Gold Trading Company. You go back first, I still have, some things to deal with. Li Wenqian knew that Miyano Shiho would definitely not go, and he definitely didn't force this kind of thing. The two are deadly enemies. The kind that you can bite when you meet. Gunma County, Mount Akagi. Li Wenqian and Belmode met in a villa at the foot of the mountain. This annex is also the property of the black organization, although it may not look like much, it plays an indispensable and important role. It can be regarded as the first line of defense of the black organization in Shikung Mountain. After Belmode helped Li Wenqian do her makeup in the annex, the two drove up the mountain. Although the black organization has become very pure nowadays, it does not give people the feeling of occupying the mountain as king. Foreign. This is an auto parts factory with 100 workers. The reason why this auto parts production factory has only 100 people is also very simple. Eggs cannot be placed in a cage. There is no organization where all the people are concentrated in one place. The second point is that these can be said to be Belmode's confidants, and they have absolute loyalty to the black organization. Li Wenqian looked at these people who had put down their work. Ogs dog. This command is very interesting. In the game, it is used to increase the prestige value and beckon to the younger brother. After the system is improved, this command can make this group of members of the black organization follow his command unconditionally. The meaning is clear: expendables. Command input. The younger brother's eyes instantly changed. The members who were originally pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep are now the flat-headed brother who is on the horse. What Li Wenqian saw in their eyes was the light of eagerness to fight. What are you going to do next? Belmode noticed the changes in this group of black organization members. She didn't know why this group of people behaved like this after seeing Li Wenqian, but she felt a high degree of obedience. Assault on the Metropolitan Police Department. Belmode's jaw dropped in surprise. Are you serious? Do you think I'm joking? As the saying goes, raise soldiers for 1,000 days, and use them for a while. Feel sorry. This sentence doesn't work for Li Wenqian. He can't wait to raise soldiers for a while and use them for 1,000 days. Li Wenqian didn't raise so many people to make them engage in these boring auto parts, let alone make them a machine for making manure. The purpose of Li Wenqian's black organization at the beginning was to make troubles, and make troubles again. These people all boast that they are top killers, but how top they are can only be revealed in actual combat. Only those who can survive after several fierce battles can be called the elite of the elite and the king of killers. These people went to attack the Metropolitan Police Department. How many do you think can survive? If you can't beat it, you can move again. Without any reason, I just want to try the combat effectiveness of the Metropolitan Police Department. It would be the greatest tragedy if they were kept all the time. Li Wenqian didn't have that much spare money, and he wouldn't raise so many wastes. Belmode was completely stunned by Li Wenqian's madness. The black organization has been established for decades, and has always considered itself a high-end transnational criminal organization, but it never thought of going against the police of the entire island country. Why pure clean during this time? Don't miss it then. Li Wenqian said. Chapter 129. Osaka Metropolitan Police Department. Hattori Hizu's death has hit the entire Metropolitan Police Department like never before. 24 hours have passed since Hattori Hizu's death, during which time the Osaka Prefectural Police were almost overwhelmed. The 3 suspects previously identified were all taken to the Metropolitan Police Department for a rigorous interrogation, and each of them had personal and physical evidence to fully explain their alibi. The whole case fell into a dead end. Commander Tayama, could it be, the bandit Dijie? The Osaka Prefectural Police now know that the gangster Tiga has appeared in Osaka. Just some time ago, the gangster Tiga also killed the new boss of the Mud Misery Society and blew up a tank on the streets of Osaka. Impossible. Tayama Jinshur also thought about this possibility, but he rejected it in the end. The reason is simple. Both the modus operandi and the degree of destruction are very different from the gangster Tiga. The gangster Dijia obviously bombed and shot. At this moment, Hattori Heiji walked into the Metropolitan Police Department. His face is stern and his eyes are firm. There is no hopelessness like yesterday, replaced by an indomitable drive. Heiji, what are you sitting on? I want to know the evidence at the scene of my dad's crime. This is the job of our police, what you have to do now is to spend more time with your mother at home. Taimajin sure knew about Hattori Heiji's stinking problem. If you have a little reasoning ability, you think you are invincible in the world, and you don't care about things when you do things. But in the past those people were ordinary murderers and robbers, but this time it was a professional killer. Take him out. It is impossible for Taimajin sure to involve Hattori Heiji in this matter. It's good that the murderer can't be found. If the top killer is found, it must be to give away the head. Even if you don't tell me, I can find out the murderer myself. Hattori Heiji pushed aside the criminal police and ran out of Osaka Metropolitan Police Department in a hurry. Officer Dashin, follow him. Taimajin sure was worried about what happened to Hattori Heiji. After Hattori Heiji ran away from the Metropolitan Police Department, he first came to the most sad place in Osaka. He stood blankly at the scene of the murder where his father died. No idea. Not an iota of clues. After 24 hours, the streets of Osaka Castle returned to their former hustle and bustle. It seems that this intersection has never lost a policeman named Hattori Heizu. After being stunned for half an hour, Hattori Heiji came to the top floor of the Sakura Hotel again. It was cleaner than he had imagined. There is nothing but a trace that the Osaka Prefectural Police drew here. Hattori Heiji's head is in a mess now, he can't calm down at all, his head is full of his father's death now. In a blink of an eye, the sun went down. Hattori Heiji dragged his exhausted body towards home. His father is dead. And now he couldn't even find a single clue. Hattori Heiji felt like a waste, and the reasoning ability he had always been proud of could not be used at this time. Just when he turned around an alley, Li Wenqian came out from the shadows. A shining dagger shone coldly under the moonlight. Who are you? Hattori Heiji couldn't see the face opposite him, but he could realize that the danger was approaching him step by step. When Li Wenqian came out of the dark, the moment when the moonlight shone on his face. It's you. Hattori Heiji recognized it, or rather he remembered it. The last time he and his father ate at a sushi restaurant, this man and a little girl were sitting at the next table. When he came out of the sushi restaurant, his father told him that this person was very strange, as if he had a grudge against them. You killed my dad. Although it is just a guess, this idea is getting stronger and stronger in Hattori Heiji's head. Appearing by their side twice before and after, this can no longer be described as a coincidence. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed inside Hattori Heiji's head. You are the bandit Tiga. The only thing his father Hattori Heizu did before he died was to find out about the bandit Tiga. What they were discussing at the sushi restaurant that day was also the matter that Dad would not let him intervene in costing Tiga. Coupled with the blatant shooting of the top commander of the Osaka Prefectural Police, the information collided, and the only possibility that Hattori Heiji thought of was this possibility. 0. Ask for flowers. It must be so. It must have been the gangster Dijia who heard the conversation between them at that time, and then he wanted to kill his father. Hattori Heiji cursed himself as an idiot. If he had thought of this earlier, he could have cooperated with the criminal police of the Metropolitan Police Department to capture the gangster Tiga. Clever? Before he finished speaking, Li Wenqian rushed forward with a stride, and after spinning the dagger twice in his hand, he cut Hattori Heiji's throat. Even Kyogoku Makoto might not be able to block this attack, let alone Hattori Heiji. You didn't have to die, but when I was on my way. Li Wenqian couldn't understand how Hattori Heiji deduced his identity. Because of this, the Hattori father and son must die. After Li Wenqian received the knife, he left gracefully. After making a promise, he would not wait for the prey to come to his door, and it was only a day later that he still broke his promise. Hey, Sonoko. I'm fine in Osaka. Don't worry, I won't be pornographic if I'm in the company. Don't you have so little confidence in me? What? Your sister is coming to Canary Company tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't pick her up. Li Wenqian walked on the streets of Osaka while talking on the phone like a normal person. Who can tell that such a sunny boy like him is the gangster Dijia who is causing troubles in the city? Suzuki Ayako is coming to Osaka. To be honest, Li Wenqian's impression of Suzuki Ayako is basically that she can't open her eyes. The two had eaten together at the Suzuki's family banquet, and they had very little time to talk. Perhaps that's why he put Suzuki and her daughter to bed, leaving her alone. But then again, this old lady with squinting eyes is a bit capable in business, and he must give Miyano Akemi a vaccination when he goes back tonight. In case Suzuki Ayako goes to see the clues of the company's current gold trading tomorrow. Li Wenqian used to be very disgusted with the hypocrisy of the business circle, but it is much better now. It's not that he wanted to do business, never had this idea. It is enough for him to know who has money and who makes money. Chapter 130. The moment Taimajinshir saw the dead body of Hattori Heiji, his whole body went numb. Laozi Hattori Heizu just died yesterday, and his son Hattori Heiji was cut at the door of his house a day later. I really don't know what crimes this father and son have committed. The death of Hattori Heizu made Osaka Metropolitan Police Department confused, and the death of Hattori Heiji made the whole case even more confusing. It is now certain that the killer was premeditated for revenge. Did Hattori Heizu offend some people and wanted to kill Hattori's family, or did Hattori Heiji offend some people and lead to silence, or the father and son offended a certain criminal at the same time? Taimajinshir didn't know, and the entire Osaka Prefectural Police couldn't give an answer. The only thing Taimajinshir is thankful for now is to let his precious daughter Kazuha transfer to another school, otherwise he really doesn't dare to think about the consequences of mixing with Heiji now. Hattori Heiji was dead before the gangster Tiga came to Osaka. Heiji. Taimajinshir looked at Hattori Shizuka, pear blossoms with rain, crying like ABCH, and could only sigh. The only thing he can do now is to send someone to protect Hattori Shizuka to prevent the tragic fate of Hattori's family being wiped out. It was the last thing he could do for the death of Hattori Heizu. Taimajinshir has already contacted his superiors and reported the situation of Hattori's home. It is believed that the island country police will transfer Hattori Shizuka to a safe place for protection in a short time. After Taimajinshir walked out of the morgue, he screamed at his subordinates. Dashin, how do you do things? He obviously sent someone to protect Hattori Heiji, but in the end something happened. Officer Taima, I have been following Heiji all day, and I will leave when he arrives home soon. The police officer named Dashin expressed his aggrieved heart. It is said that widows have a lot of right and wrong. Chief Hattori has just died, so he can't just live in Hattori Heiji's house. Forget it, you go down. Taimajinshir didn't blame Dashin anymore, who would have thought that the killer would be waiting outside Hattori's house. Seal the throat with a knife. This kind of ability can be said to be the king of killers, the top of the top. Dashin's presence was nothing more than an extra corpse. Everyone stop what they are doing now to get the murderer of Hattori and his son to the doctor. This is no longer a simple homicide case, but a provocation to the entire Osaka Prefectural Police. The next day, a freshly baked newspaper hit Li Wenqian's head impartially. Li Wenqian found that since he gave up the top floor of the villa to Miyano Shiho, this little loli has become a lot more obedient. Everyday breakfast, morning newspaper, just highlight a self-awareness. Miyano Akemi told him privately that Shiho's temper is sometimes bad, so he usually has to worry about it. It is clearly nonsense. He saw that Miyano Shiho, the little loli, was very cute. Hattori Heiji's death was the headline on the front page of the Osaka Morning Post. This news was completely within Li Wenqian's expectation. A high school student, a famous detective in Kansai, the son of Hattori Heizu. With so many factors combined, it is too unreasonable not to be in the headlines after being cut. The second edition of the Zaobeo caught the attention of Li Wenqian. Osaka Prefectural Police held a press conference, claiming to have cracked the case within half a month and arrested the murderer. And at the press conference, he declared war on the evil forces, expressing that he would smash all the darkness, and because there was light in the city. The third page of the newspaper was a case about a bank robbery in the Fukushima district. This news Li Wenqian has seen more than once in the newspapers. The efficiency of the Osaka Prefectural Police is worse than that of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. A bank robber has been arrested for a week. Li Wenqian got up to wash up, and simply ate a small breakfast that Loli bought back. "Shiho, I have something to go to the company." "Go to company?" Miyano Shiho was taken aback for a moment before realizing that Li Wenqian didn't have a company. This feeling of suddenly becoming an office worker made Miyano Shiho very uncomfortable. Same goes for Li Wenqian. If it wasn't for the thousands of tons of gold that he was going to do today, he wouldn't have gone to that ghostly place. No. Miyano Shiho went upstairs wearing slippers and bowed to Li Wenqian with his back. Li Wenqian has her own affairs, and so does she. Although the old sister said all the time that she is cuter now, she still wants to be the former Miyano Shiho. On the way, Li Wenqian met an acquaintance. "Kazuha, why are you back?" "I met Tayama Kazuha on the way," and Li Wenqian got on the bus directly. "I think you've heard about what happened in Osaka recently. The police officer of Osaka Prefecture was killed, and Hattori Heiji." Li Wenqian understood. Tayama Kazuha came back this time to participate in the memorial service at Hattori's house. The relationship between the Tayama family and the Hattori family has always been very good, and it is reasonable for Tayama Kazuha to come back to mourn at this time. To be honest, this woman should really thank him. If it is said that after Hattori Heizu's mourning ceremony is over, he will kill Hattori Heiji again, then Tayama Kazuha is still returning by car. Now it's all right, father and son have one meal, but they can receive 2 gifts. Hattori Shizuka earns this wave of blood. "Don't mention this matter, let's talk about you. Why are you in Osaka?" Tayama Kazuha changed the subject forcefully. "Everyone is dead." No matter how much she said now, she was farting, and she didn't want to think about it at all. "Of course I came to work. I have a spare job in Canary Company now. Suits and leather shoes, green water ghosts, and a pair of black silk-rimmed glasses of the same style as Kisaki Eri." Li Wenqian now feels like a successful person who dies like a dog at 5.8. "I see." It was only then that Tayama Kazuha realized that Li Wenqian was already a social youth, completely different from her high school student who was going to school. "I really don't know how that guy Kingza got involved with Li Wenqian. My house is here, do you want to go in and have a seat?" Tayama Kazuha's home is also in the central area of Osaka, not far from Hattori's home, just across the street. Another day. Li Wenqian has more important things waiting for him in Canary, and it can be seen that Tayama Kazuha is not sincere and enthusiastic about entertaining him today. It is estimated that the entire Tayama family was immersed in the grief of the death of the Hattori father and son. Li Wenqian's current mood seems to be a bit out of place after entering. Chapter 131. Downstairs of the Canary Building, a Western restaurant. This is the third meeting between Li Wenqian and Suzuki Ayako, and also the first face-to-face. "Wenqian-jun, I didn't expect you to be really powerful." The situation of the Canary Company made Suzuki Ayako look at it with admiration. In just a few days, she has already seen the change of Canary from the account. It is not a simple matter to know that it is not easy to increase the transaction of a company in a few days. Suzuki Ayako used to think that Li Wenqian was just a playboy with a little money. She is superficial. The younger sister Sanako's vision is not wrong, and the mother's respect for Li Wenqian is also correct. Don't forget to report the current situation of Canary to Mrs. Suzuki when you go back this time. Li Wenqian has a very good memory. He hasn't forgotten about making Suzuki Tomoko bow down to him. After the Canary profit doubled, he wanted to see what other tricks Suzuki had. "Don't worry, I will." Even if Li Wenqian doesn't say it, she won't forget to share the good news. Not only my mother needs to know, but also her chattering younger sister will definitely ask non-stop. Li Wenqian, you come. Today in the cafe today, not only Suzuki Ayako, but also his right-hand man Miyano Akemi. Without Miyano Akemi in the middle, how could his gold have been traded over the Canaries so quickly? What's wrong? Li Wenqian was surprised. Could it be that the phone fell into the shit? I saw vodka. Li Wenqian's expression changed instantly. Vodka can be said to be the only fish that slipped through the net of the black organization. Although his identity is not clear, the existence of this person is always a threat to the black organization. Are you sure? Miyano Akemi is very sure. I will not admit my mistake. Although Miyano Akemi was not a powerful figure in the black organization before, he also met gin and vodka. And more than once. Then where is he now? Li Wenqian's machete is already hungry and thirsty. Now he can't wait to hack vodka to death, and completely remove all obstacles in front of him. He has already driven away. Just now he was outside the toilet and I didn't dare to come out. I wanted to send you a message, but vodka left before I edited it. Miyano Akemi felt guilty, but Li Wenqian felt that this woman did the right thing. If Miyano Akemi was reckless just now, the best result would be a 1-for-1 limit, otherwise vodka might retreat unscathed. And killing vodka in broad daylight wasn't a clear decision either. Let's go back. Today's coffee was not in vain. Now that vodka has fled to Osaka, is this guy far from death? Suzuki Ayako's inspection went very smoothly this time, which made Li Wenqian work harder. His orders to Miyano Akemi were to trade gold worth $70 billion within a year. Although there is a lot of gold, there is absolutely no problem with its origin. Even if it is investigated, what can be found out? The next day, morning. The memorial service for Hattori Hizu came as scheduled in Osaka Castle. There are many people here. In addition to the detectives from the Osaka Prefectural Police, there are also some former friends of Hattori Hizu. In addition, TV media and newspaper reporters will certainly not be missing. As a memorial ceremony for the Supreme Commander of the Osaka Prefectural Police, this is the performance sent to TV media and newspaper offices. The most eye-catching is Hattori Shizuka, who is crying with pear blossoms and rain. After becoming a widow, the woman seemed even more beautiful. Li Wenqian also came. See that girl? Li Wenqian looked in the direction of Miyano Shiho's finger, and a beautiful girl with brown short curly hair appeared in front of her eyes. The biggest feature is the choppy waves, really which days? It should be this kind of woman that the twigs hang the fruit. That girl's name is Dagong Hongyi, she is the daughter of the Dagong family, and she can compete with the Suzuki Consortium in the island country. Said Miyano Shiho on the side. So she is Dagong Hongyi. Wearing all black, Li Wenqian really didn't recognize him. To be honest, Dagong Hongyi gave him a different feeling from the original book. How to say? The difference is that real people are bigger. If this woman had milk, she might have choked a cow to death. How did you know? I saw it when I was bored browsing the computer web page that day. Li Wenqian originally thought that Miyano Shiho would only do scientific research, but unexpectedly she is also a woman who likes to gossip and watch lace. You told me these are not meant to make me tie her up. The Dagong family has appeared in Li Wenqian's head more than once, and some people say that the Dagong family is the Suzuki Consortium in Kansai. If this big bear woman is kidnapped, it seems impossible to let her go without hundreds of billions. Miyano Shiho made a very exaggerated and ugly expression, and said, I just want you to know this woman, maybe you will have a chance to cooperate in the future, my Lord President? Li Wenqian raised his eyebrows slightly, all he could think of was kidnapping. What cooperation can come faster than blackmailing the rich 383 people? The 3 trillion yen he extorted on the Sally Beth cruise ship last time has not been spent yet. Miyano Shiho is obviously thinking too much. Not to mention that Li Wenqian will not cooperate with Dagong Hongyi family, even if he wants to cooperate, it is impossible. Because he heard Suzuki Sanako said before, the relationship between the two seems to be not very good. While chatting, Taima Jinshur has already stepped onto the stage of the memorial service, and narrated the life of the policeman as a friend of Hattori Hizu during his lifetime. Here, I solemnly promise to all friends, media, and newspapers who came to mourn, that our Osaka Prefectural Police will definitely catch the murderer in the shortest possible time. Give an explanation to the dead Chief Hattori, and return a piece of security to Osaka Castle. Li Wenqian sneered, he's such a braggart. The day before yesterday it was said that the case would be solved within half a month, but today it is the shortest time here. Let you small island nations be arrogant for a few days first. Li Wenqian has already organized his manpower, and a death squad of 250 people is ready to go. At the same time, it means that that person will charge like 205. Just wait for his order to directly attack the Osaka Metropolitan Police Department. When the time comes, the soldiers will come under pressure, so I ask you how to deal with it. Chapter 132. Early morning. Miyano Shiho bought breakfast as usual in slacks and stockings. After entering the villa, she took off her beloved brown leather shoes at the entrance, put on a pair of slippers, put the breakfast on the dining room table, and then tiptoed into Li Wenqian's room, preparing to give Li Wenqian a surprise like before. The little hand holding the newspaper is raised high. Li Wenqian's body bounced up like a tight bow and arrow, and a counterattack pinned Miyano Shiho to the bed. The positions of the hunter and the prey have reversed polarity. Let me go. Miyano Shiho blushed. Not only was she frightened by Li Wenqian, but also because of Li Wenqian's beast-like counterattack, her mood fluctuated like a river in a sea. You sent this to your door on your own initiative. Miyano Shiho was teasing him, and more than once. I only want Miyano Shiho to make trouble, isn't he allowed to make trouble? Miyano Shiho really picked him up this time. I'm going to tell my sister. The only thing Miyano Shiho's struggles did in the face of superpowers was to get Li Wenqian even more excited. Even if your sister knows, she won't say no. It is said that twisted melons are not sweet. Even if he twisted it, he doesn't care if riding a horse is sweet or not. It's over. From Li Wenqian's point of view, Miyano Shiho didn't seem to have the intention of being RD, and the two of them seemed to be constantly torturing Miyano Shiho's lustful heart during the past few days of living together. Miyano Shiho is a small loli, but a legal adult loli. With grown-up thinking and desires. Li Wenqian's body weighing 40 to 50 kilograms is like a toy in Li Wenqian's hands. Whether it is this one, this, or this will not affect the communication between the two of them. Jingle bell. Belmode's call came at the right time, as if calling for gold for the battle between the two of them. Downstairs. Belmode hung up after finishing speaking. Li Wenqian looked down from the balcony of the window. Belmode's love army was right in front of his villa. Wait for me at home, I should be back soon. Li Wenqian doesn't know if Miyano Shiho's current state can be heard. Maybe. After Li Wenqian got into Belmode's car, he realized that Kuroso was sitting in the back seat. I don't know if I have been happy in the organization recently, anyway, the relationship with Belmode seems to be more rigid. The vodka matter has been investigated. Belmode handed Li Wenqian a newspaper. This is today's Osaka Morning Post. Li Wenqian must have finished reading the original daily routine, but today there was a small accident that made him put it under Miyano Shiho's buttocks to catch water. The headlines on the newspapers are still about Hattori Hizu. The second version is an impassioned speech released by Osaka Metropolitan Police Department in front of reporters, which is actually the content of yesterday's memorial ceremony. The bank robber in Fukushima ward is vodka. Li Wenqian really didn't expect it. The news of the bank robbers in Fukushima ward appeared in front of his eyes at least 3 times. What a fate! Li Wenqian did not expect that he and Vodka would be so close. We investigated and found that Vodka and several people first lived in a used car recycling plant in the west area of Osaka. Vodka was originally a core member of the Black Organization, and Jin's most loyal confidant probably never dreamed that this guy would never have thought that the Black Organization's information had just been used on him. Belmode is now driving to the second-hand car recycling plant in the West District. Goal: hunt down Vodka. In fact, she could easily solve this matter by arranging a few people, but Ke Xue insisted on taking Li Wenqian with her. In the west area of Osaka, there is a second-hand car recycling factory called Inu. Belmode parked the car 500 meters away from the used car recycling plant. Wish y'all good luck. Hunting is not her forte. Belmode didn't have the slightest desire to get out of the car. After Li Wenqian got out of the car, he took out an AA-12 shotgun. The characteristic of this kind of firearm is that the range is short, but the range is limited. Although it does not have the ability to sniper at a long distance, it is a magic weapon for fighting in a narrow environment. Spray on anyone you see, you will die if you spray. Ke Xue's small body is holding a usse submachine gun, but she prefers a dagger stuck in the thigh knife sheath. Inside the car factory, several killers sit on the periphery, with Vodka in the center. For Vodka, he may never have dreamed that he could be the boss in this life. Brother, when do we leave Osaka? Now when they heard the words Bandit Digia, they were about to pee out of fear. After the death of the Black Organization, they originally planned to set up a new hill in Osaka, become bigger and stronger, and create another glories, but they did not expect that the gangster Tiga would appear in Osaka. All they want now is to leave this horrible city. Finish the last vote and leave, I will take you to Italy. 17. When Vodka was Jin's younger brother, he met some arms dealers of the Italian Mafia. Many arms of the Black Organization were bought from the hands of the Mafia. For his sake, he can continue to mess around there. You still want to go? Li Wenqian sprayed on everyone who came in. Boom! Every time a shotgun is fired, someone is bound to be injured or killed. Tiga, run! Seeing this Tiga mask, Vodka now has no desire to fight at all. The entire Black Organization has been wiped out. By him? Dog, let's see where you are going. Li Wenqian rushed forward with a stride and shot Vodka in the back. The power of the shotgun caused Vodka's 178 kilograms body to fly 5 or 6 meters away in an instant. Killed on the spot. Get money. At this time, Ke Xue also came in from the back door of the car factory. It's all been resolved. Not a single shot was fired. This woman still likes swordsmen so much. Li Wenqian checked the ground, and after confirming that there was no one alive, he turned his attention to the trunk of one of the cars. It's all money. There is about 50 million yen. What is the picture? Isn't kidnapping a rich man's daughter faster than robbing a bank to get money? Most importantly, kidnapping a rich family's daughter is safer. Li Wenqian received the money into his system space with some displeasure. He actually understands Jin a little bit now. It's either fake wine or a useless dog, who is not numb. Let's go. The Hattori father and son have been eradicated, and the only fish that slipped through the Black Organization has been resolved, and there has been no worries since then. Li Wenqian feels much lighter. The next step is to plan the attack on the police station with peace of mind. Chapter 133. It was already evening when Li Wenqian came back. He gets out of the car. Ke Xue also got off the bus together. Belmode finally knew what this woman was up to. I wish you all good dreams tonight. Belmode poked his head out from the driving position, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Immediately afterwards, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the streets of the villa area. Back to the villa. Mayano Akimi, who has been busy all day in Canary, has already got off work and is sitting on the sofa with snacks to catch up with the drama. Li Wenqian glanced at the bedroom, the bed had been made spotless. What about Xiao? Li Wenqian asked. Upstairs. It seems that the antidote of ATPX4869 has a new idea, and it is currently being researched on it. What? Could it be possible that he performed a miracle vigorously and poked Mayano Xiao's head open? The original study room on the top floor has been converted into a research room by Mayano Xiao, and a lot of scientific research instruments have been installed according to the size of the room. I don't know how much it cost. When Li Wenqian entered the scientific research room, the first thing he felt was a slipper. Li Wenqian took advantage of the trend and then fell to the ground, walked straight towards Mayano Xiao, dragging his buttocks so that Mayano Xiao rose to the same level as him. Rogue. The relationship between the two has undergone subtle changes because of the in-depth communication this morning. You're in good spirits. 430 Li Wenqian puts a very small Mayano Xiao on the table. Originally thought that the strenuous exercise in the morning would kill half of Mayano Xiao's life, but he still underestimated the ability of the creator, and even more underestimated the body structure of women. I still have a lot of things to study, please don't bother me here. Real. Mayano Xiao didn't seem to be affected by the in-depth communication in the morning, sitting at the computer desk with his legs crossed and typing on the keyboard. After Li Wenqian left, she murmured, "Scum." She didn't know how to explain to her sister that she slept with Li Wenqian. Time turns, another day. Li Wenqian gathered all the younger brothers from Akagi Mountain in Gunma County into a large factory he bought in Osaka. 250 people are ready to go, and everyone is full of energy, loyal and respectful to Li Wenqian. Chicks with guns, little brother turns into a girl holding an M4. Step 1, fire the gun. The black organization did leave a lot of guns and ammunition, but it would be too wasteful to use them to attack the Metropolitan Police Department. Why spend, money when there is a free method? Li Wenqian just wanted to ask, is there any faster way than inputting commands to arm the younger brother? Although this method is free and quick, it did a lot of damage to Li Wenqian's psychology. Seeing that the younger boys who were full of energy just now turned into Japanese PS holding M4 carbine, Li Wenqian expressed that he wanted to quit. He may not want to touch a woman for half a month. Step 2, improve the loyalty of the little girls again, so that they will go forward without fear. Madman, full loyalty of subordinates. The 250 subordinates instantly became extremely energetic at this moment, and everyone burst out with a high obedience comparable to the island self-defense forces. Step 3, prepare for transportation. Earthen walking, golf cart. Gether fast indeed, rally car. Rock and roll car, limousine. Iwan tight painted block, all the cars turn black. Changing the color of the car is considered complete. The last key point is to distribute a Tiga mask to everyone. From today onwards, this team will be called Tiga Legion. Li Wenqian was very satisfied looking at this high-spirited Tiga army. Before traveling, he had only heard that spreading rumors cost zero, but he never thought that being a good citizen in Ke Xue world could also be done at zero cost. Li Wenqian's order is very simple. The Tiga Legion rushed to the Osaka Metropolitan Police Department for Laozi. There is no reason, just to fight in groups. Just ask anyone who's played Grand Theft Auto and hasn't run through a police station with a machine gun in hand. Isn't that reason enough? If Li Wenqian was really asked to find a more reasonable reason, it can only be said that it is too difficult to become a 9-star good citizen now. Just blowing up simple buildings may not be able to meet this demanding requirement. For example, the last time the Sky Tower was blown up, in fact, it was just a 6-star good citizen. So Li Wenqian wants to challenge more exciting. To do something that has never been done in the history of the island country, it is necessary to set a precedent for the gangsters in the island country. Set off. Li Wenqian led 250 men and marched towards the Osaka Metropolitan Police Department from different directions. Of course, there was no one else except him and 250 of his subordinates. Those women who prevented him from drawing his sword did not carry any of them. He can be resurrected. Brother can recruit again. If those useful women die, they really have nothing to play with. The other side. Detectives from the Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka are in an emergency meeting on the Hattori Hizu case, unaware that a surprise is about to fall on their dogs. Apart from the clues we have so far, what else do you want to say? I thought this was a case against Hattori Heiji or Hattori Hizu, but I only need to look up the relationship and social circle of the two to get the answer and identify the suspect. People. After 3 days of investigation, this matter is far from as simple as he imagined. Everything that can be investigated has been investigated, and no one meets such a criminal motive. There has never been such a powerful top killer in the criminal records of Osaka. Tayama Jinshire's scalp is tingling. The assassination of Hattori Hizu made the entire Osaka Prefectural Police embarrassing. He had previously boasted in front of reporters that he would solve the case within half a month. Chief Tayama, does this murderer have no enmity with Chief Hattori? Is this a random killing to vent his emotions? Kill Hizu first, then Heiji. Do you think there is such a coincidence? Assumptions are shattered as soon as they are established. Keep thinking. There must be places we haven't thought of yet. Dashin, take someone to the top floor of the Sakura Hotel to investigate if there are any things we left behind. The surveillance cameras of the surrounding buildings and the shopping mall next to it are all checked. Come out. Noda, go to Gaifeng High School in Osaka and start investigating Heiji's classmates to see if Hattori Heiji has come into contact with any strange people recently. At this moment, a criminal policeman standing in front of the window yelled as if he saw a ghost. D. Chapter 134. D. Tiga. Commander Tayama, outside, it's full of Tiga outside. Tayama Jinshire walked to the window, squatted down subconsciously after only one glance. Sweat dripped from his forehead in no time. One more look and it will explode. What happened? Why are there so many Dijas outside the Metropolitan Police Department? He saw rows of Tiga gangsters standing outside, at least 200 of them on horseback, and every Tiga bandit held an M4 carbine in his hand. Inverted. This is to rebel. Quick, contact SAT. A gangster Tiga turned the whole Tokyo upside down. A legion of Tiga. Tayama Jinshire's urine was frightened, a few drops came out. Commander Tayama, they are not going to attack our Metropolitan Police Department, are they? The voice just fell. Italian shells have already struck the Metropolitan Police Department office building. It's attacking the Metropolitan Police Department. It's attacking the Metropolitan Police Department. The Osaka Prefectural Police can now confirm that the gangster Tiga is here to rebel today, to take down their Osaka Metropolitan Police Department. Notify the self-defense forces. Tell them that a Tiga team of hundreds of people with live ammunition has appeared outside the Metropolitan Police Department, and tell them to come quickly to support. Tayama Jinshire also deeply felt the pressure brought by the gangster Tiga. This is far from a small scene that anti-terrorist forces like the SAT can handle. The Metropolitan Police Department urgently needs the support of the army. A large number of members of the self-defense forces support. Officer Tayama, Tiga rushed in. The Digia Legion holds an assault rifle with a capacity of 30 rounds. They only have a small revolver with 6 bullets in their hands. The Osaka Prefectural Police are now ready to die. Everyone follow me and retreat to the back. Inside the building behind the Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka Prefecture is a place for guns and ammunition, where they may escape the tragic fate of being slaughtered as pigs. Fire! Fire! Li Wenqian blasted the last 3 Italian shells on the office building of the Metropolitan Police Department. This time, there is really nothing. From today onwards, this Italian cannon, which has a history of decades and has carried the glorious mission of opening countless times, will probably become a pile of scrap iron because of the lack of shells. Digia Legion, let me rush. Li Wenqian gave an order, and 250 members of the Digi-Legion rushed into the office building in a swarm. Slaughter people and pigs when they see them. There are no tactics at all. Because there is absolutely no need for it. All tactics and skills are useless in the face of absolute strength. In less than 3 minutes, the Digi-Legion in front of them reported that the Metropolitan Police Department office building had been successfully occupied by them, and the Osaka police had already fled to the logistics building after a series of defeats. Very good. Li Wenqian is very satisfied with his maiden conductor. Immediately afterwards, he issued a second order to the Digi-Legion, attack the enemy's second tower. The Digi-Legion took the first row of office buildings as a cover and started shooting wildly at the logistics building of the Osaka police. Perhaps because there was no way to retreat, the desperate Osaka police broke out their tenacious resistance, and dozens of Osaka prefectural police temporarily withstood the attack of the Digi-Legion. Li Wenqian made a move. There was an explosion in the sky, and Panzer made its debut. The T-34-85 medium tank weighing dozens of tons fell from the sky, and dozens of tons of iron bumps directly smashed the concrete floor of the Metropolitan Police Department extending to the walls and land on both sides. Tank. It's a tank. Before Li Wenqian fired the cannon, the policemen of the whole Tianbanning had already started. Under the fear of death, even the police in uniform and holding guns will start to flee like wild boars. Fire. One shot into the soul. The close-range strike of the artillery shell caused serious collapse of the entire logistics building. At this time, Li Wenqian gave the order of the Digi-Legion to attack again. He has now realized the magical effect of the Digi-Legion. He doesn't need to charge into the battle, and he doesn't need to do the dirty work himself. Now Song just needs to sit in the tank and giggle and bulldoze the entire Metropolitan Police Department. Most importantly, the credit for all of this will be attributed to him alone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of a 7-star good citizen. Already 7 stars. Li Wenqian has now figured out how to evaluate the star rating system. It does not mean how many buildings you have destroyed, but how much your work has contributed to the island country. For example, the attack on the Osaka Metropolitan Police Department this time is a strong stroke even in the 2000-year history of the island country. Hey, why didn't you fight? Li Wenqian was still looking forward to defending the fight, but the gunshots outside had gradually subsided. 0. Seeking flowers. The report from the Digi-Legion, Osaka Metropolitan Police Department has been successfully taken down. There is only one thought in Li Wenqian's mind, it's too easy. Li Wenqian jumped off the tank, and the entire logistics building fell silent at this moment. The corpses of the Osaka police were everywhere, including the corpses of the Digi-Legion. None of this matters. As long as there is money, the Digi-Legion can continue to expand. That's what it's called. Beat magic with magic. Li Wenqian entered the logistics building and saw a lot of archives scattered on the ground, as well as guns and ammunition left over by the Osaka Prefecture Police. None. Adhering to the purpose of killing and burning everything, Li Wenqian took out the flamethrower and operated it in one go. Hey, how did you not see Tayama Kazuha's father? Li Wenqian suddenly realized something was wrong. After Hattori Hizu's death, Tayama Jinshur is currently the interim supreme commander of the Osaka Prefectural Police, but he did not see the account of Xianshan Jinshur at the scene. In other words, there are still fish that slipped through the net in the Osaka Prefectural Police. Papa! Li Wenqian quickly assembled the Digi-Legion. Order, dig 3 feet to find the fish that slipped through the net of the Osaka Prefectural Police. The second basement of the logistics building. This is where the Osaka Prefectural Police store guns and ammunition. Now Tayama Jinshur is hiding in the room with several wounded detectives. Hey, Kazuha, Madoka. Nothing. You're still in Osaka right now, and go back to Tokyo to find Ayako today, according to Dad's words. Leave now, don't come back without something very important. Tianjin sure already has the heart to die. He has never been so afraid after being a policeman for so many years, this time he was really afraid. Italian guns, tanks. Those who stepped on his horse thought that he had traveled to the battlefield. Tianjin sure can barely make a phone call to his daughter, while the others are already in a state of being completely terrified. For these criminal police who maintain law and order in Osaka City, when have they experienced such a horrible war? Everyone was squatting on the ground, and it was only a matter of time before Tiga found them. Chapter 135. Boom. The voice above the Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka said only a little. The island nation's SAT anti-terrorist force has arrived. Li Wenqian didn't panic at all. Send an RPG rocket launcher to each member of the Tiga Legion who is closest to him. That's how the bazooka anti-aircraft squad was formed. Command, play plane. More than a dozen rocket launchers and more than 200 M4 carbines covered the firepower, so that the SAT anti-terrorist force helicopter was shot down before the specific situation was detected. In the past, Li Wenqian was masturbating alone, but now a group of Digia accompanied him to ME. Today is different. Li Wenqian didn't expect that the plane was shot down in just 3 minutes. Report. A large number of gangsters armed with heavy weapons appeared in the logistics building of the Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka. We can't get in. The SAT anti-terrorist force of the island country has seen big scenes, but even so, the 210 was intimidated by the firepower of today's gangsters. Just saying that you can't attack is just putting gold on your face, not daring to attack is the real idea of stepping on the horse. They now all suspect that a certain country does not like the island country and has launched a premeditated terrorist attack. What's going on inside the Metropolitan Police Department? Is the officer of Osaka Metropolitan Police Department okay now? Are you okay? Sir, do you want to figure out what you're talking about? We are currently unable to grasp the situation in the Metropolitan Police Department. We can confirm that the terrorists in the Metropolitan Police Department have M4 assault rifles, RPG rocket launchers, and there is also a tension. The Osaka Prefectural Police can't give an answer at the moment, but it shouldn't be any better than the helicopter that crashed to the ground just now. Outside the battlefield. Shuaki, you really hit the spot. The gangster Tiga, he is really in Osaka. When Akai Shuaki said that the top killer who assassinated Hattori Hizu might be the gangster Tiga, Judy didn't quite believe it. After all, there is no relationship between the two cases, but now she believes it. No matter from which aspect Akai Shuaki knows and analyzes it, it is an ironclad fact that the gangster Tiga appeared in Osaka. And this gangster is attacking the Osaka Prefectural Police frantically. The bandit Tiga is really a big trouble. Akai Shuaki guessed through some information from the police that the bandit Tiga might be the one who killed Hattori Hizu. But he didn't expect that the gangster Tiga was no longer alone. Akai Shuaki, as the elite of the FBI elite and the trump card of the trump card, also has a headache when he sees a group of gangsters Tiga. Osaka Metropolitan Police Department. The Digia Legion has now occupied the entire gangster logistics building, and found the arsenal on the second floor underground. Block the door outside. Li Wenqian knew that the dozen or so criminal policemen who survived, including Tianjin Sure, were hiding inside. Li Wenqian no longer has the time to hunt and kill these mice. The door of the arsenal is relatively thick, and it can't be attacked at all in 3 or 5 seconds. If things like rocket launchers and TNT explosives are used, the building may collapse and they may be buried below. Very bad value for money. Li Wenqian's goal is to become a glorious 9-star good citizen of the island country. He chose to use all his forces to deal with the coming self-defense forces, and blocked the door of the arsenal to prevent the enemy from being attacked. Half an hour has passed since the Tiga Legion attacked the Metropolitan Police Department. The SAT anti-terrorist force of the island nation was ready to go out on the periphery, and the self-defense forces also surrounded the entire Osaka Metropolitan Police Department after receiving orders. Clear the field within a radius of several kilometers. The SAT counter-terrorism unit and the self-defense forces set up a makeshift command post outside the Metropolitan Police Department. I have already contacted Minister Tayama of the Metropolitan Police Department. He is currently blocked on the second basement floor of the logistics building with more than a dozen policemen, and he is currently safe. According to the information provided by Minister Tayama, there are more than 200 gangsters in this bandit army, and all of them are holding M4 assault rifles in their hands. But according to the latest information provided by our SAT members, this Tiga army not only has M4, but also has multiple rocket launchers, and a tank parked in the Metropolitan Police Department. Carbines, bazookas, tanks. Even the self-defense forces couldn't help but feel their scalp tingle after hearing this. This is not the Syrian battlefield, but the most prosperous city center in Osaka. This is a city with more than 2.6 million residents in an island country, and it cannot open fire at random like on the spot. That is to say, Minister Tayama and more than a dozen criminal police officers from the Metropolitan Police Department are now trapped on the second basement floor of the logistics building, and the gangster army is currently doing their final defense on the logistics building. The battle situation became clear instantly after the commander of the self-defense forces said this. That is to say, there will be no hostages or compatriots in the next battle, and now they will only face enemies. The commander ordered the attack immediately. In this battle, we must play the demeanor that the Japanese self-defense forces should have, and the momentum of the Japanese people. We must make the people of Osaka the first line of defense for the entire city. After some impassioned speeches, the commander of the self-defense forces issued the final offensive order. They have only one mission this time, to attack the Metropolitan Police Department and eliminate the Bandit Army Zero. The Japan Self-Defense Force is divided into the Maritime Self-Defense Force, the Land Self-Defense Force and the Air Self-Defense Force. The main equipment of the Ground Self-Defense Force includes tanks, armored vehicles, howitzers, anti-tank rockets, anti-tank missiles, helicopters, and other large weapons. The Metropolitan Police Department, Li Wenqian only saw the armed helicopters of the self-defense forces and their armored vehicles during this attack. At this moment, the fired rocket hit the sky tank parked in the hall impartially. Xiao Baga's thinking is very clear: first blow up the enemy's most lethal weapon. A tank can be devastating to a densely populated city. Take the bombing of the Yasukuni Shrine last time as an example. Li Wenqian drove a tank to bombard and crush, and sent away thousands of little baga in 10 hours. Even if it is slaughtering pigs, it is actually impossible to kill thousands of pigs in an hour. Because the pig runs faster than the little baga. The bombing of the tank seemed to be the fuse of the war between the two sides, which caused an instant exchange of fire between the Tiga Legion and the island self-defense forces. Li Wenqian knew that he was short of manpower, and he did not choose to take the initiative to attack when there was a huge disparity in the strength of the enemy and himself. Instead, he used the logistics building as a cover to launch a powerful counterattack. Tactics. Anyone who rides a horse can't order. Chug chug chug. Li Wenqian set up Gatling and fired wildly at the self-defense forces. The hail of bullets is as dense as rain. The Tiga army used the terrain to repel the self-defense forces in the first wave of confrontation. Miyamoto Yumi made a caring call at such a critical time. Li Wenqian hung up decisively. "Woman, please don't 3.6 affect his speed of drawing the knife." The second round of the self-defense team's attack came soon, which made Li Wenqian feel as if he was playing a tower defense game. No tension at all, and a lot of fun. Because the system has given him the achievement of becoming an 8-star good citizen just now, which means that his attack on the Bureau of Incidents this time has almost the same influence as the last time he bombed the Yasukuni Shrine. Both have also made contributions to the island country that will be recorded in history. The second attack of the self-defense forces was much more violent than the previous one. The armed helicopters suppressed the firepower, and the special attack team took advantage of the trend to charge towards the logistics building. At the same time, they used the cover of smoke bombs and tear gas bombs to destroy the Tiga Legion. Li Wenqian instantly understood that the self-defense forces' first attack was just a test. Li Wenqian didn't panic at all. He still has a back move, and a big killer that he hasn't used yet. Chapter 136. The originally bustling Osaka castle has fallen into panic at this time. The people of Osaka listened to the bursts of gunshots coming from the direction of the Metropolitan Police Department in the city center. Every time the sound came, their chrysanthemums tightened uncontrollably. Anyone in Osaka who has no problem with IQ knows that Tiga, the gangster who made Tokyo go crazy, has come to Osaka. The fate of Tokyo is known to the entire island nation, and now hearing the bursts of gunfire from the direction of the Metropolitan Police Department, no one in Osaka is unforgiving. Osaka Metropolitan Police Department. Panzer. Li Wenqian entered the password of the tank more than 70 or 80 times. All of a sudden, more than a dozen tanks came up and down in an open space behind the Metropolitan Police Department logistics building. Li Wenqian randomly selected a dozen elites to enter the tank, and then sent 2 TNT bombs to each of them. Very good. Now it is time to complete your final glorious mission. This is Li Wenqian's ultimate move, to kill both. The blind defense just now did have an immediate effect, but after being noticed by Xiao Baga of the self-defense force, he quickly responded. He, naturally needs to change his formation. The whole army attacks the enemy's base camp 106. More than a dozen large tanks stood in front of them, and the 100 or so people from the Digia Legion who were still alive used the tanks as cover and began to fire. Although the current number of people is less than 200, the sudden burst of momentum from the Tiga Legion has already overwhelmed the self-defense forces. In particular, the spirit of going forward and not fearing life and death is something these little Baga of the self-defense forces never possessed. Rush! Li Wenqian was driving a large tank at the forefront of the Digia Legion. Is that the enemy crystal? Too arrogant? Did little Baga think he didn't dare to fight back, and actually set up a temporary command post outside the Metropolitan Police Department? Do you think Li Wenqian is a rough man who would not engage in beheading actions? Li Wenqian didn't know what little Baga was thinking, but the effect of having a command post in front of him was to fill up the hatred. If Li Wenqian didn't crush the command post in front of him, he would be ashamed of his infinite resurrection ability. Sprint! Li Wenqian pressed the forward button all the way. He wished that the liquid nitrogen acceleration function would be available on the tank. Idiot! The commander of the self-defense forces dared to fight back when he saw the bandit army. Incredible! Was it brainwashed, or drugged? No terrorist team in the world has such a high degree of execution. Even the special forces cannot be able to move forward in the face of a hail of bullets. Stop him! Quickly stop him! Even more terrible things happened. One of the tanks rushed directly towards their command post. This was unexpected by the commander of the self-defense forces. The emergence of terrorist troops in Osaka City really shocked the self-defense forces, but they only thought that being surrounded by the self-defense forces would be a situation of being slaughtered. But I didn't expect that the Digia Legion would dare to fight back, and also regarded the command post outside as the primary target. I'm careless, but it's too late to think about it. Fortunately, a captain of the self-defense force had a clear mind, drove an armored vehicle over, and blocked the tank abruptly with his body of steel. Run! Where are you going? Li Wenqian jumped out of the tank, stood on top of the tank and held Gatling, shooting wildly. He, Lao Li, wants to let these little Baga know what it means to be a god descending to earth. Chug chug chug! In an instant, more than half of the 7 or 8 little Baga who ran out from the command post fell down. Li Wenqian doesn't know which one is the fattest pig. Unimportant. Just kill them all. Li Wenqian leaped from the tank and landed steadily. Gatling switched to an M4 carbine, and the blessing of advanced gun fighting skills allowed him to shoot a small baga. Li Wenqian killed all the little baga who ran out from the command post, and only then did he discover an important problem. Where is his general? Bad. All his generals have been slaughtered by the self-defense forces like pigs. Li Wenqian drove the tank and ran towards the self-defense forces. Tiga Legion, march forward indomitable. This is the team's slogan, and Li Wenqian must be on the team box for this team. Go ahead. Go ahead. Fire. Evacuate quickly. Rockets are ready, don't let the tank rush over, there is a bomb on that tank. Li Wenqian's show routine of burning himself and lighting up the world is no longer a secret to the military of the island country. The interim commander of the self-defense force reminded immediately, but it was still a million points late. When the self-defense forces took out the anti-tank rockets, the tank driven by Li Wenqian had already come over. This is in the center of Osaka City, firing an anti-tank rocket in such a narrow environment is tantamount to annihilation. After a moment of hesitation, Li Wenqian rushed into the camp of the self-defense forces. Feel Pi Daxing's greetings. Li Wenqian decisively pressed the button to die together. Art. What can we do if we know our old Li's methods? Still can't stop his unwavering determination to become a good citizen of the island country. Resurrection location, Osaka, Central Area, Villa, Underground Garage. Next second. Li Wenqian has come to the Ferrari in the underground garage. Clean clothes, soft hair, and a full face. Li Wenqian is alive again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of an 8.5-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 billion yen. Ding! The host got 5 A-129 armed helicopters because of his joy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Italian guns and 2,000 shells. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 TNT bombs. Ding! Because the host has obtained advanced fighting skills. 8.5 stars. This system was developed by Pinzixi. At the end, he did see that the last star on the system was half lit. For the sake of the system giving away so many rewards, he chose to forgive. Strictly speaking, he can be regarded as a half-step 5-star. Hey, Yumi, is there something wrong? Anything else? Haven't you seen how many calls I've made to you? Miyamoto Yumi's tone carried obvious 110 complaints, and she was about to blow up Li Wenqian's phone in half a day. It's okay to hear your voice. The gangster Tiga appeared in Osaka Castle, you should already know it. Miyamoto Yumi has heard in Tokyo. Osaka Castle is already in trouble. Hundreds of gangsters Tiga openly attacked Osaka Metropolitan Police Department, which is different from the nature of the previous gangsters chasing and bombing Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. If the gangster Tiga blatantly provoked the Tokyo police last time, then this time it is tantamount to not treating the Osaka police as human beings. I'm in the central area of Osaka, don't you know, a lot of Dika took down the Metropolitan Police Department. Li Wenqian said with a smile. I called you just because I knew you were in the central area. I thought you didn't answer the phone. Every time Li Wenqian calls her, she answers immediately, even if she is in a meeting, she will find a way. But when she called Li Wenqian, she answered the phone whenever she wanted, and she didn't answer the phone if she didn't want to. Miyamoto Yumi felt like a licking dog in frustration. What can I do? My place is far away from Osaka Metropolitan Police Department. After the Osaka Metropolitan Police Department was captured, Li Wenqian felt much more relaxed. Made a call with this call from Miyamoto Yumi in the underground garage. Miyamoto Yumi promises to please his taste buds by wearing high silk when the traffic department is on vacation. Li Wenqian knows that this day is not far away. The news that the gangster Tiga appeared in Osaka is believed to sweep the entire island country tomorrow, and Tokyo will also lift the ban by then. Chapter 137. Osaka Metropolitan Police Department. Li Wenqian left, but he managed to stay behind the suffering and torment. The entire Metropolitan Police Department has now become a purgatory on earth. Crying and howling, screaming again and again. The living envy the dead who have been liberated, and the dead don't know what to look forward to. Many hospitals in Osaka have taken action under the deployment of the military at this time, carrying the injured members of the self-defense forces and SAT into ambulances one by one. Almost none of the corpses on the ground had beards and tails. In the final explosion, they were either blown into pieces or burned into coke by the scorching heat. Those who can be lifted have already been lifted, and those who cannot be lifted can only be restrained bit by bit with a shovel. Taima Jinshur and a dozen detectives from Osaka Metropolitan Police Department also escaped with the help of the self-defense forces. Minister Taima, are you okay? Taima Jinshur nodded dully. He looked up at the sky. The afternoon sun was so dazzling, yet so kind. He, still alive? Taima Jinshur himself couldn't believe that a mortal man would still see the sun again. Minister Taima, get in the car. Taima Jinshur waved his hand, feeling that he didn't need to go to the hospital for emergency treatment. Taima Jinshur sits on the ground. It's too scary to ride a horse. Nightmare. What a nightmare. He can now finally understand the pain in the heart of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. The bandit Digia is too terrifying and too difficult to deal with. Wait a moment. Taima Jinshur saw the body of a brother Tiga being carried away from his eyes. He got up and uncovered the mask of the gangster Tiga. Girls? How is this going? Taima Jinshur was surprised. He never thought that there would be a woman's face under the hideous mask. It's not just her, all the gangster Tiga are all women. Taima Jinshur felt even more uncomfortable after hearing this. Dare they be blocked by a group of women on the second floor of the basement just now and couldn't hold their heads up? Investigate all the identities of these women, their names, families, jobs, and living circles. Crazy. The girls in the island country are all crazy. Taima Jinshur never dreamed that a group of girls from the archipelago would get together to take over the Metropolitan Police Department. The other side. Shuaki, there is no development on my side, how is your side? Same. Akai Shuaki and Judy originally wanted to observe outside the Metropolitan Police Department, trying to find traces of Humphrey Diga. But they were disappointed. 2 hours have passed since the last explosion just now, and no suspicious people have come out of the desolate scene except for the wounded and corpses. Would the bandit Tiga just hide in those wounded or corpses? Akai Shuaki shook his head and said, I have asked Cameron to investigate, and he called back just now to say that there is nothing wrong with the wounded and the corpse. Akai Shuaki always thinks that he is very smart, and there seems to be no mystery in the world that he can't see through, but this time he really met his opponent. How did the bandit Tiga disappear? How did the tank fall from the sky? He couldn't understand every question. Akai Shuaki is a person who advocates the theory of science, but now he has gradually begun to believe in the theory that the gangster Tiga can use magic. It can be seen how much the gangster Tiga has devastated his heart. Shuaki, do you think Andigia will die in this explosion? Absolutely not. It is also a mystery that the gangster Tiga can survive the explosion again and again. Although Tiga was not seen after the explosion, Akai Shuaki firmly believed that the gangster was not dead. This guy is bound to pop up somewhere in the world someday. Why are there so many gangster Tiga in Osaka? Judy was really intimidated. She has seen the fighting power of the gangster Tiga with her own eyes. A gangster Tiga can blow up the Kennedy Space Center and the Yasukuni Shrine. Then more than 200. Judy even felt that it was overkill for more than 200 gangsters to attack the Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka. There is only one bandit Tiga, and the others are fake. Fake. Judy agrees. If there were really more than 200 gangster Digia, the entire island country might have been bombed into the Pacific Ocean by now. Then who are the others? Akai Shuaki pondered for a long time. All I can think of is black organizations. Black organization. Didn't they have many fights with the gangster Tiga? Although the black organization finally pinned the blame on the Mud Tragedy Society, Judy clearly remembered that Ke Xue said it was a trick of the black organization. Ke Xue was silent. This is also a point that he can't figure out. The black organization will not tolerate everything that the gangster Dijia has done, and people like the gangster Dijia will certainly not bow their heads like the black organization. Half a day. The news that the Tiga Legion is all women caused an uproar in Osaka City. The bandit Tiga is a woman. The gangster Tiga is a PP. The members of the Tiga Legion are all whores. Guesses like this one after another. Once this news is released, it can be regarded as a stimulus to the male compatriots in the island country. While discussing, they also started to rush home after get off work. It was only reassuring to see their wives at home honestly at home. They're terrified that their PSI is a part of the attack on the Metropolitan Police Department. What? These women didn't find any news. Could it be that they all fell from the sky? Continue to check. Check the missing persons in Osaka Castle. If you can't find it in Osaka, expand the scope to the whole country. Taimajin Shire's scalp tingled. Originally thought that this time he had caught the only clue of the gangster Tiga ODT, but he didn't expect that the result of the investigation gave him a blow to the head. How could there be no? He didn't believe that more than 200 crazy women didn't have any information. It has been checked, and none of the missing persons want to match. Taimajin Shire's eyes darkened and he almost fainted. He has been a criminal police officer for 20 years, and he has never encountered such a desperate gangster, let alone such a complicated and confusing case. Central Area, Villa. After Li Wenqian came back, he locked himself in the study. Post-war summaries have now become a good habit of his. The attack on the Metropolitan Police Department went very smoothly. Not only did the entire Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka be flattened, but most importantly, it allowed him to see the combat effectiveness of the Tiga Legion. The horror of the Tiga Legion is not their combat effectiveness, but their high execution ability and the indomitable spirit of not fearing death. The most important thing is that after this attack on the Metropolitan Police Department, I believe the people of Osaka have realized his enthusiasm. What is the cost of leveling the Metropolitan Police Department? What is a man worth? 250 members died this time, and he can recruit 500 tomorrow. With this kind of fighting power shown today, Li Wenqian felt that if there were 100,000 Tiga legions, they could openly challenge the self-defense forces. Take the rewards presented by the system this time as an example. 10 Italian guns can at least allow him to form an artillery company. 5 A129 gunships can give him the prototype of an air force. Li Wenqian swells. He felt like the whole of Kojima was under his feet now. When Li Wenqian came out of the study, he found that Miyano Shiho was still sitting in front of the computer and typing on the keyboard seriously. Sister, go to bed first, I still have some things to deal with. Seeing that the people behind him didn't speak, Miyano Shiho realized it wasn't his sister. After seeing that it was Li Wenqian, Miyano Shiho continued his work. Thanks to you, now I have to worry about going out to buy a toothbrush. Miyano Shiho knows what Li Wenqian is doing today. It's only been a few days, and the whole of Osaka has entered the same high alert as Tokyo. She understood now. Where Li Wenqian is, there is the Syrian battlefield, and she is living like a refugee now. Li Wenqian did not speak, but lifted Miyano Shiho from behind to the same level as him. I advise you to be quiet. Li Wenqian didn't care about this, and started his own actions directly. It can pierce the heart from the top, and enter the stomach from the bottom. The two spent a wonderful night in the study of the villa. Chapter 138. The next day. When the news of the bombing of the Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka hit the front page of the Osaka Morning Post. It is time for the entire Osaka castle to explode. The news did not specify the number of casualties of the self-defense forces and SAT, but it clearly marked the great achievements of the police and military in the island country, killing 250 terrorists. Icelanders are not pigs either. You can imagine the price paid for killing 250 gangsters Tiga. The most impactful thing is the number of gangster Tiga. Now everyone knows that the gangster Tiga is fighting more than one person, and there are a lot of Ultramen around him. This information plunged Osaka Castle into a panic that had never been seen before. A gangster Tiga has already caused headaches for the island nation. Good guy. Now it turned into a group. Even though the Osaka Prefectural Police immediately issued a statement saying that the Tiga Legion had been wiped out, no one wanted to believe it. Does the ghost know how many people there are in the Tiga Legion? They don't believe it. Unless the real gangster Tiga is killed, and they are allowed to see the body, there will be no more 567 terrorist attacks within half a year. Kill 250 Tiga members. When Li Wenqian saw the news, his first reaction was, "Are they all dead?" He also thought that 1 or 2 members of his Tiga Legion could survive the war and become the elite of the elite. On second thought, he couldn't even escape from the battlefield, let alone those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. "Wenqian, I have time to talk to you. How did you come back?" At 10 o'clock in the morning, until Pamay suddenly returned to the villa. This woman is absent from work. The situation in the island country is turbulent, and the price of gold is showing a clear upward trend. I came back to ask you, will our gold continue to trade? The biggest characteristic of gold is its value and preservation. The turmoil of the situation may cause huge fluctuations in the currency, and people will focus on gold at this time. How much does it go up? It's up 2 percentage points. Li Wenqian said decisively, "That's a fart." Gold worth $70 billion rose by 2 percentage points in a blink of an eye, which is equivalent to earning $1.4 billion in a blink of an eye. Although $1.4 billion is not much, if you sell it at this time, you will be treated as a fool. Li Wenqian is not a fool with a lot of money. He himself didn't expect that this time the attack on the police station would explode with commercial value. Li Wenqian's attitude is very firm: terminate the transaction. Whether Tokyo is chaotic or not, he still has the final say. Li Wenqian wants to mark the price of gold up. "Brother, drink in the water." Ke Xue has been bored since he came back, and the only thing he does is to cut fruit every day. She knows that her cooking skills are not good, nor does she have the financial acumen of Miyano Akemi, nor does she have the lowly look of Miyano Shiho. Fortunately, her knife skills are not bad, and she can cut fruits out of flowers. Thanks. After a period of time, Miyano Akemi seems to have gotten used to the life of the organization's former top killer hanging around, and he no longer has the original fear in his heart. After eating a few pieces, I hurried back to Canary. "Where did you go?" "Go out for a walk." Li Wenqian wants to go out and see what the hell the current Osaka Castle has become. It's not safe outside. Ke Xue took the initiative to keep up. This leads to her second position for herself, bodyguard. The other side. Akai Shuaki caught a small leader of the Nippon Society, and asked about the recent situation of the black organization from the mouth of this little baga. After the question and answer, Xiao Ba, Ag, was sunk in the sea. "Shuaki, we don't comply with FBI regulations like this." Akai Shuaki sneered, "Does the FBI still have few things that don't comply with the regulations?" Extorting confessions by torture is a compulsory course for them in the FBI. Special circumstances require special means of doing things. Jody was speechless after being taught by Akai Shuaki. She is still too tender. "Do you think what this person just said is true or false?" Jody asked. There must have been changes within the black organization. Akai Shuaki also wanted to catch a member of a black organization to understand the situation, but now the black organization seems to have evaporated from the entire island country. There has been no news of gin and vodka in the island country for a long time, and even members of the grassroots organization disappeared together. That is to say, what the people said just now is true, the gangster oil has caused serious losses to the black organization. If this change has something to do with the gangster Tiga, how could they cooperate? Messed up. It's all messed up. Ke Xue said that the person who attacked the FBI at the Cupido Hotel was most likely a member of the black organization. At that time, it was speculated that this incident might be a terrorist attack jointly by the gangster Tiga and the black organization. But now it is said that there have been huge changes within the black organization, and then the Tiga Legion that fell from the sky yesterday. Jody, you are temporarily staying in Osaka Castle to watch Tiga's actions. I need to go back to Tokyo now. Ke Xue left after coldly dropping a word on the pier, leaving only Jody with disheveled hair in the wind. When she is alone, Jody always thinks of the night she got drunk. Who is that man? She once asked the front desk of the hotel, checked every corner of the house many times, and went to the bar where she was drunk. The only clue was that the person in the bar told her that the person knew her and that he was a physical education teacher. Following this clue, she investigated all the physical education teachers in Diden High School, and even investigated all the former ones who had left. It can be said that, no one fits the characteristics of the mysterious man, even if she has never seen it, she is very sure. Until now, Jody still doesn't know who the mysterious man who came in is. The sporadic fragments in my mind didn't have any impression of that man. Damn it! Who are you? When alone, Jody always has this crazy behavior every now and then. Judy vowed to find this man out. She sat in the car, trying to calm herself down. The top priority now is not to consider the mysterious man, but to stare at the gangster Tiga and complete the task assigned to her by the FBI. Chapter 139. Osaka, an underground garage. 250 people were killed just like that. From the moment Li Wenqian was about to attack the Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka, Belmode knew that it was impossible for the 250 members of the black organization to come back. But after this kind of thing really happened, she was still shocked. All dead. War. Is there anyone who is not dead? What is the war for? It is to get more resources, more money, and more land. As far as the current situation is concerned, 250 fresh lives are exchanged for one Italian cannon, 5 A-129 gunships, money, and an increase in the price of gold. No matter in any era, such a sacrifice is worth it. If the 250 Digia members knew about it, they would probably be able to crawl out of the ground with a smile. What's going on here? Belmode handed over a piece of the Osaka Evening News. The front page of the newspaper was about the members of the Tiga Legion. If the 250 male Tiga thugs can be accepted, then all the women in the Tiga Legion will explode. Belmode can't remember when his loyal subordinate went to Thailand for S*X reassignment surgery. She didn't know how Li Wenqian did it, so she was even more curious because of this. It's just a trick. Li Wenqian took the newspaper, lit it with the lighter next to it, and threw it out of the car. I came to you this time to expand the black organization. Li Wenqian has now tasted the beauty of strength in numbers. 250 people can let him attack the entire Osaka Metropolitan Police Department. So 500? 1,000? 2,000? 5,000? There are really too many things that can be done. Expansion. This is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Do you know how long it took the black organization to become what it is today? Over 50 years. This was done under the condition that the Karasuma family was incomparably rich. However, with such a rich background, Li Wenqian wiped out all of them in just a few months, throwing away the 250 people who died in the Metropolitan Police Department, and now the entire black organization can only have there are more than 200 people left. Belmode thought he didn't have such ability, even if Li Wenqian beat her to death, he couldn't do it. I didn't say recruiting troops like before. The members of the black organization this time have only one requirement, that is, they can shoot. Tiga Legion. The most important thing is the spirit of going forward and not fearing life and death, followed by marksmanship and fighting. Alright, I got it. Belmode originally thought that after Li Wenqian took over the black organization, he wanted to build a brand new regular winery without any impurities. She was wrong. Li Wenqian didn't intend to add a drop of wine to it. He wants to create a black organization full of monsters, snakes, and rats. Waiting for your good news. Li Wenqian has no choice. How many top assassins with the codename of the winery have been recruited by the black organization for decades? Half of the fake wine is still on the horse. If he uses the method of recruiting talents that the black organization used before, it is estimated that he will not be able to recruit 500 people in another 50 years. No break, no stand. The soldiers of the Tiga Legion should be allowed to grow up in the battle and transform themselves in the hail of bullets. If the spirit of the team is indomitable, the Digia Legion will not be able to reach it. The current turmoil in Osaka Castle is very serious. Self-defense forces enter. Osaka has become the island nation's second military-controlled city. The people of Osaka have reached the point where everyone is in danger because of the invasion of the Tiga Legion. And in such a turbulent and panic situation, Canary became the biggest winner in Osaka. Gold trading has reached a fever pitch in the entire island country, and the performance chart of Canary seems to be riding on a sky monkey. District. Mayano Akimi told him that as of the morning, the price of gold had risen by 3%. Li Wenqian did not expect that the explosion of the Metropolitan Police Department would bring such a series of good news. He swears, never thought gold would go up before attacking the police station. He's just a rough guy, he doesn't know anything about gold trading. This day, Tomoko Suzuki came to Osaka and took the initiative to find Li Wenqian. I went to the company, but you're not here. Today's Suzuki Tomoko is still dressed in a hip skirt and high heels, and her identity as a family executive is vividly reflected. 0. Seeking flowers. Does it matter? The important thing is that Canary's performance is booming now, and I have already made a lot of money. Li Wenqian himself did not expect that Canary's sales doubled in just a few days. He also said before that within 6 months, Suzuki will call him father. He is too conservative. How much does Canary's current performance have to do with you? Suzuki said. Are you planning to deny it? Joke. How much does it have to do with him? Canary's current state is all brought down by his old Li. Suzuki stood up and drew the curtains, first took off the tulle coat, followed by the hip skirt, underwear. The only lace stockings she kept proved her knowledge of men. Listen to the command anytime. Going up is a sit-down. From today onwards, half of the Suzuki Consortium and I are yours. She Suzuki Tomoko is not such a fun person. Suzuki Tomoko gave Li Wenqian a very special feeling, as if she had been soaked in money all the time, but she did not lose her original taste of a woman. Li Wenqian has no interest in the Suzuki Consortium at all. How much is the total market value of a Suzuki Consortium worth? Half of them are still on horseback. The most troublesome thing is the Suzuki Consortium, so many messes from morning till night. What Li Wenqian likes more than before is the current idle job of Canary CEO, which allows him to have a successful identity on the surface, and does not let him become a kind of bondage in the pursuit of 9-star good citizens. Suzuki Tomoko was very happy today, and gave Li Wenqian a privilege. The back garden is open for a limited time. This time only, no expiration date. In the future. I bought this villa myself, and the key is here with you. It's closer to the company. But there is one requirement, no other women can be brought in. Li Wenqian doesn't care. Both the company and the villa are just icing on the cake for him. What Li Wenqian likes now is the attitude of Suzuki Tomoko. That attitude of being on call and listening to commands. Again. Chapter 140. After the Osaka Metropolitan Police Department was bombed, Li Wenqian's holiday seems to have come. During the day, I observed the dire situation in Osaka, and at night, I had an in-depth exchange with the Miyano sisters. Occasionally shut myself in the study to study the ways and means of becoming a 9-star good citizen. To be honest, life is not shameless. Li Wenqian, I have something to discuss with you. Miyano Shiho, dressed in short styles, black socks, and slippers, stood at the door of the study. What are you doing standing so far away? I'm afraid you'll eat me. Joke. It is not certain who will eat who between the two. Miyano Shiho's small body can burst out with great energy. I'm looking for you for a serious business. I need to go back to Tokyo, I have something very important. Miyano Shiho knew that it would be impossible not to explain the reason, so he said, when I was chatting with my sister last night, she told me that when she felt that the black organization was going to attack her, she put the 2 tapes left by her mother in a business inside. So you want me to take things back? Miyano Shiho shook his head. No, I want you to take me there. Before putting 260 in place, she could go there by herself. But now Tokyo has not lifted the ban, and Osaka is currently blocked again. After her body became smaller, there is no such person in the world. Miyano Shiho expressed that he is very sorry. Well, wait for me to prepare. After the Osaka Metropolitan Police Department was bombed, Xiao Bega's militarized management was upgraded accordingly. Getting out of Osaka is not as easy as it used to be. Let's go now. Is there a way? Miyano Shiho is really in a hurry. Because I heard my sister said that it was something left to her by my mother, and after further questioning, my sister just smiled meaningfully. In the end, I only said 2 words to her, surprise. Miyano Shiho admits that he was molested by his elder sister. Miyano Shiho walked in dragging his little black slippers, and after confirming that Curacao was not there, he held Li Wenqian's face and kissed him. Okay. Miyano Shiho has to admit that this is the first time in her life that she has sold her hue. Let's go. As long as the tip is in place, he will do any tricks. In the underground garage, Li Wenqian drove a luxury BMW that was created through cheating instructions. This kind of car has one of the most important features: there is nothing to check. Because it is not an original car in this world, even if he is involved in some cases, he will not be found on his head. How do you plan to leave Osaka and enter Tokyo? Miyano Shiho sat in the co-pilot, and after calming down, he felt that he was impulsive just now. She didn't expect that a kiss of hers would lead to Li Wenqian. This guy won't try to force his way, will he? Later, I will watch my brother do a magic trick for you. Li Wenqian admits that he is a little reckless at times, but that doesn't mean he's stupid. If he is not fully sure, even if Miyano Shiho knelt down to him, he would not be moved. What magic? Li Wenqian just gave a meaningful smile. The upward arc of the corner of his mouth means that he is about to act aggressively. After driving for about half an hour, Li Wenqian brought Miyano Shiho to a deserted old pier. With one kick of the gas pedal, he rushed towards the pier. In the air, Li Wenqian typed a command code he liked very much in the input box of the cheating device. Seaways, the car can be driven on water. Next second, the limousine landed on the water smoothly. The 4 wheels are arranged horizontally at the 4 corners of the vehicle body. Li Wenqian stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the car on the water was no slower than that of a speedboat. Can you notify me in advance when you do something next time? Miyano Shiho is intimidated. For a moment just now, Miyano Shiho's bladder was greatly tested. She almost freaked out. Even now, she fears the car will sink to the bottom of the ocean at some point. Miyano Shiho is no stranger to Li Wenqian's coquettish operations. Even a scientific researcher like her now sometimes believes that Li Wenqian can do magic. Miyano Shiho sat on the co-pilot, carefully opened a window, and the cool, salty sea breeze kept coming in, blowing against her face. I have to say that this method is really cool and practical. Not only can he escape the inspection of the police in the island country, but he can also reach Tokyo as quickly as possible. Where are we going? Kabadoka 5 Chome, Tajima office. This is the address that the elder sister gave her. According to the elder sister, she put the 2 tapes left by her parents in the flushing tank above the toilet. The reason why Miyano Shiho is eager to take it back is because he is worried that if the toilet is broken or someone finds out and takes it away. Sit tight. Li Wenqian showed what cool is at this moment. You have seen cars drifting and boats drifting, but have you ever seen a car drifting in water? Dejima office. We seem to be late. There were 2 police cars parked in front of the Dejima office, and according to the students, the president should be dead. Then what to do? They were fast enough, but still a step too late. Miyano Shiho looked at the police car parked at the gate of the office, and his heart throbbed. There is no good way, first find a place to go back to sleep. Miyano Shiho was surprised. Brother, it's noon now. Our room. Miyano Shiho listened to Li Wenqian's suggestion, but instead of looking for an hourly room, he sat down in a cafe near the Dejima office. Won't the police find the tape my sister left in the toilet flush? This is what worries Miyano Shiho the most. Don't be afraid, even if it is taken away by the criminal police, let's snatch it back. Miyano Shiho shook his head, no. Even if she doesn't want this important gift that is full of meaning to her life, she doesn't want to attack the Metropolitan Police Department with Li Wenqian. After sitting in the cafe for about half an hour, the police cars from the first search section left one after another. The debut office also closed in front of Shiho. The Dejima office seems to be closed by the police, what should we do now? Li Wenqian went up and kicked the door open. How could there be so many bullies in the world? Miyano Shiho couldn't help giving a thumbs up, reckless and effective. I have to say that Li Wenqian's method is really effective sometimes. Found it. Miyano Shiho holds the 2 tapes from the hand flush sink. Treat it like a treasure. There are not only 2 tapes sealed, but also a family photo of Miyano's family. It's just that this family photo looks very old, and Miyano Shiho on it is still a baby waiting to be fed. Your mother doesn't look bad. Seriously. Li Wenqian felt that although Miyano and Miyano's sisters were good-looking, they did not inherit Elena's essence. Don't play tricks on my mother. Miyano Shiho snatched the photo back and kept it carefully. This should be the only family photo they have left in this world. Li Wenqian laughed. He would want to hit Miyano Elena's idea, which is impossible. Could it be possible to dig out Miyano Elena's corpse? What words did your mother leave behind? Li Wenqian picked up one of the earphones and listened to the contents of the tape with Miyano Shiho. Happy birthday to my 11-year-old Shiho. You should already have a boy you like at your age, remember my first love. Li Wenqian felt that Miyano's mother was overly worried. Miyano Akemi and Miyano Shiho are so happy now. On the way back, Li Wenqian met Yoshida Aomi, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. I think the youth blasting group helped him a lot back then. Bombing the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, bombing the Special Security Forces. These young blasting groups all contributed. In order to thank these little guys, Li Wenqian specially stayed to treat them to a meal. Under the strong request of Koji Magenta, Hasami eel rice directly arranges 3.6e. Nanny. Have you been on the Tokyo Daily before? Is the Tokyo metropolis so useless now? The boy blasters have already begun to show their holiness in front of others. Yeah. Brother, don't underestimate us. A few days ago we rescued a foreign uncle named James in Tokyo, and because of this incident, we were included in the 3rd edition of the Tokyo Japanese edition. While Li Wenqian was still thinking about whether James was the FBI commander, Yoshida Aomi had already taken out a newspaper and started showing off. The 3rd page of the newspaper was about a man from Chicago who was kidnapped by gangsters. The photo on the newspaper was the photo of FBI Commander James and the 3 members of the Boys Explosives group. He also said that he would treat us to dinner, but he left in a hurry after being rescued by us. Genta, why do you look like this? Mr. James said that he has important things to leave, and he promised us to contact him when he has time. Yes, Mr. James also gave us his contact information. Li Wenqian decided not to leave for now. Chapter 141. Night. Li Wenqian touched the invisible connection with Yoshida Aomi. Order Yoshida Aomi called James and made an appointment to have dinner tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. This is an excellent opportunity for Li Wenqian to hunt James. Since the black organization was eliminated, the only enemy behind Li Wenqian is the FBI. Although the FBI has not taken any action after coming to the island country, they have always been a threat to Li Wenqian. It's like a fly, which doesn't bite but is disgusting. Who the hell is that James? Mayano Shiho can be sure that Li Wenqian decided to stay overnight in Tokyo today after hearing the name James from the mouths of the 3 little ghosts. FBI. FBI. No wonder Li Wenqian chose to stay here. Mayano Shiho has never had any good feelings for the FBI, and these guys are basically afraid to do anything. She had heard about what the FBI did when she was studying in the United States. If being targeted by the FBI is indeed a problem, first of all, Li Wenqian's identity, and secondly, her and her elder sister's identities may also be investigated by the FBI. Go to sleep first. Li Wenqian has more important things to do. He had to plan his hunt for James well. First of all, although Aomi has James' contact information, she doesn't know James' address. This made it impossible for Li Wenqian to set up an ambush in advance. It is also impossible to attack while eating, that would completely wipe out the boy blasting group. 06. With the ability of the FBI, it is not impossible to find him through the blasting team. You should also rest earlier. Mayano Shiho yawned lazily. The next day. The end of school bell at Tadan Elementary School means the end of the school day. Aomi, why are we having dinner with James today? That's to say. Didn't we agree to have this Saturday? Genta and Mitsuhiko each expressed their dissatisfaction with Yoshida Aomi's arrangement. They can play all day on Saturday and Sunday, but today they can only have one meal. What a waste! Are you going? If I don't go, I'll go by myself. When Genta and Mitsuhiko heard that Yoshida Aomi was angry, the dog-licking attribute was directly filled. Of course I'm going. We've wanted to have dinner with James for a long time. That's right. Before we thought about whether to ask Uncle James to treat us to dinner today. The boy blasters are very united. Their goal now is to have dinner with James. Rice Flower Town, a certain day food store. The bombing boys don't know how to kill James, and they think eel rice is the best food in the world. Aomi, are you sure Mr. James will really come today? They are sitting here now, and ordered their favorite eel rice. Genta even ate 2 servings. What should they do if James doesn't come today? He said he would come. Yoshida Aomi is not sure now. As time goes by, she starts to feel weak. It's okay, if he doesn't come, we can eat his share too. Mitsuhiko had absolutely no intention of explaining to Genta. This foodie is not worthy of Yoshida Aomi at all, he should be the best home for Aomi. Sorry, kids, I'm late. James finally came. Not only because the juvenile blasting team saved his life, but also because he felt that these children were not simple. Sometimes James thinks these kids might be able to help him. Mr. James, you are finally here. Mitsuhiko and Aomi breathed a sigh of relief, and Genta continued to eat on his own. Kids, we meet again. Has your boys' detective team encountered any interesting cases recently? James thought maybe that was why he wanted to communicate with these kids. Help a neighbor's kid find a dog, help an old lady find a lost ring in the trash. James spent half an hour or so at the sushi bar with the boy detectives. After paying the bill, I left with the excuse of having something to do. James sat in the driver's seat and couldn't help laughing. He must be crazy. The FBI sent him to the island country to investigate the gangster Tiga, and other than that, it was the information of the black organization, but he became friends with a few children here. James is driving in the direction of Kyoto. Less than 200 meters behind his car, Li Wenqian was driving a van purchased at 0 yuan to follow. He is in no hurry. Li Wenqian had installed a tiny tracker on James' car while he was at the sushi restaurant. In fact, a bomb can be installed, but with the ability of the FBI, he will know that he tampered with James' car while he was at the sushi restaurant. This is not the result Li Wenqian wants. Get off the highway. Li Wenqian already knew which way James was going, and there was a dimly lit and sparsely populated road ahead. After James entered the dark trail, Li Wenqian kicked the accelerator and rushed up. The strong light made James unable to open his eyes, but it also made him feel the strong killing intent in the light. James slammed the steering wheel, trying to use his driving skills to avoid disaster. It's too late. Li Wenqian glanced all the way and came towards James at the last moment. Run? Where can you run? Although the van driven by Li Wenqian is not very heavy, there are several tons of goods inside. Boom! The strong impact caused the private car driven by James to deform instantly, and hit the traffic guardrail next to it. The violent impact knocked off the hood of the car. Li Wenqian saw the airbag of the car James was driving was deployed, followed by a burst of smoke from the engine and black gasoline flowing from the ruptured mailbox. Li Wenqian got off the van and checked James' vital signs. The deformed shape of the car distorted James' body. This pose is simply not possible for a living person to pose. Li Wenqian was worried, and checked James' breath again. Completely out of breath. Li Wenqian can now confirm that James is completely dead. Li Wenqian removed the tracker placed under the car, not giving the FBI agents any chance. After confirming the safety of the scene, Li Wenqian drove away. In the world of mortals, get out of the sword. 10 o'clock at night. Li Wenqian picked up Miyano Shiho who had been prepared in the hotel. Don't stay long. They are now staying in Tokyo for an extra minute, which is disrespect for the confidentiality of their identities. Miyano Shiho sat in the car without saying a word, without asking a single question. The two of them didn't speak a word along the way. Miyano Shiho may feel that the atmosphere is too depressing. The tape left by my mother contains records about the silver bullet. Silver bullet is the name of the drug my parents used to research in the black organization. In fact, the APTX-4869 I researched was developed on the basis of my parents' scientific research. Miyano Shiho said. That is to say, these two tapes may allow you to research the antidote. Clever. It seems that Miyano Shiho's mood has not been as good as it is now for a long time. However, it is not as easy as 383 imagined to research the antidote, but with some information about the silver bullet, at least it can provide her with great help in scientific research. This is the love my mother gave her. FK. Did you just see a car pass us suddenly? Car. I think you are crazy about fishing and fishing. What kind of car came from this vast sea? Maybe I'm too sleepy. 10 o'clock at night. The traffic division took control of the scene of the traffic crime. It's too awful. Still a foreigner. Have you found the driver who caused the accident? Miyamoto Yumi looked at the foreign middle-aged man who had died in the driver's seat, and couldn't help frowning. As a traffic policeman, it is really rare to experience such a bloody scene. Already escaped. Escaped. Grasp. It must be brought back. Yumi, do you feel like you've seen this foreigner somewhere? Partner Mike Nicole looked puzzled. Where did you see it? It's really familiar when you say that. Miyamoto Yumi thought carefully with his amazing little head. It looks familiar, but I just can't remember it. I remember. This foreigner is the one who was kidnapped by gangsters a few days ago. Miyamoto Yumi suddenly realized that there is such a thing. She still remembered that after the foreign man was rescued, he was published in the Tokyo Daily along with a few little ghosts. No wonder it is so familiar. Oh! You are too miserable. Miyamoto Yumi doesn't know what to say now but is pitiful. It was only a few days after he was rescued, but he was bumped to death by someone. The most important thing is that the bad guy who hit and killed you actually got away with it. Chapter 142. James is dead. Ke Xue told the news to Judy and other members of the FBI who were following in Osaka. At this time, Ke Xue was watching the tragic scene among the crowd outside the traffic crime scene. But now he can't do anything else besides watching in the crowd. James is dead. How did he die? Judy couldn't believe it. The FBI came to Tokyo this time with a total of 30 special agents. As a result, they suffered unprecedented losses before the work started. Car accident. It's on the unnamed trail below Kufu Road. Ke Xue said. Is it an accident? Ke Xue didn't speak because he never believed in accidents. Even fewer FBI agents died in accidents. Although he still doesn't know what happened at the scene of the crime, he always feels that James' death is not that simple. I'm going back now. No, Osaka needs you more. After Ke Xue finished speaking, he hung up the phone decisively. At this time, Cameron, another FBI agent, rushed over after receiving the news. What exactly is going on? When Cameron saw the severely deformed car body, he knew that James had no chance of surviving. Ke Xue, should we go over as friends to investigate James' death? Although Cameron has well-developed limbs and a simple mind, he also doesn't think it was a traffic accident. The particularity of their profession makes them never believe that there are accidents in this world. No, our current identities cannot be revealed. If this traffic accident was really not a simple accident, then if they just take a step forward now, they may be exposed to each other's guns. So what do we do now? I have already notified the others to take action. Compared to investigating the gangster Tiga, they now have a more important thing. James' cause of death. About half an hour later, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department will clear the scene. The scrap car was towed away, and James' body was also restrained. Ke Xue stood at the empty crime scene, looking at the ruts on the ground, trying to imagine the scene at that time. I have already checked here, and there is no useful evidence left at the scene. For the first time, Cameron felt that the police in the Tokyo Traffic Division were so disgusting. Okay, I know it deserves. Ke Xue's imaginary picture doesn't help matters either. At this time, other FBI agents called. We have located the vehicle involved in the accident at an abandoned terminal on the outskirts of Tokyo. I'll be right there. Ke Xue and Cameron did not hesitate. After driving for 10 minutes, I came to the designated location provided by the FBI agents. Here they simply picked up a badly damaged white van. From the marks on the front of the car, it is not difficult to see that this is the scratch that was just knocked out. Where's the driver? Ke Xue asked. William went to investigate with the identity of the Tokyo police. Just now, news came that he learned from the owner that the car had been stolen within 4 hours. At present, it is certain that the owner of the car is not the murderer. According to the information provided by the car owner, there is 5 million yen worth of seafood in the car. Cameron has now come to believe it may have been an accident. In other words, the murderer may be a thief who stole seafood, and then had a car accident on the way to escape. The hit and run came to this deserted pier, and used the boats docked here to transport away all the seafood in the car. The whole set of criminal process has been established in his head. There is more than one who thinks the same as him. If someone really planned it for a long time, they can shoot directly, and there is no need to drive to hit it. Cameron, investigate who James has met in recent days, and where he has been. Must be detailed. Ke Xue still sticks to his original idea. He couldn't believe that James had just died in an accident. Osaka Villa. Mayano Akemi regrets so much. Shiho, it's all my sister's fault. If I didn't tell you about the 2 tapes, you wouldn't go back to Tokyo to take risks. She originally made a joke for her younger sister, but this crazy girl actually returned to Tokyo. Didn't I come back safely? Perhaps because of Li Wenqian, Mayano Shiho was not afraid of this trip to Tokyo. You should have already got everything. Mia Shiho nodded, the information in the tape is very important to me. After returning, Mayano Shiho kept himself locked in the research room. The contents of the tape are treasures to her, but she still can't understand it for a while. Then you should listen to what my mother left for you. Mayano Akemi had a playful smile on his face. Happy birthday to my 11-year-old Shiho. She still remembers this sweet message until now, and this is probably the best gift her mother left her sister. Sister, What's wrong? Nothing. Where's Li Wenqian? Why didn't I see him? It should be in the room with Miyamoto Yumi on the phone. Mayano Akemi's expression changed instantly after hearing the name. She hates this woman. When they were in Florida, their enmity was already doomed. Xiao's good died. You don't know how miserable it is. A middle-aged foreign man who was just kidnapped a few days ago was crushed to death yesterday, bleeding all over the place. Nico almost cried last night. Miyamoto Yumi thought that after the gangster Tiga left Tokyo, the work of the Metropolitan Police Department would not be so tiring. She is thinking too much. The chaos in Tokyo doesn't mean that one less bandit Tiga can be solved. Where's the driver? Have you caught it? No. I think maybe I can't find it. The offender's vehicle was found, but the owner had some good alibi and was sure the vehicle had been stolen. That's really troublesome. Li Wenqian hung up the phone contentedly. The Supreme Commander of the FBI in Tokyo has died suddenly, how should you deal with this time? Chapter 143. Daiden Primary School. The FBI acted quickly and efficiently. It only took half a day to find out that James went to find some kid sushi before he was alive. Mr. James is dead. Then who are you? The trio of detective boys are very wary of Ke Xue and Cameron. One is ferocious, one is cruel and cruel. With the rich detective experience of the 3 of them, the 2 guys in front of them are definitely not good people. We're friends with James. I just want to ask why you invited James to dinner yesterday. The answer is correct, there are Il Rice and Kamen Rider. Before Ke Xue came, he had even investigated the preferences of the boy detective team, but he couldn't tell whether there was anything wrong with the 3 little ghosts. We don't know Mr. James well, how could we know about him? The detective boys exchanged glances. Run away. They didn't feel relieved until they walked to a safe place and confirmed that the 2 villains hadn't followed. Damn it! Still trying to lie to us. That is to say, they actually treat us like children. 810 really don't know how powerful our young detective team is. Who do you think those 2 guys were? It's possible Mr. James owed them money. How come? Mr. James was obviously very rich when he invited us to eat eel rice yesterday. I think those 2 guys are probably accomplices of the gangsters some time ago, and they must have come for revenge. Ke Xue and Cameron are already labeled as villains in the boy detective's mind. How could a good person grow up like that bear? You said, Mr. James is not really dead, is he? No way. Maybe it's really possible, because I heard this morning that there was a traffic accident in Lindo Town last night. Okay. Then let our boys' detective team investigate clearly. The energetic young detective team is ready to go. Regardless of whether James is dead or not, they will investigate as dead. The other side. Xue, do you suspect that there is something wrong with those brats? Cameron asked. Didn't you find out that these 3 little ghosts are the ones who were invited to the special security team by the island country police before? Cameron suddenly realized. Really? He remembered that the police station and the special security team were bombed one after another, and the Tokyo police found a suspicious kid through surveillance. Afterwards, the three little ghosts were released on bail by Kisaki Eri, a well-known barrister in Tokyo. You mean James was killed by the gangster Tiga? Cameron looked shocked. I hope not. Ke Xue also thought about this possibility, even when he arrived at the scene of the surveillance crime last night. But until now, there is no evidence to prove that this incident is related to the gangster Tiga. I hope so too. An intangible and invisible enemy is more terrifying than a real gangster. What's even more frightening is that this enemy may have mastered their whereabouts. Cameron, send someone to keep an eye on these three brats and see who they have been in contact with recently. Ke Xue hoped again. In that way, the young detective team can also become a breakthrough for them to find the gangster Tiga. Osaka Villa. Li Wenqian has learned through Daolong Mofa that FBI agents have approached the boys' explosive team. As expected, Li Wenqian is fully confident that it is currently impossible for the FBI to have evidence to prove that he did this. Li Wenqian felt that he should find something to do for Megure Jizu of Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department and the FBI. Command, call the police. This is an order he gave to Yoshida Aomi in Tokyo. Li Wenqian felt that the FBI's existing shrimp soldiers and crabs would be too difficult to kill, and there was no suitable way to capture their whereabouts. Leaving this horde of nasty bugs being on the edge of the dark is just too annoying. He is a person who does big things, so he can't always focus on this little shrimp. So Li Wenqian came up with a series of tricks. He called bell mode. Busy people, you still have time to find me now. Be careful, Tokyo is not as simple as you think now. Although bell mode is not in Tokyo, it doesn't mean she doesn't understand the current situation in Tokyo. Don't forget, she is the original intelligence officer of the Black Organization. She had known the news of James' death immediately. From the perspective of the outside world, it was a foreign friend who died in an accident in Tokyo, but she knew exactly what was going on. Tell me, what is it? Bell mode reversed his attitude just now, and his tone suddenly became serious. I want you to go back to America now to recruit soldiers for me. Li Wenqian said. Back to America? You're going to attack the FBI? Smart woman. Instantly read his intentions. The FBI took the initiative to come to the island country to move him, so why didn't he take the initiative to attack and kill the FBI? Li Wenqian thinks this method works. After taking over the FBI's lair, I asked Xiao if he could jump to the next moment. Certainly. There is another reason why Li Wenqian is going to attack the FBI. 9-star good citizens. Take his recent attack on the police station as an example, it has already made the island nation tremble. Li Wenqian felt that he had done his best, and even drove a tank to make a human bomb. But he still has no way to make him achieve 9-star contribution. Li Wenqian also thought about it. There are only a few possibilities to achieve the achievement of a 9-star good citizen in an island country. Attack the self-defense forces. Fry the Imperial Palace. Fried Mount Fuji. Li Wenqian is still a bit unsure about his own strength. Either way is very difficult for him. Li Wenqian still has some brains. It is reckless to make trouble within one's own strength, and it is to give up if it exceeds the scope of strength. Hacking the FBI is different. First of all, it was unexpected, and second, the international status of the FBI must be higher than that of the Osaka Metropolitan Police Department. Get rid of the FBI, solve troubles, and at the same time achieve the achievement of a 9-star good citizen. This is Li Wenqian's plan. Now that you've figured it out, do it quickly. Let's go tonight. I'm waiting for your good news. Chapter 144. Rice Flower Town. On a clear night, the sky is full of stars shining like countless silver beads, densely embedded in the dark night. Takagi, have you found anything now? Not yet. Strange. Do you think Ayami is lying on purpose? Probably not. We have also met this little girl before. She doesn't look like the kind of kid who runs the train with her mouth full. Even if Ayami lied, her parents wouldn't lie to us. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department received a call last night. There are unknown people wandering outside Yoshida Ayami's house, and it seems that Yoshida Ayami is being followed. At first, the investigation class thought it was just an ordinary case, but then I heard Ayami describe that someone was investigating the death of James during the day. James is dead. And a few days before James died, he was hijacked by several kidnappers. Now there are villains investigating this foreign man in the dark? After searching for a lesson, I immediately realized that this matter is not that simple. Either the kidnapper's accomplice is innocent, or James has an unknown secret. Someone. A burly figure suddenly appeared in the night. Action! Megure Juzu gave the order decisively. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen criminal policemen rushed out from the shadows. Target, a burly mysterious man. The criminal police of the first search section have been suppressed for too long under the cover of the gangster Digia. Everyone seems to be waiting for such an action. Oops! Cameron instantly realized that something was wrong. A small mistake he made just now made him expose his whereabouts, leading to entering the encirclement of the enemy. While running, Cameron took out his mobile phone in his trouser pocket to contact a Ke Xue. I've been found. The point of Cameron's call wasn't to ask a Ke Xue to save him. Cameron knew that he was surrounded by the island police. He just wanted to let a Ke Xue know that he had been found by the island police. If necessary, please ask the FBI to protect him. Between lightning and flint, a long leg swept over. Cameron narrowly escaped sideways and slammed forward, knocking Satsuma Wako in the chest. This guy ran away from me. He's strong. It knocked me down just now. Although Satsuma Wako is a woman, there is no problem with ranking among the top 3 in combat power in the entire Metropolitan Police Department. She herself did not expect that this gangster would be so powerful. Be a master. Nanny. My Wako was knocked over by gangsters. The gangster beat my Wako. The combat buffs of the detectives in the first search section were instantly full, and the nature of the mission changed drastically as a result. Kill him. The detectives of the first search section rushed forward from all directions in the direction of Satsuma Wako. Oh my god! Cameron is also considered a master of fighting among FBI agents, but he understands the truth that 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. Seeing dozens of criminal police rushing forward, Cameron already knew that he could not escape. Now all he needs to do is put his head in his hands while the island police handcuff him and take him to the Metropolitan Police Department. The next thing depends on a Ke Xue's operation. Don't hit the head. Why? Listen to me, I'm not a gangster, I've surrendered. Cameron was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why he was beaten mercilessly by the police in the island country even though he surrendered. The detectives of the Metropolitan Police Department showed no mercy at all because of Cameron's softness. Beat. Hit hard. At this moment, the detectives who searched Section 1 were not only to avenge Satsuma Wako, but also to vent their grievances suppressed by the gangster Tiga for a long time. Metropolitan Police Department. Cameron, who was beaten violently, was taken into the interrogation room. Name. Cameron. Which country? America. Why are you following someone else? Officer, I'm not following anyone, it's all a test. Megure Juzu slammed the table. Misunderstanding? We have been watching you for a long time, I advise you to confess quickly. Officer, I really don't. 0. Seeking flowers. Cameron can only grit his teeth and hold on now. The FBI's rule is that you must never reveal your identity, especially when performing secret missions like him. Cameron can only beg a Ke Xue to come and rescue him soon. Do you know this person? Magyar József handed over a photo of James before he was alive. This photo was taken after James was kidnapped and rescued by robbers last time. Cameron was a little panicked. He still underestimated the ability of the island country's police to handle affairs. These guys actually investigated the connection between him and James. This is one of my partners, but I heard that he has died recently. Cameron said. Then why did you inquire about his death? Magyar József's harsh questioning made Cameron a bit stretched. I advise you to answer quickly. Facing the questioning again, Cameron made his ultimate move. Silence. He won't say another word until a Ke Xue comes. No matter how Magyar József and Satu Maiwako pressed, Cameron's mouth was as airtight as if it had been glued. Outside the interrogation room. Officer Magyar, this guy's mouth is very strict, and the fairy can't ask anything. Check. Find out who this guy is based on his information, and what is his relationship with the dead James. It's okay not to talk. There are too many people who refuse to confess after entering the Metropolitan Police Department, which does not prove that these criminals can escape the sanction of the laws of the island country. At this time, Takagi came in a hurry with a stack of documents. Officer Magyar, I have made a clear investigation on my side. This foreigner named Cameron was not the driver who killed James. Magyar József touched his chin and thought, that means that the suspicion of Cameron killing James can now be ruled out. The suspicion of a murderer can be ruled out, but that doesn't mean Cameron is innocent. Check. This foreigner must be checked out. Chapter 145. Nanny. You mean that foreigner named Cameron is an FBI agent? A phone call from the Tokyo Police Department reversed the extremes of the originally confusing case. Is such that? The police inspector told me on the phone that the US FBI has issued a certificate of Cameron's identity as an FBI agent. Magyar József was also depressed. Originally thought that Tiga could finally usher in his first performance after the rain and sunshine after leaving Tokyo. Unexpectedly, it was the FBI agent who stepped on the horse in the end. So that means, that foreigner named James is also an FBI agent. FB did not provide proof of this. When a person is dead, whether it is or not is not so important. But how many good people who can get involved with the FBI are good people who ride the March 17th horse? That's not right. Since Cameron is an FBI agent, why is he staring at a little girl like Yoshida Ayami? Magyar József shook his head, this question also has no answer. Satu, Takagi, Chiba. I called the three of you here this time to tell you that this matter has come to an end, and no one should let it out. The four people in the office understood very well. The FBI always likes to keep things secret. Outside the Metropolitan Police Department. Judy, it's me. We need to go back this time. Just yesterday, their team was honored to be honored as the worst casualty and the most failed operation in the history of the FBI. James' death and Cameron's arrest after his identity was exposed finally made the FBI executives intolerable. Go back. I see. I'm packing up now and getting ready to leave. Judy on the other end of the phone let out a long sigh. In fact, there is nothing to clean up. When she left Tokyo and came to Osaka this time, she had already resigned from her position as an English teacher at Taidon High School. Now all you need to do is buy a plane ticket to New York, and wait to be nailed to the pillar of shame when you get back. No. You stay here. The headquarters means that you will continue to monitor the actions of the gangster Tiga here. The FBI only left temporarily this time, but it does not mean that the FBI gave up the hunt for the gangster Tiga. I see. Judy hangs up the phone. Stay? Is this the last fig leaf left by the FBI headquarters for their team? Shuaki, Cameron is extremely embarrassed now. One of the things the FBI prides itself on the most is its secrecy in operation. But he was found by the ordinary criminal police of the island country, and he was beaten up and taken to the Metropolitan Police Department. Let's go back. Ke Xue's expression remained calm and steady. I didn't see any fluctuations because I was going to be nailed to the pillar of shame after going back this time. Osaka. Mayano Akemi continues to control gold trading and prices at Canary. Curaçao was again loaned to New York by that woman Belmode to develop her career. I don't understand what Belmode is thinking, he seems to enjoy having a pair of murderous eyes around him all the time. Li Wenqian is now drinking coffee comfortably with Mayano Shiho in the cafe. In fact, there is nowhere to go in Osaka. Since the Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka was bombed, the entire city has entered a state of militarized management. The scope of activities that the people of Osaka can do has shrunk sharply. Successful people like Li Wenqian are not immune to the impact. Are you going to New York in a while? Mayano Shiho knows it all. Belmode and Curaçao have already gone to the United States, this guy must be going to do a big job there. Not sure yet. This does not depend on him, but on Belmode's ability to recruit troops. Li Wenqian thinks it should go well. Free America, shoot every day. This sentence is not just called for fun. The gangsters in America are more than one level higher than those in island countries. He said that if those white people were slaughtered as pigs, he thought there would be a lot of black guys who would never tire of it. Don't worry, when I go, I will bring you 2 sisters to warm the bed. An extremely narcissistic thought came to Li Wenqian's mind. Mayano Shiho must be inseparable from him. I was afraid that he would forget her after he went to America. I advise you to put away those perverted thoughts. While the two were chatting happily, a foreign woman walked into the cafe. Ma'am, what do I need? Asked the cafe waiter politely. Oh no, I'm not here for coffee. I just want to ask if your cafe still needs waiters. Sorry, I need it temporarily. Sitting in the corner of the cafe, Li Wenqian heard the voice of a foreign woman. This voice was very far away to him, to the other side of the ocean, and so far away that they were not from the same passerby. This voice was very close to him, so close that it was -18 centimeters away. Ms. Judy. Li Wenqian had heard from Suzuki Sanako that Judy left Daiden High School. But meeting Li Wenqian in Osaka still surprised Li Wenqian. Could it be that the FBI has come to Osaka so quickly? This strengthened Li Wenqian's determination to wipe out the FBI headquarters. Oh, Sanako's boyfriend. There was not an iota of acting in Judy's manner. If Judy's identity was not known in advance, it would be difficult for people to contact FBI agents. Ms. Judy, why are you here? 0.4. Judy's face suddenly became awkward. Don't call me teacher Judy anymore, I am no longer teaching at Daiden High School. I am here to apply for a service team today. The FBI let her stay in Osaka. And if she wants to have a reasonable identity in this militarized city that can pass the inspection smoothly, she must find a job. You also know that it is not so easy to find a job in Osaka now. Judy spread her hands. She is helpless. Mayano Shiho, who was drinking coffee next to him, couldn't help laughing. She stared at Li Wenqian. Look at what you've done. Now the whole of Osaka is in dire straits. All of them are living in dire straits because of the bombing of the Metropolitan Police Department. Chapter 146. I have a job here, are you interested? Jody asked in surprise, can you help me? There is a canary company in the central area of Osaka. This company should still lack a translator. If you are interested, you can go there tomorrow. Jody nodded without hesitation. Translating. Doesn't this mean entering her domain? Oh, no problem. Mr. Li, if I succeed in the interview, I will treat you to dinner another day. After Jody left, Mayano Shiho said, who is this foreign woman? She was not a boring woman who liked to gossip, but this foreign woman named Jody gave her a faint uneasiness in her heart. The radar that comes with the body has actually issued an alarm the moment a woman enters the cafe. FBI. Li Wenqian's answer made Mayano Shiho's heart tremble instantly. Is she the FBI? Then you still let her enter Canary Company? To Mayano Shiho, this kind of behavior is tantamount to leading a wolf into a house. Her older sister works as an accountant at Canary Company. Once the FBI finds out her true identity, only 07 let Jody into the Canary because she is the FBI. Taking risks is taking risks a little. But it can also give him the opportunity to learn about the specific movements of the FBI through Jody. Canary is his place. Jody is here to throw the river and escape his palm? Li Wenqian feels that Curacao still needs to be called back. He needs this woman. Night. Li Wenqian was thinking in the study alone. Before going to the United States to take over the FBI headquarters, he decided to do another thing. Sell all the gold worth 70 billion in his hands. Li Wenqian is a layman. If this thing is exchanged for money, it is gold. If it cannot be exchanged for money, it is a rare metal at best, or a stone at worst. Li Wenqian doesn't want to wait any longer. He has only one idea now, turn gold into money, and then recruit troops to attack the FBI. Li Wenqian's plan is simple, create turmoil in Osaka Castle, stimulate transactions in the gold market, raise the price of gold, and then complete the sale. On Li Wenqian's desk at this time there is a photo of Oka's red leaves. Easy to tear. His first plan was to kidnap Oka Hongyi, and then use Da Hongyi's life as a threat. Li Wenqian thought about it, too low end. If the Oka family really intends to settle the matter with a ransom of several trillion yen, how will he respond then? He is a gangster. Tiga, the gangster who once bombed the Iron Tower, bombed the shrine, and attacked the Metropolitan Police Department. The big brother of the Dark Flower list. The leader in the entire criminal circle, the idol that all criminals hope to become. Such things as extortion and extortion are too small for him now. His purpose is to increase the price of gold and destabilize the situation in Osaka and even the entire island country. Oka Hongyi is at best a wealthy family, and such a small one seems unable to sink the whole of Osaka into the abyss. Li Wenqian pointed at it. Where he pointed was the Osaka Castle marked on the map of Osaka. Osaka Castle is located in Osaka Castle Park in the Chuo district of Osaka City, Japan. It is a Japanese castle built in the Azuchi Momoyama period in the Tonari county of Tsukuo, and rebuilt in the Edo period. Although it is not as good as the Yasukuni Shrine, it is a symbol of Osaka Castle. Li Wenqian is a person with ideals and ambitions. Although his purpose is to raise the trading price of gold again, but at the same time, he also has a fiery heart to become a good citizen of 9 stars. Li Wenqian has already learned about it in the magazine. Osaka Castle covers an area of 710,000 square meters and was listed as a tangible cultural heritage in 1997. But now he's watching. The label of this material cultural heritage is bound to change. Aren't you going to sleep? Mayano Shiho stood at the door, although it was already 1 o'clock in the morning, but he still looked energetic. Mayano Shiho, like him, belongs to the type of night owl. Perhaps it is for this reason that 2 people can easily urinate into a pot. Shiho, how about we go on a trip together tomorrow? Mayano Shiho frowned slightly, the 2 of us. Of course I brought your sister. Little Loli actually wanted to eat alone, he must have caught him. Where to? If the elder sister said this to her, she would be very happy in her heart. But Li Wenqian. It always made her feel a little uneasy. Osaka Castle. Mayano Shiho's expression suddenly changed, and his puzzled eyes seemed to say, Osaka Castle has provoked you. Now she already understood what Li Wenqian was going to do to Osaka Castle. I still have a lot of things to do tomorrow, so go with my sister. Well, I will call you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The 2 happily decided to start a 2-day, 1-night happy trip to Osaka Castle early tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock in the morning. The 3 arrived at Osaka Castle on time. This is Li Wenqian's second visit to this place, but his first. Osaka Castle can be said to be one of the most representative ancient cities in the island country. From the Toyotomi era to the Edo era, and then to modern times. Every building and every piece of brick 007 tiles in it seems to reveal the breadth of the times. After one day, Li Wenqian had a general understanding of the entire Osaka Castle. The insignificant Osaka Castle Park, the dispensable Osaka Castle Castle Tower, and the history museum that Osaka people especially admire. Fry. All exploded. Li Wenqian is trying to turn the whole of Osaka upside down and plunge the people of Osaka into an abyss of fear. The implementation of this plan depends entirely on Belmode's progress in the United States. As long as that sexy woman can recruit troops in the United States, he can act on his side. At night, Li Wenqian found a decent hotel in Osaka City. Open a room. As time passed, his affair with Miyano Shiho was no longer a secret in front of Akemi. At night, little Loli is in the research room on the top floor. Yingdi, Gonbade, Yuku, Yuku, Yuku. Can the sound of death and life be fooled by Miyano Akemi? It's just that, the two sisters never competed in the same bed together. May I ask whose brand Li Wenqian turned to this time? Also riding a horse. Take Miyano Akemi off first, then hold Miyano Shiho down. Don't even try to run away. Li Wenqian will experience a wave of double happiness tonight, and let the two sisters Miyano know what is dangerous in the world. Chapter 147. Miyano two sisters called all night. It was not until the next morning that it stopped. Miyano Elena hopes that both children can find their own good home in the message of the tape. They found it. I just don't know if this is the kind of home my mother wants. Early morning. Li Wenqian received a call from Belmode saying that Curaçao had defected. Let him intercept and kill on the island country. Scalp tingling. Li Wenqian did call Curaçao last night to ask her to come back. One can imagine how much these two women fell in love and killed each other. In addition to the news of Curaçao's defection, Belmode also told Li Wenqian that the progress of recruiting troops is very smooth. There are even fanatics of the gangster Tiga in the criminal circles of the United States, and some people even have the mask pattern of the gangster Tiga tattooed on their calves. It's just that these people don't know that their future leader is their idol. Belmode's phone call was a signal to him, it's time to blow up. That day, Li Wenqian went home and was ready to go. Don't hesitate, don't hesitate. This time he must blow up a world, blowing up flowers in the island country of Osaka. The first step of Li Wenqian's plan is to recruit the 300 members of the Black Organization in Gunma County. The reason is simple. These members have been recruited for a long time, and it is not only meaningless to keep them, but also a waste of food. The second step in planning is to develop a plan of attack. The point Li Wenqian chose to attack was the History Museum on the west side of Osaka Castle. The Osaka Castle History Museum is a 10-story arc-shaped building shaped like a sailing ship, and there is no villa around it that is taller than it. Wide field of vision, suitable for doing things. Another point is that the model of Namba Palace on the top floor of the History Museum is very delicate. Li Wenqian likes it very much. Gather. Li Wenqian asked Belmode to give the members of the Black Organization an order to gather in Osaka Castle. After all, the members of these Black Organizations would not follow his orders until they met him, let alone who was in charge of the Black Lingering. Shiho. Shiho. Li Wenqian summoned Miyano Shiho with a high decibel noise gate. What? Miyano Shiho wore a pair of sneakers and looked very tired after returning from Osaka Castle. Let your sister book the tickets. Tomorrow we can go to New York. The two Miyano sisters are different from others. One is a core member of a Black Organization, and the other is a fish that slipped through the net in a tens of billions of robbery. He is fine. If he is not there, it will be a hidden danger for the two sisters to stay in the island country. Tomorrow. Miyano Shiho already knew what was going to happen next at Osaka Castle, and immediately asked, how many? Of course there are two. Li Wenqian wants to go to New York and still needs to fly? He shot himself in the head and went straight through. Convenient, fast and cool. Just buy tickets for tomorrow morning. Mayano Akemi is now the accounting director of Canary Company, so it's normal to have a short job in this capacity. Jody has already joined Canary Company as a translator, and letting Mayano Akemi leave temporarily at this time can also avoid a wave of FBI. Good luck! Li Wenqian accepted this beautiful blessing. Inside an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Osaka, Li Wenqian gathered all 300 elite members of the Black Organization here, and rewarded each of them with an M4 carbine with a system command. At the same time, their loyalty was directly increased, and they were endowed with the indomitable spirit of the 300 warriors of Sparta. The sun is rising. Li Wenqian has seen a beautiful day beckoning to him. The two Mayano sisters should be in heaven now. Li Wenqian shuddered suddenly. Grass. Don't think about women when you draw your sword. He looked at the 300 warriors who had already put on Tiga masks in front of him, and his eyes gradually became firmer. Set off. Li Wenqian faced east, and the 300 Digia warriors faced west. This time Li Wenqian is going to play a very new tactic, to let this group of little Baga know what IQ suppression is. Looking at Osaka Castle 3 times, Li Wenqian's mood soared. Especially when standing in the Osaka History Museum, the corners of Li Wenqian's mouth were crooked. Li Wenqian took the elevator all the way to the top floor of the Osaka Museum, and saw the model of Namba Palace that he liked yesterday being surrounded by people. There are a lot of people in the Osaka Castle Museum today, and Li Wenqian saw more than 100 people on the top floor. Put on the mask and start the whole life. Fire in the hole. A grenade detonated directly on the top floor. The terrifying explosion produced great power in a small space, and dozens of little Baga took off in the explosion in an instant. The top floor of the museum fell into chaos in an instant, as if it seemed to be a frightened wild boar. Quasi instantly. Li Wenqian had an extra Gatling in his hand, and he fired wildly at the model of Namba Palace. In just half a minute, the entire top floor of the museum was instantly cleared. In addition to the steps, Li Wenqian also saw people jumping from upstairs to the first floor. This is the 10th floor. The sound from the corner caught Li Wenqian's attention. And fish that slipped through the net? Li Wenqian turned his head and looked over. A girl curled up in the corner appeared in Li Wenqian's vision. The girl has brown short curly hair, and her huge shell is shaking constantly because of sobbing. Oka red leaves. Li Wenqian recognized it with just one glance. Since coming to Osaka, Li Wenqian, Qian Lizao, has seen Oka Hongyi more than once, whether it was at Hattori Hizu's memorial ceremony or on the Osaka Daily. Keep your head up, or I'll kill you with one shot. The girl raised her head tremblingly. It was a beautiful, panicked and helpless face. At the same time, Li Wenqian confirmed that it was Oka Hongyi. Don't kill me, please, please. No matter how rich Oka Hongyi's family is, no matter how noble she is, she can't change the fact that she is just a little girl. It was the first time in my life that someone held Gatling and pointed at his forehead. Especially this person is the gangster Tiga or who made the whole Osaka city tremble. Oka Hongyi is now so nervous that she dare not breathe, let alone how to cry. My family has a lot of money can be given to you, please don't kill me. Oka Hongyi's desire to survive is already full at this time. Chapter 148. Do you think I look like the kind of person who needs money? Li Wenqian stepped forward and knocked Oka Hongyi on the head, and Oka Hongyi squatted in the corner sobbing, not even daring to cry out loud. What he wants is that the situation in Osaka is turbulent, and what he wants is to become the first 9-star good citizen of the island country. How much money can your family give? All right. Li Wenqian has to admit that being rich is not a fool. He really didn't want to kidnap Uke Hongyi, but since he had already met her, there was nothing he could do. The main reason is that the island self-defense force and the SAT anti-terrorism force have not yet arrived. Idle is also idle. Earn a few pocket money by the way. In this way, he can have more startup funds when he arrives in the United States. Is 100 billion enough? The flame of hope began to burn in Uke Hongyi's heart. The bandits talk about money, which means that her life may still be saved. Are you so cheap? 1 trillion yen is not enough. Dagong Hongyi shrank back and forth towards the corner of the wall in fright, and said shyly, I'm not sure that the family has so much money to save me. The Dagong Hongyi family is indeed a very powerful and financial family in the entire island country. The family is big and the business is big. It is no longer possible to describe the wealth of the Dagong Hongyi family. It is precisely because of this that there are so many places where the family spends money. It is impossible for any family to easily take out 1 trillion yen in cash. 920. No. Then I'll blow your head off right now. Don't try to lie to him. The Daoka family is as famous as the Suzuki Consortium in the island country. If Li Wenqian hadn't contacted the Suzuki Consortium before, then he might have believed it. The key is that he is now the head of a company under the Suzuki Consortium. Seeing Li Wenqian holding a gun, Dagong Hongyi was frightened and said, if you have money, don't shoot. Just let the family know that I was kidnapped, and they will definitely give you a ransom. Dagong Hongyi's nerves were about to break, and now she could feel the tremors in every pore of her body. Then why are you still standing there? Call your family quickly. A momentary surprise appeared in Dagong Hongyi's eyes. She hit. Don't the gangster movies always torture the meat ticket, and then the assistant makes threatening phone calls? Dagong Hongyi tentatively took out her mobile phone, and then slowly dialed the family's contact information. During the whole process, Li Wenqian did not stop, but stared at the situation outside. No one can see outside the Osaka Castle History Museum. It is true that there is no one there. If it were other robbers, there would definitely be people eating melons standing outside, but the gangster Dijia made them dare not even take a second look. At this time, not even the self-defense forces and the anti-terrorist forces arrived. Grandpa! I was kidnapped. Whoa! Dagong Hongyi couldn't bear it anymore after hearing her grandfather's voice. Grandpa, Hongyi has been kidnapped. She is afraid. Scared to death. Now I just want to leave here, go back to my own home, and never come to this ghost place again. Hongyi, don't cry, what request does the other party have? Dagong Hongyi's grandfather showed great composure on the phone. The fact that the granddaughter can call at this time means that her life is not in danger. The purpose of kidnapping is even simpler. The most likely reason is money. He wants 1 trillion yen. Even the old man on the other end of the phone couldn't calm down with this number. 1 trillion yen. Even if the money would not kill the Dagong family, it would still hurt the Dagong family. It can be said that the money the gangster wants is very tricky. Either it's a coincidence, or they know the Dagong family very well. Who are the gangsters? It's that. Dagong Hongyi didn't even dare to say the word Tiger Bandit Dijia because she wasn't sure if Li Wenqian liked the title. You mean? Dagong Hongyi's grandfather has already guessed the identity of the robber. This moment, he is no longer calm. If it's an ordinary kidnapper, it's fine if you give the money. After the granddaughter came back safely, it was a breeze to deal with such a little robber, with the ability of the Dagong family. But the gangster Tiga. That is a terrorist who is a headache for the island self-defense forces, a perverted murderer with the blood of tens of thousands of people on his hands. Those in his hands, are there any alive? Give him the phone, and Grandpa will talk to him in person. Robbers are not easy. Dagong Hongyi's grandfather felt that it was necessary to give enough respect to the gangster Dijie. The more important reason is that I don't want Dagong Hongyi to bear the pressure that this age should not bear in the middle. Grandpa, he doesn't want to talk to you. He asked me to tell you, let you transfer 1 trillion yen to the account he gave. If I can't fight within an hour, I will be tied to a rocket and shot out. Grandpa, help me. Dagong Hongyi cried again into the phone. She is still young. She hasn't experienced the splendor of the great thousand world yet, so she doesn't want to die now. Hongyi, don't cry. You tell him, I will prepare the money for him as soon as possible, so that he will not hurt you. Hongyi, you heard from Grandpa that you can give him whatever he wants, and you must not resist, let alone provoke him. You are a big girl, you should be able to understand what Grandpa said. Dagong Hongyi understands too well. But she felt that her grandfather was thinking too much, and it could be seen that the gangster Tiga didn't seem to have any interest in her. At least for now. You should have heard what my grandpa said. Dagong Hongyi lowered her head and tightened her clothes, fearing that the most proud part of her body would arouse the animal nature of the gangster Dijia in an instant. What are you doing at the History Museum today? It's still early. Li Wenqian felt that it would take at least 5 minutes for the self-defense forces and SAT to arrive. Come to the History Museum to see the model of Namba Palace. I quite like this model too. Dagong Hongyi looked surprised. Like you want to destroy it? Dagong Hongyi said that he did not understand the perverted thoughts in Dijia's heart. Maybe it's the thugs. I want to go to the bathroom. Dagong Hongyi felt like her bladder was going to explode. Especially seeing the face of the gangster Dijia, every glance is a merciless torture to her urinary system. This is totally intimidating. Where is there a toilet? Just pee here. Dagong Hongyi said it was all right. She can actually bear it. Let you pee, do you hear me? Squat in the corner and solve it for me quickly, don't force me to help you. Now Dagong Hongyi does not urinate, and Li Wenqian even refuses. For Li Wenqian, the next Dagong Hongyi will have a greater effect after peeing. Chapter 149. Dagong Hongyi squatted back to her shivering corner after finishing solving the mess behind the model palace. Grandpa was right. At this time, you can't resist, let alone provoke. The island self-defense forces have nothing to do with the gangster Tiga. How could she, a girl, escape from Tiga's clutches? Come here. The heart of Dagong Hongyi is trembling. How much she wished that the gangster Tiga would really forget her, but the cruelty of reality pushed her into the abyss again. Just stay here and don't move. Li Wenqian chose an excellent location for Dagong Hongyi. Side front next to the Gatling gun. Li Wenqian heard that Dagong Hongyi's grandfather was the former prime minister. Li Wenqian doesn't know if it's true or not. With such an identity, now he is blocking bullets in front of him, how many dare to break the gun? Didn't you say you let me leave after taking the money? Dagong Red Leaf Bear is a bit big, but it doesn't mean she has no brains. The bandit Dijia clearly wanted her to be a human shield in front of her. But your Dagong family didn't send me any money. Li Wenqian's system bank account is very intelligent, and the first time he transfers money successfully, there will be a reminder in his system space. Not only that, this account cannot be captured by any high-end equipment, and there is no need to shoot AV for money laundering. Didn't you say give me an hour? Dagong Hongyi cried again. Can she say she wants to go to the bathroom again now? But the anti-terrorist unit isn't going to give me an hour. While chatting, the armed helicopters and armored vehicles of the anti-terrorism force have already arrived. The entire Osaka Castle History Museum has been surrounded by anti-terrorist forces. Brother, please let me go. I'm just a high school student, my family has already promised you money, I haven't seen you, I don't know anything. Dagong Hongyi was standing next to Gatling, his whole body was already limp. Especially seeing so many counter-strikes with live ammunition below, she almost couldn't stand up even if she supported the Gatling stand next to her. She wondered if she peed? No feelings. I don't feel it at all. Stand still. Believe it or not, if you cry again, I will shoot you to death now. Li Wenqian kicked Dagong Hongyi's a, which cheered up the woman. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he wiped the tears on her cheeks again. Don't cry anymore, do you understand? Dagong Hongyi really held back. But this way of wiping tears from her boyfriend didn't make her feel a little pampered. I'm even more scared now. Take it. Li Wenqian gave Dagong Hongyi a telescope and let the woman take on the task of observing hands. In the past, Li Wenqian took care of this job by himself. In order to avoid being killed by snipers and refresh rewards, he cowered like a dog every time. They can't shoot, can they? Dagong Hongyi really wants to shout to the following, Taejun, one of my own. But she was also worried that such a call would irritate the gangster Mr. Dijie. Not yet. If they shoot you and kill you, I will refund your family 500 billion. Li Wenqian can also be regarded as a semi-pretty person. Half back if you die. This is the kind of morality in professional circles. OS. Dagong Hongyi wanted to cry, but dared not. Tiga. It's the bandit Dijia. When Taimajincher saw the Tiga mask, his blood boiled. There is anger, and more of it is fear that goes deep into the marrow. It was this gangster who attacked the Metropolitan Police Department a few days ago, and blocked him and a dozen criminal policemen on the second basement floor of the logistics building like dogs. The entire Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka was also bloodbathed because of this, and the name of Jincher was nailed to the pillar of shame. At this time, the SAT anti-terrorist force has surrounded the entire Osaka Castle History Museum, and more than 500 self-defense personnel rushed over immediately after receiving the news. Captain, please report the situation at the scene. The commander is a middle-aged man with a flat head named Inu, his bristling hair looks like steel needles. He didn't give the order to attack at the first time, because not a blind person could see that there was a hostage in the hands of the gangster Tiga this time. The gangster Dijia currently has a hostage in his hands, who seems to be a high school student, whose identity is currently unknown. 0 Fur Flowers. The gangster Tiga set up a Gatling machine gun on the top floor of the Osaka Castle History Museum, but he didn't see any other weapons. Don't be careless. We all know. The gangster Tiga has a tank that can fall from the sky, which they must guard against. At this time, a communications soldier hurried into the temporary command post. Shang Guan, your phone number. Commander Inu answered the phone, his expression changed drastically. Although the people present couldn't hear the voice on the other end of the phone, it could be seen from Inu's face that something must have happened. Yes, I understand. There was unprecedented solemnity in the command vehicle. 0. Sir Inu, is something wrong? Taimajincher asked the doubts in the hearts of everyone present. The identity of the hostage has been verified. This girl is called Dagong Hongyi, she is a second-year student at Kwangzhen High School, and she is the eldest lady of the Dagong family. The self-defense forces don't care where Dagong Hongyi's students are, but they can't ignore the Dagong Hongyi family. In other words, the hostage's grandfather is. The people present immediately understood that this girl named Dagong Hongyi must not die. The original strong attack and sneak attack plan could no longer come in handy at this moment. It is even impossible for them to use snipers to carry out long-distance sniper killings. In case Dagong Hongyi is hurt, is this necessary? Caesarean section to apologize. Shang Feng called just now, saying that the Eniu Dagong Hongyi family demanded a ransom of 1 trillion yen? This news did not make everyone present feel relaxed. The first thing a normal robber does after getting the ransom is to flee the scene of the crime, but will the gangster Tiga do this? Blow up the Iron Tower, blow up the shrine, attack the Metropolitan Police Department. The gangster Dijia never seemed to be afraid, and always seemed to be the one who took the initiative to attack. Then we'll provide him with transportation. Tianmajinshur decided to go the way of the gangster. Let the gangster Tiga leave first, so that not only the life of Dagong Hongyi can be saved, but also the Osaka Castle History Museum can be saved. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. F. Chapter 150. Li Wenqian stabbed Dagong Hongyi's A with a gun. What's going on down here? It's still the same as before. Dagong Hongyi is really terrified now. She is afraid of heights. Especially when there was a gun pointing at her from behind, this fear was infinitely magnified. Me. Dagong Hongyi was standing on the edge of the top floor, even the slightest fan was very obvious at this time. If you fart, let it go. Dagong Hongyi said, they don't want to trap us here. These words. Li Wenqian is speechless. It has to be said that Dagong Hongyi's idea is very novel, and this is also a way to besiege the bandit Tijia. I just said it casually, you don't need to care. Has my grandpa already given you the -0 money? Dagong Hongyi has never looked forward to it like this. She only hoped that the gangster Tiga could keep his promise and fulfill his promise after getting the ransom. No. You have half an hour to die. The voice just fell. Li Wenqian found that there was an extra trillion yen in his system account. At this time, the system account balance is no longer 430 million yen, but 530 million yen. As far as his current financial resources are concerned, he has no problem catching up with the entire Suzuki consortium. Suzuki Tomoko, a sexy woman, really made a lot of money by following him. Taking a step back, Li Wenqian has to say that the integrity of the Dagong family is still there, and they easily collected a ransom of 1 trillion yen within an hour. Li Wenqian took out another telescope from the system space. Just like Dagong Hongyi said. Half an hour has passed since the beginning just now, and the self-defense forces have never taken any action. Li Wenqian understands. The reason why the self-defense forces are uncharacteristically is because of Dagong Hongyi. This big bear woman gave the self-defense forces pause. The SDF can wait, but not Li Wenqian. Waiting for the self-defense forces to take the initiative to come to fight is not his usual style of behavior. Li Wenqian glanced at the time. His 300 Spartan warriors are already in place. Li Wenqian was just about to act when a voice came from below the museum. Brother Tiga, I know you must be able to hear, I am Tianmajinshur, Metropolitan Police Department Acting Superintendent. Farewell for 3 days. Tianmajinshur has been promoted and made a fortune. You must have received the 1 trillion yuan ransom that the Dagong family gave you. Now, please fulfill your promise and surround people. Our Osaka Metropolitan Police Department has agreed to your conditions and prepared a vehicle for you to leave. Shameless. Too shameless. When did Lao Zi say he was leaving? The Osaka Metropolitan Police Department is also too fast to put gold on its face. Dagong Hongyi stared closely at Li Wenqian, with an unconcealable anger in his eyes. Fraud. What if we agreed to release her after getting the ransom? When she asked just now, she actually told her that the family didn't send any money, and let her down on the family for a while. What are you staring at? Li Wenqian stepped forward and knocked on Dagong Hongyi's head, tears of grievance flowed down Dagong Hongyi's cheeks. You didn't intend to let me go, did you? Dagong Hongyi suddenly became more courageous. She seemed to see her own end in a flash, just like those who died at the hands of the gangster Tiga. Stand still. Otherwise I'll kill you with one shot. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, Dagong Hongyi finally gave up. Human instinctive desire to survive forced her to lower her noble head. Li Wenqian is not idle either. Take action, warriors. Li Wenqian gave an order to the 300 Spartan warriors who were waiting outside. This time Li Wenqian played a very new strategy. He broke up the 300 Spartan warriors of the Tiga Legion and scattered them in every corner of Osaka. Explode! Let the little Baga of the island country know what he, Lao Li, is a man who can be rough and thin. The moment the order was given. Instant explosion in Osaka Castle Park. Immediately afterwards, the castle tower of Osaka Castle also exploded violently with a bang. Ah! Dagong Hongyi was so frightened that her heart trembled, and her urinary system was tortured mercilessly again. In just 2 minutes. The whole Osaka Castle is like a new year. 0. Crackling, booming, booming. The unprecedented excitement brought tears to the eyes of the people of Osaka. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of being a 3-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of a 4-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of 8-star good citizen. Li Wenqian listened to the melodious voice in the system, and his mouth was about to be crooked by laughter. Too easy. Li Wenqian himself did not expect that in just 2 minutes, he had already become an 8-star good citizen. He is now confident to become a 9-star good citizen of the island country. For Li Wenqian, today's unexpected joy is more than 1,000,000 points. Originally, he was going to blow up the Osaka Castle History Museum, but he ran into Hoka Hongyi by mistake, and ransom 1,000,000,000 yen. It was originally intended to cause turmoil in Osaka and increase the price of gold. It actually made him see the hope of becoming a good citizen of 9 stars. This wave of blood earned. What happened? What is going on? Where is this explosion? It seems to be all around. Horrific explosions sounded all over Osaka for a while, not to mention the people of Osaka, and now even members of the self-defense forces have fallen into panic. Can't tell. I can't tell which direction the explosion is coming from. It seems that the whole of Osaka is blowing up along with it. Good. 5.2 Well, I already know, we don't have any problems for the time being. Once again, the inside of the command vehicle fell into an unprecedented solemnity. Commander Inu said solemnly, I just received a call that there are explosions in many places in Osaka, and the people who released the bombs wore Tiga masks in front of more than 100 explosions. The people present couldn't help but gasp at the news. Explosions in more than 100 places. Is this going to blow up the whole of Osaka? Taimajinshir looked at the black smoky sky over Osaka. This voice could indicate that the explosion point may have risen to more than 200 places, and it is even increasing. D intends to blow up the whole of Osaka. How should they respond this time? Once again, I am grateful for the decision to let my daughter and wife go to Tokyo. Chapter 151. Boom. Boom 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 W. Strong explosions sounded from more than one place throughout Osaka, as if they were about to tear the sky above Osaka Castle apart. Thick smoke from the explosion filled the sky above Osaka Castle. Black smoke. Young people are afraid, and the old people in Osaka Castle are even more afraid. The last time they experienced such a scene was on August 6, 1945. Quick! Catch him! The man is there! Everywhere in Osaka Castle, a group of policemen can be seen chasing a scene of a gangster wearing a Tiga mask. Metropolitan Police Department, Self-Defense Forces, Anti-Terrorist Forces. Even the traffic police are involved. They have only one purpose, to catch all the blasters in Osaka Castle. At this time, the island nation's police and military are like hunters with guns, and DIM members are like cannons head-to-head. The people of Osaka played the role of domestic pigs raised in captivity. Where the ferocious beasts passed by, the domestic pigs were flying like dogs, and the hunters had no choice but to bite the bullet and chase after them. Otherwise, Osaka Castle will be threatened even more. 10 But how can it be so easy to solve 300 ferocious beasts breaking into the pigsty? The 300 Spartan warriors of the Tiga Legion ran, laughed, and exploded. Explosions everywhere in Osaka. Osaka Castle History Museum. Dagong Momiji stands on the top floor of the museum, from which she can see Osaka Castle far away. Boom! It's fried here. Boom 1. It exploded here again. Every explosion in Osaka Castle made Oka Hongyi's body tremble. So cute. Dagong Hongyi has lived such a big life, and has never experienced such a horrible thing. Now there is a strange idea in her heart. This seems to be the safest place in Osaka Castle. Dagong Hongyi turned around and took a peek at the bandit Dijia, but as always, dared not speak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of being a 9-star good citizen. Li Wenqian touched his fist violently. Finally came the horse. If he blows up the entire Osaka city and can't become a 9-star good citizen, then Li Wenqian really doesn't know how much contribution he needs to make to please the taste buds of the system. Fortunately, the system does not deceive me. His painstaking contribution to the island country has finally paid off. Li Wenqian has become a good citizen of the island country he dreams of. Li Wenqian was full of energy at this time, and the 300 warriors of the Dijia Legion were making contributions to the society outside. How could he, as the boss, be able to fish in troubled waters at this time? Da-da-da-da-da-da. The sudden gunshot frightened Dagong Hongyi to scream again and again, followed by his legs becoming weak, his body shaking for a while, and then he squatted on the ground and fell into a state of trance. Come here. Li Wenqian easily pulled Dagong Hongyi into the museum. His goal has been achieved, and it doesn't matter whether Dagong Hongyi needs to be blocked outside. If Dagong Hongyi is really dead, so is he going to refund 5 trillion yen? Li Wenqian didn't want the woman to affect his speed of drawing his sword when he was facing the Japanese military directly. Li Wenqian didn't go to see where Dagong Hongyi was thrown by him. This woman was no longer important to him. Woman, you can leave now. Li Wenqian is now putting all his energy on attacking the self-defense forces. The condescending shooting made him experience once again what dimensionality reduction strike is. What happened? Who told you to shoot? Although the commander named Anu had heard the name of the bandit Tiga a long time ago, this was the first time in his life that he made friends with the bandit Tiga. When he learned that it was Tiga who made the first move, he couldn't calm down. This kind of desperate bandit can be said to be unprecedented. Where are the hostages? Where did Dagong Hongyi go? For the self-defense forces, one person must not die in this operation. She is the daughter of the Dagong family. It was still there just now. As soon as the gunshots rang out from behind, I didn't know where to go. Oops! Commander Anu immediately had a very scary idea in his heart. Dijia has torn up his ticket. The special attack team, the anti-terrorist force, immediately take down the bandit Dijia. With the threat of hostages gone, the self-defense forces can finally act freely, but this is not the situation Anu wants to see. Dagong Hongyi died. How should he explain to that grandfather? The order to attack Anu was issued. Groups of 5 and 10 special attackers attacked the Osaka Castle Museum at lightning speed. Assault on the ground, suppression in the sky, and a few snipers in the dark trying to grab the head. No matter how exquisite Li Wenqian's marksmanship is, it is impossible to kill these people. He knew he was leaving. Li Wenqian had to die for a reason, that is, only by being resurrected again can the system settle the rewards. He can die. But you can't just die like this. Let's have a rain of tanks. Panzer 527. Li Wenqian's already well-versed code command was pressed to the brim at this moment. So what if you want to snipe him? So what if you want to suppress him with firepower? Sir, it's raining tanks. Most of the self-defense forces members are seeing this spectacle for the first time. Seeing one after another tanks falling in front of me, I felt as if there were hundreds of thousands of mud horses galloping in my heart. Idiot! Commander Anu was also stunned. He really wanted to ask what is the natural phenomenon of tanks falling from the sky. It's time to say goodbye. Li Wenqian took out thousands of TNT bombs from the system space, and resolutely installed the button of the same death. Goodbye, Osaka. With a loud bang, Li Wenqian ended his sinful life again. The only 10-story building in Osaka City that looked rather abrupt collapsed. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The ruins of the Osaka Museum blend in with the surroundings at this moment. Dozens of members of the self-defense forces were buried along with them. Commander Inu sat on the ground. At this moment his mind went blank. Chapter 152. Look. That's Miss. For the Oka Hongyi family, nothing is more gratifying than a dwindling Oka Hongyi walking out of the ruins. Red leaves. Hongyi, good boy, are you okay? Oka Hongyi threw herself into the arms of an old man, crying and calling Grandpa. She is not dead. 1 minute before the explosion, she had already left the Osaka Castle History Museum. To be honest, she herself didn't know how she escaped from the History Museum. It's fine, it's fine. Dagong Hongyi's grandfather said so, but he was still worried. Immediately, Iori Muga, the housekeeper of the Dagong family, sent Dagong Hongyi to the hospital for a physical examination. Checking the mental state is one aspect, and checking the physiological state is a more important aspect. What should Dagong Hongyi do if she is sexually assaulted? The Dagong family could not accept that at a certain moment of a certain year, a certain month and a certain day, a little gangster Dijia appeared in the Dagong family. Sir, let me see you off first. Dagong Hongyi's death is certainly the best result for the self-defense forces, but it is inevitable that the gangster Dijia will not die. At this time, if you kill a carbine. Back. Come back now. Everyone from the Dagong family present was filled with tears. This is happy. The bandit Dijia did what he said, and he really bought Dagong Hongyi for 1 trillion yen. Bandit Tiga is a good guy. Mr. Inu. We have searched all the ruins just now, and we didn't find the bandit Tiga, not even a corpse. No doubt. The gangster Tiga once again escaped from under the eyes of the Japanese self-defense forces. Idiot! Commander Inu forcefully kicked a stone in front of him far away. Why? He really didn't understand why the gangster Tiga was able to escape from the siege. This guy doesn't seem to be human. Sir, what do we do now? Inu pondered for a moment and said, leave a team to clean up the scene, and the rest must wipe out the bandit Tiga to find it. Such a big explosion, I believe Dim must have been affected. By the way, have all the hundreds of bombers been caught? Most of them have been caught so far, and a few more are being hunted down. I believe they will all be caught before today. The self-defense forces finally heard good news. If the hundreds of bombers who bombed Osaka Castle could not be caught, there would be no need for their self-defense force to exist. On the commercial vehicle of the Dagong family. Sir, do we want to put pressure on the military? Butler Iori Muga's intentions are obvious. With the status of the Dagong family, let the military eradicate the gangster Tiga who endangered one side as soon as possible, otherwise today's Osaka will be the island country in the future. Need not. Let them solve it by themselves. Our Dagong family will not participate in this matter. After this time, the Dagong family was really scared. Buying a piece for 1 trillion yen is already the best result for the Dagong family. They don't want to annoy the bandit Dijia again because of this incident, thus bringing disaster to the entire Dagong family. Yes. I already know, I said no more. The island country's public security sent him the news half an hour ago that he hoped to get some information about the gangster Dijia through his current identity. Because after investigations by the island country's public security, it was found that one of their members, Mizunashi Rina, died at the hands of Tiga. Although there is a lack of conclusive evidence, the current investigation only has this possibility. At present, it is not only the Metropolitan Police Department and anti-terrorist forces of the island country who want to eradicate the gangster Tiga. It can be said that any citizen of the island country has such expectations. The other side. I'm Judy. The gangster Dijia appeared in Osaka City again. This time, the entire Osaka City has been bombed into a mess. There are thousands of explosion sites, and many places have been affected. One of their members did it. The real gangster Tiga is now in the Osaka Castle History Museum, but he still picked it out like last time. Judy said that she has tried her best. She stared outside for more than 2 hours, but still did not find the shadow of the gangster Dijia. This guy seemed to appear out of thin air, only to disappear out of thin air. Well, I will continue to stay in Osaka. Judy hung up the phone, feeling exhausted. An invisible, intangible enemy is really a headache. Not only that. Also invisible and intangible is a mysterious man who violated her. Could that mysterious man be the gangster Tiga? Judy felt that something must be wrong with her head. How could the bandit Dijia violate him? If he really met the bandit Dijia, she would have been shot through by now. After the explosion, Osaka Castle was like a cesspit. Wherever you go, there will be ghosts and wolves howling. The streets are full of blood, severed limbs, minced meat, collapsed houses, billowing smoke. All buildings with more than 10 floors in Osaka City were more or less affected, and the Canary Building was no exception. Li Wenqian became so ruthless that he didn't even spare himself. Even this is the most critical of his orders. All the other buildings were blown up, but the Canary stood intact in Osaka Castle, and even a blind man felt that he was blinking. The fire brigade and medical team have become the busiest at this time. Can't save it. Can't save it at all. The people of Osaka said that they had never been hurt so badly before, and they finally experienced the pain of war coming to their doorstep. Osaka Metropolitan Police Department. Megure Juzu, Satomai Wako, Takaji Wataru, Yakumizo Brothers, Yamamura Miseo, Yamato Kansuke, all together. Together, these people can be said to be the all-star lineup of the island police. The reason why so many people come to Osaka Metropolitan Police Department is entirely for money, because there is not enough manpower. The self-defense forces are used to protect the entire country, and law enforcement in cities is not as good as the police in some cases. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not talk too much nonsense. According to the current investigation, there are now more than 1,200 explosions in the island country, and the fire brigade and ambulance are completely unable to take care of them. Now is the time for us to thank the police. Taimajinshir gave one order after another. There is still one bomber who has escaped. When Taimajinshir said this, his face was full of embarrassment. It's fine if they didn't catch the real gangster Dijia, but the fake one ran away. That task is left to Officer Megure and his team. Megure Juzu said there was no problem. The real gangster Dijia can't deal with it, and the fake ones are not easy to deal with. Time to prove Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's capabilities. Chapter 153. New work time. The first thing Li Wenqian did when he came to Times Square in New York was to eat a tomahawk steak. Li Wenqian is not used to the food in the United States, and even the hamburger he usually eats tastes milder here. The second thing Li Wenqian did was to buy a newspaper about the island nation in Times Square, New York. The headline on the front page is that Osaka was bombed. The military of the island country even promised to capture the gangster Tiga in the shortest possible time. The exact time is unknown. Because the island country's military is not sure that it will be able to capture the gangster Tiga within a certain time frame. This group of stupid roe-deer are still thinking of catching me in Osaka? Laozi has come to New York and wants to have fun, understand? In addition to reading about the current situation in Osaka in the newspaper, Li Wenqian also saw Yukiko's photo in a magazine. Don't look at this woman who has retired from the entertainment industry for almost 20 years, but her popularity in New York is still undiminished. It's just that this woman has become his crotch plaything now. Li Wenqian is now in Times Square, New York. This location can be said to be the central area of the entire New York City, which is as prosperous as it comes to mind. The reason why this place is famous is because of the headquarters building established here in the early days of New York Times 837. Times Square has been colorful since 1920. In addition to the Times Square building as the center, dozens of shopping malls and theaters are gathered nearby, which is the entertainment and shopping center of the whole New York. Prosperity is no longer enough to describe the current situation of Times Square in New York. An idea came to Li Wenqian's mind. If Mr. Superman, you really can't stay idle, don't you want to do something here again? A lazy voice suddenly appeared behind him. Li Wenqian turned around and hugged Miyano Shiho in his arms, and then was ravaged inhumanely. Put me down, there are so many people here. Miyano Shiho was very embarrassed, but Li Wenqian said it didn't matter. If he was hugging Miyano Akemi, maybe he would have gotten someone's attention. Miyano Shiho, a little lowly, who cares? You're not really going to blow this place up, are you? Miyano Shiho put her legs on Li Wenqian's body and whispered in Li Wenqian's ear. Where did I think? How could I blow up such a prosperous place? Base. For a split second, he and Miyano Shiho were on the same page. But soon this terrible idea was killed by him in the cradle. He just ate a steak, wouldn't it be a pity to blow it up like this? And his purpose this time is to blow up the FBI. Before that, you must not expose yourself, so as to give EI's scouts any chance to prepare. Hey! Where's your sister? Isn't it enough for me to come? Miyano Shiho then explained, she's doing gold work, so I'm here. The turbulence of the situation in Osaka Castle has indeed stimulated the gold trading market. The price of gold has been soaring all the way, to what extent, Miyano Shiho said he is not clear. She doesn't care about the trading price of gold, just like the old lady doesn't care about her scientific research. However, the two of them usually ask about each other's work progress, but they don't know much about the process of both parties. Then let's go. Miyano Shiho took a taxi when he came. Prices start at $2.50, plus some extra gratuity. Li Wenqian said that there is no need to bother. He walked to a taxi on the corner of the street and knocked on the roof. Big NR, come out and talk. What? The taxi driver was obviously a little dissatisfied with this title, with an incredible look on his face. Let you come out, there are so many things about riding a horse. Li Wenqian opened the car door and directly dragged a big black fat man with about 180 households out of the driver's seat. He lifted it high, and then smashed it heavily into the green belt next to it. Get in the car, what are you doing in a daze? Now that I have come to free America, my craftsmanship cannot be left behind. Hesitating for a second at this time is a disrespect for life. Miyano Shiho was sitting in the co-pilot, because his heart was like a wild boar. She glanced at Li Wenqian in surprise. Robbery is not enough to describe Li Wenqian's behavior. This guy seems to have no law in his head, let alone the concept of fair trade. It seems that in addition to bombing, it is robbing. Li Wenqian was driving a taxi, listening to American country music in the car. This kind of zero-yuan purchase feeling is not too wonderful. New York suburbs. There is an artificial lake in front, you can park your car beside the artificial lake. Miyano Shiho has been trained by Li Wenqian so many times and already has experience. The stolen car must not be driven to your own villa. Ready. Before Miyano Shiho understood what was going on, Li Wenqian suddenly stepped on the gas pedal. At the same time, he jumped out of the car with Miyano Shiho. All I saw was the taxi that had just been snatched and rushed directly down the artificial lake. All of a sudden, huge waves rolled over the originally calm lake, and the taxi stayed on the water for a few seconds before completely sinking into the lake. Is there a more perfect way to sell stolen goods than this? With the ability of the US police, it has been a long time since they wanted to find this taxi. Bandits. Miyano Shiho can only use these two words to describe Li Wenqian. This is the limit of vocabulary, not the limit of Li Wenqian. Mayano Shiho looked at the restored artificial lake and had to say that Li Wenqian's method was more high-end than hers. In terms of crimes, she is still far behind Li Wenqian. The two of them walked for about 10 minutes in the suburbs, and the Sun-White Villa area appeared in front of them. This is the residence Belmode arranged for him here. This site selection is very elegant. It's not that far from downtown NYC, and it's quieter, more conducive to one NYC action. Li Wenqian is very satisfied with this. As soon as he walked to the door of the villa, Mayano Akemi took the initiative to greet him and tiptoed to give Li Wenqian a hug. The price of gold has gone up. Mayano Akemi said a lot of extremely professional knowledge, but Li Wenqian didn't understand. But there is one sentence that he understands, that is, gold worth $70 billion can now be traded into $90 billion. Unprecedented speed of ascent. Li Wenqian decided to make a move, without even a second of hesitation. Osaka is now at the time of the worst turmoil. Once it stabilizes, the price of gold will definitely fall. Besides, he is not guarding in Osaka now. Li Wenqian doesn't care whether the price of gold is currently at its peak. Sold. It's useless to keep the gold in his hand all the time, and it can just be used to fund his activities this time. Chapter 154. Where have you been? The morning after Li Wenqian came to New York, he received a call from Tomoko Suzuki. Suzuki Tomoko is a woman who only wants to make money. Here's the benefit. New York. Li Wenqian is enjoying the breakfast bread prepared by Mayano Akemi in the villa at this time. New York. What did you do in New York? The Canary Company was blown up by the gangster Digya_, you know, don't you know? It can be heard that Suzuki Tomoko should have gone to Canary Company. I don't know whether this sexy woman cares about him or the company. Or maybe both. Are you saying that it has affected the profitability of Canary Company? Suzuki Tomoko on the other end of the phone suddenly lost his voice, and said after a while, now the gold trading of Canary has become better. Because of the bandit Tiga. The entire Suzuki consortium has been making a lot of money lately. Because of this, even though a part of the Canary building was bombed, it still didn't annoy Suzuki Tomoko, and even in her heart she still thanked the gangster Tiga for her luck. It's just that the clever Suzuki friend will definitely not leak these words. We agreed that the profit will double within half a year, and you will be mine. Now do you want to go back on your word? Suzuki Tomoko, this woman is like a wild horse, very difficult to tame. The more it is like this, the more it can tease Li Wenqian's taste buds. He just loves wild horses like this. If I go back on my word, I won't take the initiative to contact you. You are in New York, right? Osaka has not been peaceful recently, and I've come to take care of the Canary business recently. Li Wenqian immediately became unhappy when he heard this. If Tomoko Suzuki intervenes in the Canary matter, with the ability of this strong woman, she will definitely be able to see the clues of the recent gold transaction. We agreed that you don't need to intervene in the Canary matter. If you are really free, you can come to New York to find me, just take the plane tonight. Get up. If Tomoko Suzuki has any objections, Li Wenqian promises to shoot himself now and go back to tame this woman immediately. Fortunately, Suzuki Tomoko is more aware of flattery this time, and did not raise any objections. That's it. As for whether to come to New York, Tomoko Suzuki didn't make it clear on the phone. That afternoon, Li Wenqian began to study the FBI for this operation. FBI, also known as the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, English abbreviation FBI, also has another hidden meaning of loyalty, fidelity, bravery, and integrity. The address is at the Hoover Building on Pennsylvania Avenue in the Washington District of Washington, United States, facing Pennsylvania Avenue. The Hoover Building is named after the first director, Edgar Hoover. It can be said that the address of the FBI headquarters is just 2 words to Li Wenqian, nice. The geographical terrain of Pennsylvania Avenue is very open. As long as there are enough people with enough explosives, it can be said that the FBI headquarters will collapse in an instant. Li Wenqian suddenly felt that this blasting operation did not have any gold content. To be on the safe side, Li Wenqian decided to do some research in advance. Washington, Pennsylvania Avenue. Today Belle Mode presents herself as a short-haired schoolteacher with gold-rimmed glasses. This kind of dress made Li Wenqian discover a beauty of Belle Mode. If he wanted to date any type of woman in the future, wouldn't it be a perfect solution if Belle Mode directly changed her face? When are you going to act? Belle Mode, who was disguised as a female teacher, was wearing a brown girl coat, looking a lot more artistic. She is not easy and there is no way. As a well-known female star in the American country, her popularity is even more explosive than that of Fujimine Yukiko. If she flaunts her true face, there will definitely be a place for this woman in tomorrow's New York Times. How many people have you recruited now? Li Wenqian said that the timing of the action does not depend on him, but on the work progress of the woman Belle Mode. More than 300 people. The United States is different from an island country. Freedom America has all kinds of ghosts, and there are many fun people. A more important reason is that the foundation of the black organization is in the island country, so it is easier to recruit troops than the United States. I think that should be enough. 0 Looking for flowers. It took 250 TIGA members to attack the Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka, and it took 300 warriors to blow up the entire city of Osaka. The combat effectiveness of the gun bandits living in free America is more than 1 level stronger than that of the Icelanders. The plot of the Osaka Metropolitan Police Department without any precautions from the FBI is easy. Not enough. Not enough. Belle Mode was surprised. Is it because Li Wenqian has become weaker, or the ability of the FBI is overestimated? The FBI is a very well-known intelligence organization in the world, but it is nothing more than an intelligence organization at best. They're not counterterrorism forces, they're not Navy SEALs. Although there are many action agents in the FBI, it does not mean that every one of those agents has extraordinary abilities. 00. You have other actions. Belle Mode suddenly realized another possibility. I'm going to blow up the White House. Li Wenqian could already see clearly on the map. The headquarters of the FBI is on Pennsylvania Avenue, and the White House is also on Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington. Isn't it a coincidence that this horse rides? Anyway, when he knew that blowing up the FBI headquarters was very easy, Li Wenqian was very unhappy. Deploying so many troops only takes away one intelligence organization, and he won't get much system rewards. If you blow up the White House, the physical loss to the United States may not have much impact, but the strategic significance is absolutely irreplaceable. On Washington's first shot, Li Wenqian decided to pull the starting line up. What did you say? Crazy. Li Wenqian is crazy. Belle Mode knew that Li Wenqian would still take action, but she never dared to think that Li Wenqian was going to bomb the White House. It's no less than poking a tiger's a hole. It can be said that after such an explosion, it will be very difficult for them to stay in the United States. Why are you yelling so loudly? Belle Mode is a woman who is usually extremely calm, but this time she really couldn't restrain herself. Continue to recruit troops, I need 1,000 people now. Li Wenqian has already decided to make a big one this time. When the White House is sent to the sky, let me ask you if there is a free America. 10,000. Chapter 155. Although Washington is the capital of the United States, its population is only 700,000. The city is not big, and its economy is not at the same level as that of coastal New York. The only advantage is that the White House, FBI, and other law enforcement agencies are here. Li Wenqian's order made Belle Mode currently in full swing the progress of recruiting troops. Li Wenqian is also sitting alone in the library in Washington, flipping through these English books casually. Not that he was eager to learn, but that this place allowed him to observe the situation on Pennsylvania Avenue, especially the White House from a distance. A white neoclassical sandstone building. Hello. Sir, when can you finish this book? Li Wenqian's thoughts were interrupted by an unproficient English strike-up. Appearing March 20th in front of him was an Asian face in casual clothes. Hattori Shizuka. Li Wenqian is almost ready to come out. Getting Hattori Shizuka easy in Washington was something he never expected. This woman remarried? You know me. Hattori Shizuka was surprised. After the deaths of Hattori Hizu and Hattori Heiji, she was arranged by the island police to go to Washington. The purpose is to avoid the fate of being silenced by the killer, but since she left Osaka, the killer has also been hidden. Hattori Shizuka also heard that since she left Osaka, the place itself has become a hell on earth. I know Heiji. One sentence put Hattori Shizuka into a sad situation again. You want the book? Then take it and see. Li Wenqian took one last look at the books he casually took off from the bookshelf. This is a book about adventures around the world. I didn't expect such a literary woman like Hattori Shizuka to like this kind of thing. Thank you. Instead of leaving, Hattori Shizuka asked, Are you and Heiji friends? Foreign country. Hattori Shizuka felt very cordial when she met Li Wenqian, especially someone who knew her son. This made her want to talk a little more. That's right. We met through a case together. After the topic started, it was like a flood that could not be stopped, and Hattori Shizuka had already regarded Li Wenqian as an object of narration. It can be seen that this woman is very lonely in Washington. Hattori Shizuka chatted a lot, and waited until the library closed to make her realize that a long time had passed. Sorry for taking up too much of your time. Hattori Shizuka realized that he had lost his composure today and said so much to a man whom he had only met once. But this is the depression she has suppressed in her heart for many days. Goodbye. Li Wenqian mainly has nothing to worry about. It's boring for him to stay alone in the library, and there's nothing wrong with listening to gossip occasionally. Goodbye. Li Wenqian got into the car and saw Hattori Shizuka circled not far away. Circle her 2NGS. Holding a black painted gun pointed at Hattori Shizuka's head. Hattori Shizuka is a master swordsman, but is utterly afraid to take risks with hot weapons. Especially facing two burly men, she was sure to deal with one of them. So what about the other one? Is Washington in this mess too? Li Wenqian could tell that the two NRs didn't just want the money from Hattori Shizuka, they also seemed to want to fill this woman up. Li Wenqian's car was parked on the side of the road, and he saw Hattori Shizuka looking towards him. Those are eyes that ask for help. Li Wenqian will definitely be a chivalrous man who fights for righteousness, even if it's not for other reasons. He can't take advantage of these two NRs. Session. After Li Wenqian got off the car, he walked straight towards the two black ghosts. Go out. Li Wenqian knew that these two NRs would definitely not listen to him, so he had already swung his fist when he finished speaking. Do you know about extraordinary power? With just one punch, the bridge of the nose of one of the NRs collapsed, and the whole person flew out. Another punch. Li Wenqian easily solved the two robbers who robbed with guns. Get in the car. A real man never needs to look back. That means Hattori Shizuka was there, otherwise he would have blown these two NGS to pieces. Thanks. Hattori Shizuka did not expect Li Wenqian to be so powerful. 0. In fact, her idea is very simple, that is, Li Wenqian can attract the attention of the two robbers. As long as the robbers are separated, she can easily deal with these two people by herself. Madam, there is actually no need to call the police. The police will find them later. Hattori Shizuka thought about it, and finally adopted Li Wenqian's suggestion. Ma'am, where is your home? I will take you back. It's the red villa right in front. Hattori Shizuka's house is just off Pennsylvania Avenue, a very luxurious villa. It can be seen that Hattori's family is still very rich, and even if they emigrate, they can still live a superior life. Is that villa your home? Li Wenqian was surprised. Not only because of the luxury of this villa, but more importantly, the location of this villa. This place is just across the street from the FBI headquarters. He was still thinking about whether the sudden appearance of more than 1,000 idlers on Pennsylvania Avenue would attract the attention of the American police. Li Wenqian is thinking about how to solve this problem today. This villa by Hattori Shizuka made plans in his heart. Li Wenqian decided to sell his hue again. Ma'am, I want to have S*X with you. Li Wenqian doesn't have any bells and whistles, and directly inserts into the theme. The current situation is that he is not allowed to talk about love. 4.5. Li Wenqian is not in the mood. Mr. Li, what are you talking about? How is it possible for the two of us? You put me here, I can go home by myself. Li Wenqian's sudden request startled Hattori Shizuka. She thought Li Wenqian was a gentleman just now. Do you really have no feelings at all? FANNYMAGNET. Li Wenqian hasn't used this code for a long time, but he needs this woman now. Oh, not right. It is the villa that needs this woman. Hattori Shizuka's legs are very long, and after being lifted up, they can just withstand the roof of the car, which is very conducive to Li Wenqian's sudden output in the middle. I think he did Hattori and his son back then, and now he is doing Hattori Shizuka. Chapter 156. Ever since the Hattori father and son died, Hattori Shizuka seems to have cemented his heart. But no. Under the surface of that hard shell is an endless emptiness. This woman longs to be filled, to be relied on and satisfied, and to have someone who can accompany her through this lonely journey. Li Wenqian shot into Hattori Shizuka's body like that ray of light. 3 days and 3 nights, day to midnight. Hattori Shizuka, a sexy and beautiful woman, was completely conquered by Li Wenqian. Hattori Shizuka was lying in Li Wenqian's arms. She never dreamed that such a small but big man would come into her life. Such a life transformation makes Hattori Shizuka still like a dream. Shizuka, come with me to New York for a few days. Li Wenqian's tone was not in a negotiating tone. If this woman disagreed, then he would use strong methods. Because he needs this villa so much now. In the eyes of outsiders, this villa is just a villa, but in the eyes of Li Wenqian, it is a transfer station of barracks. Li Wenqian needs to use the cover of this villa to let the warriors of the Digia Legion approach the FBI headquarters and the White House. Going to New York. Now. 12. Li Wenqian could tell that there was no rejection in the woman's tone. Hattori Shizuka is so empty. Compared with physical satisfaction, she hopes for spiritual supplements. Washington is apparently her current home, but she has no friends or relatives here, and the only thing she has more than being in prison is freedom. In 2 days, I will pick you up then. The unforgettable life experience of 3 days and 3 nights came to an end, and Hattori Shizuka knew that Li Wenqian was leaving. There is so much reluctance in her eyes. She is afraid. I am afraid that Li Wenqian is just playing for fun, and then she will not appear in her world. Hattori Shizuka watched Li Wenqian's car drive off the street. She secretly swore that as long as Li Wenqian came back, she would be called Chibo Shizuka in the future. Shizuka is her real name. This does not mean that she forgets about her dead son, but that she wants to get out of her grief and pursue a new life. Li Wenqian drove across a street, and a sexy woman with a small suit, a hip skirt, and gold-rimmed eyes got into his car. Mature and sexy in every frown and smile. Li Wenqian didn't have to guess at all. Now he really found that Belle Mode is a treasure woman, who can transform into all kinds of women to please all tastes of men. This girl can break all spells. What are you staring at me for? Don't you recognize me? Belle Mode is very confident and satisfied with his disguise technique. She knew that Li Wenqian must be amazed by this makeup. How are things going? Business matters. Hattori Shizuka's side has already been easily won by him. Li Wenqian doesn't want to wait any longer. He didn't come to America to enjoy life. Using your method, more than 800 members have been recruited. If it goes well, you may be able to complete the number of people you want tonight. Li Wenqian's method is very good. Go directly to the slums to recruit soldiers for the Tiga Legion, but she really doesn't like those ghosts and snakes. Belmode, who has lived in the United States for a long time, knows exactly what a slum is like. There are no laws and regulations, and the people living there are even more disobedient. To use an analogy, a woman walks through a slum. If she is lucky she will be filled and crawl out, if she is unlucky she will just rot inside. Enough. Late will change. Li Wenqian decided to attack the FBI headquarters and the White House tomorrow night. Here is a very tangled problem in front of him. The White House and the FBI headquarters. He can only be in charge of one of these two places, and the other can only be attacked by members of the Tiga Legion. As a result, the probability of success may not be that great. At this time, two villains appeared in Li Wenqian's head. A villain said, "Choose FBI headquarters." Another villain said, "What is your purpose of coming to the United States, have you forgotten?" Li Wenqian had a clear goal, and he chose the FBI headquarters. The White House is right on Pinenfarni Avenue, so it's impossible to run away. Furthermore, even if he chooses the FBI headquarters, does it mean that the White House cannot be attacked? Need me? Belmode turned around and kissed Li Wenqian on the lips. She can actually help. Leave Washington tonight. Li Wenqian resolutely refused. Li Wenqian's purpose is not to let women affect his speed of drawing the sword. The living of this woman, Belmode, means more to him, and she cannot be exposed. Li Wenqian didn't even give Belmode and him a chance to shake the car. Darkness is coming. Li Wenqian needs to make himself invulnerable. Li Wenqian brought Belmode to the outskirts of Washington. Here he saw nearly 1,000 members of the Tiga Legion who had been recruited, and dozens of Belmode's confidants were in charge of guarding the thousands of people. Among nearly 1,000 people, black ghosts occupy more than 9 floors, and the rest are white people with more obvious skin tones. At this time, the members of the Tiga Legion were squatting on the ground, eating 467 hamburgers, and these people living in the slums seemed to be desperately eating. This is why Li Wenqian asked Belmode to recruit people from the slums. Cheap. As long as you give him a hamburger, these people can hang out with him. Don't underestimate the people in the slums. If these people really spelled their names, they would be scourges, even more exaggerated than those gangsters living in big cities. After these people finished eating, Li Wenqian called everyone together. Madman, full loyalty of subordinates. In an instant, the souls of these stragglers seemed to be watered, and everyone became refreshed. This is also one of the reasons why Li Wenqian asked Belmode to choose people in the slums. Li Wenqian doesn't need to care about what ghosts and monsters these slum dwellers are, nor what virtues they had before. Only one code is needed, and these people can become soldiers of the Tiga Legion and warriors who charge forward. Chicks with guns. Immediately afterwards, another command was typed out on the cheating device. The members of the Tiga Legion all turned into foreign girls holding M4 carbines. There are black and white. Just step on the horse to highlight an exotic style. Chapter 157. Early the next morning, Li Wenqian knocked on Hattori Shizuka's door. The moment Hattori Shizuka saw Li Wenqian, the expression on his face was mixed. She doesn't even know what to say. It doesn't matter. Li Wenqian knows what he should do. Come with me, to New York now. Li Wenqian needs Hattori Shizuka's villa, and what he has to do is something that Hattori Shizuka cannot know. Now. Hattori Shizuka was clearly caught off guard. Too suddenly. Her life was still dark the day before yesterday, but now Li Wenqian is like a ray of light shooting into her body, and at the same time changed the trajectory of her life. It's now, let's go. There is no need to tidy up at all, what Hattori Shizuka needs to start is a new life, and those old things should be left behind at this moment. The changed underwear, the stockings that were torn by Li Wenqian, all of them are unnecessary. As long as people go to New York, money can solve the rest. The two came to the airport, when Hattori Shizuka learned that Li Wenqian did not plan to go back to New York with her for the time being. This woman is disappointed. In her heart now there is only Li Wenqian to rely on, and the light that shines from this kind of person in the loneliest moment cannot be shaken. If all goes well, I can go to find you tonight. I still have some things to attend to in Washington. Li Wenqian gave Hattori Shizuka an address for a house he bought in downtown New York. Li Wenqian turned around and walked very resolutely, without even the thought of looking back at Hattori Shizuka. From now on, he is the gangster Tiga whom no one loves. Li Wenqian. A very familiar voice hit Li Wenqian's hard heart. Sanako. Stinky woman, why did you come to Washington on horseback? Li Wenqian never expected that he would meet Suzuki Sanako inside the airport in Washington. This is very unfavorable to his next plan. But seeing Tomoko Suzuki walking in high heels, Li Wenqian seems to have figured everything out. Suzuki decided to come to see him without saying anything on the phone. People say, a woman is like a wolf at 30 and a tiger at 40. Li Wenqian, right. But this woman will bring Suzuki Sanako to him on her own initiative, which is really unpredictable for Li Wenqian. Sanako saw the plane ticket I bought and said, do you want to follow me? Tomoko Suzuki gave a good explanation. But what Tomoko Suzuki didn't expect was that they would simply talk to Li Wenqian here. They originally planned to contact Li Wenqian after they left the airport. Do not misunderstand. I'm here this time to discuss with you something about the Suzuki Consortium, and of course it has something to do with Canary. Li Wenqian said, when you go to bed, and what you say is really grand. Wenqian-jun, you didn't know that my mother and I were coming to Washington, so you came to pick us up early. Li Wenqian smiled lightly. Really want to ride a horse? The woman who could have pleased him suddenly became a headache for him at this moment. Washington must be crying ghosts and gods tonight, but Suzuki mother and daughter suddenly came at this time. How did you know I was in Washington? Suzuki said, you told me. Have it? Li Wenqian couldn't remember. If it was true what he said, then it was really a stupid thing to do. The three walked out of the airport and sat in a Western restaurant. Canary's nearly 1 month's revenue and the company's development were placed on the table of the Suzuki Consortium's board of directors yesterday. The directors recognize your ability very much, and they all hope that you can enter the board of directors. Really serious business. Li Wenqian thought that the woman Suzuki Tomoko came to Washington just to have S*X with him. He is vulgar. Suzuki Tomoko took out a document from his bag. As long as Li Wenqian signs this document, he can become a member of the chairman of the board of directors. No need. Li Wenqian tore it straight away. He really has no interest in doing business or anything. That day, Miyano Shiho said a very reasonable saying, earning money is not as fast as grabbing. This is not true at all. How can a poor boy come into this world penniless? How can he own trillions of yen and gold worth tens of billions of dollars within half a year? Li Wenqian did it. You. Tomoko Suzuki's brows were furrowed, she didn't expect Li Wenqian to refuse so decisively. Li Wenqian understands Suzuki Tomoko. This woman just wants him to slowly control the Suzuki Consortium, and after Suzuki Shilang dies, he will be the upright head of the Suzuki Consortium. At that time, whether Suzuki Tomoko will be the head wife or Suzuki Sanako, it depends on what their mother and daughter mean. Li Wenqian thanked Tomoko Suzuki for his kindness, but he really didn't need it. Mom, calm down, if there is anything we can sit down and discuss. Although Wenqian-jun does not join the board of directors, it does not mean that he is incapable. Wenqian-jun, on the way here, my mother said that since the establishment of Canary Company, the performance has never been as good as it is now. Suzuki's peacemaker behavior in the middle feels a bit redundant. Little did they know that Suzuki Tomoko had already been manipulated by Li Wenqian. This woman no longer had too much right to speak in front of Li Wenqian, and most of the time she could only obey. Never mind. Since you don't want to join the board of directors, I won't force you. After drinking 3 rounds, the food is tasteless. Suzuki Tomoko called Li Wenqian to a place where there was no one alone. I tell you. Sanako is here because I have nothing to do, so don't make plans for her in front of me, or make plans for me in front of her. Suzuki Tomoko, what does this, good kings, mean? Li Wenqian got it. This woman just doesn't want him to eat rice bowls. You guys go to my villa in the suburbs of Washington tonight and spend the night. Li Wenqian did not drive the 2 women away. Very simple. They walked on their front feet, and Washington exploded on his back feet, which Suzuki's wisdom must have been associated with his head. This is the last thing Li Wenqian wants to see. What about you? Tomoko Suzuki asked. Don't you want me to sleep with you 2 at the same time? If that's the case, then I'll go out temporarily. Suzuki's eyes suddenly became complicated, as if she had dug a deep hole for herself. I have some things to attend to in Washington, I wish you all good dreams tonight. Li Wenqian's villa is in the suburbs of Washington, more than 50 kilometers away from here. He felt that the sound of the explosion tonight should not reach the villas in the suburbs. Chapter 158. The night sky in Washington is beautiful. The bright moon is in the sky, the stars are shining brightly, and the beautiful sky and sea are even more lingering. The stars twinkled, as if to convey a silent signal to Li Wenqian, blow it up, blow it up. Li Wenqian looked at the stars, and his eyes were also shining. Listen to you, listen to you. A total of 300 warriors of the Tiga Legion have all assembled under the cover of the villa, filling the 3-story villa and the underground parking lot of Hattori Shizuka into a full space. Li Wenqian's force distribution is very simple, because the main attack location is the FBI headquarters, so he will lead 300 warriors to charge into battle. At 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, 600 members of the Tiga Legion are gathering nearby. 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Wenqian gave the order to attack on time. Army attack. Attack the enemy defense tower. Every member of the Tiga Legion wears a Tiga mask, holds an M4 carbine, and is equipped with at least 4 TNT bombs. At this moment, they have been endowed with power and mission. They are killing machines armed with guns, or human bombers who are indomitable. The time of 8 o'clock in the evening was carefully planned by Li Wenqian. According to the information provided by Bell Mode, the first of every month is the day 853 when FBI agents hold a monthly meeting, which is today. Li Wenqian first brought more than 20 warriors from the Digia Legion to the street at the gate of the FBI headquarters, and then moved out all the 10 Italian cannons in his system space. Italian guns are known as Miss France. It is the world's first artillery equipped with an anti-recoil device, and it shined in the war that year. When Li Yunlong attacked Ping'an County, it was because of the Italian cannon, and now the Italian cannon has become one of Li Wenqian's most lethal weapons. Fire! With a salvo, the entire Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington instantly became lively. All of a sudden, the sirens sounded at FBI headquarters. Li Wenqian also didn't know what the FBI sounding the alarm would do at this time. Can sirens be louder than Italian guns? Fire! Another salvo. 20 Italian cannonballs fell on the FBI headquarters building, and the whole building collapsed. Li Wenqian could no longer hear the sound of a siren beeping inside, and the whole world seemed to be buzzing at this moment. Attack! Li Wenqian will not give the FBI any chance to resist. More than 300 warriors of the Tiga Legion rushed out from the street, and rushed into the FBI headquarters holding an M4 carbine. Kill anyone you see. Hey, we are the FBI headquarters here, and we encountered shelling by gangsters. Repeat again, we encountered shelling, and there are artillery on the opposite side. The Washington Police Department who received the report expressed its embarrassment. The FBI headquarters has been bombarded, now where are they going? The Washington police say they would love to call the police now too. Report. A large number of bandits with carbines appeared outside. It's the gangster Tiga, these people are wearing the mask of the gangster Tiga. The name of the bandit Tiga is not only famous in the island country, but the big things he did in the island country this time have already gone international. As an intelligence agency, the FBI knows no less about the gangster Tiga than the police in the island country. The bandit Tiga. He's already in Washington. The FBI couldn't believe that the gangster Dijia they had been investigating would take the initiative to send it to their door. It's just that this bone is harder than they imagined, so hard that they can't chew it. Withstand. Be sure to hold on. Absolutely don't let them in. The FBI reported to the police that it was helpless. Not only did they call the Washington Police Department, but they also contacted all law enforcement agencies with combat effectiveness. Chug chug. Li Wenqian stood on the outside looking at the FBI agents who were killed as pigs inside. He said it was cool. In terms of normal combat power, the two poor people who came out of the slums, BCFA, are no match for FBI agents. 3 or 5 can't get close. But it is not surprising that there is unilateral suppression now. This is entirely due to the effect of the 20 Italian cannons just now. All charge. Li Wenqian decided to take down the FBI headquarters within 10 minutes. Regardless of casualties, regardless of consequences. He held a Gatling machine gun to suppress fire from behind, and all the warriors in front rushed into the FBI headquarters building. At this time, sirens sounded from above on Pennsylvania Avenue. Li Wenqian picked up the bazooka and fired it at the police car that came to support him. The police car instinctively dodged after seeing the shells, and the driver even wanted to take this opportunity to show off his driving skills. Li Wenqian's advanced gunfighting skills taught him to be a man in an instant. Boom! The police car behind saw the direct ascending to the sky in front, and immediately backed up without hesitation. There are gangsters with rocket launchers on Pennsylvania Avenue, and about a few hundred are attacking the FBI headquarters. We need support. Washington police said they did call the police. The gangster Tiga who is currently appearing on Pennsylvania Avenue is already out of line. At this time, Li Wenqian has already led 300 warriors into the building of the FBI headquarters. At this time, there was information from the Tiga warriors, saying that they had found the FBI's information base in an unknown number of floors underground. The FBI is really the Bureau of Investigation, which specializes in intelligence work. And their information base must be the top priority. Li Wenqian said, "Wait for me, I'll be right there." When Li Wenqian came to the underground information warehouse, he was also shocked by the warehouse made of unknown metal. The Tiga warrior told him that he had just blown up with TNT explosives, but he couldn't shake the information base at all. Li Wenqian said, "Don't panic. All guilt comes from lack of firepower. 1 TNT bomb won't blow up, what about 5? If 5 TNT bombs can't be exploded, then just 10. Li Wenqian ordered the Tiga warriors to pile up 20 TNT bombs at the gate of the information warehouse. The instant detonation shook the ground. Not to mention the things in the information base was blown up, and the entire FBI building collapsed again. Even because of the collapse, several warriors of the Tiga Legion were killed. At this moment, the sound of rumbling gunships appeared in the sky, and armored vehicles could be heard outside. A strong enemy is coming. At this time, Li Wenqian issued another order: attack the White House. Chapter 159. Li Wenqian has evolved now. Reckless is still reckless, but has his own strategy compared to before. From the very beginning, his distribution of troops was very clear. Under his leadership, 300 Tiga warriors attacked the FBI headquarters. The remaining 650 Tiga warriors lay dormant near the White House at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. When all the police forces in Washington are attracted to the FBI headquarters, the White House on the other side will suffer. Li Wenqian sticks his head out from behind the bunker. The United States came to support an old friend. Falcon Counter-Terrorist Force. At the beginning, he blew up the Kennedy Space Center under the nose of the Falcon team. And now, they're matching up again. However, the current Falcon team is only hovering over the FBI headquarters, and has no intention of attacking. I don't know if it's a feud with the FBI or what. This can't work. This kind of stalemate is the most unacceptable for Li Wenqian. After a while, the battle at the White House will start. In terms of priority, the White House is definitely higher than the FBI headquarters. Notice. The gangster Dijia has a tank that can fly into the sky, and he can also rain tanks, so be careful. The Falcon anti-terrorist force is not against the FBI, but is too afraid of the gangster Tiga. If they attack rashly, they will definitely be overthrown. Do not worry. The rats are already surrounded by us, we just need to. Careful. The bandit Tiga is attacking us on his own initiative. Counterattack. Counterattack. The Falcon team still doesn't know enough about Li Wenqian, and they don't know how violent the bandit Dijia is. They originally didn't want to attack for the time being, but Li Wenqian disagreed. The bazooka team assembled in an instant, and the rockets fired a salvo. In the blink of an eye, the two armed helicopters hovering in the sky were bombarded down. At the same time, Li Wenqian led the Dijia Legion to shoot indiscriminately from the FBI headquarters. In just a few seconds, the two sides who had just watched the fire from the other side had entered a heated stage. It's a lively fight. Seeing that the two sides were already fighting, Li Wenqian took out a pistol and pointed at his own head decisively and pulled the trigger. Resurrection location, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue White House. In order to play this multi-threaded operation, Li Wenqian even took the initiative to settle his 7-star good citizen rewards. The next moment, Li Wenqian was already at the gate of the White House. What the hell? Where are people? Li Wenqian found that there were no Tiga warriors at the gate of the White House, and the hail of bullets he imagined did not appear. The gunshots in the next second told Li Wenqian that his Tiga warriors were surrounded outside the White House. At this time, the attack outside can only be described in one word, that is miserable. The warriors of the Tiga Legion are being killed like dogs by the security personnel of the White House. Li Wenqian still underestimated the security density of the White House. Hundreds of Dijia warriors have nothing to do with the White House. Before he even reached the door, he was beaten into a sieve. Li Wenqian actually made some preparations before preparing to attack the White House. I know that there are tens of thousands of security personnel near the White House. It can be said that every inch of land must be protected, and the safety factor is very high. But he felt that the White House could still bring some casualties in the case of a sneak attack, and it was easy to think about it. Pang! Li Wenqian was still thinking about how to give Washington a little tech shock, but the Tiga mask on his face caused him to draw a bullet. Hit me, hey? Sneak attack, right? Blast it, warriors! Li Wenqian can still give orders for the Tiga Legion even in the state of not being resurrected. Li Wenqian knew that going on like this would definitely not work. The warriors he bought with thousands of hamburgers would be slaughtered as pigs no matter how much they consumed. So he immediately ordered the Tiga warriors to complete their transformation. Burn yourself at this moment, let the flame illuminate the bright road ahead of Li Wenqian. Boom! Boom! One explosion after another resounded outside the White House, and the security personnel in charge of the White House were dumbfounded. This kind of attack is indeed shocking enough, going forward indomitably, living to death, but it will not cause any harm to the White House. Are these guys crazy? They know that they are doomed to perish if they go on like this, and this is already their last struggle. Ask for flowers. White House security staff sniffed. The Tiga Legion that was blown to the sky? That's it. The security personnel blocked the warriors of the Tiga Legion outside, and there was no need to attack at all. Now they only need to minimize their own casualties, and reducing the losses caused by the explosion of the Tiga Legion is considered to complete the task. Report. A Digi rushed in at the gate of the White House just now, and we have killed him now. Responsible for the security at the gate of the White House to report through wireless communication equipment. Does a Tiga who has been killed still need to report? The security captain severely criticized. I don't know how to choose a time to invite credit, this is called taking up public resources. If anything happened, it would be court-martialed. This bandit Digia has disappeared, and there is only a bloodstain on the ground at present. The security captain suddenly became nervous. It's gone. Did you go inside the White House? Absolutely not. The security at the gate of the White House is the most important thing, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the last line of defense. Find him immediately. When the security captain heard that he didn't go inside the White House, he felt a lot more relaxed. As long as the bombs don't get into the White House, there won't be any problems. The current situation is still within the controllable range of White House security. Resurrection location, inside the White House. Li Wenqian was reborn. This time he came to the place with the strictest security in the entire United States. The room where he stands now is a conference room inside the White House. The meeting room is not too big, that is, the kind that can accommodate dozens of people. It should be specially used by the White House's internal leadership team for regular meetings. Pity. There is no one in the conference room at present, otherwise he will fire in the hole, and the whole world will be at peace. At this moment, Li Wenqian could hear someone talking outside the conference room, and he could vaguely hear that they were discussing the bandit Tijia's attack on the White House. Li Wenqian doesn't hesitate anymore. The surveillance video in the conference room was blocked by him just now, and it must have been discovered by the security personnel of the White House by now. There is not much time left for him. Chapter 160. Li Wenqian's thoughts are now clear. If he rushes out now, what he faces is the fate of being shot by a round of volleys from the security personnel inside the White House. Although he can kill N+1 people with his superb gun-fighting skills, although he can resurrect and switch his position to hunt again. Kill. But that's obviously not enough. It also violated the original intention of his attack plan. Li Wenqian's plan is simple: fry. All the way, from Tokyo to Washington, we will carry out this purpose to the end. There is a greater advantage of doing this, that is, after the fact, the United States can't figure out why the White House exploded. Is someone sneaking in, or is there another mystery? Li Wenqian put away the pictures of his obscenity, and placed 100 TNT bombs in the entire meeting room. According to Li Wenqian's rich experience in blasting many times, 100 TNT 310 bombs are enough to destroy the entire White House, and any more would be a waste. God, my White House! Li Wenqian decisively pressed the button to die together. Hesitating for a second is disrespectful to those Digia warriors who just blew themselves up. Boom! A flame rose inside the White House. Pennsylvania Avenue at 9 o'clock in the evening was extraordinarily bright at this moment. Firelight from the sky. The security personnel outside the White House looked at the dazzling sky, as if they saw God waving at them. The White House exploded. The dead are dead, but the living might as well be dead. A total of more than 10,000 security guards inside and outside the White House were blown up right under their noses. The security personnel who just laughed at the brave and foolish security personnel of the Tiga Legion can no longer laugh at this time. I can't even cry anymore. Save people! Go and save people! The security captain roared wildly outside, because at this time their wireless communication equipment was interrupted by the explosion. Save people? How to save? And who are you going to save? The entire White House has turned into ruins at this moment. Can flesh and blood surpass steel and concrete? Even so, countless security personnel still rushed towards the sea of flames. What? The White House? Was the White House bombed? Where is the bandit Tiga? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The thermal imaging detector shows that no one has left the FBI's headquarters since just now. We have completely captured this place now, and all Digia have been wiped out by us. The Falcon commander near the FBI headquarters became more and more guilty as he talked. It is true that the 300 gangsters Tiga have all been wiped out by the Falcon anti-terrorist force, but are there really gangsters in this? They did encounter strong resistance, but it didn't seem to have reached the level of terror. At best, it was just a group of stragglers with M4 carbines. The bandit Tiga has come to us. What do you eat in the Falcon team? Captain Jason, you are responsible for the security of the White House. Our Falcon squad has been ordered to eradicate the gangsters in the FBI headquarters. Commander Falcon decisively hung up the phone. Want to dump the pot? There is no such thing as stepping on the door. Commander Falcon put down the phone. Although the battle here is over, the shock to him may not be healed for the rest of his life. Because the members of these Tiga legions are all PS. The situation is the same as when the Osaka Metropolitan Police Department was attacked. He couldn't figure out how the gangster Tiga managed to get so many women. If he simply bought a bag, it would be hard to say that these women would be able to pick up the M4 carbine and fight the US anti-terrorist forces. At this moment, Commander Falcon received an order from the superior. The entire traffic in Washington was blocked, and their next task was to trap the gangster Tiga in Washington, and then conduct a carpet search to find this guy out. Resurrection location, Washington suburbs, Villa. Li Wenqian is alive again. Every rebirth can make him feel 100 times more spiritual, and the whole person seems to have completed the transformation. Full of energy. Ding, the host of Xiao has achieved the achievement of a 9-star good citizen. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning $50 billion. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the military store. It's over. Is this the 9-star gift package that Li Wenqian is looking forward to? Military store? If there is nothing good in it, Li Wenqian will not agree. Open the military store. There are not many things in the military store. Body armor, assault rifles, grenades, TNT bombs. In addition, there is a heavy artillery, a light tank, a heavy tank, a 129 armed helicopter. But the overall price is very cheap for Li Wenqian now. For example, an AK in a military store only costs $500. You must know that the international price of AK is $300, and some black markets sell for as low as $100. It seems that the price of AK in his store is expensive, but there is a sentence in the brackets, unlimited bullets. This sentence instantly brought up the cost performance of AK-47. The most expensive thing in the arms trading market is never guns, but ammunition. Because ammunition is the real just needed item, a supplementary gun without ammunition is at best a fire stick. Li Wenqian understands the significance of this military store, which is to let him recruit soldiers. Although he was able to issue weapons to his subordinates by typing commands, one method came too slowly. The only useful command code is to issue M4 carbines to men. Other than that, the bazooka, Gatling, flamethrower, etc. all need to be struck individually. It's fine if he has 10 subordinates, but what about 1,000, 10,000? And every time he dies, the weapons passed by Xie will be taken back by the system. A big disadvantage. Li Wenqian also planned to go to the Italian mafia for arms deals. Save now. The appearance of the military store perfectly solved this problem for him in 1.5. Li Wenqian turned to the second page, and the value of the military store was immediately reflected. Warship. Li Wenqian focused on the position above the warship, and an introduction about the warship appeared in an instant. Tarawa Amphibious Assault Ship. With a full load displacement of 39,967 tons, a length of 254.2 meters, a width of 40.2 meters, and a draft of 9.9 meters, it can accommodate 930 people for weaving. A series of introductions highlighted two words: awesome. The price of this warship is $2 billion. To be honest, this price is a bit high, but it is very acceptable to Li Wenqian. After all, no country will sell such a weapon to the gangster Tiga. The system does not deceive me. Li Wenqian knew that the system would not let him down. Chapter 161. Li Wenqian tidied up the system space, and when he returned to his room, he saw that Suzuki and her son were sleeping soundly with their buttocks pouted. According to the original plan, his resurrection location must be in a villa in the center of New York. Surprise Hattori Shizuka by going straight in the dead of night. Plans can't keep up with changes. Who made Suzuki mother and son come to Washington at this time? It would be too unfair to the mother and son if they just leave without making a sound. Li Wenqian originally planned to sleep outside, but Suzuki's cuteness was too much a test for him. Li Wenqian's concentration collapsed at this time. Tomoko first, then Sanako. Li Wenqian is determined to eat today's rice bowl. Tomoko Suzuki doesn't want to compete in the same bed with her daughter, let alone let her know the secret between them, but this kind of thing can't be kept secret. At the beginning, Suzuki Tomoko could hold back, but then he couldn't do it at all. Suzuki Sanako woke up from sleep with a sound of shouting. Sanako was at first hazy, then dazed, finally shocked, and his brain went blank. Before I figured out what was going on, it was my turn to have my legs lifted up. Early the next morning. The war had just stopped for 12 hours, and there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Li Wenqian went to open the door in a pair of big pants and slippers. Dress casually. But at this time Li Wenqian was extra vigilant. Li Wenqian doesn't have any friends in Washington, let alone any neighbors here. Who could knock on the door early in the morning? Maybe ANR would point a gun to his forehead as soon as the door opened. Who is it? Li Wenqian opened the door. Two white hairs and one NR are not that different from what he imagined, and they both have guns. If it weren't for the police uniform on his body, Li Wenqian's right hand behind the door would have already started pulling the trigger. Mr. Police, what's the matter? When the American police saw Li Wenqian's Asian face, they immediately became vigilant, and the two policemen behind them put their palms on the holsters without a trace. At this time, the sheriff like white hair said, "We are the Washington police, and this time we are doing a routine inspection for the terrorist attack on Pennsylvania Avenue last night. In the United States, there is a thing called the Fortress Law. That is to say, if the police enter your house without authorization, they can also shoot at will. The most important thing is to be reasonable and legal." But the police chief produced a search warrant, which meant that Li Wenqian had two choices. Number 1, let them in. The second type, rush between the two sides. Wait a minute, there are two women in the room who haven't gotten up yet. Li Wenqian chooses one. Very simple. He will not do anything extraordinary when the American police see his true face. Isn't it just to search the room? Let you check. Please hurry. The three policemen all looked at Li Wenqian with playful smiles at the door. Two women. Dude, you are very good at playing. Hatch. Suzuki Tomoko and Suzuki Sanako in the bedroom just put on their clothes and came out. The mother and daughter didn't cry or make trouble, and there wasn't even much embarrassment. The two of them had all said and done in the same bed competition last night. Now their mother and daughter have a man in common. Officer Miller. Suzuki Tomoko blurted out, and it was obvious that he knew the sheriff. Madam Suzuki. The sheriff also recognized Suzuki Tomoko. The two chatted and learned that the sheriff's wife was a partner of the Suzuki Consortium in the United States Investment Company, so they met at a certain banquet. This is my home, what do you want to search for? There was an explosion in Pennsylvania last night. According to the news, it was determined that it was the bandit Digia who made troubles in the island country. Tomoko Suzuki's scalp tingled after hearing this. Bandit Tiga. Why is it the bandit Tiga again? She felt that wherever she went, the gangster seemed to follow wherever she went. This also let Suzuki know why the three policemen have been staring at Li Wenqian just now. Asian faces are extremely sensitive in this particular case. Officer Miller, when did the terrorist attack happen? 8 to 9 o'clock at night. A whole hour. The hour was an abyss to Pennsylvania Avenue, to Washington. Explosions everywhere, wailing everywhere. Most importantly, the White House is gone. This news will definitely detonate the entire United States on the news half an hour later. Sorry, we didn't hear the explosion. But the three of us have been at home since last night, and no one has gone out. Tomoko Suzuki lied for Li Wenqian. She did this to save unnecessary trouble. Are you sure you're at home from 8 to 9 in the evening? Sure. Although she said she didn't know what Li Wenqian went out to do, but could she still know when Li Wenqian came back? At 9:15 p.m., she awoke with fits of convulsions. At that time Li Wenqian was on her body. And it takes at least an hour and a half from Pennsylvania Avenue to the villa area. Suzuki Tomoko never doubted Li Wenqian. Okay, we understand. Officer Miller dropped the investigation because of Suzuki's presence. Officer, please wait a moment. Tomoko Suzuki chased him out and said a few words, and when he came back, he brought good news. Washington is currently under strict control, and Asian faces must go through strict scrutiny if they want to leave. Sheriff Miller just promised to get us a pass. The Suzuki consortium is very rich, but the face of Suzuki Tomoko is more valuable at some point. The policeman just said that 297 can help us get a pass at noon. When will we leave Washington? Suzuki Tomoko looked at Li Wenqian. This woman already knows who is in charge of the family now. We're not leaving for now. Li Wenqian thought too clearly. The American police are already conducting a blanket search. What are their results? Definitely nothing. At that time, this group of American policemen will definitely fall into deep self-doubt, and start to wonder what went wrong, and then they will re-examine themselves. Finally, they must think of those Asians who are now temporarily leaving Washington. Li Wenqian can guarantee that if he leaves now, he will accept more brutal interrogation afterwards. Even the Suzuki consortium may not get much privilege in this regard. Not going. Don't go. Li Wenqian's attitude was very firm, with one arm around each other. He actually didn't want the family business of the Suzuki consortium, but now that the two most important women of the Suzuki family had come into his arms, it was impossible to push it out. Li Wenqian has already thought about it. He now controls Suzuki Tomoko and Suzuki Sonoko, and then empties Suzuki Shiro, allowing Suzuki Tomoko to completely accept the consortium. By that time, all the money Suzuki Tomoko earns will be his. It doesn't take a little effort to get the Suzuki syndicate in your hands. Li Wenqian now feels that he has stepped on the entire Suzuki consortium. Chapter 162. The White House is bombed. Although this news was not a secret, it completely detonated the entire United States at 8 o'clock in the morning, and even caused an uproar around the world. The White House, where is it? The whole world knows it's the presidential residence. The bombing of the White House is tantamount to slapping the United States in the face. After the White House was bombed, countries all over the world are concerned about a problem. America's old enemy, is the president dead? The Confederation of America, is the president dead? The answer is, the president is not dead. This is also something that Li Wenqian feels regretful about. If the president is dead, he feels that he is a decent 10-star citizen of the United States. Perhaps it is precisely because of this, that he missed the achievement of being a 10-star good citizen. But Li Wenqian's goal has been achieved. The FBI headquarters building was bombed. According to the call bell mode made this morning, the FBI lost more than 2/3. This famous American intelligence agency has been completely scrapped, and it is impossible to make trouble in the next 10 years. By the way, the White House was sent to heaven, and the name of the gangster Tiga became famous all over the world. Now the entire United States is discussing the gangster Tiga. Li Wenqian picked up a newspaper casually, and the headline on the front page was "The Gangster Dijie." Damn it! It's not good for this gangster Tiga to bomb, he's coming to Washington. Suzuki Sanako is annoyed by the behavior of the gangster Tiga. It's not because she can't understand what the gangster Tiga is doing. What does blowing up the White House have to do with her? When the gangster Dijie bombed the Yasukuni shrine, she didn't even frown. Suzuki Sanako was angry entirely because the bombing by the gangster Tiga restricted her freedom. I originally planned to spend a few days with Li Wenqian in the bustling Washington, D.C. It's good now. Police cars are running everywhere outside, Asian faces like them will be strictly interrogated when they go out, and now they can only stay at home. After she finished with Li Wenqian, it was her mother's turn. Ah! The gangster Tiga has gone to the United States now. Suzuki Sanako is on the phone with Ran Mori at this time. This is also the only object she can confide to at present, other than that, there is no other way of entertainment. How? Xiao Ran, don't you know? The entire White House has now been blown up by the gangster Dijie. We met the police investigating several times at our home in Washington. When Suzuki Sanako heard that Xiao Ran didn't know, he immediately became more excited. This explosive news had to be told to her best friend from her mouth to give it meaning. Yes, yes, yes. You and Li Wenqian are both in Washington, so of course you can know about this matter at the first time. Ran Mori says she's annoying now. Li Wenqian went to Washington, and Suzuki Sanako was able to travel with her, so she was left alone in Tokyo. If I had known, she went to the Cup store last week to get the tickets for the 7-day tour of Washington. At that time, the Cup store held an event, and the first prize was the travel voucher. Xiao Ran, don't be angry. I'll bring you 2 gifts when I go back this time. Ran Mori can imagine Suzuki Sanako damn it on the other end of the phone. You guys have to be careful. Washington is not at all peaceful now, come back as soon as you can. Angry be angry. Ran Mori's kind nature will not change. From the bottom of her heart, she still worries about the lives of Suzuki Sanako and Li Wenqian. Of course. If Suzuki Sanako and Li Wenqian return to Tokyo to play with her at this time is the result that Ran Mori most wants to see. We can't go back for the time being, and we will return to Tokyo in a few days. The other side. Li Wenqian is also on the phone. Is there anyone? Mayano Akimi on the other end of the phone confirmed that there was no one else around Li Wenqian and said in a small tone of reprimand, "Are you crazy? Now anyone on Earth knows that the White House was bombed. The United States is no better than an island country. The self-defense force of the island country is less than 300,000, and its technology is far inferior to that of the United States. Fry the White House, and it's still an Asian face." She could even think of Li Wenqian's future situation, it must be not good. "Where are you now?" Mayano Akimi said in a very small voice. Now not only Washington, but even New York have become extremely tense because of the bombing of the White House. "Washington. I will pick you up." Mayano Akimi didn't even hesitate. She is a woman. And she is a woman who only knows about finance, but it doesn't mean that she will only retreat when encountering things. "No, I'm safe in Washington now. You will only add to the chaos when you come." "What about my gold now?" Li Wenqian changed the subject. Mayano Akimi sighed, and said helplessly, "Thanks to you, the trend of gold has ushered in a small climax, and now it is not a problem to trade for 100 billion US. Sell." Li Wenqian is very decisive. "Things are serious now, with the cover of the Canary, you can't get gold. But in case he is targeted by the United States one day, maybe he can be suspected by following the clue of gold. I can do it here. Be careful yourself. Although Mayano Akemi is in Washington, she does not have much influence on the gold transactions she manipulates. The reason is that Li Wenqian gave her enough rights. Sister. Did Li Wenqian call? Mayano Shiho had already hung up the phone when he opened the door. Don't worry, he's safe now. Mayano Akemi didn't even tell her sister about Li Wenqian's whereabouts. Not mistrust. Any more discussion between them may make Li Wenqian's side more dangerous. The best way now is for everyone to live in peace, just pretend that you don't know Li Wenqian. Mayano Akemi is very clear about her position, she is now a small employee of Canary Company, and she is just a small employee begging. Mayano Shiho shrugged. She thought that when that pervert Li Wenqian came, he would blow up Times Square in New York. She is sloppy. At the same time, he also underestimated Li Wenqian's courage. When he learned that Li Wenqian blew up the White House, Mayano Shiho felt nothing but shit. Chapter 163. Washington, inside an FBI safe house. Although the headquarters of the FBI was bombed, it does not mean that the FBI has been completely wiped out. Far more than one-third of the agents basically don't clock in and go to work in the FBI headquarters building all the time, and these people are the FBI's operational agents, and they are also elite agents. At this time, Ke Xue, Cameron, and several operational agents are hiding here. These people have already been called by other surviving bosses in the headquarters to stay in the safe house on standby. Ke Xue, where do you think we will go next? Their fate is nothing more than two kinds. The first one, stay in the FBI and reorganize the FBI with them as the core of the team. The second, assign them to other intelligence operations. Cameron is stupid. But he also knew that the first possibility was more likely. If they were assigned to other departments, it would mean the destruction of the FBI, and it would be tantamount to telling the whole world that the gangster Tiga had won. It's not realistic. Not even America. Us. We have more important things to do right now. Ke Xue seemed very dissatisfied with the bombing of the FBI headquarters. He thought that if 303 had been in the FBI headquarters at the time, things might have turned around. What are you going to do? You guys stay here. Ke Xue obviously no one wants to bring. What he has to do is simple, find the gangster Tiga, and kill that guy. From the United States to the island nation of Tokyo, and then from Tokyo to Osaka, all the way back to Washington, they seem to have been played by the gangster Tiga. Ke Xue is going to fight back. I will go with you. Cameron obviously already guessed what Ke Xue was going to do. He chooses to follow. Because in the FBI, the person he admired the most was Ke Xue. Ke Xue didn't speak, and walked ahead indifferently with his pocket in his pocket, while the other FBI agents except Cameron still chose to stay in the safe house. These people choose to obey orders from their superiors. Where are we going now? Cameron asked. Ke Xue drove a few hundred meters before slowly saying, let's go to the headquarters first. BCFC. After all, the FBI headquarters is where the gangster Tiga appeared. Of course. Ke Xue prefers to go to the bombed White House, where he thinks he might be able to find some useful clues. But wanting to enter the White House as an FBI agent is simply a dream. FBI headquarters. At this time, the place is already in ruins. The worst thing is that the photos taken in the New York Times were moved and there was still a wall standing, and now it has all collapsed into pieces of concrete rubble. If no one said it, who would believe that this was the former F headquarters? Even so, there are still policemen guarding the intersection outside the ruins of the FBI headquarters, just to keep people from approaching, because there are a lot of secrets hidden under the ruins. Go in. Ke Xue and Cameron passed through the door with the ID of the FBI agent. At this moment, Ke Xue suddenly stopped and turned to look at the building on the other side. What's wrong? After a few seconds of silence, Ke Xue said, Nothing, let's go in. After Ke Xue and Cameron left, two heads appeared on the top floor of the opposite building. Dad, we were almost discovered. What are you afraid of? We are not criminals. The old and the young are Kyudo Asako and Kyudo Shinichi. The father and son had already developed a strong interest in the gangster Tiga, just because of the divorce turmoil some time ago. Kyudo Asako didn't want to show up in public, let alone go back to the island country. Kyudo Shinichi has been hunted down because he offended the black organization, and he dare not go back. But this time, the gangster Digia came to the door, and the two of them would never miss it. But, we don't seem to be able to see what's going on here. They are currently at least 500 yards away from FBI headquarters, and it is impossible to find any clues even with binoculars. Go back first. I'm related, let's see if friends can provide us with some clues. Kyudo Asako is not in vain in the United States for so many years. His strong reasoning ability has allowed him to help the US police solve many difficult cases, and he also has several friends in the FBI. The father and son went downstairs. At this time, Dr. Agaza was waiting for them downstairs in a small black car. Since coming to the United States, Dr. Agaza's life seems to be better. 3 meals a day with vegetables and meat. Coupled with the fact that he sold a few of the patents he invented before, even one person can live well without Kyudo Asako's support. Shinichi, did you find anything? Kyudo Shinichi spread his hands. It would be hell to discover something from such a long distance. He is a detective, not a fairy. Then shall we go back? Dr. Agaza is now in the United States. Apart from doing some research, the rest is to act as the driver of Gongkyuo and his son. Dr. Agaza quickly started the vehicle after getting the consent of Kyudo and his son, and galloped in the direction of coming. PhD. You don't need to be in such a hurry. The gangster's style of committing crimes is never going back, that guy will never come here again. Dr. Agaza just smiled awkwardly. The speed remains unabated. Don't be a fart. Let him risk his life to bet on the hobbies of the gangster Tiga? If the gangster Tiga really came back, would the three of them still be alive to laugh here? Dr. Agaza will not be as carefree as Kyudo and his son. He chooses to escape from this terrible place as soon as possible. Dad, are you really sure your friend can give us information? There was a big question mark inside Kyudo Shinichi's head. The White House has been bombed. The severity of this matter is unprecedented. Not sure. Kyudo Asako has been silent since just now because he was not sure about this. Chapter 164. A villa in Washington. Kyudo Asako still overestimated his own face. Regarding his request to obtain information on the gangster Tiga, the US police said they stood aside. What is a detective? Now even the thermal imaging cameras in the United States can't see how the gangster Tiga sneaked into the White House from the FBI headquarters, so the detectives can find it out? If we really find out the truth, will the US police still mess around? After Kyudo Asako hit a wall, he immediately found his friend Megure Juzu in the island country. Brother Kyudo, it's not that I don't want to help you. The files of the gangster Tiga are top secret among top secrets, and there is nothing I can do about it. Megure Juzu believed in Kyudo Asako's reasoning ability very much. At the Metropolitan Police Department meeting before, he even asked Kyudo Asako to help him crack it, but he was severely reprimanded by him. The gangster Tiga is already the most wanted terrorist in the world, and his file is the top priority. Even Megure Juzu has no right to watch it now. Okay, I get it. Kyudo Asako knows his own position, and it is impossible for him to participate in cracking the bandit Tiga at present. Brother Kyudo, about Yukiko. Megure Juzu has long heard the news that Kyudo Asako has divorced. As a friend for many years, Megure Juzu wanted to greet him a long time ago, but he was so overwhelmed by the gangster Tiga all day long that he even had little time to go home for dinner now. So be it. I still have things to deal with here, let's talk another day. Kyudo Asako took the initiative to end the bad conversation, and after hanging up the phone, he found his son Kyudo Shinichi staring at him. Dad, are you and my mother really going on like this forever? What does it mean to go on like this? I have nothing to do with that woman. Kyudo Asako said that he no longer wants to have any contact with that woman, let alone get involved. But that's my mother. Kyudo Shinichi's whole body is going to blow up now. He didn't have any objection to his parents bickering, but how did two good people get into such a mess? Mom's fault. I'm living a good life, but I really don't understand why I went outside to find wild men. Kyudo Shinichi once went to investigate that wild man. But no such person was found. As a detective, he couldn't even find any clues about the man next to his mother. You know shit. Kyudo Asako's attitude is very firm. If the first derailment was drunkenness*x, then how to explain the second time when you openly went to a hotel with a man and was caught on camera? Addicted? Kyudo Asako would never choose to forgive such a woman who RD him from head to toe. Oh. Dr. Agaza first let out a long sigh. Leave quietly. The affairs of Kyudo's house have nothing to do with him, and which man Yukiko sleeps with is not his concern. The other side. After the White House was bombed, Li Wenqian met Belmode for the first time. Still in the police car. The woman disguised herself as Officer Miller who had been to his villa before. Don't look at the tense situation in Washington right now, but it really doesn't have the slightest impact on Belmode, a sexy woman. Come and go freely. Swim your dragon through environments crisscrossed by police cars throughout Washington. How do you see it? Belmode's operation turned Li Wenqian into a white-skinned police officer with yellow hair and brown eyes. Good. Sheriff Miller, let's go. Li Wenqian is going to New York this time. Trapped in Washington all the time, he's tired now too. The main Suzuki mother and son were disarmed and surrendered, and they boarded the plane back to Tokyo through the relationship of the Suzuki Consortium last night. There was also a reason why he had to go to New York. Hattori Shizuka. It seemed that the woman could not live alone in New York at present. Ask him every day when he can go to New York. He even used his relationship and personality to vouch for him, wanting him to leave Washington, a terrible city, immediately. Are you coming back after leaving this time? Belmode was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, and Li Wenqian was driving. Ask for flowers. From time to time, the two nodded to the passing police cars. Who would have thought that there were two unexpected faces under the two police uniforms? Of course, come back. Li Wenqian is not stupid. Although the police in Washington are no longer knocking on the door of his house, who can guarantee that they will not come back in the future? Everyone thinks that staying in Washington is an extremely dangerous thing, but for Li Wenqian it's just the opposite. At this moment, Belmode's body suddenly twitched. Even though she was wearing a disguise mask, she could still see her ferocious face. What's wrong with you? It was the first time Li Wenqian saw Belmode like this. Old disease? It appears to be a sudden illness. Belmode's body was still twitching, and the whole person seemed to be unable to speak in pain. No, nothing. You can just drive, I'll be fine in a while, in a while. Belmode grabbed the scalp with his hands and tore off all the camouflage on his body. Li Wenqian saw that the woman was panting violently at this moment, crazily catching the oxygen in the air, but she was still out of breath. Is there any medicine? Li Wenqian touched Belmode's body. No. Nothing but a cell phone. Li Wenqian looked at Belmode's sudden body changes. He was really afraid that this woman would die suddenly in the car like this. Fine. I'll be fine in a minute. Belmode grabbed his hair, his body twitched without any rules, twitched, and then the beast. Are you sure you're okay? Should I take you to the hospital now? Li Wenqian looked at Belmode with a look of wanting to die, which is not like the behavior of a person who is completely fine. Cannot. If you go to the hospital, you will be exposed. Exposed? Li Wenqian's expression suddenly changed. Belmode is really a mysterious woman. Li Wenqian has known this woman for so long, but he still doesn't fully understand all the secrets of this woman. Chapter 165. A police car smoothly passed through Washington, heading towards New York. At this time, Belmode on the co-pilot looked much better. In addition to his pale face, his body functions have gradually recovered. Li Wenqian clearly remembered Belmode's ferocious face just now, and if he didn't give birth to 3 or 5 children in one breath, he might not be able to understand the pain. Belmode took out a cigarette from his pocket at this time, and lit it with a lighter. Taking a good sip, the pain and complexion seemed to be relieved at this moment. Those people in the black organization used to envy me that I can stay young forever, and I can still be the forever Belmode for decades. But the pain behind it is unknown. Li Wenqian also knew for the first time that there was so much pain behind Belmode, who was always young in 830. No wonder Rinya Karasuma chose not to take that drug. This kind of thing would not be easily attempted by anyone. Li Wenqian now finally understands why Belmode is so fond of Miyano Shiho's parents. How often does it hurt? A week, or a month? Belmode squinted. Do you want me to die? This kind of pain is really no less than giving birth once. Who has seen a family give birth once a week? It would be nice to know the fixed time. After a while, Belmode had already smoked a cigarette, and it could be seen that the woman's hands were still trembling uncontrollably and her voice was very weak. The last time this happened was half a year ago. Yes. At that time, she was still an intelligence agent of the Black Organization, code name, Absinthe. At that time, the name of the bandit Digia had not yet appeared in the public's field of vision, and even the Black Organizations did not know that there was such a number one figure as Li Wenqian. Belmode also met Li Wenqian for the first time, and decided that it was the silver bullet in her life. You don't want to change your current physical condition. Although Belmode remains youthful forever, it is tantamount to a kind of eternal torture. Let me go, beg that woman. Delusion. Belmode knew who Li Wenqian was talking about. If there is one person in this world who can solve her problems, then only Miyano Shiho. This woman's ability is not weaker than her parents, and she also has a certain understanding of the drugs she takes. Let's go. Li Wenqian thinks it's time to find something for Miyano Shiho to do. The main reason is that Belmode looked so weird just now. What if he really died? Who will help him control the Black Organization? Li Wenqian was not willing to give this woman away for free. During this period of time, his cooperation with Belmode could only be described in 2 words, happy. Belmode didn't show a strong rejection of Li Wenqian's decision, or even acquiesced, just pretending that he didn't hear it. In fact, she also wants Miyano Shiho to help her, but Sundara's petty temper can't make her bow her head. New York suburbs, villas. When a police car pulled up at the door, the spirits of the Miyano sisters tensed up instantly. SHH. Miyano Akemi signaled her sister not to panic. Because of the bombing of the White House, the situation in New York has also become tense. It is very normal for a police car to be parked in front of the house. The Miyano sisters knew who it was when 2 policemen got out of the police car and easily opened the door with a key. The top floor of the villa, research room. Miyano Shiho learned that Li Wenqian wanted her to cure Belmode's disease. Reject. What Miyano Shiho hates the most is Belmode. The 2 were life and death enemies when they were in the Black Organization. If it weren't for the organized suppression, perhaps only one of the 2 of them would be alive now. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Don't see. Miyano Shiho said casually while tossing her small medicine bottle. Whatever. She is the only woman in this world who can stay young forever. I thought you scientific freaks like to do these weird researches. Miyano Shiho turned around suddenly. Wait a minute. Say it first. I didn't do all this for her. Li Wenqian expressed understanding and understanding. On the way here, Belmode also told him the same. These two tsundere women. Miyano Shiho is interested in knowing the situation of Belmode, and Belmode also needs treatment from Miyano Shiho. Things say. Belmode and Miyano Shiho stayed in the room for more than an hour. If Miyano Akemi hadn't been paying attention to the situation inside, it would make people guess whether there was a murder in it. Half an hour later, Miyano Shiho came out of the room first, followed by Belmode while wearing clothes. It is certain that this symptom on her body is a side effect after taking medicine A. To put it bluntly, medicine A is also a semi-finished product, just like APTX 4869. These two medicines are to pursue the ability of immortality, but both failed. It's just that the results of taking them are completely different. After taking APTX 4869, apart from death, the rest is shrinking like Miyano Shiho, and the side effect of drug A is to cause deep pain to Belmode's bone marrow. Can that be cured? Miyano Akemi is very interested in this matter and 3.1. I have no idea. Drug A was not developed by me after all, and I don't know much about the characteristics of this medicine. Maybe there is a chance to be cured, but there is a high probability that the host will die suddenly. Miyano Shiho looked contemptuous. That's exactly what you want. You can choose to continue like this. Bickering is bickering. Miyano Shiho had better decide to take a closer look at the situation in Belmode. Not only for this woman, but also for myself. Drug A and APTX 4869 have the same purpose before they were developed, both of which were to develop an elixir of life. Miyano Shiho faintly felt that the side effects of drug A might bring her unexpected results. Chapter 166. This day, Li Wenqian approached Hattori Shizuka in the heart of New York. When this woman saw Li Wenqian, she could only use 4 words to describe her: hopeful. No way. For a woman whose husband and son died, she no longer had any support in this world, and the appearance of Li Wenqian was like a ray of light that shot into her body. Are you okay? How did you get out of Washington? The current situation in Washington is not friendly to Asian faces. The whole world knows that an Asian face has blown up 2 of the most important law enforcement departments on Pennsylvania Avenue. I had some friends in Washington who helped me get a pass. Li Wenqian's heart is very grateful to Hattori Shizuka. Without the villa provided by this woman as a cover, how could the 300 warriors he led approach the FBI headquarters quietly? $6. He directly blew up the buildings near Hattori Shizuka's villa. Let the American police find nothing. The only pity of this operation is that many of the agents in the FBI headquarters are not in the office building, including Ke Xue who survived. That's good. That's good. The United States is not at peace now, why don't we go to England? I have 2 classmates over there who can help us arrange a place to live. Hattori Shizuka has one idea now: stay away from right and wrong, and live a shameless life with Li Wenqian. After experiencing a painful life experience, Hattori Shizuka realized how precious life is, and how wonderful an ordinary life is. Not yet. I still have a lot of work in New York, why don't you go first, and I will find you when the time comes. Although the FBI headquarters was bombed, the members of the FBI have not been completely wiped out, and these people are still at large. Will the United States just give up on the pursuit of him because of his PS? Obviously not. Li Wenqian must insert a sword of justice into the heads of these FBIs. Okay then, I'll wait for you. When Li Wenqian walked out of his villa in downtown New York, he received a call from Curacao. Hello, brother. Jody went to the United States. It was the plane just now. I didn't follow her. Curacao is still careless. Deceived by Jody's silly appearance, she didn't expect that this woman just changed lanes and went straight to the airport. She didn't even know when this woman bought the ticket. It doesn't matter. Li Wenqian is now near the New York airport. Knowing Jody's flight time and route, is it possible that this woman can still skydive halfway? Then can I go? There was a strong desire in Ke Xue's tone. If she can't stay by Li Wenqian's side, her life will become meaningless. If you can stand bell mode, then come. There is a wonderful phenomenon between this woman. Ke Xue can handle Suzuki Sonoko, bell mode can handle Ke Xue, Miyano Shiho can also make bell mode break the defense. Who is the woman at the top of the food chain? I'm on the next plane. Ke Xue continued without hesitation. New York Airport, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. An airliner flying from Osaka to New York landed slowly. The crowd who picked up the plane swarmed up to the exit, waiting for the person they longed for. Ms. Jody. Is it really you? Jody froze for a moment, then nodded and said, Mr. Li, why are you here? Jody no longer had the same style as before, and her eyes were full of sadness and loss. The FBI is down. This is a loss and a price that the FBI has never had since its creation. Even her friends and colleagues were killed in the previous explosion. Have you forgotten what I do? Jody thought and thought. Just understand. Jody feels that her head has been not working so well lately. Li Wenqian is the president of Canary Company, and she is an employee of Canary Company, and the two belong to a subordinate relationship. Mr. Li, are you in New York? On business trip? I see. My car is right outside, where are you going? I can take you there. Jody wanted to refuse, but it was too kind to refuse. Sitting in the car, Jody's mood was still depressed, and she just nodded silently to Li Wenqian's communication. She came to New York this time because of the bombing of the FBI headquarters. The organization needs her now. Li Wenqian's car drove for about half an hour, and when it reached Brooklyn, Jody stopped. Mr. Li, thank you. Just put me here. Although Jody accepted Li Wenqian's kindness, she was not distracted by this enthusiasm. She's an FBI agent. It is an identity that cannot be known to anyone around her, even if this person has helped her many times. I'll take you home. Jody shook her head, it's right here. Sending it any further, that would violate the FBI's regulations. Especially when the FBI is at its most severe, it cannot do so. Jody chooses not to make mistakes. 533. Okay, then we have a chance to meet again. After Jody left, Li Wenqian sent Belgold his current location. Brooklyn, New York. Could it be that this is one of the FBI's hideouts? This is really beyond Li Wenqian's expectation. He thought that since the FBI headquarters is in Washington, then the FBI should be concentrated in Washington, especially when the old nest is bombed. Unexpected. This really caught Li Wenqian by surprise. Hey, I sent you your location and received it. Brooklyn is very likely to have an FBI den, you can find it out for me as soon as possible. There was no sound on the other end of the phone, and Miyano Shiho's voice appeared for a while. I don't think she can answer any of your questions now. But I'll pass it on to her. No. When did the relationship between these two become so good? Li Wenqian listened to the beeping blind tone of the phone, and decisively threw the phone on the co-pilot's seat. He watched Jody walk slowly forward in the rear-view mirror. Li Wenqian chose to leave. As an intelligence agency, the FBI's ability to investigate is beyond doubt. He might be under the surveillance of the FBI now, and it would not be very wise to follow Jody himself at this time. Chapter 167. FBI Safe House. Shuaki, we. When Jody saw that there were only Akai, Shuaki and Cameron in the safe house, her head exploded instantly. Could it be that? Could it be that the FBI agents have died so thoroughly? There are dozens of operational agents elsewhere. The current head of the FBI has been identified and established our next steps. Jody was getting serious before she could be sad. Say it. What's our next plan? In fact, even if he didn't say anything, Jody could guess a general idea that this matter must have revolved around the gangster Tiga. The headquarters ordered us to find out the gangster Tiga no matter what method we use. Let's talk about the plan next. Ke Xue did not focus on the gangster Tiga, nor did he focus on the FBI headquarters and the White House in Washington, but on the unexpected Tokyo Mud event. He has been thinking a lot these days. If you want to get close to the gangster Tiga, the biggest possibility is the black organization, and if you want to understand the organization, the only thing Ke Xue can think of is the gangster. The Mud Party. So that means we're going back to Tokyo now. Ke Xue's decision made Jody's thoughts a little bit behind. This is a decision that spans the entire ocean. Yes. Just me. The order given to you by the FBI headquarters is to continue to stay in Osaka. The gangster Tiga is likely to go back. We have no eyeliner in Osaka. But before that, you have to wait for the current director of our FBI headquarters to take office. Ke Xue is very disgusted with this kind of official regulations, but he will not say too much because of it. I just hope that such an official article will not affect the FBI's comeback. OKW. I see. Jody said. I still have a task, so I'll take a step ahead. Cameron, please tell Jody the results of our recent investigation. The FBI is now on the brink of destruction, and Ke Xue doesn't have the time to attend the new minister's inauguration ceremony. New York streets. Sister, I'm back. Don't worry, it won't delay your wedding. Fujimine Yukiko stands on the streets of New York. Shivering. To be honest, she already had resistance to this city. If it wasn't for her friend's wedding, it would be impossible for her to come back at this time. Fujimine Yukiko tightened her collar to prevent being recognized by the paparazzi. No way. She needs a passport in order to come back, and using a passport doesn't allow her to take advantage of her disguise. Beauty, Xiao. Fujimine Yukiko was helpless. Why did she meet Deng Tuzi as soon as she stepped out of the airport? Fujimine Yukiko just turned her head away, ready to reprimand the stinky hooligan, but the red Ferrari that appeared in front of her made her stop. The most important thing is still the owner of the Ferrari. Li Wenqian. Why are you here? Seeing Li Wenqian, Fujimine Yukiko seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Could it be that? Waiting for her on purpose? Of course I'm waiting for you. Li Wenqian opened the car door and waited quietly for Fujimine Yukiko to sit up. Come up if you don't want to be seen by the paparazzi. This sentence made Fujimine Yukiko no longer hesitate. This is the trouble of big stars. Once she was photographed by paparazzi in the United States and she was dragging a man on the street. Tomorrow's New York Times may have a place for her, and any kind of lace news may appear by then. How did you know I was going back to New York today? Fujimine Yukiko is now sure that Li Wenqian is waiting for her here. Want to know? Then follow me. Li Wenqian is not a god, he can't count. The reason why I knew that Fujimine Yukiko was here was entirely because of Kisaki Ari's credit, and it was the woman who told her. You, where are you taking me? Fujimine Yukiko now realizes a serious problem. That's where they're headed. She hasn't said where she's going since she got in the car, but Li Wenqian's car has already reached a speed of 90 miles per hour. Fujimine Yukiko can already confirm that this is not the car to go to kindergarten. Washington. Li Wenqian must go back. Because in the eyes of the Washington police, he is still the otaku living with Suzuki's mother and son in the villa. Now it is very inconvenient for an Asian face to act outside, so this is when Yukiko comes in handy. In fact, Belmode can also be qualified for this job, but this woman is staying with Miyano Shiho now, and the two women don't give each other a good look when they meet, and they get angry for a few days. Even so, Belmode is also inseparable from Miyano Shiho's treatment, and Guanyi Shiho also needs certain data from Belmode. Washington. You are crazy. Washington can be said to be one of the most dangerous cities in the world now, because Tiga, the biggest terrorist, is currently in Washington. We are all good citizens, and the gangster Tiga won't do anything to us. This made Fujimine Yukiko disagree. Although the target of the gangster Tiga was the White House, the FBI headquarters and important buildings in various cities, did he kill too few people? Thousands of people died in just one Yasukuni shrine. Are you really going to Washington? Fujimine Yukiko couldn't figure out why Li Wenqian, good Wang Zhao, had to go. Whether others can get out or not, this guy actually wants to drill in. I don't go. You put me down, I don't want to go to my friend's wedding tomorrow. Want to go? Li Wenqian directly locked the car door. From the moment Fujimine Yukiko got into the car, this woman has lost all her freedom in the United States. Now only follow him to Washington. No choice. Li Wenqian. It's useless to call him dad. Li Wenqian threw Fujimine Yukiko a makeup bag and a photo of the police. The intent is obvious. Let Fujimine Yukiko make up to look like a policeman first, and then help him disguise himself. That's a passport for two to Washington. Of course. They also need to change to a reasonable and legal police car on the road. Chapter 168. Washington House. Fujimine Yukiko came here with Li Wenqian and saw the breath of women's life. Pink panties, and shredded stockings. Li Wenqian is sitting on the sofa. All he has to do now is to wait for good news from Bell Mode. After all, it is impossible for him to do such things as investigating the FBI dens by himself. What if the FBI really finds out his identity? Then it won't be fun. It had only been half an hour since the two of them got home, which was the time to take a shower and change into comfortable clothes. The doorbell is ringing. Li Wenqian saw a burly figure from the window. Officer Miller, what's the matter? Li Wenqian knew it was necessary for him to come back. Routine inspection. Officer Miller saw that Li Wenqian was at home and did not choose to disturb him. But before leaving, he seemed to see another woman in the room, not the former Suzuki friend. This buddy really does it. Officer Miller began to envy Li Wenqian's life. If he knocked on the door again tomorrow, would it be another little girl? Who is it? Fujimine Yukiko hadn't dared to come out since just now. Because her face can be said to be well known in the United States, if she is seen in the same room with a man. Police. Fujimine Yukiko 030 now understands why Li Wenqian must come back. Very simple. This guy was in DC from the beginning, somehow left DC for New York, and now he has to return to Washington for a routine police check. Tokyo, a dock. There was a person lying under Ke Xue's feet. And this person is Kotaro Koizumi, the current third-in-command in the Mud Guild, and he can be regarded as a prominent figure in the gang. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you right now, so I just want to ask you a question. What happened in the black organization recently? Too strange. Ke Xue found that black organizations seem to have disappeared recently, and even the information of some grassroots employees cannot be captured. Ke Xue can now be sure of one thing. Something must have happened within the black organization. I don't know. Although Kotaro Koizumi was trampled under by Ke Xue, the ferocity on his face already showed his spirit of not admitting defeat. Ke Xue no nonsense. Going up is a violent beating from fist to flesh. After a few minutes. I said. Kotaro Koizumi no longer had the unruly look just now. He said vaguely, there is a big incident inside the black organization. It is rumored that their boss and Jin are dead. Jin is dead. This news made Ke Xue feel extremely shocked, and he couldn't believe it even more. That is a black organization after all. Although Jin and him are rivals, they still recognize Jin's ability. Said Jin died. He believe. The current situation of the black organization is completely in line with what Kotaro Koizumi said. I am not sure. That's what the gang says, and we haven't heard anything about Jin in Tokyo for a long time. W. Ke Xue got the answer he wanted, and killed Kotaro Koizumi with a single shot. Extraordinary situations use extraordinary measures. Now that the FBI headquarters has been bombed, how can Ke Xue control the life and death of the Icelanders, let alone a member of a gang like the Mudeo Society? Ke Xue has only one goal now, to find the gangster Tiga and kill him. Jin is dead. Ke Xue still can't accept this kind of speculation that he didn't get an order. If Jin is dead, so vodka, Ireland, are these people still alive? It is very likely that the entire black organization has now undergone a major shake-up. If that's the case, Ke Xue suddenly had a guess in his mind. If FUF says that the black organization is currently controlled by the gangster Tiga, then everything can become reasonable. Those gangsters who appeared during the bombing of the Metropolitan Police Department in Osaka bombed the headquarters of F, and bombed thousands of human flesh bombs that appeared in Yuuzhong. Hi, I'm Ke Xue. Some situations have been investigated so far, but I need some staff now. There is a possibility that the black organization we have investigated has been controlled by the gangster Tiga. It's not sure yet, I still need to continue the investigation, and I'll tell you once I have any clues. So we must be careful. If the black organization is really controlled by the gangster Tiga, then this guy will definitely do even crazier moves next. Ke Xue hung up the phone. Instead, he began to deal with Kotaro Koizumi's body on the ground. Although Koizumi Kotaro is not an important figure, he is still the third in command of the Mud Guild no matter what. If things get into trouble, it will not be conducive to his next actions in Tokyo. Black Organization. Ke Xue felt that it was time for him to face this organization head-on, just as resolutely as he had chosen to be an undercover black organization before. Ke Xue's plan is simple. It is to use various means to stir up this organization through my own understanding of the black organization. He just wants to see if Jin is really still alive, and if the black organization has really changed hands. Ke Xue drove his pickup truck to an unnamed bridge, stopped the pickup truck slowly and threw Kotaro Koizumi's body from the bridge. The other side. Diana, I'm so sorry. It's not that I don't want to go, it's that there is something wrong with my passport, and now I really have no way to go back to New York. Terribly sorry. I will definitely go back and treat you to dinner after my passport business is settled, okay? When I mentioned New York, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Who knew I was detained in the airport? I can't help it either. Fujimine Yukiko's scalp tingled. I was originally going back to New York to attend my best friend's wedding, but I was kidnapped by Li Wenqian to Washington on the way. Terribly sorry. If there is a chance, I will definitely treat you to dinner. After Fujimine Yukiko hung up the phone, he looked at the large area on the bed that had already been wet, and gave Li Wenqian a sidelong glance complainingly. Look at what you've done. Bringing her to Washington just to sleep? Fujimine Yukiko is numb. Chapter 169. As time goes by, half a month has passed. Li Wenqian has been living a shameless life with Fujimine Yukiko during this time. Because of the tense situation in Washington, coupled with Fujimine Yukiko's star face, this woman couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Li Wenqian is lucky to have a woman like Fujimine Yukiko by his side, otherwise, wouldn't he be suffocating? This day, Li Wenqian received a call from Bell Mode. Is there a result? It has been half a month. Li Wenqian had waited long enough for this call. Why don't you ask me if I'm still alive? Bell Mode has been living in a villa in the suburbs of New York for half a month, and has been staying with Miyano Shiho. If you die, I will receive a call from Miyano Shiho as soon as possible. This is true. Li Wenqian could even imagine the tone of this little loli, who must have said with a nonchalant attitude, Bell Mode is dead, I am not capable enough. That's all. Yet, not dead yet. However, these two sisters teamed up to bully me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it is said that Mayano Shiho and Belmode are facing each other tit for tat, he absolutely believes it. But if these two people bully Belmode together, that gentlewoman Mayano Akimi couldn't have done such a thing, unless Belmode pointed a gun at Mayano Shiho's head. Let's talk business. Any news from the FBI? Belmode on the other end of the phone suddenly became serious. We have found some clues so far. A villa in the suburbs of Brooklyn is very suspicious, but you also know that I don't have much talent available here. Since the black organization was taken over by Li Wenqian, the black organization actually has no core members. During this period of time, it's okay to use the 2 cattle and horse members recruited by Hamburg to blow themselves up, but if they are allowed to do this kind of high-end investigation, give me the address. Li Wenqian hung up the phone and called Fujimine Yukiko to the other page building. What, you want to go out? Take me. Fujimine Yukiko is a restless person. She only does 4 things a day during the half-month stay at home, 3 meals a day. She was almost suffocated. Next time. Li Wenqian's principles have been implemented very thoroughly. The speed at which he draws his sword will not be affected by the woman. Then what did you call me up for? Of course it's makeup. Li Wenqian still asked Fujimine Yukiko to make himself into a police officer. Currently in Washington, only police faces and police cars are unimpeded passes, and everything else is finished. Especially Asian faces. As long as they appear, they will be identified as dangerous elements and must be checked. Half an hour later. Standing in front of the mirror, Li Wenqian almost lost his original self. Done. Li Wenqian drove the police car out of the underground garage. This police car is no ordinary. It was driven by Belmode when he came to look for him before, and the sexy woman told her that this car can be driven casually without hindrance. This Li Wenqian has already believed. Li Wenqian was curious about how that woman did it. The police car was driving on the road. Li Wenqian took out his mobile phone and dialed a number deftly. Xiao, it's me. When Curacao heard Li Wenqian's voice, he really became energetic. I am here. Curacao has been arranged by Li Wenqian in a villa in New York since he came to the United States. Stay for half a month. If it wasn't for this kind of training when he was a killer, he would probably have mental problems if he were an ordinary person. I'll be there right away, get ready, we're leaving. The black organization is destroyed. In the end, only 4 women remained, Belmode, Curacao, Mayano Shiho, and Mayano Akimi. Looking at the harem. At present, Curacao is the only woman with kung fu around him, and only this woman will not affect the speed of his sword drawing. I see. Curacao put on tight clothes and wrapped around her best dagger. Half an hour later. Li Wenqian drove an ordinary private car and parked at the entrance of the villa. Curacao opened the door and sat in. Ask for flowers. Not a single word asked. This is a habit developed by being a killer all the year round, and it cannot be changed. Li Wenqian just needs to tell her who the target is this time. Don't be so nervous. Wei Song is going to investigate something this time. Li Wenqian pinched Curacao's tense face. Very bouncy. This is also the first time he has touched this woman. Where to? Curacao spoke for the first time after getting into the car. Brooklyn. I need you to investigate whether a certain villa is an FBI safe house. Li Wenqian is a reckless man. It's perfectly fine for him to run over something with a tank, but sneaking in and scouting, that's not his forte. 0. Looking at the people around you. Only Curacao is up to the job. Clear. Curacao bit a hair rope with his mouth, and first coiled his long hair to facilitate the next action. Soon. Li Wenqian drove to the address given by Belmode. This is a bushy suburb, and 2 faint white villas can be seen not far away through the leaves. Right here. Li Wenqian did not dare to move forward. After all, the FBI is an intelligence department, if it is really an FBI safe house. He may be found if he walks 10 millimeters further. Our task this time is to investigate. As long as we see an FBI agent inside, we can withdraw. Li Wenqian handed over a gun. If it is determined that it is an FBI safe house, shoot immediately. At that time, he will drive the big flying tank down from the sky, and crush all these FBI bugs to death. I see. Brother, I'm going. Curacao took a deep look at Li Wenqian, and nimbly got into the nearby bushes in the next second. Li Wenqian didn't know why Curacao took this direction, but the killer must have the killer's thinking en route. Li Wenqian has already turned on the cheating device in the system at this time and just leaned on it. The panzer then fell from the sky. Hope it doesn't disappoint him this time. Chapter 170. Why don't you come out? Li Wenqian waited outside the villa for about half an hour. It shouldn't be. Go in and take a look, whether it is the FBI or not, it should be pulled out. This woman couldn't be planted. Impossible. He knows Curaçao's kung fu. If it's really an FBI safe house, anyone can be found, but if they didn't resist at all, they would be taken down. Li Wenqian doesn't believe it. He chose to believe in Curaçao's ability and waited another 3 minutes. If you don't come out after 3 minutes. Before Li Wenqian's idea was fully implemented, he saw Curaçao running out of the nearby bushes, opened the door and sat in the car, and took 2 sips of the mineral water he had left half. What happened? Li Wenqian's 060 knew that there must be something going on in the villa, which caused Curaçao to come back so slowly. Yes. It's an FBI safe house inside. Curaçao saw a group of agents with live ammunition inside. This is enough to prove that this white-looking villa is actually the secret base of the FBI. However, I didn't find any key figures of the FBI inside. There were only a dozen ordinary FBI agents inside. The task Li Wenqian gave to Curaçao was to investigate whether there was anything tricky about this villa. Curaçao chose to express himself. Not only did she complete the task assigned by Li Wenqian, but she also swam around the villa and got an overview of the big and small situations inside. Only a dozen ordinary agents. The killing intent that Li Wenqian had just raised was instantly suppressed. Reverse, retreat. Li Wenqian decided not to kill him. For Li Wenqian, killing a few minions is not too easy, but then? After he finished killing, this FBI safe house was completely destroyed, but it also exposed the fact that he knew the FBI was here. A Ke Xue still not dead. The upper echelon of the FBI is still there. Li Wenqian decided to keep this safe house to catch big fish, maybe 1 or 2 people who don't know much will sneak in one day. You are leaving. Curaçao, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, asked weakly, with slight changes in his voice. Don't worry, you shouldn't wait another 2 days. Li Wenqian decides to stay in New York for a few more days, maybe there will be unexpected gains. In the past half a month, the police in Washington seem to have been exhausted, and they no longer have the same energy as before. Even if the order for routine inspections has not been withdrawn, he hasn't seen Officer Miller in the villa for a long time. There have even been rumors in Washington that the gangster Tiga had already left Washington. Li Wenqian thinks they are right. Back to the villa. Li Wenqian was stunned by the scene in the villa. The whole villa was organized by Curaçao into the appearance of a Tokyo villa. The hall on the first floor, the study on the top floor. Even the rooms in Curaçao haven't changed in any way. It can be seen that this woman has been suffocating in the villa for the past half-month. She must be very idle. Here comes the fruit. Curaçao, as usual, closed his eyes and randomly inserted a few pieces into his mouth. Tell Li Wenqian, no poison. You are busy first, I will go out and take a look. This is a small habit of Curaçao every time he completes a mission, and he must make sure that there will be no small tales behind him. It is precisely because of this little habit of hers that she has been able to live until now. Li Wenqian didn't care. It was evening, and his spirit followed suit. Li Wenqian sat in the room on the top floor and began to formulate his next plan. The FBI was destroyed and the White House was bombed. Wenqian is not dead yet. He still has a lot of things to do, he hasn't become a real good citizen, and he hasn't seen what a one-star reward looks like. I don't know if there are stronger existences above the 10 stars. Everyone has curiosity and a desire to explore. Li Wenqian is certainly no exception. Although there are still many people in the FBI who have not been eradicated, this does not become an obstacle on his way as a 10-star good citizen. He wants to fight, he wants to become stronger. Li Wenqian took out the prepared New York map. New York Times Square, Statue of Liberty, Empire State Building, Wall Street. Can't blow it up. Can't blow it up at all. The prosperity of New York is not comparable to that of a small place like Tokyo. Li Wenqian just pointed on the map, which is a good place to check in. And every location looks so meaningful that Li Wenqian couldn't help but want to check in there. Where is it good? Although every place is very suitable for him to check in, it is very difficult to become a 10-star good citizen. You must know that the White House was blown up by him, but he just received a 9-star reward. Just at this time, Li Wenqian's phone rang. Here's a hint, little lowly. Hi, it's me. There are some things I want to ask you for help. Mayano Shiho? Seldom take the initiative to find him, even more so when he calls. Tell me, what is it? Li Wenqian knew that Mayano Shiho must have encountered something, otherwise it would be impossible to call him at this time. I'll lend you some money. 11. There's something missing from recent research. Research is still expensive. Otherwise, why would those Frankensteins be two extremes, either very rich or very labored? Those who have money show that the patents have been sold for money, and those who have no money have already burned out. How much? $5 million. Go and ask your sister. Mayano Akemi is now a real little rich woman, holding his gold worth hundreds of billions in her hand. 2.7 can be said to be richer than him at present. Thanks. Mayano Shiho could have just given her sister what she wanted, but she didn't. She could also ask Belmode to pay the money, but she didn't either. Because in her opinion, scientific research is a matter for one person. Li Wenqian put down his phone, and he suddenly realized. He has a clue now. Li Wenqian opened the door of the study, ready to take a bottle of cold drink to cheer himself up first. As soon as the door opened, I met Curacao head-on. This woman is wet. Yes. At this time, Curaçao's hair was wet and he was wrapped in a bath towel. Suddenly, this woman tore off the bath towel in front of Li Wenqian, and her body was no longer covered at all. Chapter 171. Curaçao put his arms around Li Wenqian's neck. The woman didn't say anything, but said everything. Sherry can do it, why can't I? There was grievance in Curaçao's tone. She saw it all in the villa that day and it hurt her tons. Curaçao also wanted to be Li Wenqian's woman, and this idea became stronger over time. Curaçao is well aware that she and Li Wenqian don't spend much time together, and alone time is rare. This might be her best chance yet. Li Wenqian stared at Curaçao, and immediately picked up the woman and placed her on the desk in the study in the next second. He's going to enjoy this meal today. Li Wenqian lifted Curaçao's legs high, and the two spent a wonderful night in the study on the top floor of the villa. Don't look at Curaçao's petite body, but the essence of this woman is a killer. A group of powerful fighters. After a night, the spirit of this woman is still full. 16. I'm going to buy breakfast. Curaçao knows what his strengths are, and he also knows where his flaws are. Killing is good, but cooking is really bad. Li Wenqian wakes up. Wrong. He stood up from the sofa and came to the desk that Curaçao had packed up. He's going to continue with last night's plan. Li Wenqian pinned a dagger on the map impartially, and the location where the tip of the knife was inserted was written in English on Wall Street. This is what Li Wenqian is for. Li Wenqian has activated the military shop since reaching the 9-star good citizen. There are a variety of equipment inside, but he needs to buy them all. Money is very important at this time. Li Wenqian was inspired by a phone call Mayano Shiho gave him last night. Make money. Money must be made now. Although Li Wenqian is already very rich now, how many people would feel that money is hot? And if you want to say where there are more rich people in New York, Li Wenqian can only think of 5 characters: Wall Street Tycoon. These financial tycoons give Li Wenqian the feeling that they are very rich, as if the pores of their bodies are filled with gold. Li Wenqian thought about doing it again. Just like before on the Sally Beth cruise ship, catch the rich. But this method is too difficult for Li Wenqian. Although he is very rich now, he has not integrated into the upper class full of money. The only thing Li Wenqian could think of at this moment was that woman. Tomoko Suzuki. Suzuki Tomoko is the most high-class woman he knows, and it can be said that there are partners of Suzuki Consortium in all parts of the world. But here comes the problem. What kind of method is needed to make Suzuki Tomoko cooperate with him obediently? Let's have breakfast. In less than 10 minutes, Kuroso had already returned from buying breakfast outside. Breakfast in the United States is very simple, just bread and milk from a nearby convenience store. Although it is simple, Kuroso also knows that if she is asked to do it by herself, it must be a bit embarrassing. You're going to go to Wall Street? What Kuroso said was very polite. But anyone who knows Li Wenqian knows what it means to have a dagger stuck there. I'm going out now. Kuroso heard that he had put down the milk and bread in his hands and helped Li Wenqian prepare his coat. I'll go with you. No, you are in charge of monitoring the villa I took you to yesterday. Li Wenqian refused to follow Kuroso. He went to Wall Street today but just went there for a while. Besides, our old Li never brought a woman with him when he really acted. Okay, I understand. So, are you coming back tonight? The ecstasy experience 7 times a night obviously wants to do it again. Uncertain. Li Wenqian did not give Kuroso any hope. Work hard on you every day? You are so beautiful. Of course, it was also because he really didn't know when he would be able to come back, and he didn't know if he would come back again. Wall Street is located in the southern part of Manhattan, New York City, an avenue extending from Broadway Road to the East River. The entire street is less than 550 meters long and only 11 meters wide. Don't look at it short, but powerful. It is such a tiny place, but the narrow road is famous for being the financial center of the United States. The managers of banks, insurance, shipping, railways and other companies established by the Morgan Chable, Rockefeller Oil King and DuPont Consortium in the United States are concentrated here. And of course the famous New York Stock Exchange. Therefore, the term Wall Street has now surpassed the street itself and has become a synonym for finance. Now as long as you mention Wall Street, you will subconsciously think of financial tycoons. Of course. In such a rich place, the Suzuki Consortium also has a place here, but it is not easy to have a small reputation in such a place where every inch of land is expensive. Wall Street. To be honest, after Li Wenqian came here, he didn't see anything that could turn out a lot of cash other than luxury. He is a rough man. I don't know about the exchanges and securities here, so I would have brought Mayano Akimi with me. At this moment, 340. A pair of Japanese girls next to them caught Li Wenqian's attention. Hong Yi, didn't you want to travel to New York to relax? Why did you choose this place? And why come to New York? The United States is not peaceful recently, and the bandit Tiga is here. One of these 2 girls is Hoka Hong Yi, and the other Li Wenqian does not know. Looks like Hoka Momiji's sister. Isn't it possible to relax here? Although Hoka Hongyi is called Suzuki Sanako of Kansai, this woman is actually different from Suzuki Sanako except that she is a rich lady like Suzuki Sanako. Hoka Hongyi is different from Suzuki Sanako's carelessness. She is a self-cultivated young lady, and she is not as careless about the family business as Suzuki Sanako. I also said that I came out to play, not to complete the task assigned by the family. If you don't like it, you can go back first. The little girl next to her is Hoka Hongyi's cousin, her name is Tiangang Maple Leaf. Don't. It's okay if I listen to you. Don't look at Hoka Hongyi as a gentle and elegant young lady, but the method of treating her cousin is very precise. A word of calmness made my cousin Hoka Maple Leaf lose any temper. Chapter 172. Hongyi, it's really you. The appearance of Li Wenqian made Hoka Hongyi full of question marks. Do we know each other? Hoka Hongyi racked his brains but couldn't figure out who the man standing in front of him was. But it gave her a very familiar feeling, as if she had seen it somewhere, and there was a trace of fear in this feeling. My name is Li Wenqian, I'm Hattori's friend, we met before. You wore a black dress at Hattori's funeral. When Hongyi Hoka heard about Hattori, she felt sad. She loves Hattori Heiji. It's a pity that the arrogant guy died young, and it is still unknown who killed Hattori. Hello. Hoka Hongyi's upbringing is very good. Even though she still doesn't remember why Li Wenqian is a human being, even when facing a stranger, she will not lose her manners. This is Maple Leaf, it's grown so big. When I was in the Hoka family, I played games with you. Li Wenqian heard that his name was called just now. A red leaf, a maple leaf. Not to mention, the two sisters are almost 80% similar in appearance. The real difference is that Hoka Maple Leaf's eyes look more agile. You know me? Hoka Maple Leaf pointed to his nose, with a question mark on his head. Of course I do, otherwise how would I know your name? The password is successfully matched. Would you like to come with me to your house as a guest? Mrs. Shizuka is also here, I heard her praise your singing skills a few days ago. Li Wenqian just heard Hoka Hongyi say that he has a mission on Wall Street. What kind of assignments can come to Wall Street? Anyway, it's impossible to explode. Li Wenqian guessed that it must be related to a rich man or a rich company. The Suzuki Consortium can have a place here, and the Hoka family is no exception. The appearance of Hoka Hongyi made Li Wenqian feel that this might be his chance. Li Wenqian's idea was simple. He had to keep these two girls steady and get something from Hoka Hongyi's mouth. Madame Hattori. Is she? She's in New York now. After Hattori Hizu and Hattori Heiji had an accident, Hattori Shizuka also disappeared. She tried to inquire, but there was no news. Of course. Why else would I come to New York? Hoka Hongyi's eyes on Li Wenqian changed at this moment. Just now she only regarded Li Wenqian as an ordinary friend of Hattori Heiji from the bottom of her heart, otherwise why would she never know about this person? It's different now. Li Wenqian actually knew that Hattori Shizuka was in New York, which meant that the relationship between Li Wenqian and Hattori's family was extraordinary. It's because she knows so little about Hattori. But, we still have a lot of things to deal with. Hongyi Hoka really wants to go, but the task entrusted by the family is also very important. It doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry, I can wait for you. This time Hoka Hongyi just couldn't think about it, and it also gave Li Wenqian a legal reason to follow. Li Wenqian wants to see what Hoka Hongyi is going to do this time. Sister, this man is so handsome. Don't be a nympho. Where is it? It's really handsome, you can't see it. What the hell is going on in your head? Hoka Hongyi is mature and stable. Although she can see that Li Wenqian is handsome, she doesn't think in other directions. And my cousin Hoka Maple Leaf is already a little bit fallen at this time. It's a pity that this person is no longer a high school student, otherwise the two of them could still have a vigorous love affair in school. Talking while walking. Within 2 minutes, Toka Hongyi was at a gold exchange on Wall Street. The facade is not big. But being able to have a place on Wall Street, it has already demonstrated its unshakable position in the international business market. Gold deal. Li Wenqian suddenly had an indescribable feeling in her heart, as if she had entered her domain. The boss of this gold trading company is called Henry, and he is very influential in the gold trading market. According to rumors, he has 1,000 tons of gold in his hands. Toka Maple Leaf seemed to feel that Li Wenqian had doubts, so he took the initiative to come over to solve the problem. So smart. 1,000 tons of gold. Isn't that almost equal to half of his gold reserves? However, he has sold a lot of gold now, but even so, it is more than this man named Henry. What is your sister doing in the gold trading market this time? Sell gold. Li Wenqian found out. Toka Hongyi is a very intelligent girl, but Toka Maple looks a little silly and sweet. He decided to start with Toka Maple Leaf. Actually, I don't know very well. Although her surname is also Toka, she is not orthodox in the Toka family after all. Even if she is, it is impossible to entrust him with such a task. But I think it should have something to do with gold trading. Toka Maple Leaf said it, but it seems that he didn't say it. You want to know that much? Don't worry, I'll help you out. Toka Maple Leaf really has a crush on Li Wenqian. Cardamom years. The age of first tasting the forbidden fruit is full of yearning for strong males. Just standing not far from Li Wenqian, Toka Maple Leaf felt her heartbeat and blush when she smelled the masculine breath of Li Wenqian. Okay. Then I will wait for your good news. Li Wenqian gently scratched Toka Maple Leaf's nose. Such an obedient and cute girl is really rare, from Xiao. Not long. Toka Hongyi walked out of the gold exchange, accompanied by a tall foreign man. At this time, Toka Maple gave Li Wenqian a wink, and then took Toka Hongyi's arm. Cousin long, cousin short. I said, what's going on with you today? You don't seem to have asked about the Toka family before. The younger generations of the Toka family more or less have their own positions and duties within the consortium, but Toka Maple Leaf is all about playing. I'm not curious. Cousin, tell me quickly. After a while, Toka Maple Leaf really got out. The Toka family wants to conduct a gold transaction with this Mr. Henry, and the current gold owned by the OU family is far from enough. It's not really a secret. Toka Maple Leaf said it naturally. Chapter 173. Not enough gold. Do you need me to help? Li Wenqian said that he has a lot of gold in his hands. Toka Hongyi smiled and said, Mr. Li, what can you do? I am the president of a gold trading company, and I may be able to help you on this point. It turns out that you are in the gold business. May I ask what your company's name is? Toka Hongyi just thought Li Wenqian was just chatting. Sorry. It was she who looked down on people just now. Now Toka Hongyi really wants to know which company Li Wenqian is working for. With her understanding of the business circle in the island country, she will know if it is a slightly famous company. Canary. Canary. Toka Hongyi's expression instantly became wrong. Mr. Li, I'm sorry. Toka Hongyi really didn't see that Li Wenqian would be the person in charge of Canary. Since you're from the Suzuki Foundation, there's no need to make such jokes anymore. The relationship between the Toka family and the Suzuki Consortium is not a secret in the island country. The two families can be said to be at odds, and naturally there is no business contact. The fact that two consortiums have enmity doesn't mean that we have enmity. Do you think there will be an eternal enemy in front of interests? Toka Hongyi stared at Li Wenqian who was driving, and his eyes changed at this moment. Are you serious? Toka Momiji suddenly became serious. The Toka family has always had a shortcoming in gold transactions, which have been suppressed by the Suzuki Consortium for decades. If the Suzuki Consortium can cooperate with the Toka family in gold trading at this time. Do you think I'm lying? Li Wenqian's plan is very simple, which is to use the big net Hong Yi to open the door to Wall Street. Even if he wants to investigate afterwards, it will not fall on his head. Why are you helping me? I'm just doing myself a favor. This statement makes De Wang Hongyi unable to find any faults, but it sounds a little bit disappointing. Talking while walking. Li Wenqian drove the two sisters of the Usse family to a luxurious villa in the center of New York soon. When he bought this villa, his purpose was to enjoy it for himself. Li Wenqian didn't expect that he would become Chibo Shizuka in the end. Is this the home of Aunt Jingjing? Although Usse, BGFG, Hongyi came from a wealthy family, she was also shocked by the magnificent luxury villa in front of her. It's not because the Usse family doesn't have such a villa, but she didn't expect the Hattori family to be so rich. In her impression, Hattori's family is a little policeman who doesn't make much money. Go in. Li Wenqian just walked to the door. Ikonami Shizuka, who heard the movement inside, has already rushed out to greet him. Mr. Wenqian, you. Chibo Shizuka wanted to go up for a hug, but saw the big red leaf behind him and was busy holding on. Red leaves. You. Chibo Shizuka was frightened into a cold sweat. Real. For a moment, she almost fell into Li Wenqian's arms. Although she is now alone, Chibo Shizuka doesn't want to let others know that she has a new love so soon, and this new love is a young man who is a few years younger than her own age. Aunt Hattori, long time no see. Wave Shizuka gave Momi Usse a completely different feeling. Usse Momiji thought that Ikeba Shizuka should be immersed in the pain of bereavement, but Ike Shizuka standing in front of him now doesn't seem to be. Look refreshed. A pair of eyes can see the glint of hope. Come in. Chibo Shizuka was a little overwhelmed by the sudden arrival of the guests. To be honest, ever since she came to New York, all she wanted was to say goodbye to the past and be with Li Wenqian from now on. Aunt Hattori, have you been living here since you left Tokyo? Usse Hongyi thought, no wonder he couldn't find it. It turned out that he had already reached the other side of the ocean. That's right. You don't need to call me Auntie Hattori anymore, I'm already called Chibo Shizuka now. Usse Hongyi raised her eyelids slightly, as if she understood something. Oh, that's all right. One cannot be in pain all the time. Dead are dead. Although the current Wave Shizuka surprised Usse Momiji, there is nothing wrong with it. Everyone should look forward. Sit down first, I'll prepare some fruit for you first. Chibo Shizuka called Li Wenqian out with his eyes. Kitchen. You know them too. The appearance of Usse Maple and Usse Maple surprised Ikebo Shizuka too much. Even now, there is still something in my heart that cannot be calm. Of course. Have you forgotten what I do? Li Wenqian also had no choice. Under the circumstances at that time, the opportunity was fleeting. If he wanted to stabilize Usse Hongyi, the only missing thing was to move out Ikebo Shizuka. Li Wenqian is the president of Canary Company, and he can be regarded as a person in the business circle. It is normal to know Usse Hongyi. The other side. Sister, do you think the relationship between Auntie Hattori and Li Wenqian is weird? Usse Maple Leaf frowned. Can't tell. But it just feels weird. It's hard not to think about the lonely man and widow living in the same villa. And almost no one knows about Chibo Shizuka's departure, so why is Li Wenqian the only one who knows? Shut your stinky mouth. Usse Hongyi seldom swears, but now she can't help it. Don't even look at where it is. Discussing the host in someone else's home is not taught in etiquette classes. Maple Usse made a zipper motion on his mouth. She offended. But it's hard not to let her think about the relationship between the two. Here comes the fruit. Since you are here with Auntie, you must eat here. With Usse Hongyi's usual etiquette, she would definitely refuse. But today there is a reason why I can't refuse. Li Wenqian. For Li Wenqian's help, she must seize this opportunity. As Li Wenqian said, no one will have trouble with money. Chapter 174. After dinner, Li Wenqian chatted with Uke Hongyi about the gold deal. Mr. Li, may I ask how you plan to help me? Call it help, but it's just a deal. As Li Wenqian said, everyone is for profit. It's easy. You need gold, and I can provide it to you. Li Wenqian originally wanted to realize these golds, if the Uke family could swallow them all in one go. Why not do it? Mr. Li, you are going to sell it to our Uke family. Are you sure you don't need to report this matter to the Suzuki Foundation? Because of the appearance of a gangster Tiga, the situation in the island country and the United States is also in turmoil. The price of gold naturally goes up. I can call the shots. Joke. Uke Hongyi is unaware of his current status in the Suzuki consortium of Li Wenqian. Suzuki Tomoko, a woman who is difficult to subdue, is now riding on his crotch. How much gold do you have now? How much do you need? Uke Hongyi was amused by the question, and said with a smile, even if I want 300 tons, you don't have it. Then I'll give you 300 tons. Li Wenqian thought that the appetite of the big net Hongyi could be big. 300 tons. That's it. His gold can expand Uke Hongyi's belly. You, Mr. Li, I'm not kidding you. I do not have either. Uke Hongyi's expression suddenly became serious. Can you really bring out 300 tons of gold? I told you, I'm not joking with you. All right. Uke Hongyi has to admit that she underestimated Li Wenqian just now. 300 tons of gold. According to the information on the world's gold reserves, the latest data shows that the United States ranks first with 8,133.5 tons, accounting for 73.4% of its reserves. Germany is second with 3,369.7 tons, accounting for 68.8% of the reserves. The International Monetary Fund has 2,814 tons, the third largest reserve. The Uke family, as a global consortium that has squeezed into the rankings in the world, has a gold reserve of 500 tons, which is enough to make them proud. When Li Wenqian opened his mouth, it was 300 tons. Mr. Li, I'm sorry. I was rude just now. Uke Hongyi had to admit that he spoke too loudly just now. After half an hour of negotiations, the negotiations still have no results. Hundreds of tons of gold is not shit. It is impossible to get it done with a few simple words, and even though Hongyi Uke has dabbled in the family business, she is still a high school student after all. A girl like her can't decide on major matters of the consortium. Mr. Li, I don't have time. Let's talk about it another day. I will convey the content of today's discussion to our Uke family. Because of a gold deal, Yin Hongyi had to live in Shizuka's villa with her younger sister. Good thing it's Ikebo Shizuka. If it was just Li Wenqian, she absolutely wouldn't dare to stay here overnight. Living room. Uke Maple Leaf is sitting on the sofa in the living room in pajamas, chasing his favorite TV series. Are you finished talking? Uke Maple sat up and waved to Li Wenqian. I want to ask you something. What's the matter? Seeing Uke Hongyi's mysterious smile, Li Wenqian felt 3 points of doubt deep in his heart. What's your relationship with Aunt Hattori? Li Wenqian is very strange. Uke Hongyi is such a smart girl, why is her cousin Uke Maple so? No wonder the Uke family did not hand over the consortium to Uke Maple Leaf, there is a reason for all of this. Oh my friend! Because this villa is mine. Uke Maple Leaf's eyes rolled, that's it. She thought it was some unknown gossip that she could learn about. Why did the Uke family let the two of you come to New York to discuss business? Li Wenqian is weird. After all, Hongyi Uke is only a high school student, and from what I said just now, I can tell that many things are not in her hands. This matter. Uke Maple Leaf first confirmed that her cousin was not there, and then started her operation. Since you are the president of Canary, you should know what happened in Osaka some time ago. Ask for flowers. Li Wenqian asked, what is it? It was the gangster Tiga who attacked the Osaka History Museum and almost blew up the whole of Osaka. At that time, the whole city ushered in a big explosion. My cousin Oka Hongyi was taken hostage by the gangster Tiga. After that time, she was greatly stimulated. It was the family who hired a psychiatrist that allowed her to gradually recover, but anyway, that's it. Oka Maple Leaf closed the chatterbox halfway through. So the Oka family asked us to come out to relax. Who knew that my cousin would actually help the family to negotiate business at such a time? Oka Maple Leaf said that he could not understand. 0. Let those directors handle the family business. Now is the time for their high school students to enjoy life and meet their own romantic love. I see. Li Wenqian now finds this Oka Maple Leaf interesting. His personality and three views are somewhat close to Suzuki Sanako, and his speech is very similar to Miyamoto Yumi, which can be regarded as a combination of these two people. And what about Henry? Is he a partner of your Oka family? Oka Maple Leaf nodded, well, I don't know the details. Then why does this Henry need so much gold at one time? Li Wenqian gradually got to the point. There are still many rich people in the United States, and swallowing 300 tons of gold at one time is no joke. The only people who can do this in the island country are the Oka family and the Suzuki Consortium, but on Wall Street, there seem to be many such people. Because of the bandit Tiga. Now that the price of gold is so high, many people want to use gold trading to make a fortune. Henry's family has always been engaged in gold trading, and of course it's even more so. Li Wenqian got a very important news in the chat with Oka Maple Leaf. Henry's birthday is next month. Regal's birthday. Li Wenqian said he understood too well. The birthday of this kind of big local tyrant will definitely gather elites from all walks of life. Li Wenqian knew his chance had come. Chapter 175. After a week of negotiations, the gold deal was finally settled. The Oka family bought 300 tons of gold in the hands of Li Wenqian at the market price. The Dagong family seems to have lost in this transaction, but it is not. Although they were unprofitable in this transaction, they retained Henry, the gold minister. For a consortium, long-term interests are crucial. But for Li Wenqian, it's not just 1 or 2 points. First of all, selling 300 tons of gold at one time has saved him a lot of trouble. Second point, he knows when and where Henry is throwing a birthday party. At the New York hotel early next month. Convenience store. 2 cups of coffee. Although the situation in New York has become increasingly tense due to the bombing of the White House, compared to Washington, it is still 3 zeros. Sir, your change. Li Wenqian glanced vigilantly outside the convenience store, then pocketed the money. As a resident living in New York, you must have such awareness. Because you never know when AN will show up and rob a convenience store with a gun. This is real. Li Wenqian has encountered such a person twice in New York, and each time he is still wearing a mask. Nothing. Island country criminals at least know how to rob banks, and most of them rob convenience stores in New York. Li Wenqian had just walked out of the convenience store when a person who walked up to him bumped into him. Good smell. Although I haven't seen the appearance of the person yet, but the beautiful long hair and the special fragrance have already convinced Li Wenqian that it is a woman. Judy. None other than Judy from the FBI. Judging from her appearance, she should have come to a convenience store to buy things, but from her demeanor, one can see that she is obviously tired. Mr. Li. Judy didn't expect to meet Li Wenqian again in New York. This was unexpected for her. Is New York too small? Or are they too destined? Coincidence. When will you go back to Canary? I still remember the meal you owe me. Li Wenqian said with a smile. Oh. Judy slapped her forehead and smiled awkwardly. When she first went to Osaka and couldn't find a job, it was Ji Wenqian who gave her a chance. At that time, she promised that if the interview was successful, she would definitely invite Li Wenqian to dinner. But she had already forgotten about this matter. In fact, this matter really cannot blame her. She was also numb from the gangster Dijia, and her own situation. Mr. Li, I just have time today. Judy decided to fulfill her promise today. Not only because of Li Wenqian's help to her, but also because she needs to go back to Osaka. A translator at Canary was a job she couldn't afford to lose. Then I won't be polite. Li Wenqian's smile made Judy tight. She didn't know why she suddenly had such a feeling, as if she had seen Li Wenqian somewhere. The two found a small restaurant on the streets of New York. Chatting over coffee. Judy translator, when are you going back to Osaka? Canary Company is still waiting for you. Judy smiled awkwardly. Mr. Li, I was going to tell you about this. I will stay here for another 2 days, and I will return to Osaka in 2 days. I still have some things to deal with in New York these 2 days. Li Wenqian understood. Judy is telling him, the FBI has taken action in New York in the last 2 days, or Judy has taken action in New York. Okay, Canary is waiting for you. The two had a very simple lunch in the restaurant. Li Wenqian had nothing to do now, but it could be seen that Zhu Du was in a hurry to leave. Not long after Judy left, Li Wenqian's phone rang. Hello, brother. There has been movement in the safe house. Curacao is finally on the mend after a week of surveillance. They acted? Li Wenqian asked. Not really, it's just that FBI agents have been more active recently, and it seems that they have taken action. Curacao dare not approach. All she could do was keep watch on the perimeter of the safe house. If they make a move, follow up immediately. Combining Li Wenqian's performance after meeting Judy today, he can already confirm this point. The FBI will do something in the last 2 days. Very good. Huang Tian pays off those who care. He, old Li, finally found a chance to stab the FBI in the waist again. I see. Curacao hung up the phone. The other side. Judy, who is walking on the street, has fallen into a state of contemplation. Has she and Li Wenqian met before? For the first time, Judy had this question in her heart. She remembered that the two met for the first time in Dighton High School, and they had met several times since then. But this is not the memory that directly hits the depths of her heart. Judy didn't know why, but the smile she had when she had dinner with Li Wenqian made her feel that the relationship between the two was more than that, or that there should have been a deeper communication between the two. But she can't remember. Judy shook her head, thinking she must be crazy. She is an agent of the FBI. If it wasn't for the gangster Dijie, she might never go to Tokyo in her life, so how could she know Li Wenqian before that? Hi, I'm Judy. Well, I'm in New York now, I know, I'll be there today. It was FBI agent Cameron who called, and what they were talking about was the inauguration ceremony of the new minister. This is also the only thing that Judy has to stay in New York for the last 1.8 days. You have to hurry up, I heard that our new minister has a bad temper. Cameron kindly reminded. That guy Ke Xue slipped away under the pretext of performing a mission, leaving only them here to receive the face of the new minister. Judy smiled coldly. Have any of our FBI ministers had a good temper? If she had known that staying here was just the inauguration ceremony of the new minister, Judy might as well just rot in Osaka. By the way, is there any news from Xue? Not yet, he said that he is currently investigating the black organization. Black organization? Judy wondered. Is the relationship between the gangster Tiga and the black organization really so close? I don't know that, that's what he said when he called last time. Chapter 176. New York suburbs, villas. Can you do it? I didn't come here to be a guinea pig for you, let alone a toy for you to play around with. I'm sorry, but you're just a guinea pig to me. If you think I can't do it, then you can go to someone else, but I won't serve you when the time comes. Such dramas are staged every day in the research room on the top floor of the villa. In a while, Miyano Shiho hurried down from the top floor in a hurry. Miyano Akemi, who was lying on the sofa, saw this situation with a half-smile. No need to guess. It must be his sister who lost in this battle. When Belmode first moved into the villa, Miyano Akemi was not used to it. After all, the two of them quarreled all day long. She was worried that the two of them would fight each other, so she stared at him for a few days. Now, Miyano Akemi already knows that it is impossible for two people to fight, and it is impossible to stop just arguing. Sister, you are still laughing. She was so depressed. 16, okay? But for anyone else, her current research may have made a breakthrough. It happened to be Belmode. Good guy. Every morning until night, 8 hours out of 10 hours a day are spent in quarrels. You don't need to be like this, she is actually a poor woman. Miyano Akemi didn't understand why Belmode targeted his sister so much. During this time she understood. To be honest, Belmode is the first generation of mice in the black organization. The only luck is that the drug A did not kill her, but it also made her suffer for decades. It was the black organization that was causing her pain, but it was her and Shiho's parents who were researching the drug. Sister, don't you know? Miyano Shiho was lying on the bed. Stop talking. She chooses to be silent for a while. Miyano Shiho was lying between her sister's legs, and only at such times could her violent heart gradually calm down. The top floor of the villa. In this bickering session, Belmode seems to have won, but in fact he lost. Miyano Shiho at least has a sister to help calm the inner fluctuations. What about her? She has no relatives in this world. Just when Belmode was secretly sad, a phone call from Li Wenqian made her heart turbulent again. Not dead yet. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Belmode was lying on the seat at a 45-degree angle, with his legs crossed, and a cigarette between his slender index and middle fingers. Here's her take on comfort. Usually after arguing with Miyano Shiho in the villa, I would smoke a cigarette leisurely like this. Are you feeling better? Belmode didn't expect that Li Wenqian would care about her body when he came up, and at this time the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. Well, it's impossible, but it's not so easy if you want to die. Many people envy her eternal youth, but how many people can understand the pain behind eternal youth? Belmode really wanted to die every time he got sick. I'm relieved to hear you say that. It seems that you two are having a good time together. Belmode said with a fake smile, very happy. If this woman Miyano Shiho hadn't had the chance to fix her body issues, she might actually have given this nasty woman a shot. Let's talk business. The FBI has taken action recently, and I need you to investigate what they are going to do recently. Just these 2 days. Although the black organization that was not wiped out at the beginning claimed to be a transnational criminal organization, its real scope of activities was limited to island countries. And in New York. In fact, it has always been Belmode's development force. Just these 2 days. I will try my best. Although New York is Belmode's place, she is not a fairy, and she cannot guarantee that everything can be investigated. Especially the FBI. This itself is an intelligence organization, and after the headquarters was bombed, it became more vigilant. Waiting for your good news. Belmode hung up the phone and used extremely skilled techniques to make up for himself. This time she didn't want to be someone else, but to face this New York with her own lineup. Before departure, Belmode carefully selected a girl's coat that fits his current temperament. I have something to go out for, and I probably won't be back in these 2 days. Polite. Belmode did not forget to report to Miyano Shiho before leaving. Seeing that Miyano Shiho didn't respond much, she turned back again. Li Wenqian asked me out, didn't he call you guys? Mayano Shiho clearly knew that Belmode was deliberately provoking, but why? Why is she so angry? Mayano Akemi also saw it, but she still chose to fall into the trap without hesitation. The next time these two people quarrel, she must stand as her good sister. Well, Alice, it's me, Chrissy Wynyard. Another 650 identities of Belmode, Chris Wynyard, a well-known superstar in the United States. Of course. This identity is still much worse than her previous Sharon Wynyard, but she can still get along well in the New York entertainment circle. Where have you been recently, woman, you still remember me? A woman's voice complained from the other end of the phone. Certainly. How could I forget you, the two of us were the best sisters in the crew at that time. Belmode chuckled. Chris Wynyard? This name has long been unfamiliar to her, if not for special reasons, this person may have gradually faded out of people's sight. Tell me what I will do. The entertainment industry. There is no real friendship at all. If Belmode didn't take the initiative to report his family name, would Alice on the other side really remember that there was such a number one person as Chris Wynyard? Please eat. I'm about to return to the entertainment circle now. A big director introduced me to the film crew. I don't know if you are interested. The woman on the other end of the phone suddenly became excited. Of course, where are you now? I will find you. Chapter 177. That night, Li Wenqian received a message from Belmode. The FBI will have a very important operation tomorrow, a new minister takes office. Fit. Belmode even found out some information about the new minister. The new minister's name is Logan. Live right in the heart of Washington, D.C. This news is very important to Li Wenqian. Mr. Bandit, what are you going to do next? Belmode knew that Li Wenqian would definitely take action next. Are you interested in accompanying me back to Washington? Li Wenqian already had an idea in his mind. My pleasure. Belmode asked for Li Wenqian's current address and drove quickly. The speed of driving already represented the urgency in her heart. A corner of New York. Belmode came to the address given by Li Wenqian only to find that the person waiting here was Ke Xue. Boarding. Li Wenqian's task this time is actually very simple. Sneak into Minister Logan's mansion and beat the man to death. Thought this was the end? No. He wants the Americans to know what it means to replace them. Just imagine. When Logan was killed by him, he disguised himself as Logan and took office, and then greeted the FBI agents with a machine gun at the inauguration ceremony. Li Wenqian felt excited just thinking about this kind of scene. This is why Li Wenqian invited Belmode to join this mission. Go. Li Wenqian's speed had soared to 150 mph on the road to Washington. Since this is a police car obtained by Belmode through special channels, he is not panicked at all. It takes about 4 hours to drive from Washington to New York, but Li Wenqian arrived smoothly in only 2 hours through his powerful driving skills. Li Wenqian took two women to a very deserted street in Washington. This is it. The place is deserted, but also very luxurious. It's Washington after all. It is no exaggeration to say that a world-renowned city is rich in every inch of land. At this time, Li Wenqian and Ke Xue had already been made up by Belmode to look like two Americans. There is a situation. Walk. Ke Xue was very vigilant at this time. His eyes were cold and murderous. At this time, Belmode, who was in charge of driving, hardly hesitated. Don't look at the two people who usually face each other tit for tat, and neither of them accepts the other, but both of them recognize each other's ability very much. Ke Xue said that there is a situation, so it must be there. There may be secret sentries in this villa. Ke Xue is not sure whether his guess is correct. This is entirely his subconscious intuition as a killer. But this killer instinct has saved her more than once. Li Wenqian absolutely believes in Ke Xue's ability, which he has seen with his own eyes. And from another perspective, it is normal for the new minister to have several bodyguards in his home. Although Belmode didn't like Curacao, he also believed that otherwise he wouldn't have been so decisive in driving just now. Who was it just now? Police. It turned out to be the police. Everyone pay close attention to it. There must be no accident tonight. Although the current situation in Washington is not as tense as before, it is almost impossible to restore it to before. The police cars that can be seen everywhere on the street did not arouse the suspicion of the FBI bodyguards. Clear. In the dark of the new Minister Logan's villa, several bodyguards communicated with the most advanced wireless communication equipment. And just on the other side, Li Wenqian and Curacao have already started to act. Li Wenqian set up a sniper rifle outside, installed a silencer in front of the barrel, and used his advanced gun-fighting skills to control the entire villa. Curaçao's specialty is sneaking. A dagger can let her come and go freely in the whole villa. The two of you shot each other and I stabbed each other. Their perfect cooperation allowed them to quickly clear the bodyguards around the minister's villa. Li Wenqian saw Curacao crawling into Logan's villa like a cheetah through the telescope. No sound, no light. About 3 minutes later, 2 long and 1 short tapping sounds came from Li Wenqian's earphones. This is the secret code that Li Wenqian and Curacao decided before the action. 2 long and 1 short mean that the villa is safe, and now they can go in. Li Wenqian came out from the shadows and walked into Minister Logan's villa in a big way. As soon as he entered the villa, he saw Curaçao's dagger resting on the neck of a burly middle-aged man. Who the hell are you? Minister Logan knew what it meant for Li Wenqian to walk in swaggeringly. The bodyguards outside his door must have turned into corpses by now. Us. Aren't we dealing with each other all the time? Logan's expression suddenly became very surprised. You are Digia. Li Wenqian didn't speak. Even if he has the chance to win, he will not admit his identity as the bandit Digia, thus causing unnecessary trouble to himself. At this moment, Belmode, dressed as a sheriff, came in from the outside. The moment Minister Logan saw the sheriff, hope rose in his heart, but then it seemed to be extinguished by a bubble of hot urine. How could the sheriff come at this time? Even if it is a real sheriff, he must be a member of the gangster Tiga. By Xiao. Logan knew at this moment that he must die. Before he took office, he knew that the gangster Tiga was a particularly difficult terrorist to deal with. Now it seems. It is as expected. It's all done. Belmode's words meant that Logan was sentenced to death. Stand in the next second. Li Wenqian shot and killed Logan directly. Under the action of the muffler, there was only a whistling sound, and there were no waves on the silent street outside Washington. At this time, Belmode walked over directly. Next is her home field. Belmode took out his own makeup and disguise tool, first removed the makeup on Li Wenqian's face, and then started a new arrangement. Fortunately, this minister named Logan is about the same size as you, otherwise it would not be so easy to disguise himself as him. Chapter 178. Pennsylvania F***CK Avenue. A certain east building not far from the FBI headquarters. This is the former headquarters of the FBI. Since the headquarters was bombed, it has been reopened and turned into a temporary headquarters of the FBI. Li Wenqian, oh, no. The inauguration ceremony of Logan, the current head of the FBI headquarters, was held here today. What time is it? 9 in the morning. Why hasn't Minister Logan come yet? Hold on. I heard that our new minister has a very weird temper. A simple small move caused dissatisfaction among agents at the FBI headquarters. Headquarters bombed. Since its establishment, the FBI has been shamed like never before, and even the entire department was almost eliminated at one time. At such a time of life and death, the new minister was unexpectedly late. Thought it was peacetime? Think this is still the time when the FBI is in full swing? Coming. Someone in the crowd said something, and saw Minister Liu Wenqian appearing in a neat suit. Sorry, I'm late due to the traffic jam on the road. Those with high IQs are all smiling, while those with low IQs are full of resentment. Li Wenqian has a complete panoramic view of this situation. Good boy, all right. How dare you tilt me, Lao Zi will take you first later. Li Wenqian glanced at the entire FBI members present. Cameron and Jody, two familiar faces, were there, but there was no figure of a Ke Xue. Forget it, never mind. It is not easy to break into the FBI headquarters, and this good opportunity cannot be ruined just because of one Ke Xue. Let's start now. The reason why I called you here today is that I'm here to attend my inauguration ceremony, but it's actually not. We have a more important purpose today. When the FBI heard about it, it suddenly felt that the new minister was okay. Originally, I thought it was just for everyone to flatter me at the inauguration ceremony, but I didn't expect that the new minister is still a man of action. Everyone's impression of Logan instantly improved, and everyone's eyes were focused on the new minister, quietly waiting for the follow-up plan. At this time, Li Wenqian, who was disguised as Logan, suddenly put a Gatling on the table and pointed the gun at the FBI agent opposite. This startled the agents, but they didn't think much about it for a second. Before he took office, he knew that this minister named Logan had a very different style of behavior from others. Could this be his next so-called plan prop? However, the next second, when the FBI agent at a close distance saw Li Wenqian's hand on the trigger. Not good. A fear beyond death suddenly enveloped everyone. The barrel turns. Before these FBI agents realized what was going on, more than a dozen of them were buried in the hail of bullets. During the inauguration ceremony of the new minister, few agents held weapons, and even if they did, they were small pistols that were convenient to carry. In this situation, Li Wenqian's Gatling is a unilateral massacre. Facing the frenzied shooting, several brave FBI agents rushed forward frantically. Their hearts are clear. It is almost impossible to escape under such a unilateral massacre, and the only chance is to grab that very Gatling. But, so few people understand this in this case. If all the FBI agents swarmed up, it might really make Li Wenqian's heart tremble slightly, but there are only a few sporadic people, and their ending is death. Before the few people rushed forward, they had already been turned into a ball of minced meat under Gatling's rotation. What happened? What exactly is going on? A group of FBI agents were hiding behind a bunker, BJFD, to avoid being pulverized by Gatling's bullets, but the bunker they found was a steel table, which obviously couldn't last long. The bandit Tiga. It must be the bandit Digia. There will be no one else who can break into the FBI headquarters at this time and attack them frantically with Gatling, except for the gangster Tiga. Bandit Tiga. When the FBI agent heard this name, the whole person was frightened and turned pale. The most wanted criminal who went to the FBI has now become their deepest nightmare. In the past, the FBI went all over the world to find wanted criminals, but now they are blocked by a gangster in the FBI headquarters and slaughtered like pigs. What to do? Rush out! Rush out! Now that we're locked down, why don't we go out much? Although the FBI's action agents have super high shooting ability, they are not gods after all, and they will die suddenly if they are shot in the body. I'll take cover. You guys run straight outside later. At this time Cameron stood up. Live to die. His eyes are firm, and he is ready to go despite thousands of people. Cameron first pressed all the bullets in his hand into the magazine. A total of 8 rounds. This was the last chance he could fight for the FBI agents. Go! Cameron yelled, and then started shooting at Li Wenqian with a pistol. Cameron's marksmanship is very precise. If Li Wenqian hadn't taken precautions, he would have been hit on the forehead with one shot. Li Wenqian set up Gatling and Cameron and started shooting wildly. You have a total of 8 rounds, and Lao Zi can fire 8,000 rounds. How do you fight me? In an instant, Cameron's body was shattered by bullets. Want to run? Li Wenqian saw that other FBI agents took advantage of this time and ran to the door. Bazooka direct arrangement. 3 bursts of rockets blasted all the FBI agents who wanted to escape in an instant. The FBI agents probably will never understand how the gangster Tiga got in, and how he became the new Minister Logan. The shootout lasted less than 2 minutes, and the FBI detectives present had turned into a group. That's not right. Li Wenqian found that one person was missing inside the body. Jody. Where did this woman go? The police are here, get out quickly. This time Li Wenqian did not intend to have a head-to-head confrontation with the police in the United States. His purpose is only one, get rid of the FBI. So far this task has been perfectly completed. Chapter 179. Hello, Xiao. I'm Jody. The FBI headquarters has been bombed again. Jody escaped unharmed. It's not because of how powerful she is, it's all because of luck. Ke Xue called her just now, and it was only a matter of answering the phone. There was a burst of gunfire in the FBI headquarters. Of course, Jody, who has experienced many battles, can hear it. This is the sound of a Gatling machine gun. She knew right then that something must have happened. Emotions drove her to take out her gun and plan to fight, but reason finally defeated her. As long as she holds a pistol with only 8 bullets, she is Gatling's opponent. Ke Xue's dull voice came from the other end of the phone. The bandit Tiga. Ke Xue had already guessed the only possibility. Right. It's the bandit Digia. Although Jody didn't see it with her own eyes, is there any other possibility besides the gangster Tiga? She can't believe it. I can't believe that the gangster Tiga will come to your door again. Wrong. It should be said that the gangster Digia took the initiative to kill the FBI agents as pigs. Where are you now? Ke Xue is still able to keep calm now, but this calmness is obviously not a lot. I'm in the bathroom in the building next door. Jody wasn't as stupid as Ke Xue thought. How could she go up and deliver the head when she knew she couldn't beat it? Well, you just need to stay there. I think the police and anti-terrorist forces in Washington should be arriving soon. The superior will not blame you. Jody let out a helpless laugh. Superior? Does the FBI still have a superior? The new Minister Logan died before he took office, and the FBI agents who just got together have all turned into cold corpses before spending this wonderful weekend. Does the FBI have a future now? Ke Xue puts down the phone. The real person is now in a dull situation. He sat alone on the bridgehead in Tokyo, silently lighting a cigarette. Ke Xue originally thought that after learning the truth about the black organization, he would be able to find out the identity of the gangster Tiga. Unexpectedly, he just had some clues on his side, and the newly established FBI headquarters fell apart again. Ke Xue said he was tired. He has shouted that sentence more than once in his heart, destroy it. Repeated failures made him gradually lose confidence in the process of fighting the gangster Tiga. Hello, student. Is there anything you need help? At this moment, Miyamoto Yumi, who was driving a police car, stopped the car and asked kindly. Ke Xue even looked at what he saw, throwing the butts of his smoked cigarettes into the water, and walking on the streets of Tokyo at night with his pockets in his pocket. Really? What's the air? I thought you were going to jump off the bridge. Mayano Akimi made 2 complaints. Then he kicked the accelerator and passed Ke Xue, who was pretending to be cold. Miyamoto Yumi may feel that he is not enough to relieve his anger, and made another comment on Ke Xue's appearance through the rear-view mirror. What does a big man do with such long hair? I want to be a woman. On the other side of the ocean, Washington. Not long after Jody put down the phone, the Washington police and anti-terrorist forces had arrived. Because Jody was the only survivor among those present, the woman was quickly put under police protection. Captain, dead. It's too sad. A total of dozens of outstanding FBI elite agents could not even piece together a complete corpse. The entire FBI headquarters building is bloody. Where's the bandit Tiga? We were gone when we arrived. The Washington police didn't know whether to say this was a good thing or a bad thing. It may be lucky for them not to meet the gangster Tiga. Captain, we have just received news that Minister Logan was assassinated in his own villa, and the FBI agent responsible for protecting him was either shot by an AWM sniper rifle or had his throat cut by a sharp knife. At this time, another policeman ran over and asked for flowers 0. According to Agent Jody's account, the gangster Digia disguised himself as Minister Logan to attack the FBI headquarters this time. The two messages merged together, and the context of the whole matter was instantly clear. The gangster Digia sneaked into Minister Logan's house last night, killed the incoming Minister Logan, and then took office disguised as Minister Logan. And the next scene was already before their eyes. Tell the situation to the superior, and we must protect the safety of the female detective. She is the only survivor in the whole case. How did the news of Minister Logan's appointment to office leak out? Address, whereabouts, these all need to be investigated. 0. Although the captain of the anti-terrorist force didn't know the specific investigation of these things, he could tell that there must be tricks in it. Someone must have leaked Minister Logan's news in advance, which led to Minister Logan being killed, and the gangster Digia took advantage of the situation. The anti-terrorist force looked at the already messy FBI temporary headquarters. If the last time the FBI could still be regarded as dying, then this time the blow has been completely destroyed. Can the FBI still exist? Are there any other discoveries besides this? The Washington policeman shook his head. Blood flowed like a river. Even if there are clues, it is not so easy to peel them off. A total of 87 bodies have been identified based on the skulls at the scene. Such casualties were unprecedentedly small in the previous attacks by the gangster Digia. Just imagine. Which attack by the bandit Tiga didn't kill hundreds of thousands of lives? 87 dead bodies. In other words, not all FBI agents died or some did not participate in the inauguration ceremony of the new minister. This should be considered the luckiest thing for the FBI. Report all the situation here. Just received an order from Shangfeng, let us find Fadigia. Washington, a world-renowned city, has become extremely grim because of another attack by the FBI. Chapter 180. Washington House. The news that the FBI was bombed for the second time has caused trouble throughout the United States. The major media rushed to report. And that's not all. Even some famous and shameless public figures and clowns have come out to doubt the ability of the FBI. Some people even threatened to abolish the FBI, an intelligence agency with little capability. Because in many American movies, the FBI often appears as a villain. After all, it is free America, and speech is quite free. Behind the joke is enough to show that Americans are really disappointed with the FBI. Not only that, but they don't even have that much trust in the security of the entire United States. Especially Washington. Now many residents have begun to take to the streets with guns. Because they no longer believe in 437 that the Washington police can protect the safety of American citizens. Inside the villa, Li Wenqian was reviewing newspapers one after another, mainly browsing the news about the bombing of the FBI in the newspapers. Li Wenqian is very satisfied with this surprise attack. It can be said that the entire FBI is basically in a state of complete annihilation. All he knows is that Ke Xue and Judy are still at large. Two detectives, what else can they make? In this sneak attack, he did not choose to confront the police in the United States again. The reason is also very simple. He just had too many guns, and he himself wanted to change his taste appropriately. More importantly, as long as he didn't die, his good citizen star rating would not be settled. He can keep superimposing without settlement. This is also a way to achieve the 10-star good citizen achievement. Facts have proved that his approach is correct. Although there were more casualties without the police in Washington this time, the psychological damage to American citizens was greater. More and more citizens of the United States know that their country has a gangster tiga who can sneak into other people's homes at will and pretend to be other people at will. Papa Papa! A sudden gunshot alerted Li Wenqian. He came to the floor-to-ceiling windows vigilantly, observing the situation outside. But the panic that can be felt everywhere in the streets of Washington can be felt. At this moment, Belmode ran in from the outside with an AK in his hand. Thanks to Li Wenqian, Belmode now sleeps with one eye open. Originally, she thought that after destroying the black organization, she could lead a normal life. It turns out she was wrong. Not only did she not live a peaceful life, since Li Wenqian took control of the black organization, her life became more thrilling. But she doesn't regret it. The silver bullet of Li Wenqian breaks through the black organization because she brings freedom. She is living more freely now. Even sometimes in front of Li Wenqian, he can kick his son without any scruples. What's going on outside? Belmode was holding an AK, ready to empty the magazine at any time. Although she doesn't want to have super high skills like Ke Xue, there is still no problem with killing people. No big deal. Two white guys shot an Asian guy outside. At this time, Ke Xue, who knew what happened, had come back. The second attack on the FBI caused everyone in Washington to be in danger. Everyone took to the streets with guns that could protect themselves, and looked at the people around them pleasing to the eye. At this time, Asian faces are particularly glaring in Washington. According to Washington Journal, New York Times, etc. It can be determined that the gangster tiga is an Asian face. No. It really is free America. It seems that he will have to wear makeup when he goes out in the future. Li Wenqian feels that it is not enough now. How many people do we have in Washington at the moment? Li Wenqian asked Belmode. Manpower. You mean the guys who were rescued from the slums? About 1 or 200. Belmode has not recruited manpower during this time. The reason is simple. Those people in the slums are too easy to recruit, and a few hamburgers can make them go away obediently. It is simply not too simple. It's like being an hourly worker. More importantly, these people seem to be born to commit crimes. Perhaps because they have been suppressed for too long, they are extremely excited when they hear about crimes. Enough. Gather them together tomorrow, I will use it. Forget it, let's do it now. Li Wenqian couldn't wait any longer. Right now. He wants Washington to know what terror is. Because these younger brothers he recruited will credit his good brother after they have contributed to society. Li Wenqian said that this kind of thing comes 10,000 times, and he does it 10,000 times. What is your goal this time? Belmode has been with Li Wenqian for so long, and he said that he already knows this man from the ground up. But this time, she didn't see the building or target that Li Wenqian was going to blow up at all. No. This is Li Wenqian's goal. There is no trick to win. The corner of Belmode's mouth raised slightly, it seemed that Ping had already understood what Li Wenqian wanted to do. The two put on simple makeup, and then tidied up, and Ke Xue, who was the gold medal bodyguard, of course chose to follow. The three drove and soon came to a food manufacturing plant in Washington. This place is food manufacturing to the outside world, but in fact, under the food manufacturing factory, more than 200 big black ghosts from the slums have been recruited. When Li Wenqian talked about these NRs, everyone had a 1.2 greed in their expressions. Most of the eyes were fixed on the green water ghost on Li Wenqian's wrist. Belmode was right. These people are simply born criminals. The troublesome people in the poor mountains and rivers are vividly reflected in them. Li Wenqian looked at the nearly 200 people, turned on his system cheating device, and then a series of codes were filled directly. Only these people were not turned into little sisters, but each of them was given different types of weapons. After a baptism of code instructions, these warriors of the Tiga Legion recruited with Hamburg have become very lively. Very good. Energetic. Li Wenqian gave an impassioned speech like a pyramid scheme leader. Chapter 181. Washington. The sun rises, which means that a day full of energy has arrived. 6 o'clock in the morning. It was originally the time when people were still resting, because there were sporadic gunshots on the street. This awakened the sleeping Washington people in an instant, picked up the pistols under the pillows, and lay vigilantly under the window. Who? Who is it? Is the bandit Tiga calling? The citizens of Washington are now tensed by the gangster Ke, and even a slight reaction will cause their bodies to overreact. In a while, a police car siren blared outside. A few bold citizens of Washington walked out of their rooms and learned from the police that they were just a few guys who coveted bank ATMs. Shit! These people who are pulled out of bed can't wait to shoot those damn it robbers. It's a pity that these robbers didn't know where they went before the police arrived. How is the ATM doing now? It should be homemade explosive 19, which has been completely blown up, and all the money in it has been taken away. The Washington police looked helpless at the scene in front of them. A gangster Ke is already a headache enough, but he is still trying to make them prevent this kind of different gun robbers. Ban guns. Just like the island countries, so that their free America will gradually move towards peace. Report. Let the guys at the bank see what to do. The sheriff had just picked up the walkie-talkie when suddenly a voice came from inside. This is the command center. The gangster Ke was found on Pennsylvania Avenue, and Sergeant Jack immediately went to support him. At this moment, Sergeant Jack, who was holding the walkie-talkie, was about to swear. Bandit Tiga appears on Pennsylvania Avenue. Let him support? Really? FG looked down on him. Is the anti-terrorist unit gone? Sergeant Jack asked. According to the police, this should be an ordinary robber wearing a Tiga mask. This guy fled westward after robbing $500 at a gas station. Sergeant Jack was relieved when he heard that. It's easy to handle if it's not the real gangster Tiga. Can he now say that the command center is a false police report on horseback? Harry, you stay here until the bankers come. Sergeant Jack drove to the scene of the incident with 2 other police officers. Ordinary robber. If it was just an ordinary robber, he would not be afraid at all. Seeing robbers empty their magazines is the usual style of their Washington police. Sergeant Jack thinks beautifully. But what he didn't know was that the nightmare of the day had just begun at 6 o'clock in the morning. In the small area of Washington, gangsters with guns and robberies emerged from all directions within a day. Hello, this is the command center. Why? We'll send the police over there right away. The phone at the command center has been ringing off the hook. Because there are too many robbers in Washington in one day. Relying solely on ordinary police officers in Washington is no longer enough to maintain peace in the entire city. Good thing Washington is the capital. High-level Washington police immediately contacted the security personnel on Pennsylvania Avenue. It takes time. Noon. Li Wenqian is lying on the sofa on the top floor of the villa, listening to the beautiful gunshots outside. So uncomfortable. He massacred the agents of the FBI headquarters the day before yesterday, allowing him to successfully achieve the achievement of a 5-star good citizen of the United States, but just now, he has become a 6-star good citizen. And that's not all. The gunshots outside showed that the men he had recruited were continuously making contributions to society. That's not right. The sound seems a little dense. With the police force in the city of Washington, it shouldn't be that the 200 robbers haven't been dealt with by noon. Could it be that he underestimated the abilities of his subordinates? At this moment, Ke Xue walked in from the outside. Brother, something happened. The corners of Ke Xue's mouth rose slightly. It can be seen that it is not bad good news. What's wrong? Ke Xue said with a smile, now there are more and more robbers on the street, and many of them even joined the Tiga Legion. Tiga mask buff is very useful. In the United States, it does not mean that everyone has guns. Even if it is legal for Americans to own guns, not every family has guns. So at this time, a robber wearing a Tiga mask and holding a gun is self-evident to the psychological harm to the citizens of the United States. Oh! Is there such a good thing? He wondered just now why the 200 Digia warriors had not been wiped out by Washington until now. It turned out that some people were jealous of the quick money-making method of robbery, and they had already started to follow suit. Doesn't that mean he now has a certain fan base and following? Li Wenqian thinks this is a good thing. If the Digia spirit can take root in the United States, how many followers will this horse-riding man have when he raises his arms? Li Wenqian didn't even dare to think about it. 827. Not that simple. At this time, Belmode came in from the outside. These robbers armed with guns and wearing masks lost their masks after a successful robbery and went to the slums by the way. Even the police in Washington can't do anything about them for a while. Now the whole slum is fried. Washington's army has now passed, and I guess your plan may fail. America is not an island country. The swift and decisive decision-making of this country is hard to come by. It's like encountering a robber. Other countries may still want to conquer, but in the United States, it is to empty each other's magazines. The army moved. Very good. This is actually within Li Wenqian's plan. Now the attention of the entire United States is on Washington, and even the newspapers are. If it is said that he quietly left Washington at this time and went to New York to attend the gold tycoon's birthday party, wouldn't there be so many people paying attention? Xiao, tidy up. We're leaving now. Li Wenqian's move is called hit east and west. I believe that the entire Wall Street does not believe that the gangster Tiga, who has turned upside down in Washington, will appear in a more prosperous Wall Street in the next moment. Chapter 182. Washington fell. But millions of Washingtons stood up. Although the thugs in Washington were quickly suppressed, believers of the gangster Tiga appeared in various cities in the United States. These believers all have a common feature: wearing Tiga masks, holding guns or knives, and robbing anyone they see. There is a saying among them: Tiga mask can increase the probability of success. Indeed it is. If you don't wear a Tiga mask, you can only be regarded as an ordinary robber, but if you wear a Tiga mask, you are a gangster, a super robber who will empty his magazine at any time. After seeing it, unarmed American citizens basically surrendered unconditionally and let it be at their mercy. And because the trend came fast. Now there is no law in the United States that clearly stipulates that robbers wearing Tiga masks will be more severely sanctioned. Wearing it not only increases the probability of success, but also will not be sanctioned by the US law. Why not do it? Because of the emergence of this wave, there was a big wave in the slums of the United States. Many black ghosts who were starving to death followed suit. According to rumors, a non-governmental organization with the bandit Tiga as their belief has been established. New York. While the police in Washington were still struggling to find the whereabouts of the gangster Digia, Li Wenqian had brought Ke Xue to New York, a bustling metropolis, for 2 days. According to the information obtained from the Usse sisters at that time, Henry's birthday party will be in 5 days. Plenty of time. Logically speaking, Li Wenqian didn't need to come so early, but there was another reason for him to come. Logically speaking, the purpose of holding a birthday party for a gold tycoon like Henry is nothing more than to promote business exchanges. At that time, there must be a gathering of bigwigs and elites from all walks of life. What Li Wenqian had to do was to find out how many people would show up at Henry's birthday party in the past few days. Appropriately give the entire Wall Street a small shock. Let's eat some fruit. Ke Xue prepared fruit for Li Wenqian as usual. This is the only thing she can do besides killing people, and the only thing she can do well. Ever since Li Wenqian wanted her, Curacao knew that this man had gradually begun to accept her. Is there anything I need to do? Curacao stood aside, looked at Li Wenqian, and then at the map on the table. The implication is to ask Li Wenqian, who should she kill? No, you go to rest first. Curacao stood behind for a while, and after confirming that Li Wenqian really didn't need him, he quietly closed the door. Not long after Curacao left, Li Wenqian's cell phone rang. Where are you? Suzuki Tomoko is still so cold and arrogant when she speaks. Nature is irreversible. No matter how you adjust it, it is difficult to completely change a person's character and tone of speech. Especially a woman from a large consortium of executives like Suzuki Tomoko. What's wrong? Are you in New York? Li Wenqian heard from Suzuki's cold tone that this woman seemed to ask him out. Li Wenqian thought again, that is indeed what he meant. I'm in New York, just got off the plane. Said Suzuki Tomoko. Tell me, what is it? Unlike Sonoko, Suzuki is a playful woman, and she must have something to come to New York at this time. Just like last time. Even though Li Wenqian felt that this woman was coming to him because she was hungry and thirsty, in the end this woman still took the decision to let him into the Suzuki board of directors. You wouldn't say something like that if you were concerned about the gold situation in New York. What about gold? Li Wenqian was stunned, even full of question marks. What's going on with gold recently? Isn't everything going well? If there is an obvious change in the situation, Miyano Akemi will definitely report to him by phone. Or is there some important piece of information this woman has left out lately? Won't. He believed in Miyano Akemi's financial acumen as much as he believed in Curaçao's superb skills. Do you know Henry, the Golden King of the United States? It's his birthday in a few days. Li Wenqian frowned slightly. Are you here to attend his birthday party? That's right. Li Wenqian figured it out instantly. There are actually only a few people at the top of the business circle. Although the Suzuki Consortium has a feud with the Hoka Consortium, it has no enmity with the gold tycoon Henry. Henry will invite the Hoka family, and naturally he will also invite the Suzuki Consortium. I've already arrived downstairs from you. Li Wenqian looked outside. Really? A black Rolls-Royce was parked in front of his villa. Wait for me. The moment Li Wenqian sat in the car, both of them fell in love. Suzuki Tomoko is just a slap when he goes up. You are riding a horse crazy. Fortunately, Li Wenqian called the police, and he was strong, so he didn't change this day's close distance. It's me. In fact, you can't blame Suzuki Tomoko. The main reason is that Li Wenqian disguised himself as a white foreigner, which caused Suzuki to think that a hooligan came up. Fortunately, it is an island woman like Suzuki Tomoko. If you change to an American, the magazine may have been emptied by now. Who knew it was you? Don't say it again. Tomoko Suzuki gave Li Wenqian a sideways glance, started the car, and drove slowly away from the streets of New York. Pfft! She couldn't help laughing. Li Mohao. I have to say this is really a good way. Recently, the entire country of America has become extremely tense because of the gangster Tiga, and Asian faces are particularly glaring at this time. Women are fine. But any man with an Asian face on the road will definitely be stopped and checked. After Suzuki Tomoko finished laughing, his expression became serious, disturbing. Henry is not a simple person. It is said that he holds thousands of tons of gold in his hands. Thousands of tons of gold. This value can almost catch up with the total amount of gold in some less developed countries. Li Wenqian also thinks it is really amazing. Before his gold was sold, he surpassed the two Henrys. It's a pity that he has sold half of them now, but it is still more than Henry's. I'm going to introduce you to Henry. Chapter 182.5 Henry. Li Wenqian said that such people are indeed very powerful, but he does not need to know them. It is not necessary. He's well known overseas in gold trading, you. Tomoko Suzuki flicked her hair. She doesn't understand. Li Wenqian turned a blind eye to her every kindness. Don't forget the decision between us, Canary Company is up to me. Li Wenqian directly suppressed Suzuki Tomoko with a strong posture. I wonder why. From the perspective of Tomoko Suzuki, Li Wenqian took this opportunity to get to know the gold tycoon Henry. As long as he establishes a relationship with Henry on the gold transaction, then Canary's gold transaction is not just about controlling thunder and lightning in Osaka Castle. From then on, going international is not a dream. But now, Li Wenqian wanted to refuse. Is it an excuse that I don't like to humble myself in front of people? This reason made Tomoko Suzuki speechless. With Canary's current situation, if he wants to climb up to Henry, he must nod and bow. Li Wenqian doesn't even want to humble himself on the Suzuki Consortium's board of directors. Whatever. The purpose of Suzuki Tomoko is 883 on the bright side. She just wanted Li Wenqian to finally take control of the Suzuki Consortium, and Li Wenqian didn't seem to have any interest in that. Are you going to Henry's birthday party? Li Wenqian asked. Certainly. Suzuki Tomoko came this time on behalf of the Suzuki Consortium, and her previous plan was to have Li Wenqian introduced by her as the president of the branch. But this damn it man didn't appreciate it at all. Who are the people attending Henry's birthday party this time? It's nothing more than some big consortiums, and you should also know Henry's position in the business circle. Suzuki Tomoko is weird. Li Wenqian didn't go to Henry's party, yet he was so interested in Henry's birthday party. Even so, Tomoko Suzuki still knows everything about Li Wenqian's problems. The two spent a wonderful night in Suzuki Tomoko's villa. By the next day, Li Wenqian had basically got a general understanding of Henry's affairs. Henry's birthday party will be at the New York, Jabe, Hotel 4 days later at 8 o'clock in the evening. There will be more than 200 guests in the whole banquet, each of whom is a famous figure. Take the island country as an example. The only ones who were really invited were the Oka family and the Suzuki Consortium. It is said that it is a birthday party, but the real meaning is business cooperation. Are you going or not? Don't go, didn't I say so? Tomoko Suzuki rolled his eyes. She is numb. Both the top and the bottom are numb, the body is numb, and the heart is also numb. After Li Wenqian asked so many questions, she thought she had suddenly changed her mind. On the other side, Tokyo. A body was found floating on a pier. Megure Juzu from the 1st Search Division rushed to the scene of the crime with a group of police officers and sealed off the entire pier. Takagi, what the hell is going on here? Since the gangster Tiga was not in Tokyo to overturn the case, Megure Juzu's life has gradually become more regular. Megure found that her belly has become bigger recently. A fishing boat salvaged a male corpse from the sea. The corpse is rotting very badly now, but judging from the watch on his body and the engraving on the necklace, this person is the third head of the gang. Takagi said. The mud party. Isn't that the underworld? Megure Juzu immediately understood the ins and outs of this matter. Kill. It must be the enemies of the Mud Misery Society who killed the third master. Then should we notify the Mud Society now? Megure Juzu glared, of course. The first search class is still counting on the case to be solved through the mud. What about the underworld? Killing someone still needs to be investigated by the search class. Since the gangster Tiga made a big fuss in Tokyo, the island country's tolerance for the underworld has dropped to the limit. No crime, everyone is safe and sound. Committed a crime, straight to the point of FG death. My Wako, what the hell is going on here? Miyamoto Yumi pulls his best friend Satomu Miwako. Seek gossip, seek inside information. Satomu Miwako looked helpless. If I told you, are you going to tell your boyfriend again? Satomu Miwako gritted his teeth and pinched Miyamoto Yumi's face until the woman grinned and drooled. She knows everything now, Everything is clear. Every time the Metropolitan Police Department makes a move, Miyamoto Yumi will tell her boyfriend, Li Wenqian. How could it be? I promise not to tell anyone. Satsuma Wako doesn't believe this narrative. When Li Wenqian was in Tokyo, this woman reported 3 times a day, but now she can bear to leave Tokyo alone to stay in an empty room. My Wako, just tell me. Okay. I really beg you. Satsuma Wako had no choice but to tell Miyamoto Yumi about this not-so-secret murder case. What she did was not a violation of the rules, and Miyamoto Yumi was technically a police officer in this operation. The third leader of the Mud Misery Society died. How, do you know each other? Do not know. Then why are you so excited? I don't know the third master, but I know the tragedy. In Miyamoto Yumi's impression, this underworld-like gang organization is composed of a group of vicious people. Such a person died, it must be as exciting as a gangster movie. Now the police are searching the surrounding area, you must maintain the law and order here, I will go in first. Miyamoto Yumi salutes. She can't solve crimes or anything, but if she wants to fulfill the profession of a traffic policeman, Miyamoto Yumi wipes her hands. The murder case. Miyamoto Yumi's eyes rolled, and now he was thinking about how to tell Li Wenqian the murder case vividly. Chapter 182.9 New York, Villa. Li Wenqian was sitting in the study on the top floor. Although he said that he didn't plan to accept Suzuki's introduction, he didn't say that he would definitely not attend Henry's birthday party. Li Wenqian cannot go. But the gangster Tiga never said that. At this time, Li Wenqian was sitting in the study making plans for this birthday party. Because at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Henry's birthday party will come as scheduled. What Li Wenqian has to do is to give the Wall Street tycoons hundreds of millions of small surprises. His plan this time is very simple. He rushed in and took direct control of the New York hotel, causing these wealthy local tyrants to start sending money to his system account. At this moment, Li Wenqian's cell phone rang. Here's a hint, female traffic police. Hello, Yumi. Miyamoto Yumi's displeased voice came from the other end of the phone. Yumi, UBD, I won't call you, have you already forgotten about me? Li Wenqian expressed helplessness. His energy has now been diverted away from Tokyo. There are so many things to do all day long, how can there be any time to engage in these love affairs? He wants to focus on his career and become the 10-star good citizen he dreams of. Hey, let me tell you something. Miyamoto Yumi's voice was very small, which also made Li Wenqian's brows rise. Although Li Wenqian is not in Tokyo, it does not mean that he does not understand the situation in Tokyo. Like Miyamoto Yumi. Even if he doesn't want to know, this woman will definitely tell him everything about the recent events in the island country Tokyo. In addition, there is Nakamori Ginzu who is completely controlled by him. As long as he wants, Nakamori Silver will unconditionally tell him all about the recent Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. What's the matter? Li Wenqian asked with interest. Although Miyamoto Yumi is a woman, in fact, in the process of chatting with him, it rarely involves women's shopping, makeup, bags, and other things. What this woman told her the most was homicide, robbery, and so on. Li Wenqian knew that Miyamoto Yumi's mysterious call at this time must be something happened in Tokyo again. Ke Xue world. Li Wenqian still understands. Recently there was a homicide at the Tokyo pier. Guess who died? Miyamoto Yumi pretends to be mysterious. In this way, for her, the call time can be extended infinitely, and it can also increase the interest between each other. Miyamoto Yumi knew that Miyano Akemi, that BCH, was in New York, and she couldn't let her opponent take advantage of her. Who? The bandit Tiga. In the vast sea, where can he guess? Guess he's not too much. Maybe on the other side of the ocean, one of his believers was murdered for robbery? Li Wenqian, I'm telling you the truth. Miyamoto Yumi sighed softly, and then said in a low voice, "Let me tell you, he is actually the third leader of the Mud Masai Society. The Mud Miserable will be the third master." This was beyond Li Wenqian's expectation. After he took control of your black organization, Belmode once asked him if he wanted to completely eradicate the Mud Society. He didn't choose to do that. It's not because of his kindness, but because the existence of the Mud Misery Society is necessary, just like taking the blame for the black organization before. Anyway, a gang organization that is not in the climate is not a threat to him. Li Wenqian remembers that after the death of Tongzi Bushima, the eldest sister of the Mud Tragedy Society, the whole gang underwent a major change, and the former boss was also killed by him on the periphery of the auction. He remembers the third head of the family is yes. Can't remember. The name of such a small person, Li Wenqian has always been out of his mind. That's right. Now the Metropolitan Police Department speculates that it is likely to be a gang fight, but there is no conclusive evidence yet. This incident made Li Wenqian feel a little interesting. Although the Mud Society has always been suppressed like a dog by black organizations, in fact, the underworld forces in the island country are not weak, and there are only a handful of people who can wrestle with them. The three masters of the Mud Miserable Society were wiped out. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's detection plan is obviously correct. It is suspected that gang fights are indeed a detection direction, but Li Wenqian feels that things may not be that simple. Asking for flowers. Have there been any recent developments with the Metropolitan Police Department? Miyamoto Yumi said a little frustrated, "When I had lunch with my Wako today, that guy said that he didn't have any clues yet. Is there no suspect or object of suspicion?" Li Wenqian felt that this matter was very important, even closely related to him. Tokyo is his home base after all. The Mud Kanghui can also be regarded as one of his old opponents. The killing of the third head of the Mud Miserable Society is very likely to indicate that some new evil forces have emerged in Tokyo. As the underground emperor of Tokyo, how could Li Wenqian tolerate this kind of thing happening? Absolutely not. Suspect. It seems that there is really no such thing. But when you said that, I really remembered one thing. Miyamoto Yumi felt that it was necessary to talk about this matter to Li Wenqian, as if it was a chat about the mist that he had not seen for a while. What's the matter? Miyamoto Yumi held the phone, looked up at the sky, and said with a little thought, "A few days ago, I saw a very well-behaved man near the suspension bridge of the Tokyo Pier. He was sitting alone in the middle of the suspension bridge, with long hair." Hair? This image made Li Wenqian instantly think of someone. A Ke Xue. This man has long hair and a black suit. You don't know, this man's eyes are very scary, and he is wearing a black knit hat. He doesn't look like a good person. I reminded him. If Li Wenqian was just skeptical just now, he can now be sure that this person is a Ke Xue. So similar. Either way, Miyamoto Yumi describes a Ke Xue. Just, what is a Ke Xue doing in Tokyo? Although Li Wenqian couldn't figure it out, he could guess that it must have something to do with him. After all, he now has a deep hatred with the FBI, and the FBI regards him as the biggest enemy. Chapter 183. Li Wenqian's speculation is not just out of thin air. The corpse of the third head of the Mud Guild is a good illustration of the situation. It is not so easy to kill their third-ranked family with the influence of the Mud Gang in the island country, but a Ke Xue can indeed do it. The bodies of the third head of the Madake Society and a man who is likely to be a Ke Xue are both present at the Tokyo docks. Is it a coincidence? Not sure if it's the same day though. But how to say that sentence, anyway, there is no absolute coincidence in the world. A Ke Xue. The FBI is running out of good agents left. A Ke Xue is definitely one of them. If Miyamoto Yumi's description is as he guesses, then there is a good chance that a Ke Xue is still in Tokyo. Li Wenqian. Why are you silent? I told you 067. Did you hear it? Is Mayano Akimi right next to you? Give her the phone, and I want to have a good chat with her. Li Wenqian is pulled back to reality by Miyamoto Yumi's little grievance. Yumi, I'll come back to Tokyo to find you in a few days. Miyamoto Yumi's little resentment disappeared in an instant. Really? Of course it's true. Then when do you plan to come back to see me? I'm not sure about the time, probably in the past few days. Then you have to keep your word. I bought a black silk with letters a few days ago, and I'm waiting for you to send it to you when you come back. Miyamoto Yumi was afraid that Li Wenqian would not come, so he deliberately increased his chips. She still has a little confidence in her long legs, at least it is worthy of that stinky woman Mayano Akimi. New York Hotel. The birthday party of the financial tycoon was very lively. Li Wenqian only saw a number of Wall Street tycoons whose birthdays could only be seen in financial magazines. After all, no one wants to miss the birthday party of a tycoon. If one is lucky, a project worth billions can be negotiated at this banquet. Li Wenqian glanced at the time. 7:30 p.m. It was still half an hour before the official banquet, and most of the guests had already arrived at the hotel banquet scene. Time is money. This sentence is even more vividly reflected in the financial tycoon. After all, no one wants to give the impression that their future business partners like to be late. Hatch. Li Wenqian was wearing work clothes and entered the hotel through the back door with a summer ladder. Li Wenqian often watched short videos before crossing, and it often said that you can enter any place abroad with a ladder. He decided to give it a try today. What for? As soon as he walked to the back door, a man who looked like a hotel security guard stood up and acted as a roadblock. Hey buddy! The circuit in the back kitchen of the hotel is out of order, I came here to check. Hearing this, the hotel security guard smiled and said, Hey, buddy, hurry up and go in, our hotel manager is not a vegetarian. Netizens do not deceive me. In the United States, a ladder can go anywhere. Li Wenqian entered the New York hotel smoothly through a chair, and then changed into a black sportswear in the bathroom. Wearing my favorite Tiga mask. Now, he's the cut and dried gangster Tiga. After making all the preparations, Li Wenqian did not act in a hurry, but waited for. As time passed, the green water ghost watch on Li Wenqian's wrist quickly reached 8 o'clock. Just then, there was an explosion outside. The entire New York hotel instantly became vigilant, thanks to the financial tycoons who have a place on Wall Street walked out of the window one after another. The sound is far away and weak. It can be seen that the danger should be far away from them. Thank you Regal Tycoon, after all, they are people who have seen big winds and waves. This small scene calmed them down quickly. But these rich people don't know that, where they can't hear, the whole New York is going to be troubled. New York Police Command Center. Explode. Another explosion. Where is the exact location? In just 10 minutes, the New York Police Command Center has received 17 similar explosion reports. Each bombing is strikingly similar. This made the police in the command center quickly realize that something was wrong. Such a situation happened in the island country and in Osaka. The whole of Osaka at that time was almost completely destroyed because of these blasters. Sheriff. I already know the matter. At present, the superior has received our response information, and is now dealing with the current bombing in New York in a targeted manner. Needless to say, everyone knows that it must be the gangster Tiga, the terrorist who brought fear to everyone and moved the battlefield from Washington to New York City. In just 1 minute of chatting at the New York Police Command Center, 2 more bombings were received. The frequency of the explosions, the extent of the damage to the city, and even the madness of the bombers are far more violent and stronger than the previous one in Osaka. Let the whole New York police be terrified. Everyone knows that the arrival of the gangster Tiga will be an explosive feast that shakes the world and weeps ghosts and gods. The other side. Li Wenqian, who was wearing a Digia mask, had already surrounded the entire banquet hall by himself. Thursday. Li Wenqian held Gatling and swept across the ceiling of the VIP room of the hotel. Don't make a mess. I planted bombs in the entire hotel and killed anyone who dared to mess up. Li Wenqian said it was a small scene. As usual, he took control of the entire VIP room in just a dozen seconds at the cost of killing 2 people. According to the old rules, Li Wenqian first shielded the entire VIP room with a powerful signal shielding device to prevent these white-haired pigs from getting in touch with the outside world. Everyone rich and powerful, now you are surrounded by me at 5.2. Who am I who believes that there is no need for an introduction, and now everyone is lined up according to my command. Mr. Henry. You are today's birthday star, please stand at the front. Henry wanted to scold his mother in his heart. He didn't want to stand at the forefront, but when he thought of the 2 partners who died under Li Wenqian just now, Henry just couldn't do it. Li Wenqian saw that everyone stood up obediently according to his instructions. He is very satisfied. Who says rich people have unique ideas? That is, the rules that restrain them are not rigid enough. In the face of iron fist methods, these rich people who can dominate one side can also be as docile as domestic pigs. After Li Wenqian maintained order, he turned his attention to the sexy woman Suzuki Tomoko. Chapter 184. Miss Suzuki, we meet again. Tomoko Suzuki saw the gangster Tiga again and was not as scared as he imagined. Rather calm. For some reason, she herself felt very familiar. Tomoko Suzuki herself didn't know why she had such an illusion, she thought she must be crazy. The last time we worked together on the Sally Beth we had a great time and I think we'll have a great night together this time. Suzuki Tomoko understands in seconds. The last time on the Sally Beth, the gangster Tiga took control of the entire cruise ship, and then asked the rich people of the island country to transfer money to his overseas account one by one. And this time, the classic is back. Suzuki Tomoko walked onto the stage slowly with her red skirt, and stood in front of the computer next to the gangster Tiga. You are all elites from various countries around the world, I think you must have heard about what happened on the Sally Beth. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it, Mrs. Suzuki will tell you the rules of the game later. Li Wenqian noticed that Henry, who was standing at the front at 21, had already shown an eager look. Mr. Henry, let's start with you. As Li Wenqian guessed, Henry did know about the robbery of the Sally Beth. The other small shrimp tycoons in the island country are nothing to Henry, but the Suzuki Consortium is enough to attract his attention. The last time on the Salbeth was just over half a year ago. At that time, all the wealthy people on the entire Salbeth were ransacked, and even many rich people went bankrupt because of that looting. At that time, the Suzuki Consortium was robbed of hundreds of billions of yen, and lost the Sally Beth lair, which cost hundreds of billions of dollars. Whew! Henry let out a long breath. He knew that going up now is to use the laptop on the table to transfer money to the account prepared in advance by the gangster Digia. But he was not in a hurry to do so, but mustered up the courage to look at the gangster Tiga. Mr. Digia, if we send you money, can we guarantee to leave alive? Henry and most of the rich people present had heard of the Sally Beth robbery. At that time, the gangster Tiga robbed 2 trillion yen on the Sally Beth, and the gangster Tiga became the top 5 richest people in the entire island country. But after that robbery, the lives of most of the rich were terminated. Henry can give money. But what he wanted was to live. Sure. I'll keep the first 50 guests present. Li Wenqian felt the need to explain. He didn't say on the Sally Beth that all the lives would be left, only that the 3 people who donated the least would die, but he didn't say that the others wouldn't. As soon as Li Wenqian said this, there was a commotion for the first time after the entire VIP room was controlled by Li Wenqian. Everyone is smart, don't you understand what Li Wenqian means? Top 50. That is to say, let them buy their lives with money, and not to bid. After hearing such a decision, some people were ashamed, and even began to give up resistance. Even the rich Mr. Henry began to sweat on his forehead. How much money the top 50 need to spend to buy their lives? He has been in business for many years and already has an idea in his mind. He can afford the money, but what will happen? It is believed that the Henry Group will be greatly encouraged by this. Snapped. Li Wenqian hit the ceiling with a gun, which was regarded as a confession to Henry. That is to say, this grandson is rich, which made Li Wenqian a little more patient. But whoever is poor, he may have been shot to death by now. It was this gunshot that made Henry walk onto the stage quickly and let him enter a series of numbers on the computer. What Mr. Henry donated was $10 billion. Li Wenqian directly announced the money that Henry remitted. Life is precious. Need more stimulation. Li Wenqian's operation is tantamount to a famous brand, which makes everyone present have a steelyard in their hearts. Don't donate less. Because the next second the bullet of justice is likely to land on the head. After Henry, an old man with a pot belly came up, and this old man looked very rich. He directly entered $10.01 billion into the system account prepared by Li Wenqian in advance. It was a little cleverness, and he took a cautious look at Li Wenqian. Li Wenqian motioned for him to stand over. The rules he made himself are still affordable, and besides, the old man didn't play tricks, and he donated $19 million more than Sun Li. Then the third, the fourth. Li Wenqian watched as the value in the account quickly exceeded $100 billion. Li Wenqian felt that it was too damn right to reveal Henry's money just now. Just because the threshold of 10 billion is placed here, almost no one dares to be less than this value, even if there is, they dare not be too much less. At this time, even Suzuki, who has been helping him with the bills, is already drooling with envy. Suzuki Tomoko for sure. After tonight, the gangster Digia will surpass everyone in this place, and will surpass 287 by many, many. It lasted about half an hour, and the payment process has entered the 17th lucky audience. Standing out at this time was a middle-aged man with a fierce face. I have no money. Li Wenqian raised his hand and shot, smashing the miser's knee in an instant. No money? Can you come to the feast of the rich if you don't have money? Li Wenqian understands this kind of person very well. Scrooge. It will only suck the blood of the working people, but will not make any contribution at all. Ah! The screams like killing a pig echoed throughout the VIP hall. Li Wenqian frowned and made 2 shots in a row, all avoiding the vital parts. At this time, the faces of other people in the VIP room were already pale with fright. At this time, the 18th lucky spectator took the initiative to stand up. He donated. Donate now. If 10 billion is not enough, then 20 billion. After a brief episode, the remittance work continued in an orderly manner. If there is any difference from before, it is that listening to the miser's screams, the enthusiasm for remittances has never been higher. After one came down, the other took the initiative to go up. Everyone's face is filled with joyful smiles. Chapter 185. New York. Explosions that can be seen everywhere plunged the whole of New York into panic. Even citizens in the free country of America gradually fell into panic amidst explosions. Citizens of the United States have always believed that owning guns can greatly protect their lives. They experienced the embarrassing distance of having guns and ammunition but being useless for the first time. Police car horns honking, police officers dispatched. The American police are working hard to maintain the law and order of this prosperous metropolis. But no one would have thought that in the most prosperous New York hotel in the center of New York City, a brutal donation ceremony was going on. After 5 hours of charitable fundraising, Li Wenqian's system account already has a deposit of $2 trillion. $2 trillion and 2 trillion yen. This is a world of difference. Li Wenqian can now declare one thing in a high-profile way: he is the richest man in the world. Yes. No one in the world today has more than $400 billion in assets. And he, now has 2 trillion. Oh, not right. Counting his previous assets and so much gold, Li Wenqian feels that he should already have a total asset of 3 trillion US dollars. Miss Suzuki, it's your turn. Suzuki Tomoko is her good partner and good woman, it is absolutely impossible for Li Wenqian to favor her at this time. Because it's hurting her. Suzuki Group also want to donate, but also donate to the top 50 places. Suzuki Tomoko knew that what should come was coming after all. Even now, she still doesn't have too much tension in her heart, but she is more calm than before. She herself didn't know why there was such an abnormal psychological change in such an urgent situation. Suzuki Tomoko can only attribute my situation to experience. Yes, it is experience. It was the experience she had accumulated on the Sally Beth. Tomoko Suzuki put his slender fingers on the keyboard, and after calming down, he operated with a crackle. Her donation is $10.3 billion. Suzuki's hands trembled when he pressed the enter key. The Suzuki Consortium is indeed a leading company in Tokyo, and it is almost impossible to find anything that can shake their status in Tokyo, but in New York and Wall Street, the Suzuki Consortium is nothing more than ordinary people at best. There are a lot of rich people here. 10.3 billion is more than 1.5 trillion yen. For the Suzuki Consortium, this is a stab in the heart. But Suzuki Tomoko is also lucky. Because she helped the gangster Digia to count these things, she was playing the card to save her life. She would not send more or less money like everyone else, and she was afraid that the bullet might fall on her head in the next second. Very good. Mr. Harris, your donation is too small, do you want to add money? Li Wenqian called out one of the crane tails. $7.7 billion. This number is very huge in the eyes of ordinary people or Li Wenqian in the past, but now he feels that he can't stand on the stage. I have no money. Li Wenqian raised his hand and shot. If there is no money, there is no use value. He said it just now, leaving only the lives of the top 50 rich men. When you come out to hang out, you have to be honest, you only have 50 people, and you can't have more or less. If you can't do what you say, who will cooperate with him in the future? After another round of squeeze, Li Wenqian's system account had an additional 500 billion US dollars. How to say that sentence? Just like toothpaste, there will always be a squeeze. Li Wenqian looked at the lucky ones who were not selected. The human mind is always so strange. They clearly knew that they might not be able to win the top 50 places with their financial resources, but the more they were like this, the more they wanted to fight for it, and finally donated all their property. It's like a person has cancer. He knows it's an incurable disease, but he still spends all his savings to continue his life. And like the miser who fell to the ground and lost his wailing, he had already lost his breath. Li Wenqian felt it was time to say goodbye to these people. He took out Gatling and shot wildly at the unlucky losers with lightning speed. The speed is too fast, like a tornado. In the blink of an eye, the Japanese rich man fell into a pool of blood. The carnage is only a blink of an eye. Miss Suzuki, look forward to our next meeting. The gangster Tiga left. Suzuki only felt the chrysanthemum loosen, and sat on the ground crying bitterly. That's how smart this woman is. But he had to pretend that he was the worst one to be tortured by the gangster Tiga. Honestly, she was the one who lost the least money among the 50 survivors. Tomoko Suzuki looked at the pools of flesh and blood on the ground, pretending to be real, but also being afraid. Suzuki Tomoko is a strong woman in the business world, but she is not a detective. This is the first time I have seen such a tragic scene. The other side. Li Wenqian came to the underground parking lot and walked straight towards Henry's car. At this time, Belmode was waiting for him in the car. Mr. Digia, seeing you like this must mean that things are going very well. Belmode unhurriedly lit a cigarette for himself first, and then began to take out his cosmetic bag. Under bell mode's skillful operation, Li Wenqian changed his face again. 0133084221 Fila 212310140. Now he is the protagonist of today's hotel, Henry. After doing all this, Li Wenqian started the car, kicked the accelerator and rushed out. When the people in the hotel saw that it was Henry, they didn't say anything other than why they didn't ask the waiter to drive the car to the hotel entrance, and they didn't stop him. Just watching Henry leave the New York hotel in such a hurry. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom was driving on the streets of New York, and Li Wenqian could see police cars and policemen everywhere. Li Wenqian laughed. These unlucky policemen don't know until now that a fundraising event that shocked the world took place in a New York hotel just now. Sir, please show your ID. Li Wenqian handed over Henry's ID casually. Because he is not Asian, he is white, and Li Wenqian is driving a luxury car, the New York police did not think about other things at all. Just at this time, Li Wenqian heard the NYPD's intercom telling them to support the New York hotel. The Wall Street tycoon is finally calling the police. Chapter 186. New York Hotel. When the police rushed to the VIP room, they saw the scene of blood flowing into rivers. The police officers with shallow stomachs have already vomited. Too bloody. More than 100 corpses covered the entire VIP room. The most troublesome corpses are all well-known financial tycoons in the United States. Police Chief Lewis looked at the situation at the scene, and his brows were deeply wrinkled. Something big happened. More than 100 financial tycoons were killed at the same time, which will be an inhumane massacre to the financial and business circles of the United States. Director Lewis, where were you when the gangster Tiga robbed us? Henry regained his former air, and was even very angry. He is a financial tycoon, but also a legal citizen. He pays taxes to the country every year, but now the country can't protect his safety, which makes him very disappointed. Mr. Henry. How are you here? A sheriff asked in surprise. Why are you here? Where should I be now, lying with these corpses? Henry was like a ball of gunpowder at this time. 017. Fry at one point. After getting angry, Henry suddenly realized something. What do you mean? In the eyes of Director Lewis, the little police chief explained what he encountered when he was counting the passing vehicles just now. What did you say? Just saw me drive the car away. Director Lewis also asked at this time, are you sure? Sure. That Rolls-Royce ended up with a number plate of 612. The little sheriff remembered it clearly. Because it is a luxury car, coupled with the famous brand, it left a deep impression on him. FK. Henry smashed the table angrily. He totally understands now. The gangster Digia changed his appearance, and even drove his car swaggeringly out of the New York hotel. Are there any other clues? The little police chief thought for a while. There is also a woman wearing sunglasses in the car. Henry heard that his eyes went dark for a moment, and suddenly felt that there was an extra hat on his head. On second thought, no. If his wife is kidnapped, he should be happy. For Henry, this should be the only good news. He cautiously dialed his wife's number, and after hearing the flat voice on the other side, he was desperate. His wife was not kidnapped. FK. FK. Henry was so angry that he saw everything smashed. The gangster Tiga stole a total of $13 billion in a Rolls-Royce Phantom from him. Director Lewis, you must catch the gangster Dibian. As you have heard just now, the gangster Tiga is fleeing in my vehicle. Director Lewis said solemnly, I have reported the situation here to the headquarters, and the New York police are currently conducting an all-out search. Lewis said he didn't need plutocrats pointing fingers. If everything was done with Henry's thinking, the bandit Tiga would have ruled the world long ago. The police quickly took control of the New York hotel. But all the rich people including Henry did not leave in a hurry, but sat down again in the VIP room on the top floor of the New York hotel. They are unfortunate compared to others. Because just today, any one of them lost more than $10 billion, and even the smallest Suzuki friend lost $10.3 billion. But they are lucky compared to the more than 100 people who have died, because they survived. Today all of them gathered together for nothing else, but a discussion meeting against the gangster Tiga. Because they think that the gangster Digia will not come back, after today, and they think that the gangster Digia may trouble them in the future. Mr. Henry, I don't think everyone needs to be so nervous. Ms. Suzuki also said just now that the gangster Tiga took a total of $2.5 trillion from us. What does that mean? It means that a large amount of cash has been deposited in the account of the gangster Digia today. We just need to unite and freeze the account of the gangster Tiga. What about overseas accounts? As long as this account does not go out of the earth, it is impossible for the gangster Tiga to use the money. The entire VIP room agreed with this statement. The gangster Tiga stole a lot of money from them, but the money was stolen, and the gangster Tiga didn't even think about touching a cent of the money. Not only that. As long as the whole world unites, it will be possible to find out the identity of the gangster Tiga through this account. That's why I called everyone here. We not only want the bank to freeze the account of the gangster Tiga, but also put pressure on them to return our money. $10 billion. It is not a small sum for any rich man present. Henry knows very well that it is absolutely impossible to impose on the police and military with his own ability. So he must unite everyone to fight. Makes sense. I think we need to issue a press conference now. Those who came to the New York hotel today are all elites from all walks of life, and those who can survive are the elites among the elites. Everyone has a clear mind. A strategy to get back their hard-earned money was quickly discussed. The other side. The New York police quickly located Henry's Rolls-Royce Phantom. After being chased and intercepted by the New York police, the Rolls-Royce was soon forced to stop on the New York bridge. But the driver pulled down from the driving seat made everyone dumbfounded. Black person. The driver was a big NR about 1.8 meters tall. After a careful inspection by the New York police, it can be determined that this person has not disguised himself. Bandit Tiga is black? No. The image of the gangster Tiga as an Asian face has been deeply ingrained. Among the people who survived the destruction scene of the gangster Tiga, more than one said that the gangster Tiga was an Asian. Bandit Tiga has escaped. This idea is acceptable to all and is the most reasonable. It must be the gangster Digia who left on the way, and then pulled a black man to be a scapegoat. Take this guy back to the police station. For the New York police, after a busy night tonight, the last harvest is this black man. This may be the only person who has actually seen the bandit Tiga. Chapter 187. After one day. The news that the gangster Tiga robbed the rich Wall Street hit the New York Times. All of a sudden, the whole of New York and even the whole of the United States caused an uproar. The financial world is shaking. Who is the world's richest man is no longer important, now everyone knows that the world's richest man is Digia. It's a gangster on a horse. The most outrageous. All his money was stolen. This makes the rich and powerful who have worked hard to earn wealth instantly feel unbalanced. Why? The successful case of the gangster Tiga has stimulated most people, and even some unsatisfactory ones are already eager to try. Henry and other rich people have been very successful in imposing the New York police. B. The police told Henry and other rich people a bad news. The account of the gangster Tiga can't be found. This rhetoric made Henry unacceptable. He treats the police as a law enforcement officer, and the police treat him as an idiot. The accounts are all opened by the bank, how could it be impossible to find out? Henry and other rich people immediately recruited dozens of top hackers in the world through their connections. But the final result disappointed them and made them doubt their lives even more. The account of the gangster Tiga is very suspicious, it does not belong to any bank. Henry didn't quite believe it, but he spent most of the money and all the top talent he hired gave the same results. The rich are dumbfounded. Why? Why is there an account that doesn't belong to any bank in the world? Such a result completely shattered the dream of the rich to recover their money and bring the gangster Tiga to justice. Hi, where are you? The frightened Tomoko Suzuki wanted to ask Li Wenqian to hug and hold her high, but she came to the gate of the villa. The villa is already empty. Tokyo. The United States is too dangerous now, I will come back and avoid it. Li Wenqian has returned. Now he lives in his villa in Wonchome, Kubitoko. He is not lying. The United States is indeed very dangerous now, and it is very unfriendly to Asian faces. Coupled with the astonishing fundraising of the New York hotel, Li Wenqian took the lead. He's called standing back slightly. Tokyo. Do you know what happened in the New York hotel? Tomoko Suzuki secretly scolded Li Wenqian for being ruthless in pulling his DK. She almost died in a New York hotel, and it was fine if this man didn't save her, but he got Tokyo back by himself. No. I found out about it on the first day after returning to Tokyo. Tomoko Suzuki learned that Li Wenqian had left New York a long time ago, and it was gradually balanced in his heart. I was robbed of more than $10 billion by the gangster Tiga. Sonoko has already told me that money can be earned again, as long as people are fine. Although this incident happened in New York, its influence in Tokyo is not small at all. The island country itself is the pro-son of the United States, and Tokyo is also the birthplace of the gangster D. The island nation is more sensitive to the bandit Tiga than any other city. Let's get in touch again. Tomoko Suzuki hit his hair violently at the gate of his villa in New York. Idiot! Looking at the closed villa, Suzuki could only leave helplessly like a resentful woman seeking to vent. Tokyo Villa. Li Wenqian came back this time not only to avoid the edge of the United States, but more importantly because of the FBI. The phone call with Miyamoto Yumi that day is still vivid in his mind. If what Miyamoto Yumi said is true, it means that Akai Shuaki is still chasing him, and if it is false, it means that the FBI has surrendered. No matter what the result is, he must investigate carefully. Li Wenqian. Are you home? When Miyamoto Yumi saw Li Wenqian, he put his hips on his hips and complained, "You guys don't know how to tell me when you come back." Every day when Miyamoto Yumi patrols the streets in a patrol car, he deliberately bypasses the villa in Kashitako. Finally caught her today. "Sister, this morning's plane. Asking for flowers." Li Wenqian even put his ticket in front of Miyamoto Yumi. 10 o'clock in the morning. I knew you didn't lie to me. Miyamoto Yumi changed his face in an instant, and pounced on Li Wenqian's arms on his toes. Why didn't you tell me in advance, so I can go pick you up? Are you still leaving after you come back this time? It's not like I have to go back to Osaka to be a consultant for the Suzuki Foundation. It can be seen that after a long time no see, the woman Miyamoto Yumi is suffocated. It should be in Tokyo recently. After the two met, there was a crazy kiss, from the entrance to the living room, and then to the bedroom. The clothes also fell off one by one. Yumi, are you ready? Miyamoto Yumi on the bed was awakened instantly by the shout of his friend Mike Nico outside the villa. Oops! She was still on duty, so why did she get up with Li Wenqian? Sperm on the brain. It must be his own sperm on the brain. Immediately, Miyamoto Yumi calmed down and said, I suddenly feel unwell, so Nico will support me first, and come here when I get off work. Come here, come here. Come pick me up. In this situation, a person is the king of heaven, even if Lao Zi comes. She doesn't care that much anymore. Are you okay? Mike Nico shouted from outside the villa. It's okay, just help me. Please, Nico. Sometimes you really don't know what your teammates are doing when they hang up suddenly. Mike Nico has such doubts. Really? Mike Nico looked back 3 times at one step, finally sat in the police car and started the vehicle, and started the boring patrol work. And in the villa, watching Mike Nico who has left from the window, Miyamoto Yumi with his arms around Li Wenqian's neck no longer has any worries. Miyamoto Yumi had a hard look on his face. Li Wenqian is a son of ABCH if she can't lift her legs up to the sky tonight. Mouth. Chapter 188. After one night, a lot of things came out of Miyamoto Yumi's mouth. Li Wenqian learned where Miyamoto Yumi met a Ke Xue. But this place is not so important to Li Wenqian now. Even if he went over there for a while, could that a Ke Xue who looked exactly like a Ke Xue still wait there for him? I also heard one thing. Recently, the activities of the Mud Tragedy Association seem to be very frequent, because the killing of the third family has been under investigation recently. Normal. The eldest sister of the gang, Kiriko Busujima, died, and the second and third leaders also died in battle. No one can bear this matter on anyone. The Mud Miserable Society is looking for the murderer. Li Wenqian suddenly felt that this matter was profitable. His recent energy has been on the side of the United States. Even if he comes back to form a clique, it will take a certain amount of time. The most 773 important. The Digia members he pulled up are all outstanding talents who are suitable for blasting, self-destructing, and making outstanding contributions to the entire society. Searching, finding people, such trivial things are really not very good. Even Belmode, who is suitable for searching intelligence, is home in New York, and now the black organization's elites who are suitable for collecting intelligence are also staying in the United States. Li Wenqian thinks that NIME will play a big role this time. You, what are you looking at me like that for? I heard my Wako say these things during dinner. Miyamoto Yumi thought Li Wenqian thought she had joined the underworld. Quickly explain. She is not that kind of woman. Although Miyamoto Yumi patrols in a police car every day, Li Wenqian is the only real friend of the opposite S**X. The rest are her tools to obtain gossip information. Nothing. When Li Wenqian heard that the source of Miyamoto Yumi's information was Satomai Wako, he felt a lot more at ease. Although Satomai Wako and Miyamoto Yumi are good girlfriends, they have completely different temperaments. Satomai Wako is a hard-working detective. There is no such thing as a train coming out of this woman's mouth. Oops, I'm going to be late. Miyamoto Yumi hurriedly put on her clothes and left the villa in a panic. Before leaving, he left a sentence, I'm still coming tonight. Long time no see, miss you so much. Miyamoto Yumi didn't want to miss this opportunity to be alone with Li Wenqian. Here. After Miyamoto Yumi left, Li Wenqian contacted Belmode. Hey, I want to see the Mud meeting. 21. When? It's now. Wait for my news. Not only Li Wenqian himself returned to Tokyo this time, but also gold medal killer Kuroso and intelligence agent Belmode. After all, it is a Ke Xue, an excellent agent of the FBI, who came back to deal with this time. According to Belmode's description, this man is even more difficult to deal with than Jin. Kuroso and Belmode are the only two women who can help him in this matter. Hang up the phone. Li Wenqian walked out of the villa and stood alone on the street. Having not been back for a while, Tokyo seems to be back to its former hustle and bustle. There are many more vehicles on the streets of Tokyo than before, and everyone's face is filled with happy smiles. Xiao Ran, let me tell you. At this time, two girls in blue sailor uniforms suddenly appeared around the corner of the street. Talking and laughing. The relationship between the two can be said to be visible to the naked eye. Those two were none other than Ran Mori and Suzuki Sanako. The so-called 18 women's changes. After not seeing each other for a while, both of them seem to have changed more or less. Suzuki Sanako is okay, after all, the two had a wonderful trip in Washington for a while. Ran Mori does not. Li Wenqian said that he has never seen Xiao Ran since he left Tokyo. To be honest, Xiao Ran is still his first woman. Li Wenqian saw these two people, and these two women could also see Li Wenqian. Li Wenqian. How did you come back? Suzuki Sanako had her hips on her hips, with a displeased expression on her face. For the matter of Li Wenqian cheating on her mother, until now I still have a bitter heart. She said she wouldn't let Li Wenqian pick up her old sister, but this guy turned around and slept with her mother. Since returning from New York, her relationship with her mother has not been as harmonious as it used to be. It can't be said that they are not harmonious, anyway, the mother and daughter seem to have a thorn in front of them, no matter how uncomfortable they look. Li Wenqian laughed, Tokyo is my home, of course I will come back. Li Wenqian went up and it was a waldong kill, and all Suzuki Sanako and Ran Mori were waldonged on the wall. One waldong kills two. By the way, why did you two appear here? Li Wenqian's questioning not only did not make Suzuki Sanako retreat, but even confronted him with his plump bare part. You guys still have the face to say it. After you left, it was Xiao Ran and I who cleaned the villa for you. Li Wenqian nodded. I see. No wonder why his villa is so clean. Come in. I invite you to eat something delicious. After a while, Suzuki Sanako's temper has increased a lot. But looking at Xiao Ran, it seems a lot more reserved. Xiao Ran, long time no see. When Li Wenqian hugged her for the first time, this woman was obviously restrained, but the second touch made this feeling disappear. By chatting, Li Wenqian learned that Ran Mori is now living with her mother and has completely left her alcoholic father. It's long overdue. That alcoholic with Mori Kogoro will never do anything in his life. When did you come back? Suzuki Sanako's eyes suddenly changed, and there was distrust towards Li Wenqian in his eyes. Yesterday. Real. Of course 5.0 is real. Miss Ben believes you this time. Suzuki Sanako is a woman with a big heart. She can even tolerate things like her own mother sleeping with Li Wenqian. What else is she not allowed? Wenqian Jun, how long do you plan to stay in Tokyo this time? Ran Mori spoke for the first time since meeting. It can be heard that although Ran Mori is reserved, he still misses and yearns for Li Wenqian in his heart. Not sure yet. I will definitely not leave in the near future. Li Wenqian said. Great. Then let's have a good time. Suzuki Sanako suddenly became aroused. From the moment he met Li Wenqian, Suzuki Sanako had already thought about his travel plans in his heart. Chapter 189. Tokyo Suburbs. Li Wenqian drives an oversized RV on a suburban road. Suzuki Sanako sat in the co-pilot of the RV, and Ran Mori lay in the bed. A pair of good girlfriends neatly. Now it is the golden autumn of September, and the weather in the island country is extremely cool, which is also very suitable for outings. At this time, the place where the three of them were going was a maple forest in the suburbs of Tokyo. Suzuki Sanako said that this forest was beautiful, and there was also a poignant love story in this forest. Li Wenqian said that he didn't care about it. Poignant love stories are not suitable for him, and his life cannot be a tragedy. Even so, Li Wenqian is still full of expectations for this trip. It is also a good choice to kill for a lifetime, and occasionally put down and enjoy life, as it is now. Here we are, right in front of us. Suzuki Sanako directed Li Wenqian to park the car 24 next to a small canal nearby. Obviously. This woman had been here before, probably more than once. Suzuki Sanako is not lying. Scenery is beautiful. It made Li Wenqian feel that his body was continuously washed by the cool wind here. If this place is just a monotonous landscape, Li Wenqian thinks it may be nothing, but factors such as RVs and beauties all collide together. Li Wenqian is excited. He took out his fishing tackle from the RV and planned to throw a shot here, and then thought about how to teach Suzuki Sanako and Xiao Ran a profound lesson tonight. At this moment, the strange movement behind him suddenly caught Li Wenqian's attention. He is not a killer. But with Curacao for so long, I also learned some basic abilities of a killer. Li Wenqian looked back like lightning, and at the same time he was holding the boom tightly in his hand. It's no joke in the forest. If a leopard or tiger appears, without preparation, even with guns and ammunition, it is impossible to gain the upper hand. The moment Li Wenqian turned around, he saw a bird lying on the tree. No, no. A skinny man with long hair covering his entire face. It is not difficult to see from the figure and posture that this is a middle-aged man. Under a head of messy long hair, there is a pair of shining eyes with murderous intent. Li Wenqian didn't have any hesitation. Call out! He raised his hand and flew out with a knife. The 1-foot-long dagger turned into a silver lightning bolt in the air, hitting the middle-aged man's arm. The dagger pierced the middle-aged man's shoulder and instantly shot the middle-aged man down from the tree. Ah! The middle-aged man covered his arms and got up from the ground beautifully. Although this middle-aged man was skinny, even Li Wenqian did not dare to be careless about the cold light in his eyes. Ah! Who is this person? Suzuki Sanako was terrified and panicked. Why did a middle-aged man suddenly come out of the maple forest that was still empty just now, and this middle-aged man looked so scary? At this time, not only Suzuki Sanako, but also Ran Mori at the side also paled. So scary. Woo, ah! Heartbroken, the middle-aged man pulled out the dagger from his shoulder, and then stabbed at Li Wenqian. Although the man was injured, his thinking was still clear. On the surface, Li Wenqian was the only one who threatened him. As long as Li Wenqian was killed, the remaining 2 women would be fish on the chopping board, and they could be easily dealt with even if they were injured. Who? At this time, Xiao Ran suddenly stood in front of Li Wenqian. Gather your strength and let your legs out. The long legs slapped the middle-aged man's neck fiercely, and the powerful slap made the man's thin body fly out in an instant, hit heavily on the tree trunk next to him and fell into a coma. Immediately afterwards, Ran Mori breathed out. She proved with practical actions that she is not just a vase that can only be placed on the table. Xiao Ran, Tian's wandering. Suzuki Sanako clenched his fists hard. To deal with this villain, one must strike hard. Let's call the police. After all, Ran Mori is a high school student. Although she has successfully subdued the gangster, she is still afraid when she sees the hideous face of the gangster. Li Wenqian took out a rope and tied up the gangster. In front of Suzuki Sanako and Ran Mori, Li Wenqian would never commit murder. Just when he successfully tied up the criminals and planned to take out his mobile phone to call the police, the gangster's face successfully caught Li Wenqian's attention. Why is it so familiar? Familiar. Li Wenqian became more and more familiar with him. In the end, Li Wenqian took a photo of the middle-aged man with his mobile phone, and then sent an overpressure to Miyano Shiho. About a minute later, Li Wenqian received a call from Miyano Shiho. How is this going? Where did you meet him? It can be heard from the tone that Miyano Shiho knows this man, and even this man is very important to Miyano Shiho227 in a certain sense. No. Miyano Shiho didn't rush to speak, but asked first, is there anyone around you? It's okay, just say what you want. Li Wenqian took 2 steps to the side. This is the dignified voice of Miyano Shiho coming from the phone. This man is called Numabuchi Kichiro, a serial murderer with very good physical fitness, so he was trained by the organization as a killer, but he can't achieve the expected training effect, was sent to my laboratory as an experiment subject, but then he escaped from the laboratory. The information provided by Miyano Shiho was completely consistent with Li Wenqian's inner guess. He just knew it. It's just that Li Wenqian couldn't remember the name of such an innocuous little person. This person is a member of a black organization, and if he falls into the hands of the police, he may confess certain things. Miyano Shiho's reminder has given Li Wenqian an idea. After he hung up the phone, he immediately dialed a number. Hi, is this the Metropolitan Police Department? I want to call the police. I encountered a murderer here, and he is under our control, please come and rescue him immediately. Our position is now. Chapter 190. Li Wenqian just hung up the phone. He made another major discovery in Numabuchi Kichiro. This man actually has a USB flash drive on his body. For such a desperado, it is conceivable how important the things he can carry with him are. Li Wenqian first ruled out the AV being AT. For such desperados, it is impossible to escape with an AV when their own lives cannot be saved. Li Wenqian guessed that it was likely to be the criminal evidence of a high-ranking official or the shady affairs of a celebrity, or it was a record of an important event. Li Wenqian took off the USB flash drive and put it in his personal space. In any case, Li Wenqian accepted the USB flash drive. Wenqian-jun, what do you say when you are drunk? Suzuki Sanako and Ran Mori came over and asked. Looking at Numabuchi Kichiro's ferocious face, the two women are still a little timid. Even Xiao Ran, who showed amazing karate ability just now, is still like this. Come here now. I keep on fishing, and you keep on cooking. Li Wenqian tied Numabuchi Kichiro to a place far away from them, so as not to let this damn it man affect their good mood for the day. This person won't run away. Suzuki Sanako found that Koichiro Numabuchi was no longer in his field of vision. Some worries. Don't worry, I won't escape. Unless this man has an accomplice, it is absolutely impossible for him to break free from his bondage. If it is said that it is attacked by a ferocious beast or something, there is still a slight possibility. But, what could that have to do with him? After about an hour or so, Hui Shizan came over with a few criminals. Oh, Xiao Ran and Sanako are here too. After Magyar Juzu said hello, he coughed, and his expression suddenly became serious. Where is that gangster now? Officer Magyar, just ahead, I'll take you there. Visible urgency. Suzuki Sanako is a girl full of sense of justice. What she worries most is that Kichiro Numabuchi will cut the rope and escape. It's just the opposite. When Suzuki Sanako rushed to the woods, everyone saw that Kichiro Numabuchi had woken up, and he leaned weakly against the tree. Not to mention breaking free from the shackles of the rope, his breathing didn't seem to have much strength. Kichiro Numabuchi, you have been arrested. When Magyar Juzu saw the suspect, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Numabuchi Kichiro is a suspect they have wanted for a long time. This time it's finally settled. Take away. Magyar Juzu gave an order and ordered the police around him to take Kichiro Numabuchi away. Mr. Li, thank you for your cooperation this time. Once again you have helped us Metropolitan Police Department. Magyar Juzu greeted with a polite handshake. Officer Magyar, Xiao Ran is also responsible for this matter. This gangster was finally defeated by the gangster with karate. Suzuki Sanako takes credit for his good sister Ran Mori with a substandard karate move. Certainly. You're all great. However, it's still too dangerous here, so we should go back as soon as possible. Suzuki Sanako said there were no problems. The heinous murderers have been subdued by them, what else can't be done? Besides, she has been here more than once. Very safe. The appearance of a murderer today was completely accidental. Watching Magyar Juzu leave with Kichiro Numabuchi, Suzuki Sanako felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Now, they can play happily together again. Hey, Xiao Ran, what's wrong with you? Only then did Suzuki Sanako realize that something was wrong with his best friend. Didn't say a word the whole time. Logically speaking, even if Xiao Ran was afraid, it would be impossible for her to be in such a state of shock. Nothing. I just feel that these police officers today are so strange. Yes. The police officers who came today, except for Magyar Juzu, were all unfamiliar faces, which made Xiao Ran feel a little weird. What's so strange about that? Do you think our Tokyo is peaceful now? Officers Sato and Takagi must have other missions, so they didn't come here. Besides, there are so many people in the Metropolitan Police Department, do you know everyone? This made Ran Mori unable to deal with it, and at the same time dispelled her worries. Yes. Although it is said that the gangster Tiga has left Tokyo, when will there be fewer murders in this city? Ordinary people may not feel much about this, but she is the daughter of a detective. When she lived with her father before, homicides happened every day. Furthermore, the appearance of the gangster Tiga changed the entire Metropolitan Police Department, and many police officers he didn't know were normal. Let's go make a fire and cook. Ran Mori relieved. She's just a high school student, what do you think so much about? Not a detective, not a policeman. All she has to do now is cook this meal and have a wonderful weekend with Sonoko and Li Wenqian. The other side. After the police car drove halfway up the mountain, Magyar Juzu tore off his mask, revealing a sexy face. Is that you? At this moment, Kichiro Numabuchi, Hao Xiao, knew who was standing in front of him. It's his worst nightmare. Black Organization. Although Kichiro Numabuchi has never met Bell Mode, he has heard that there is a female intelligence agent who is very good at disguise and makeup in the organization. Kichiro Numabuchi, you made it easy for us to find you, Shuang. Bell Mode took out a pistol and pointed it at Kichiro Numabuchi's forehead, and then decisively pulled the trigger, without giving Kichiro Numabuchi any chance to beg for mercy. The function of the silencer didn't let the gunshot go too far. Numabuchi Kichiro's body just fell down straight. Clean up. Bell Mode ordered his men and drove away alone. At the same time, send a text message to Li Wenqian, done. Fit. That concludes her role as Magyar Juzu. Chapter 191. Days and nights of shameless days are coming to an end soon. The first thing Li Wenqian did after returning to the villa was to close the door of the room, then took out the USB flash drive and inserted it into the computer to see what the hell was inside. When the U-disk is inserted, the computer responds instantly. A strange picture first appeared on the computer monitor, and then some data and codes that Li Wenqian could not understand. Very complicated. As far as Li Wenqian's brain is concerned, if he wants to understand these things, the system must change his head. The more so, the more Li Wenqian felt that the things in this USB flash drive were not simple. Pull out your phone, take a picture, send it to Miyano Shiho. Li Wenqian's set of procedures is smooth. He just sent it and within a minute, Miyano Shiho's international call came. Where did you get this data? Miyano Shiho's voice was trembling and excited. It can be heard that this little loli knows the meaning of these data, and at the same time it is very, very important. You tell me what this is first. Miyano Shiho took a breath, you must not mess with these data. These are important data for the development of APTX 4869 in the organization. Miyano Shiho has been researching the antidote of APTX 4869 in Tokyo recently, but 547, she always feels that something is missing. It was only later that I realized that she had incomplete data. And those sent by Li Wenqian can just make up for her incomplete part. Can Miyano Shiho not be excited? With these data, it means that it is possible for her to create an antidote to APTX 4869, and this possibility is very high. I see. Li Wenqian said why he couldn't understand it. It turns out that the data can only be mastered by high-tech talents. Now can you tell me, where did you get these data? Miyano Shiho said that he has already said everything he should confess. What evil could she have? It's from Numabuchi Kichiro. In fact, Miyano Shiho already had such a guess, and Li Wenqian's affirmative answer confirmed her guess. She got it. When Kichiro Numabuchi escaped from the laboratory of the Black Organization, he must have taken a copy of the data. Is such that at the beginning, Jin killed several people in the laboratory because of the loss of a piece of data. See. Good brother, can you give me this data? Miyano Shiho also started acting coquettishly. This data is too important to her. She is only a step away from researching the real aptX 4869, and the data provided by Li Wenqian is likely to be the key to breaking the game. Can bring it to you when I go back. Mayano Shiho frowned slightly. Ordinary people will never understand how tempting a piece of data is to researchers. Wait until Li Wenqian comes back? Feel sorry. She can't wait anymore. Mayano Shiho also knows the risks of sending a USB flash drive to New York by air. This is something he can't risk. Are you in Tokyo now? I'll go back and find you, okay? Mayano Shiho really can't wait. She wished she could fly back to Tokyo now. Hold this USB flash drive with aptX research data in your hand. Can. As long as your sister is willing to send you back, of course I won't have any objections. Hang up the phone. Mayano Shiho on the other side has already started preparations. The other side. Li Wenqian received a call from Bell Mode. The matter of the mud meeting has been settled, and we can arrange a meeting now. Are we planning to go there as the gangster Tiga, or a black organization? This is a problem. If he appeared as the gangster Digia, it would be tantamount to telling the entire Mud Kanghui that the current black organization has united the front with the gangster Digia. If it is a black organization, Li Wenqian's identity will be difficult to hide. Aren't you easy to make up? Bell Mode slapped his forehead. She must be crazy. Even the ability to survive has been forgotten. Wait for me, I'll go find you right away. Half an hour later, Bell Mode appeared in the villa. Using his superb disguise technology, he transformed Li Wenqian into Jin's appearance. From the point of view of the mud tragedy, the black organization is still the same black organization as before, but it has recently become low-key because of the limelight of the gangster Digia. But as long as the black organization wants to, they can still shit on the heads of the mud gang. This is why NIME agreed to this meeting. Set off. Do a full set of acting. Li Wenqian specially found a Porsche 356A for this meeting with Mud Huawei. This kind of car is hard to find now. You can't even buy it. If it wasn't for Suzuki's relationship with Tomoko, it would be no easy task to get one. Set off. Li Wenqian was driving a Porsche 356A, and Bell Mode was sitting in the co-pilot position. This moment, Li Wenqian suddenly found the pleasure he had when he fought against black organizations. Kichiro Numabuchi is dead. Is there something left on him? Bell Mode lit a cigarette. Did you see it all? Do you think I'm blind? There is an obvious mark on Numabuchi Kichiro's wrist, which is caused by wearing things for a long time. This shows that the things on him have been taken away by others before that. The Great Bandit, Mr. Tiga, what exactly is it? I wonder if you can share it with me, an ignorant and stupid woman. Bell Mode actually enjoys the life he is living now. It looks more dangerous than when she was in the black organization, but in fact it is the kind of freedom she yearns for. In the black organization, even as an intelligence officer, she still has a lot of things she can't ask, and if she is not careful, she may attract Jin's pistol finger. U-Disk. It contains some data records about black organizations. Bell Mode asked excitedly, what data is it? Does it have anything to do with me? She wanted so badly to get her body back in shape. I do not know about this. Mayano Shiho said it was a data record about aptX 4869. Bell Mode was slightly disappointed after hearing this. aptX 4869. In other words, it has nothing to do with her medicine A. Chapter 192. Kyubatu Hotel, top floor. The meeting place for Li Wenqian and Ni Kenhui was in a luxury suite on the top floor. Li Wenqian and Bell Mode had just taken the elevator to the top floor when the 4 bodyguards guarding here stopped them. Judging from the situation, it should be that the Mud Gang has already taken over the entire room on the top floor. Make pie. This is the reason why the Mud can't do a big job. Looking at the black organization back then, no matter how many times it was stronger than the NIME society, it was not so high profile. 4 bodyguards stopped Li Wenqian and Bell Mode, and were about to search them. At this time, a handful of silver-white sand eagles suddenly appeared in Li Wenqian's hand, and he pointed at the head of the bodyguard captain with a flash. What grade? Do you still dare to search his body? Black organizations in the past could ride shit on the head of the Slaughter Association, and black organizations can do the same now. In an instant, the entire top floor of the Ke Hotel became tense in an instant. More than a dozen bodyguards in black suits rushed forward and surrounded Li Wenqian and Bell Mode. Is this how the Clay Club treats guests? Bell Mode unhurriedly lit a cigarette for herself. Even though she was pointed at the head with a gun, she still didn't feel the slightest timidity. From the beginning to the end, in Bell Mode's eyes, he didn't treat the Muda society as a human being. At this time, a middle-aged obese man came out of the top floor room of the Cupido Hotel. Misunderstand? 2. The moment the obese middle-aged man saw Li Wenqian, he was suddenly stunned. Jin. There were rumors before that the black organization was wiped out by the gangster Tiga, and Jin died tragically. Which BD made this rumor? It's me. Where's your boss? Li Wenqian's voice at this time became the same as Jin's under the voice changer provided by Bell Mode. Same cold. The same sharp eyes. Li Wenqian, who is here, has fully understood the current situation of the Mud Tragedy Society. The current boss of the Mud Miserable Society has now become a woman named Hasegawa, not the middle-aged fat pig standing in front of her now. Brother Jin. Our boss couldn't come here today due to a temporary incident. I don't know if you are here today, but if you know that Brother Jin is here in person, you must come no matter how important something is. Li Wenqian already knew who this person was. The third head of the Mutang Society, a fat man named Masamu Muto. Bell Mode said that the current third head of the Mud Miserable Society is a smiling tiger, and the saint never shows his fangs. As expected. From the beginning to the end, Li Wenqian did not see a trace of arrogance or murderousness in this middle-aged man. Brother Jin, please come inside. Mutang was dismissing the bodyguards and guiding Li Wenqian and Bell Mode into the luxury suite. Sitting on the sofa, Muto said straight to the point, I heard that Brother Jin wants to see us, what's the matter? Sell you a message. After Muto Zheng heard about it, he suddenly became interested, and asked with a smile, I don't know what news Brother Jin wants to sell to us. Can you tell me about it? It's easy for us to ask for a price like this. Kill the murderer of your original third leader. Those words made the room tense instantly. Even so, Muto Masa still kept a smile on his face. I'm not afraid of your jokes. Recently, we are indeed looking for the murderer who killed Brother Gu, but until now there is no clue. Brother Jin's news is really a blessing in disguise for us. I just don't know the price. Masamu Muto narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't look at the high-sounding words he said, but in fact, he has already hated the original third master. If it wasn't for Lao Gu's constant suppression in the Mud Guild, he wouldn't have taken the third place for so long. $1 billion. Li Wenqian knew that NIME would have a miserable life now. Not much. His purpose is to let NIME will deal with a Ke Xue. Honestly. As the richest man in the world, is he still short of money? $1 billion. Ask for flowers. Brother Jin, isn't this price too high? $1 billion converted into Japanese yen is more than 100 billion. Li Wenqian still overestimated the current financial resources of the Nippon society. Even if it is $1 billion, it is not a small sum for them now. Wu Tang really didn't want to pay the money. He thinks that the dog life of the original third leader is not worth $1 billion at all. Not to mention billions of dollars, $1 is worthless to him. If it wasn't for consolidating his position in the Mud Association, he wouldn't have accepted such a hard job with a smile. Black organizations never bargain. Li Wenqian imitated Jin's tone and said coldly. At the same time, he lit himself a cigarette. "Brother Jin, wait a minute." Muto was leaving with a smile. It seems that he should go to ask the head and the second head for instructions. Not long after, Muto was walking back with a smile. "There is no problem with the price. We don't know each other well with the black organization, so many of us are in frequent contact with each other. $1 billion is not only the bargaining chip for Brother Jin to bring the news, but also for us to make friends with black organizations. The Mud can agree." Muto is transferring $1 billion directly to Belmode's account through the computer. "Brother Jin, can we talk now? It stands to reason that this kind of gangster transaction is paid with one hand and delivered with the other." Masamu Muto is uncharacteristically. He knows it very well. The strength of the Mud miserable society was not as good as the black organization before, and it has lost its former glory since it was attacked by the gangster Dijie. If black organizations want to black and black, they will not have any way. Li Wenqian didn't speak, but dropped a photo on the table. It was a photo of a Ke Xue wearing a knitted hat. This man is a Ke Xue, an agent of the FBI. Belmode is well aware of the current strength of the NIME society. If they don't give them some hints, it will not be so easy to investigate. Chapter 193. FBI. For the first time, Muto Masa's smiling face showed unprecedented doubts. Was the original third head killed by FBI agents? Such an answer was unexpected for him and for the whole tragedy. Muto is eyeing Li Wenqian and Belmode. He believed it. The black organization will not be so painful as to use a fake news to defraud $1 billion of low-end operations. Looking forward to your good news. Before leaving, Belmode did not forget to lazily say a word of blessing. It's just that these words are not so beautiful to the ears of the Mud Kanghui. "Brother Jin, please wait a moment." Wu Tang called Li Wenqian suddenly. Next second, he asked with a smile, "Is the relationship between the black organization and the gangster Tiga harmonious?" Li Wenqian said 527 for a moment, then said coldly, "It's about the same as us." After Li Wenqian and Belmode left, Mu Tengzhen's face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice sand, and the people in the room felt even more nervous after feeling the chill. Mu Tengzheng beckoned, and the little brother beside him walked over in fear. Next second, the dagger in Masamu Muto's hand was directly inserted into his younger brother's thigh, and he said coldly, "I can't handle such a trivial matter." The younger brother who was stabbed was the one who was going to search Li Wenqian just now. The other side. After Li Wenqian drove out of the Cupido Hotel, he tore off the mask on his face. Sawdust, mouth. Facts have proved that this face is still comfortable. Also safer. A cold and murderous face is likely to attract the attention of the Tokyo police. Belmode, sitting in the passenger seat, lit a cigarette and asked, "How do you feel?" "What?" "It's the third leader of the Mud Guild." Li Wenqian's expression changed slightly. If Wu Tengzheng didn't say that sentence in the end, he might think that this person is so-so. But he said it. This person must die. People like Masamu Muto have one characteristic, insidious and cunning. Put me in front. In the blink of an eye. Belmode has already put on another makeup. Ordinary looking. Wearing thick black-rimmed glasses, he looks like a sleazy office worker. Belmode got out of the car, leaned on the car window and said teasingly, "Don't you ask me what I'm doing." Li Wenqian's response was very, very decisive. One foot on the gas pedal. Laozi can't get hard after seeing this ghostly look, so it's up to you where to go. The other side. Miyano Shiho is really back. And he returned to Tokyo alone. After I came back, I rummaged through the boxes in the villa. Strangeness. Where does this guy put the USB drive? Normal people can't understand how attractive a USB flash drive with important data is to researchers. The usual Miyano Shiho is calm and cold, without any interest in the things around him. Mayano Shiho in the state of scientific research is crazy, eager, and focused. Just like now, with her hips on her hips, she kept flicking her short brown hair. Just when Mayano Shiho was lying on the table floor trying to find out, a pair of big hands tightly grasped her slender waist. Don't mess with me. Where did you guys put the USB drive? Even though there are no eyes behind her, she can still feel the master of those familiar big hands. Come on, let me out. Such a posture gave Mayano Shiho an indescribably strange feeling. It's just like Li Wenqian didn't push Mayano Shiho under the table to perform far rectification on the spot, but pulled the little loli out after playing with it for 2 minutes. Gently lift up. Miss me. The two looked at each other. All the thoughts and the teasing just now turned into passionate kisses. The two went from the study to the living room, and then from the living room to the bedroom. From day to night. Li Wenqian didn't know how many times it took before the two stopped, and looked at Mayano Shiho beside him. His calves were twitching like he had eaten Xian Mai. Simply cannot stop. Early the next morning. Where is my USB drive? Only then did Mayano Shiho remember the purpose of her visit to Tokyo this time. It just occurred to me that there is still a USB flash drive loaded with aptX data in this world, which is extremely important to her. Li Wenqian threw the USB flash drive over and smiled. Mayano Shiho still doesn't know him. How could he put such an important thing in the study of the villa? Take it with you, of course. Be careful. Mayano Shiho took the USB flash drive carefully, and now even if she sneezed, she was worried that the data inside would be lost. Without any hesitation, Mayano Shiho put on a loose pajamas and hurried to the study. Insert the U-disc into the computer. Mayano Shiho's eyes became sparkling. What is recorded here? Li Wenqian couldn't read it. These are some records about the first half of aptX 4869. Most of these data records failed in high school, but they were able to let Guanyi Shiho know the evolution history of aptX 4869. This is... Mayano Shiho's eyes widened again. A drug. There are some records about drug A in it. Mayano Shiho lost his composure instantly after seeing the data. I still have a lot of things to do, you go out first. Mayano Shiho didn't even have time to explain to Li Wenqian, and tried his best to get Li Wenqian out of the laboratory. Inspiration came too fast, like a 0.3 tornado. What happened next did not allow her to make any further explanations. For the rest of the time, Mayano Shiho first took a deep breath to calm herself down, which is a habitual action she would do every time before doing scientific research. This was the case in the Black Organization before, and it is the same now. What she has to do now is to organize the data and extract the ones that are useful to her. The reason why Mayano Shiho pushed Li Wenqian out of the room was not because she had already mastered the antidote of aptX 4869, but because she had found the antidote method for drug A. Right. It's that damn it woman from Bell Mode. Although it has not been tested yet, Mayano Shiho already has a certain certainty in his heart. This time, maybe it will work. Chapter 194. Li Wenqian felt that since he came back, all the women in Tokyo became more active. First, Miyamoto Yumi came to the villa 3 times a day, and then Suzuki Tomoko took the opportunity to visit the villa. This is not. Today he has another invitation from Suzuki Sonoko and Ran Mori. Li Wenqian can see it. Ever since he took Sonoko and Xiao Ran to a match, the two girls have become an inseparable part of each other. But anything related to him must be a threesome. Mr. Wenqian, let's go to the Cup House shopping mall today. I heard that there have been more activities recently, and with Xiao Ran's anger, we can definitely squeeze it out. Li Wenqian agrees with this very much. Xiao Ran's European Emperor's luck is quite explosive in the entire science world. Sonoko, what are you talking nonsense about? On the contrary, Xiao Ran was not very happy. She knows how lucky she is, but she doesn't want the whole world to know. 25 Because she doesn't want others to think that she is a girl who can only live by luck. She is also powerful. Okay, I don't want to say anything. Suzuki Sanako had a smirk on his face. Anyway, everyone around me already knows about it, so it doesn't matter if you don't talk about it. Cup store. Li Wenqian said that he has not been to this place for a long time. Real. About 2 or 3 months. This huge luxury shopping mall is still the same as before, with almost no changes. At Sanako, Xiao ran. A strange voice suddenly stopped the three of them. The voice is soft and waxy, but it can be heard that it is a man. Li Wenqian turned his head and looked over. A boy with medium-length hair stood in front of them, about 18 or 19 years old, and looked soft. Ben. Han Isuk. Right. Li Wenqian recognized this guy at a glance. At this moment, Li Wenqian thought of that unlucky woman Mizunashi Rina. Classmate Hond. How will you be here? Suzuki Sanako and Ran Mori took the initiative to walk over to say hello. I came to the mall to do some shopping. Hond Isuk scratched his head and smiled silly. You're shopping alone? I didn't realize Han-san was still in such a good mood. Suzuki Sanako cracked the joke with a smirk. This is the tragedy of being single. Unlike her, every day can live in happiness. Ahaha. Did you two come to the mall to shop too? Suzuki Sanako corrected with his arms akimbo. No, it's not 2 people, it's 3, don't you see there's a big man here? Suzuki Sanako took Li Wenqian's arm, thus proving their relationship. Sorry. My name is Hond Isuk. Li Wenqian. The two exchanged a few words and then went their separate ways. Li Wenqian looked back. It was found that Hond Isuk was still staring in his direction at this time. That person's name is Hond Isuk, a transfer student who just came from Taidan High School, and everyone calls him Wood. Ran Mori frowned slightly. Sanako, don't say that about others, it's very rude. What does it matter? Everyone is just joking, but he said this nickname himself. Li Wenqian's mood was slightly serious at this time. In the original book, why did Hond Isuk come to Tokyo? It can be said that it was to investigate the death of his sister, and now the appearance of Hond Isuk can be said to have an inseparable relationship with Mizunashi Rina. The appearance of Hond Yinju made Li Wenqian feel like a thorn in his heart. Not feeling well. Wenqian-jun, you haven't eaten this, have you? Suzuki Sanako chose a newly opened seafood shop. The abalone inside is fat and beautiful, and you can sweat if you eat it every day. You go in first. I'm going to the bathroom. After Li Wenqian and Suzuki Sanako parted, the whole person also began to become dignified. The appearance of Hond Yinju was like a thorn stuck in his throat, making Li Wenqian very upset. While thinking, while walking, until the appearance of a woman caused Li Wenqian's heart to turn upside down. Jody. He met the elite FBI agent again. Li Wenqian was surprised. Osaka can see it, New York can see it, Washington can see it. A barely reasonable reason can be given. Li Wenqian never imagined that this woman would actually come to Tokyo. This moment, Li Wenqian noticed that the matter was not simple. Whether Jody is a teacher at Daidan High School or a translator at Canary Company, these are all disguises of her identity. At the end of the day, this woman is still an FBI agent. The appearance of Jody made Li Wenqian have 2 different guesses in his heart. 813. First, this woman is for the FBI, she came to cooperate with Akai Shuaki's work. This shows that Akai Shuaki did not turn into meat scraps when the FBI headquarters was bombed before, and it also shows that Akai Shuaki is really in Tokyo. Second point, this woman is stalking Hond Isuk. If this is the case, then things get complicated. Mizunashi Rina is dead, and it stands to reason that the CIA must have restored Mizunashi Rina's identity. The FBI seems to have no need to track Han Daisuk. Mr. Li. Jody was even more surprised, with a puzzled light in her blue eyes, as if she was saying, "Why are you everywhere? Are you going to travel the world?" Jody showed an awkward smile. "No, I just went back to Tokyo to have a look." Jody's smile is very bitter. It's completely different from the high-spiritedness when we first met before. A series of accidents caused this woman to become sluggish, and her eyes no longer had the brilliance of the past. "Let's have a light meal together. Take you to meet some friends." Jody wanted to say no. But Li Wenqian's hospitality was hard to bear, and before Jody could react, he was taken into the seafood restaurant just now. Chapter 195. Ms. Jody. Both Suzuki Sanako and Ran Mori were surprised to see Jody. Yes. From prejudice and doubt at the beginning, to understanding and liking later. The English teacher made a very impressive impression on both of them. Since Jody left Daiden High School, the two of them have only thoughts left. On the way home from school, besides Li Wenqian, they discussed Jody the most. Never imagined they will see each other again in this lifetime. Sanako, bar. Jody was startled, then relieved. Yes. She almost forgot that Li Wenqian was also Suzuki Sanako's boyfriend. Perhaps it was this relationship that made Li Wenqian the president of Canary Company. Jody looked at her two former students, and a nameless sadness welled up in her heart. Flowers have a day to rebloom, and no one is young again. Suzuki Sanako and Ran Mori are the same as before. It looks like nothing has changed, and her life will never go back. Sometimes she really wants to go back to the days when she was teaching at Daiden High School, where she can experience happiness while working for the FBI. "Mr. Jody, what's the matter with you?" Both Sanako and Xiao Ran could tell that teacher Jody had changed. On Jody's face, there is no vigor of the past, but only a kind of sadness spilling out of the eye sockets. "Nothing. Tell me about you, why are you here today?" Ran Mori smiled slightly. "Teacher, today is the weekend." It can be seen that Jody's life has been a mess recently. As a former excellent English teacher at Daiden High School, she doesn't even know that today is the weekend. Jody smiled and said, "Sorry, I forgot. Emotion is a required course for FBI agents." But now that a series of things have happened, Jody has long been unable to manage her emotions reasonably. She herself would go crazy sometimes in private. How could a good FBI be ruined like this? Her colleagues, friends. "Teacher Jody, are you okay?" Ran Mori and Suzuki Sanako looked at each other. Now even a fool can see that teacher Jody is not in the right mood. "It's okay, no problem." Jody adjusted her emotions, keeping her beating emotions within a controllable range for the time being. She still has work to do. Waiter. Even Suzuki Sanako, who has always been talkative and out of character, didn't say much or ask more questions at this time. "Bring up all the signature dishes you ordered. Miss Ben is treating you today. We won't go home until we're drunk." Suzuki Sanako's life ideal is very simple, and Buffy is very simple. There's nothing a meal can't fix. If there is, 2 meals. According to FBI regulations, agents are absolutely prohibited from drinking alcohol during their missions outside. No exceptions. And this rule is one of the strictest in the FBI. But today Jody just wants to drink. The FBI headquarters is gone now, the old minister and the trusted minister are dead, and the grave of her immediate boss James is already 2 feet high. Who can control her now? Jody felt that she was almost depressed now, and if she didn't let her vent, she would go crazy. Perhaps because of the deep stagnation in her heart, Jody no longer knows the north, south, east, and west after a meal. The most common sentence in my mouth is, "I still want to drink." What to do? Suzuki Sanako feels like he's causing trouble. Who would have thought that teacher Jody, who has always been a teetotaler, would be like this now? Just like a jade girl who took drugs, she frantically asked for it, and couldn't stop at all. Let's send teacher Jody back. The voice has not yet fallen. The brows of Suzuki Sanako and Ranmori were already furrowed. Teacher Jody drank like mud, even if Jesus came, she couldn't wake up the woman. Or, let's send teacher Jody to the hotel for a night first. Li Wenqian nodded, let's take it to the Cupido Hotel next door. You two go back first, and leave this matter to me. Li Wenqian took Jody and left, leaving only Sanako and Xiao Ran with dazed faces. Why do they have a bad idea in their hearts? Underground parking lot. Li Wenqian put Jody on the co-pilot seat, and then frantically touched, rummaging. He is now very sure that Jody came to Tokyo with a mission, and maybe he can find some clues in this woman. Mobile phones, tissues, wallets. Jody's body is very clean, there is really nothing else to be found. Even so, Li Wenqian found some clues in Jody's cell phone. Li Wenqian looked at the call records in the phone, and after hesitation, he still chose to dial. The phone rang twice, but the person on the other side didn't speak. Hello? Is it teacher Jody's friend? She's drunk now, can you come pick her up? After Li Wenqian finished speaking, he waited for the other party's reply. Hello, can you hear me? Just when Li Wenqian was about to hang up the phone, a cold man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Take her to the hotel, thank you. Finished. On the other end of the phone, there was a beeping blind tone from Li Hao. Although there was only a short sentence, it made Li Wenqian's heart beat violently. Ke Xue. Laozi finally found you my. Yes. The cold voice on the other end of the phone is exactly Ke Xue, Li Wenqian is sure of this. He said that this man would not die in a daze. Li Wenqian can now confirm that Ke Xue is currently in Tokyo, and most likely near Tokyo. After getting the exact news, Li Wenqian decisively called bell mode. The mud gang is really rubbish. I can't find a single Ke Xue, and I have the face to say that I am a gang. Li Wenqian glanced at Jody while dialing the phone. Your FBI is really impersonal, you have already been picked up, and your teammates didn't come to rescue you.